Year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. Holy Land Marijoa. The palace was magnificently luxurious, glittering with goldware in every direction. Tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets made from atom wood stood in tasteful disorder, and in the corners gigantic vats loomed within which 4 mermaids curled up together. In the palace that had been utterly silent, a low murmur suddenly echoed. Ross, huh? Ross stared blankly at the young man in the mirror, at a loss for words for a moment, not even knowing where to begin. The youth in the mirror had smooth, fair features and sharply defined contours exuding a cold, stern aura. In his deep, jet-black eyes an enticing light flickered, and from head to toe, he radiated unmistakable aristocratic bearing. He had transmigrated, or perhaps it was that his memories had awakened, and he had directly become a celestial dragon. That was simply too exhilarating. However, his particular identity was a little awkward. His name was J. Garcia Ross Saint, a standard celestial dragon name, and his grandfather was J. Garcia Saturn Saint, one of the current 5 elders, and also the first elder to be removed from the council in the original pirate story. Although his grandfather's removal did not bring calamity upon the family, celestial dragons were, after all, the villains of the tale. Celestial dragons were the descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government. Styling themselves as the offspring of the creator, they formed the privileged class that ruled over the world government residing in the holy land of Marijoa. Yet as time passed, or perhaps because usurpers had never been good people to begin with, the celestial dragons of today, beyond being symbols of power and nobility, were universally acknowledged as demons wearing human skin. The tale of pirates, which began as a story of exploration and freedom, eventually evolved into Luffy the King overthrowing the world government. And quite unfortunately, his current identity now stood as the very embodiment of that world government. These thoughts merely flashed through his mind before Ross quickly grew cheerful again. No matter how one looked at it, transmigrating into the pirate world and becoming a celestial dragon was an opening hand straight from heaven. Whoever transmigrated into a celestial dragon would have no reason to be unhappy. An identity born at the very summit like that of a second-generation elite was unquestionably what most people dreamed of. As for the atrocities committed by celestial dragons, even setting aside whether his moral outlook would shift now that he truly was one of them, if some other rich second generation forced innocent people into misery, would that make you stop wanting to be rich yourself? All the more so because Ross felt utterly untroubled by such concerns. He had been worked like a beast of burden in his previous life. If in this life he still had to play the saint, would his transmigration not have been in vain? The only real flaw at the moment was that ordinary celestial dragons generally possessed little real strength. This body of Ross's had originally died from excessive indulgence. Now his physique was even weaker than that of a normal person in the pirate world, barely at the level of managing to walk on his own. A pleasant chime sounded in his mind. Ding. The defeat system is at your devoted service. Defeat system. What functions do you have? Hearing the melodious system prompt, Ross felt even better. Host Ross. Strength 6, 3100G. Even a common marine is stronger than you. Overall rating A. Your status is your only protection when you step outside. Abilities none. Skills none. Note: by defeating an enemy you can obtain a reward equal to the enemy's overall rating -1 tier. By killing or breaking an enemy, you can obtain a reward equal to the enemy's current overall rating. Note: for each person you may only obtain either a kill reward or a break reward from their current rating once, and defeat rewards do not conflict with kill or break rewards. Is there a difference between breaking and defeating? Ross wondered for a moment, then suddenly came to a realization mid-thought. So that's the kind of breaking it means. I'm going to kill you. All of a sudden a weak voice sounded beside Ross. HM. Ross narrowed his eyes and looked back, seeing an alluring, well-figured, mature woman. At this moment she was tied to the bed, her entire body bound so tightly that only her mouth could move. The woman wore not a single thread, her body mottled with bruises of blue and purple, every mark his handiwork. His memories had only just awakened, and he had not yet figured out the situation, so he had gone a bit too far. Yet this mature woman, Erica, was no ordinary person. She was a female pirate with a bounty of 5 million, once the wife of a great pirate worth 100 million. Because of her outstanding beauty, she had caught Ross's eye when he happened to pass through the Sabati archipelago. The outcome was obvious: her husband and their entire pirate crew were annihilated, and she was brought back to Ross's palace. Out on the sea, this incident did not stir up the slightest ripple. That was the weight of the power wielded by a celestial dragon. Erica. Overall rating A. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Her voice, saturated with hatred, rang out again and again as her gaze stabbed at Ross like a weapon. Half an hour later, Ross finished his practice, then stood up, feeling utterly relaxed in both body and mind. Feeling the strength surging through his limbs and the newly embedded firearm techniques in his memory, he thought the world had become even more beautiful. A level break completed. Strength 100. Special reward, a level musket proficiency. Host Ross. Strength 163300F equivalent to an ordinary marine. Skill, a level musket proficiency. It was just a pity that one could only break a person of the same level once, otherwise he could have farmed rewards endlessly. With a smile on his face, Ross leaned his head close to Erica's ear. Did you enjoy yourself just now? You bastard, either kill me, or I will definitely kill you. Erica glared at Ross, her mind already consumed entirely by hatred. What a pity, wrong answer. Ross shook his head in feigned regret, picked up a platinum pistol from the table beside him, and pressed it against the woman's ample chest. Bang! A burst of crimson exploded forth, and that enchanting beauty turned into lifeless bones in an instant. A level kill completed. Reward none, break reward already obtained. Ross's expression did not change in the slightest as he casually tossed the pistol aside. Since they could not kindle affection in a single day, he would not bother showing mercy. It was a shame that the break and kill rewards conflicted, otherwise he could have claimed another prize. Ross walked to the palace doors and called out calmly, Guernica. As soon as his voice fell, Guernica, a young thin man in a white suit, appeared before him in the blink of an eye, dropping to one knee with his head bowed as low as it could go. Guernica. Overall rating B. Ross Saint. Please give your orders. Though Guernica's face was covered in white scribble-like markings, anyone could see the excitement beneath. Ross knew of Guernica not because the man had just been promoted from CP9 and temporarily assigned as the CP0 agent guarding the J. Garcia family. It was because Guernica would appear 20 years later, even taking part in the final battle between Kaido and Luffy. Though he was casually killed, he had at least shown his face. To be chosen for CP0 at such a young age was proof enough that Guernica was outstanding in his youth. Unfortunately, even 20 years later, he only possessed strength around the level of a vice admiral, roughly AB, which meant his potential ceiling was somewhat low. Clean up the inside of the palace. I don't want to see a single speck of filth. Understood. Guernica strode into the palace with a cold expression and before long emerged again carrying away a bed tightly wrapped in white cloth. More than 10 minutes later, Guernica finally returned to the palace. St. Ross, the matter has been dealt with. Your new furniture will be delivered within an hour. Good. Ross reclined against the sofa and casually asked, has anything significant happened on the seas recently? Having just transmigrated into the world of One Piece, he needed to understand the current situation. In his memories, there was almost nothing about the seas, only scenes of competing with other celestial dragons in cricket fights. He had very little interest in such things. Spending too much time playing with other celestial dragons would truly ruin a person. If there were no pressure to survive, Ross honestly would not mind playing until he died of old age. But if he continued doing nothing in 20 years, he would certainly be disposed of. That was troublesome. Moreover, this was not something that could be resolved simply by killing Luffy. Who knew what the situation with Joy Boy and Nika truly was? What if they appeared and awakened at random when the time came? To be on the safe side, Ross had to take precautions in advance lest his time of enjoyment end only a few years after it began. Besides, if he truly wanted to indulge himself the way other celestial dragons played no longer appealed to him. Since he was already a celestial dragon, he ought to hunt the strongest slaves and possess the fiercest women. That was true exhilaration. Bullying ordinary people was meaningless. It would hardly yield any worthy rewards. St. Ross, ever since Pirate King Roger was executed, nothing major has occurred recently. Everything remains under the control of the world government. Guernica replied respectfully. That's all. Hearing this, Ross's brows knitted slightly. His first reaction was that Guernica was hiding something. The great age of pirates had already been surging forward for 2 years. How could there be no news at all? Considering how other celestial dragons were practically raised like pinned livestock, it was not strange for him to harbor such doubts. Yet when he saw the perfectly matter-of-fact look on Guernica's face, he began to understand. From the perspective of ordinary pirates, even of the Navy, the great age of pirates seemed like the dawn of a new era. But in the eyes of the world government, and in the eyes of CP0, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, this so-called great age of pirates might be nothing remarkable at all. If Guernica were not so arrogant, he would never have courted Lonely Red, Baloric Leadfield, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh Beasts, Kaido, and Big M.O.M. Charlotte Lean Guernica recited. St. Ross, all great pirates possess conqueror's haki. It is extremely difficult to capture them as slaves, Guernica added. H.M. Ross cast a sidelong glance at Guernica. Had he ever said he wanted to capture them as slaves? My lord, your subordinate deserves death. I humbly beg your highness to punish me. Guernica's body trembled. He suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. His clown-like visage swelled and reddened, at once making him look even more absurd. How dared he presume to guess at the thoughts of a celestial dragon? A mechanical voice sounded in Ross's mind. Crank defeat completed. Strength 10000. Special reward, Crank martial arts. So this counted as a defeat. even lowered by 1 grade. A crank reward was far too luxurious. Host Ross. Strength 10163300 minus rank school level strength. Skills are rank marksmanship, crank martial arts. Feeling the power surging through his body, Ross's eyes gleamed. In just a few hours he had attained school level strength. The future looked promising. Do not let this happen again. Ross waved his hand carelessly. Since Jernica was so perceptive, he naturally would not pursue the matter further. So it was now C Circle calendar year 1500. This was the dawn of the Great Age of Pirates, the most chaotic time in nearly a century. The future pattern of the 4 emperors in the New World had yet to be set, and pirates seeking Roger's treasure flooded the seas. What a fine era indeed. With so many pirates, there would never be enough killing to do. It was more than enough for him to grow rapidly. The corners of Ross's mouth lifted slightly as he strolled toward a gigantic fish tank. Gliding leisurely within were the mermaid slaves he had purchased on the Sabaody archipelago. The instant he approached, the once tranquil underwater world sprang to life. As though sensing his arrival, the mermaids swam over one after another and began to dance gracefully like spirits of the water. Ross knew full well that the mermaids were not dancing of their own free will, they had simply been trained too well. Yet they were 4 mermaids of brilliantly colored hair, peerless beauty, and figures, each with her own unique charm, and at this moment they were dancing solely for him. The sight was truly pleasing to the eye. As he watched the swimming figures, Jernica knelt behind him like a loyal servant, his face full of respect and entirely devoid of dissent. Jernica's body was not particularly tall or imposing, but Ross had no doubt that he could easily wipe out a non-affiliated nation. What robbed Lucci of? Yet even such a powerhouse could only kneel before a celestial dragon, slap himself over a single slip of the tongue, and sincerely consider himself a class lower. Unfortunately, all of this was merely preferential treatment granted by status. His personal strength could not be allowed to lag behind, otherwise, when he faced higher-ranking celestial dragons in the future, Ross and Jernica would be no different. Jernica. St. Ross, please give your orders. My previous slaves died. I need a new batch of people. I want a list of headquarters Marines as well as a roster of the prisoners and impel down. Ross instructed calmly. To realize his ultimate dream of pleasure, he needed more helpers. As you command. Jernica accepted the order. When can you give them to me? Your Highness, I will complete the task within 1 hour. After confirming that Ross had no additional orders, Jernica's figure vanished in an instant. With his departure, the palace once more fell silent, leaving only the sound of water stirred by the mermaid's movements. Dong dong dong. Ross tapped on the fish tank, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. The mermaids ceased dancing and huddled together in a row, wearing overly deliberate, ingratiating smiles. Previously, Ross had gone too far with his cricket matches and ended up playing most of his slaves to death. The 4 ornamental fish before him were essentially his only remaining pets. Ross had raised fish before, but this was his first time keeping mermaids, and he found it unusually fascinating. Compared to fish, mindless creatures, mermaids were much more obedient and far more intelligent. In his previous life, he often boasted of having fish at home that could do backflips. Today that boast had come true. Watching the 4 ornamental fish perform synchronized backflips, Ross revealed a satisfied smile and pressed the green button beneath the tank. A bag of feed poured down from the top of the tank, scattering countless pearl-like pellets through the water. Seeing this, the mermaids were overjoyed, rushing gleefully toward the feed and biting the little pearls into their mouths one by one. It really does feel like keeping fish. Ross felt even more satisfied. This feed of his was no cheap commodity. The price of a single bag outweighed all the food an ordinary mermaid would eat in her entire lifetime. Its expense had its merits. This special mermaid feed produced in Mariawa could keep mermaids' skin fair and lustrous, further enhance their looks and figures, and even slow their aging. Aside from cricket fights, beauty contests were also one of the celestial dragon's daily pastimes. Ross, however, was a selfish man and did not particularly enjoy sharing. Jernica did not keep Ross waiting long. He returned in just 20 minutes, even though he had said it would take an hour. The information Ross needed was already in the records of the world government. He estimated that he only needed time to report to the 5 elders, his grandfather, while the rest were just small matters of retrieving documents. Holy Ross, here is the list you requested. Taking the roster from Jernica, Ross first picked up the one for the impel down. The celestial dragons have always had a habit of fishing for slaves from impel down, and he had done this several times before. However, he was looking for tools this time instead of toys. He quickly skipped through the earlier layers, merely pointing out a few names for Jernica to fetch his slaves for him. These were all part of his original capital accumulation, and it was just right to see how much experience different levels of pirates could bring him. As he continued to flip through the pages, Ross' attention soon focused on the roster at the last layer. Besides the consumables for enhancement, he also needed capable tools. Pirates have never fought alone. The world is vast, and even if one becomes the king of the world, they cannot manage such a large area by themselves. Golden Lion Bondi Wald Douglas Bullet. Ross looked at these names with a slight raise of his eyebrows. This list indeed had many surprises. Even 20 years before the plot began, Impel Down had housed numerous talents. In a few years there would be even more names on this list. After just a glance, Ross put the list down. He was merely satisfying his curiosity. He didn't intend to recruit anyone right now. The prisoners at the last layer of Impel Down were strong, but none were easy to handle, and many had the guts to kill celestial dragons. Without sufficient self-defense strength, it would be dangerous to take them in. Once he had improved his strength, subduing these individuals would be much easier. Ross picked up the Navy roster from the side and began to examine it more closely. Aware of his own limitations, he had always thought about digging people from the Navy first. Compared to the free-spirited pirates, the justice-abiding and orderly Navy was undoubtedly a better choice. Whether in decline or upholding justice, Navy personnel at least followed rules, increasing his chances of subduing them and finding more willing accomplices. Skipping over a slew of tempting names like Sakazuki Kazan Tsuru and Garp, Ross' gaze quickly landed at the bottom of the list. Navy Elite Training Camp Graduation List. Shiwan Kaji Ghost Spider. These few seem to have great potential for the future. They would make a good foundation. Moreover, having just graduated, they should be highly malleable. Ross stroked his chin, contemplating. Peach Rabbit, Shiwan, and T-Pig Kaji are both candidates for future admirals. Their strength may not reach rank, but at least they should have a rank. Ghost Spider is expected to become an elite vice admiral with at least AB strength, certainly better than Jernica. In just a moment, Ross formed an idea. Jernica, contact the higher-ups and tell them my previous slaves were too weak. Either find some from the 6th layer of Impel Down or give me an admiral as a personal bodyguard. Ross said grandly with an undeniable tone. This. As you command. Seeing Jernica's dazed expression before he finally responded, Ross could only shake his head inwardly. He's still too young and has seen too few celestial dragons. If he only wanted a few new recruits from the list, Satan might think he was being swapped out. Other celestial dragons would mock him for regressing. Commanding admirals is the norm for celestial dragons. To avoid these troubles, he had to speak in the tone of a celestial dragon. This is also the confidence that the world government has given to celestial dragons after 800 years of continuously elevating their status. The last person who dared to provoke the celestial dragons was Rox, the strongest on the seas for nearly a century. Nowadays his grave grass is probably several feet tall. Before Monkey D. Luffy set sail, the celestial dragon's rule was as solid as a rock and no one dared to provoke them. What do you look like this? Stop dawdling. Seeing Jernica still hesitating, Ross couldn't help but frown. Was it really necessary to dawdle just to relay a message to his grandfather? Ross was already pondering replacing Jernica. He was indeed not trained by himself. There was always something lacking in his performance. Yes. Holy Ross, I will handle this immediately. Jernica hurried to respond, not daring to hesitate any longer. It was his first day on the job, tasked with celestial dragon affairs, and while he had expected it to be challenging, he hadn't anticipated it would be to this extent. Negotiating with the higher-ups to have prisoners from the 6th layer of Impel Down turned into slaves, or getting an admiral to serve as Ross' bodyguard seemed like impossible tasks. But if he failed, Holy Ross would surely kill him, right? It was only his first official day on CP0. Oh, please, not like this. In a moment of confusion, Jernica dialed the phone bug for the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. During the onboarding training, he had obtained contact information for the commanders of various Navy departments for ease in future missions. At least in the eyes of the world government, CP0's status was above that of the Navy. Navy Headquarters, Marineford, in the highest conference room. At this time, the conference room was discussing the Demon Slaughter Order when the sudden phone bug interrupted the meeting. Fleet Admiral Kong was a burly, middle-aged man with a mohawk. Upon learning that the call was from the exclusive CP0 phone bug, his previous displeasure evaporated, replaced by a warm smile. He gave a glance to his colleagues, signaling that it was a call from the world government before decisively answering the phone bug. Kong believed that the call was mostly related to the Demon Slaughter Order and saw no need to conceal it from those present. Moshi Moshi, this is Navy Headquarters. I am Fleet Admiral Kong. The generals present at the headquarters looked at Kong's unusual demeanor, each with differing expressions. Navy Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. Navy Hero Garp was casually munching on a donut, as if neither the meeting nor the call had anything to do with him. Vice Admiral Sakazuki glanced at Kong and quickly averted his gaze, focusing back on the planning documents regarding the Demon Slaughter Order on the table. Vice Admiral Kazan had a grim expression, unsure whether it was due to the execution of the Demon Slaughter Order against O'Hara or the unexpected phone call. After Kong finished speaking, the phone bug transmitted Jernica's cold voice. I am CP0 of the world government. At Holy Ross' request, I command Admiral Sengoku to serve as His Highness' personal bodyguard. At this statement, not only did everyone at Navy headquarters change their expressions, but even Ross looked at Jernica with a hint of displeasure. Good heavens, so you're not just arrogant, but truly foolish. Damn, how could you not catch the nuances? You managed to offend the entire Navy with one sentence. What a master. I am sorry, Your Excellency Guernica, but I cannot make a decision on this matter. If a general is truly needed to serve as a bodyguard for Ross, it must come from the orders of the 5 Elder Stars. Admiral Kong is quite the seasoned veteran, easily kicking the ball back with a single sentence. He sat calmly in the Admiral's seat, his gaze sweeping over the somewhat uneasy subordinates below, secretly amused. After all, that is why he is the Admiral, while these people are merely generals and vice-admirals. It isn't the first time he has known the character of the Celestial Dragons. Oh, what fuss is there in arguing with them? Could they really pull a general to act as a personal bodyguard? The 5 Elder Stars and the world government would never agree to that. However, Kong was also unwilling to offend the Celestial Dragons. If all goes well, he would be promoted in a few years. By that time, he would inevitably have to deal with these people in Mariowa. Admiral Kong, is that correct? The phone bug on the conference table suddenly changed its appearance, and the voice transformed into that of Ross. That's right. May I ask who you are? Kong's expression became slightly serious. The temporary change indicated that this person was indeed the main figure. Jaegor Lucia Ross. Admiral Kong may not have heard my name, but I am sure my surname is not unfamiliar to you, Ross said calmly. Your Highness, the scientific defense god of war, is your. Kong's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the Celestial Dragon seeking him to have this identity. As an ambitious admiral, he was at least aware of the surnames of the 5 Elder Stars. In the minds of world government officials at all levels, the Celestial Dragons were not all the same. If they were the ordinary type that only indulged in pleasure, they only needed to comply on the surface. For some excessive requests, reporting them would suffice, and there was no need to take them too seriously. Of course, dealing with them required at least a general or someone of Karp's caliber. If a rear admiral or other naval officers were to be perfunctory, those who should be imprisoned would be imprisoned, and those who should be executed would be executed. But with someone like Ross, who had the backing of the 5 Elder Stars, even Kong needed to be cautious. They are not celestial dragons and have no idea about the real situation within. They can only speculate based on conventional thinking. The direct descendants of the 5 Elder Stars aren't they just the future 5 Elder Stars? The scientific defense god of war is my grandfather. Ross was aware of this point, which is why he mentioned his surname while bringing in the prestigious name of the 5 Elder Stars. In fact, within the Celestial Dragons, it is known that aside from a few elites, the rest of the Celestial Dragons are no different than pigs in the eyes of the 5 Elder Stars. Bloodline means nothing. There are only 20 Celestial Dragon families, one of which left since the founding of the world government, and after 800 years, only the descendants from the remaining 19 families that intermarried are considered Celestial Dragons. This selection has been made for 800 years, and each family has some blood relation. Don't be surprised if their ancestors were from the same family. It is quite possible that going back 2 generations leads to the same family. However, only the Celestial Dragons know this. To the outside world, all Celestial Dragons appear supreme. Moreover, Kong is not the future commander of the permanent sanctuaries and wouldn't even think along these lines. Your Highness, is it your grandfather's intention to have a general serve as your bodyguard? Kong cautiously inquired, also shifting the responsibility away. Regardless of whether this matter aligns with the intentions of Saint Satan, as long as Ross dares to agree, it would be none of his business. Even if later Ross uses Saint Satan's name, that would still be a matter within the Celestial Dragons. Currently, the Navy only has 2 generals, and one is in a semi-retired state. Is that correct? Ross did not respond directly, but instead diverted back to the issue of naval generals. Originally, he intended to use the generals as an excuse to recruit some new blood and gradually cultivate them. But since Guernica happened to call the naval headquarters, combined with Kong's reaction, he might as well be bolder. Indeed, Admiral Sengoku is responsible for the safety of the Paradise and the 4 Seas, while Admiral Zifa is in charge of training new recruits for the Navy. Kong inwardly cursed the little fox. When did the Celestial Dragons start to play with rhetoric? Aren't Celestial Dragons supposed to be straightforward? If there's something to discuss, just say it. Why are you being so arrogant, you Celestial Dragon? Kong was not afraid of their arrogance. After all, if the other party is arrogant, he can just cower, and at worst he would face a minor punishment afterwards. But if he were to be tricked into a big mess, if something really went wrong, he would be done for. Using generals to train new Navy recruits, when did the Navy become so extravagant? Ross said flatly, anyone can train new Navy recruits, and no one would do poorly at it. I heard that the recently famous Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan of the Navy were all taught by him. But does that mean without Zifa these 3 wouldn't have their current strength? Kong was left speechless. Seeing Sakazuki and the others below relax their expressions slightly, due to the praise, Kong felt even more troubled. You don't think that the celestial dragons are praising you, do you? This is clearly a threat. If Zifa isn't sent, then you three will have to step up. Now Sakazuki and the others have already emerged in their 30s, and their strength has reached its peak no less than that of a naval admiral. A semi-retired admiral instructor and 3 future naval admirals, there's no need to think about who to choose. Your Highness, I can arrange for Admiral Zifa to meet with you. As for the outcome of the meeting, that's no longer my concern. If Ross can keep him, that is his skill. If Zifa runs away, that is not my problem. Sure. Does the Navy have any major operations recently? Ross agreed without a second thought. As long as he meets, he has ways to keep the person. As long as there are people, there will be weaknesses, especially someone like Zifa, who is clearly at his strongest, yet has a half-retired mindset. In terms of courtesy, since the Navy is being so accommodating, he didn't mind using his status to assist the Navy. Dealing with the Navy has its benefits. If the Navy captures pirates in the future, he can demand to execute them himself. He wants to grow his strength, and killing strong opponents is undoubtedly the quickest way. Slaughtering 1000 on an island is probably not as effective as killing Upgrade Powerhouse. To kill more powerful beings using the Navy's channels is the fastest way. The world government does have its methods, but as an ordinary celestial dragon, he is not a 5 Elder Star or the commander of the Knights of God, and he cannot mobilize the forces of the world government. Your Highness, the scholars of O'Hara intend to forge a history that is detrimental to the celestial dragons. The world government recently issued a demon suppression order. Would you be willing to become the executor of this order and let your name resonate across the seas? Others may not have understood, but Kong immediately grasped Ross' underlying message and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with joy. Isn't this a stroke of luck? If the Navy were to act alone on the demon suppression order targeting the historical sanctum of O'Hara, Kong was already worried about how to handle the subsequent public opinion pressure. If Ross leads the charge, the problem would be solved at once. News of the celestial dragons destroying islands appears several times a year. It wouldn't cause much of a stir, and the Navy is always the accomplice, yet no one criticizes the Navy. Working for the world government means the Navy takes the blame. Working for the celestial dragons means the celestial dragons take credit for the destruction of the island. The nature of the two is completely different. The demon suppression order. Just as Kong was about to bring it up, Ross casually remarked, I have yet to witness a demon suppression order. I might as well treat it as a scenic tour. With your presence, this grand event will undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Completely disregarding the strange gazes of his subordinates, Kong immediately offered heartfelt flattery. Huh, you know nothing. This is all for you. If it weren't to spare you from the pressure of public opinion, would I involve Ross in the demon suppression order? Do you think I want to execute the demon suppression order? The demon suppression order requires at least 5 vice admirals to lead. It is a military command to erase or completely destroy an island or country, and only a few are qualified to initiate it. Under normal circumstances, even a celestial dragon like Ross does not have the qualification to initiate a demon suppression order. But if a celestial dragon gets injured in order to maintain the world, this is not 20 years later. The world government and the Navy are currently at their peak. Holy Land, Mariehua. St. Ross, please punish me. Jernica knelt on the ground, fear written all over his face. Through the conversation between Ross and Kong, even if he were truly foolish, he would realize the problem. Perhaps Ross never intended to talk to Kong, but rather wanted him to relay a message to Saint Satan. It was his foolish self-assertion. Go to my grandfather and tell him what happened today. If I find out you have hidden anything, you know what the consequences are. Ross said calmly. If only he were stronger than Jernica, or had a trusted aide stronger than Jernica by his side, he would have wanted to eliminate him on the spot. Being this foolish would only bring disaster if left by his side. However, as long as today's events reached Saint Satan's ears, his purpose would be achieved. Fools like Jernica would be dealt with by Satan. People like Jernica are only fit to shine on the front lines and ultimately die in loyalty to the world government. Understood. Jernica did not dare to utter another word, fearing Ross might change his mind. He moved and instantly vanished without a trace. Power. Ross sighed softly. He could see not a trace of Jernica's trajectory as he left. It's a pity that his current body is too weak. Unless he consumes a devil fruit, relying solely on training to grow stronger, even with the best instructors and training resources, time would be measured in years. Even if he were to eat a devil fruit, developing and growing stronger would still require time. For now, he doesn't expect to become stronger himself. As a celestial dragon, finding a group of strong aides is the way to go. If he cannot subdue those who have already grown and possess conqueror's haki, then he should start nurturing them from a young age, first strengthening his team. This extermination order from O'Hara is a great start. An hour later, a short, stout, and imposing elder slowly walked into Ross Palace. The elder's entrance was grand, flanked by 2 rows of CP0 members extending from the palace to the door of the Jagaruja family, leaving a wide passage in between, showcasing the elder's nobility. Returning home and making such a show, Ross shook his head internally, his gaze slowly shifting to the tall CP0 standing behind the elder. This CP0 was holding the just departed Jernica, who now looked utterly different from when he left. His white suit was tattered, covered in blood, and he appeared extremely weak and miserable. Seeing Jernica's miserable state, Ross felt no ripple in his heart. He thought this was all quite normal. Among the celestial dragons, he considered himself somewhat of a benevolent person. "Grandfather." Ross stood up and greeted him with a smile, his gaze finally settling on the short, stout elder at the forefront. The elder was portly with a full head of white hair and a white beard, wielding a cane, exuding an aura of authority. Meanwhile, information about this elder quickly surfaced in Ross' mind. Jagaruja Satan, head of the Jagaruja family, one of the 5 elders responsible for the Navy and foreign affairs, as well as Ross' biological grandfather. Jagaruja Satan. Comprehensive rating S. The comprehensive rating is an evaluation of strength and status, otherwise Ross would not have an A rating. Perhaps Satan's strength does not reach S, but considering his identity as one of the 5 elders, a comprehensive rating among the world's highest is not surprising. "Ross, it's been a long time since I've been here. It's quite different from before." Satan spoke cheerfully like a warm-hearted elder. After listening to Jernica's account, Satan keenly sensed Ross' changes. In the past, Ross only cared about bug fighting, never paying attention to Navy affairs. Although Jernica was not bright, his memory was adequate. This grandson of his seems to be somewhat exceptional. However, Satan was more pleased than anything else and didn't think too much about it. Sudden transformations in the pirate world were normal, with instances of drastic personality changes being common. The Jagaruja family has not been very capable in recent generations. If something were to happen to him, the family might fall to the level of the Roswell family. "Perhaps I've always seen grandfather as a target and haven't paid much attention to changes in the family environment," Ross replied with a smile. "Haha, what good is there to be a target? If your generation can produce a few members of the Divine Knights, I would be satisfied," Satan said, shaking his head while laughing. "Since it's grandfather's wish, I must become a member of the Divine Knights," Ross began to chatter. The Divine Knights are an armed force composed of celestial dragons and special powerhouses solely responsible for maintaining the safety and rule of the celestial dragons. The commander has the authority to deal with celestial dragons, and the position is only held by celestial dragons ranking just below the 5 elders. Typically, when there is a vacancy among the 5 elders, it is filled by the commander of the Divine Knights. Ross chatted with Satan about family matters as if they were an ordinary grandfather and grandson. In memory, Ross did not have much affection for Satan, as they hardly ever saw each other, merely holding the title of grandfather and grandson. When Satan had seen him in the past, he had not been this cordial. However, although it seemed cordial, every word from Satan was laced with testing. For these tests, Ross chose to ignore some, following the celestial dragon's custom of negligence, while responding to others in accordance with Satan's expectations. After chatting for half an hour, a smile appeared on Satan's face. "Ross, I heard you requested Admiral Zifa from the Navy and are preparing to participate in this extermination order." Finally, after much talk, they arrived at serious matters. As a scientific and defensive martial god among the 5 elders, Satan was responsible for technology and military affairs, overseeing the 3 military branches of the world government. For Ross to take Zifa from the Navy is equivalent to poaching from him. Yes, those previous slaves were too weak. "I heard Zifa is skilled in training, and I plan to have him train my slaves," Ross said nonchalantly. He knew whether he could poach Zifa depended on Satan's attitude. However, wanting Zifa meant he couldn't appear too eager, or Satan would definitely thwart his plans. He referred to Satan as grandfather, but there was no true affection. If he showed concern for Zifa, he would be at the mercy of Satan. "Zifa, he's indeed good at training the Navy, but having him as your personal bodyguard seems like overkill." "Grandfather, how can it be overkill? Isn't he just an admiral? Can he be more noble than us, Jagaruja?" "I don't really care who it is, you can find someone comparable to him." "That's true, he is just an admiral," Satan replied with understanding, not seeing any issue with Ross. However, directly giving Zifa to Ross was certainly out of the question. It was not about being reluctant to part with a top-tier combat force, but rather that Ross' identity was inappropriate. The celestial dragons are not just their family. There are 4 other elders among the 5 elders. If Zifa were to be given to Ross, the other 4 elders would only think he was seeking benefits for his descendants. If this matter were to leak out, the other 4 elders would certainly want to extract some benefits from him. However, this generation of the Jagaruja family does not have any elites. If Ross can rise to prominence, arranging for a bodyguard of admiral level is not out of the question. "How about this?" Satan pondered for a few seconds and said calmly, "I will have Zifa become the instructor for CP0, temporarily responsible for training CP0 for the Jagaruja family. First, Zifa will be assigned to CP0 to spend some time with Ross. Whether he can keep Zifa will depend on Ross' abilities. If Ross can keep Zifa, it indicates he possesses the strength to become an elite, which is worth paying attention to. Thank you, grandfather. Ross grinned. Didn't this work out? With Satan's words, he wouldn't need to use persuasion tactics to convince Zifa. Saying he was training CP0 for the Jaguaruja family, when he arrives at the Jaguaruja family, wouldn't he just be a bodyguard for him? The first Admiral-level combat force is in hand. A few days later, on the island of Sabaody No. 1 at the slave auction house. This is the meeting place, chosen by Ross, a location he carefully selected. Without allowing Zephyr to witness some facts with his own eyes, how could he willingly accept the situation? Being appointed as his personal bodyguard was an order, and Zephyr was unlikely to refuse. However, after losing his wife and child to pirates 10 years ago, Zephyr had no other vulnerabilities besides his remaining faith in the Navy. A person like him, even if they would protect him, would only do so out of duty. If their views ever clashed, Zephyr could very well become a potential threat to his own life. Ross did not want to place a ticking time bomb next to him. He aimed to resolve everything once and for all during their first meeting. St. Ross. Hearing the deep voice coming from behind, Ross did not turn around. He calmly gestured to the seat beside him. Sit. Zephyr did not feel much fear toward the celestial dragons. Initially displeased with the order from the 5 elders, he would not show Ross any good attitude and boldly sat down in the seat next to him. The slave auction house did not have any special private rooms. At Ross' request, they arranged a seat for them in the last row of the corner, ensuring it was cleared of others to avoid any interference. When Zephyr finally took his seat, Ross slowly turned his head to carefully examine the middle-aged Zephyr. Zephyr overall rating S, short purple hair, a sturdy build, bulging muscles, and an unrestrained and wild demeanor exuded from him. What intrigued Ross the most was that Zephyr was wearing a white suit exclusive to CP0, which not only looked appropriate, but also added a touch of suit thug charm. Compared to Zephyr's appearance in a justice cloak, this outfit seemed to suit him even more. Therefore, even though he was reluctant, he wore the CP0 uniform out of a sense of duty as a Navy officer. A subtle smile crept onto Ross' lips as he estimated Zephyr's psychological state. As for Zephyr's strength, there was nothing to criticize. Even at S, he was genuine top-tier combat power. According to the system's assessment, even the kings were considered top-tier combat power, all within this grade range, further subdivided into S, S, and S. While Ross observed Zephyr, Zephyr was also openly scrutinizing Ross. He had initially been called to the Admiral's office by Sora and informed that a celestial dragon wished to recruit him and wanted to meet. In exchange, that celestial dragon would serve as the public commander of the O'Hara Massacre Order, alleviating much of the public pressure. After all, if news of the Navy destroying an island got out, even with the world government's explanation, it would still place the Navy in a disadvantageous position. Now at the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, with pirates rising everywhere, any mistake made by the Navy could intensify the Great Pirate Era. After listening to this, Zephyr agreed without hesitation. It was just a meeting after all. What else could go wrong? However, before he could meet, he received an order from the world government promoting him from Navy Admiral to CP0 instructor. From a functional perspective, it was considered a promotion. However, recalling Ross' phone call not long ago, it was actually to have him leave the Navy to protect an unknown celestial dragon. Any normal Navy officer would be unwilling to do such a thing, let alone Zephyr, who was currently a Navy admiral at the peak of his career. If it weren't for the murder of his wife and child, he wouldn't even consider stepping back. Yet Zephyr knew in his heart that even an admiral could not defy the world government. To avoid dragging the Navy down with him, he could only choose to comply. Zephyr and Ross had different thoughts. Neither of them intended to speak. After glancing at each other, they focused their attention on the scenes inside the auction. Not long after they sat down, an exclamation suddenly came from the auction entrance. Celestial Dragon. The Celestial Dragon has arrived. Oh my, a Celestial Dragon is actually participating in this auction. It's over. The Celestial Dragon is also participating in the auction. This time, all the good items will be picked. Are we going to be captured by the Celestial Dragon and become slaves? The chaotic noise rose, and with Zephyr's keen hearing, he could almost capture every single sound. He instinctively glanced at Ross, his eyes filled with interest. With a loud shout at the entrance, a plump figure riding a slave wearing a protective suit and a glass helmet entered the auction house. In an instant, the entire auction hall fell silent. Apart from Ross and Zephyr, nearly everyone present left their seats and knelt down in unison towards the entrance. St. Roseward, overall rating A. Come on, hit me, and you can quickly summon an admiral. Looking at the appearance of St. Roseward at the entrance, a glint of intent flashed in Ross' eyes. If I defeat the Celestial Dragon, will I also receive a great reward? This is not a Celestial Dragon. These are just a bunch of experience points. St. Roseward, please take a seat in the front row. The auction supervisor approached, sliding on his knees and gesturing for him to enter. Not bad. Roseward looked around with satisfaction, observing the crowd on the ground, feeling that it was only natural. He stepped down from the slave, enjoying the awe of the people, and walked towards the front. However, when his gaze fell on Ross' corner, his steps suddenly halted. How could there be someone who did not kneel before him? But when Rosewood clearly recognized Ross' face, his anger dissipated, and he somewhat disinterestedly averted his gaze. So it's St. Ross. He was so arrogant back at the Holy Land, yet the slaves were all dead. No, this time I must not let him buy good slaves. Rosewood muttered softly as he sat down in the front row. Once Rosewood settled in, the entire auction hall regained its lively atmosphere. Zephyr raised an eyebrow and suddenly scrutinized Ross' attire closely. Why aren't you wearing a glass helmet? Didn't they say celestial dragons wouldn't breathe the same air as us? He spoke without any reservations, and after all, no matter how angry Ross became, he could do nothing to him. The 5 elders and the world government would not take action over such a trivial matter. If his attitude was poor, he could simply decline to be Ross' bodyguard afterwards, which would actually be a good thing. What difference is there between the heir of Marineford and Sabaody? Some celestial dragons need to express their nobility in these ways, but not all of them do. Ross said calmly, indicating that celestial dragons were of different types. The behavior of the debauched and the elite is completely different. Others might not know, but Zephyr, being a Navy admiral, certainly had some vague awareness. Without comparison, how could his differences be demonstrated? He specifically chose this place to tell Zephyr that he was not the kind of waste that Rosewood was, and that he was different. Being a celestial dragon has its advantages and disadvantages. While no one dares to touch them, no one dares to approach them either. Even those strong individuals would keep their distance unless the world government forced them. I see. Zephyr nodded slightly, not saying much more. Internally, he felt a bit more at ease. At least from the conversation, although Ross displayed some arrogance typical of a celestial dragon, he was much more acceptable than Rosewood. To protect a celestial dragon worse than a pirate would be better off killing him outright. Welcome, esteemed guests, welcome to the Slave Auction House, where today's auction shines because of your participation. Without further ado, the auction begins. In the center of the auction house, under the spotlight, a man in a tuxedo stood elegantly bowing to everyone while announcing the official start of the auction. Now let's welcome item number 1. Amidst the host's loud call, a gigantic cage was pushed to the front of the stage, within which was a 3-meter-tall, muscular man. Giaro. Overall rating D. Giaro hails from the West Sea, stands at 321 centimeters tall, and is 31 years old. He has previously killed a naval lieutenant from the West Sea and has massacred 3 villages, killing countless sailors. As the host introduced him, gasps of astonishment erupted from the bidders in the audience. Though all of Giaro's stories involved the slaughter of innocents and sailors, each was a testament to his notoriety, inflating his worth. Bang! Zifa's fist heavily struck the chair beside him, but he controlled his strength, for otherwise that punch would not only shatter the chair, but potentially demolish the entire auction hall. Serves him right. Just hearing about Giaro's exploits made Zifa feel that even being sold as a slave was too lenient for such a scoundrel. In his heart, Zifa still held a strong affection for the Navy, otherwise he wouldn't have stepped back from the front line to serve as an instructor. Perhaps among those sailors killed by Giaro there were students he had taught. 100 million berries once. 100 million berries twice. Sold. Giaro, with a bounty of 35 million, ultimately fetched a price of 100 million berries, 3 times his actual bounty. They captured him for a bounty of only 35 million. No wonder bounty hunters hand over pirates to these slave traders, Zifa remarked. It was Zifa's first time in such a place. He usually only heard about it from others and would never come to see this dark side of reality. Had it not been for Ross's invitation today, he might never have stepped foot here in his lifetime. It's also because the Navy set the bounty standard that these scum have become valuable. Ross lazily leaned back in his chair, glancing at the rotund noblewoman who won Giaro, silently feeling pity for Giaro for a fleeting moment. With Giaro's relatively resilient vitality, that rich woman should be able to enjoy him for quite a while. As for whether Giaro would resist, he would definitely resist, but those who can afford slaves of such caliber are not fools. They would never give the slaves a chance to rebel. These scum should be eradicated in every possible way, Zifa said flatly. Recently, due to a statement from Roger, the seas had become tumultuous and the number of pirates had increased by hundreds, if not thousands. These pirates had become the last straw for the already struggling commoners, making their lives even more miserable, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. I remember that Admiral Zifa was once called the Admiral who doesn't kill. Doesn't kill. After that incident 10 years ago, no one has mentioned that title again. Zifa sighed softly. He once idolized heroes in his youth, joined the Navy, and rose through the ranks, becoming an admiral at 38. During this time, he had never killed a single pirate. Capturing pirates only meant detaining them and sending them to impel down. Yet it was this very man at 42, 10 years later, whose wife and child were brutally murdered by pirates while they were out for a stroll, leading him to harbor an intense hatred for pirates. Now he wished to eradicate all pirates. After that incident, he had considered resigning, but ultimately retained his position as admiral at the request of the empty seat, transitioning to a secondary role to cultivate reserve forces for the Navy. Years passed and pirates had not diminished due to his efforts. Instead, because of Roger, the number of pirates had surged, and many of the Navy he trained would perish in battles against them. Sometimes Zifa felt very lost. What could he do to eliminate all pirates? This was also why he did not reject the world government summons and was willing to meet Ross today. What is Admiral Zifa's greatest wish now? Ross casually spoke, his gaze sweeping over the fifth item up for auction today. The first 5 auction items were all pirates. No, it should be said that aside from the grand finale item, all the other items today were pirates. The auction was held to make money, but they dared not go against the Celestial Dragon's decisions. He knew there were certainly other slaves here, but he didn't want to see them today, nor did Zifa. Therefore, they would not appear today. The greatest wish, huh? Zifa glanced at Ross. At 52, he could see through Ross' intentions. To be honest, he had quite a favorable impression of Ross. Unlike other celestial dragons who flaunted their but in such situations he could not expect to have any goodwill towards Ross. Moreover, if Ross truly did something crossing the line, he might very well step in to obliterate him. After all, no matter how high one's status, without power one is just an ant that can be squished at will. At most he could just stay in the New World and find a secluded place outside the Alliance. However, Ross's respectful demeanor still made Zifa feel quite comfortable. As Ross was willing to respect him, he too was willing to respect Ross. Thus in his heart, he was no longer so resistant to the idea of being Ross's personal guard. My wish is simple: to make all pirates disappear. Zifa clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the pirate slave being auctioned on stage, a man he recognized. Rykad, with a bounty of 50 million, the owner of the mantis fruit. Rykad. Overall rating D. Although the bounty is not high, a female student he once taught was killed by this man. That female student did not have a particularly high talent and could not withstand the pressure of the Navy training camp, ultimately regrettably dropping out and being assigned to the East Sea branch. It was on her way to the East Sea for her assignment that she was murdered. Zifa had always remembered this incident and regretted that if he had held lower expectations for that female student, perhaps this could have been avoided. 200 million. The price for the devil fruit user was even higher. This was Ross' first bid. After Ross bid, the entire venue fell silent. No one dared to bid against the Celestial Dragon, fearing they would also become slaves in this auction. 300 million. Ross said lightly. This was the slave he had prepared for Zifa. He wouldn't let it be taken by Rosward. Did someone bid against the Celestial Dragon? Which fool? That person is done for. Done for, huh? Don't be a fool and drag us down. Seeing Ross place a bid and noticing he wasn't dressed in the special attire of a Celestial Dragon, many people in the audience stood up in fright and quietly retreated toward the exit. They certainly did not want to be caught in the crossfire. Contrary to what everyone expected, Rosward would not tolerate such behavior. In the gaze of those who dared not look directly, Rosward stood up, turned around, and shouted at Ross, "Ross, I knew you wouldn't miss such a fine toy, but today I won't let you succeed. 500 million berries." Rosward boldly spread his arms as if he did not regard money at all. At this moment, the rest of the attendees were completely uninterested in this frighteningly high offer. Instead, they gazed at Ross with incredulous eyes. That man was actually a noble celestial dragon. 1 billion. Ross casually quoted, ignoring the stunned onlookers. Today's auction was forced open by him at the slave trading house. Even if he bid an exorbitant price today, he wouldn't spend a single cent. What's wrong with being a celestial dragon and engaging in black market dealings? 1.1 billion. Ross Saint, don't act like you're above everyone else. Rosenward shouted angrily, but his bidding slowed down. When he buys things, it's with real money. If he had to rob, it would tarnish the image of the celestial dragons. More importantly, word would spread and his clan would think he's a broke fool. 1.5 billion. Ross didn't even acknowledge Rosenward, as too much interaction with fools can lead one to become foolish as well. All right, Ross Saint, I'll let you have this worthless toy. Rosenward sat down in frustration, no longer bidding. His total assets were only 5 billion berries. If he had fought Ross Saint fiercely from the start, he could only watch now. Deal. The auctioneer exclaimed joyfully, igniting the atmosphere to its peak. Achievement level defeat. Power 10000 special reward Conqueror's hockey level. Is this considered a defeat? Host Ross Power 112163 C major in headquarters. Overall rating A, relying on status. When outside skills, marksmanship. E, body technique. C, Conqueror's hockey. B, clenching his fists, feeling the overwhelming power within. Ross was incredibly excited. This is too easy. He doesn't even need to physically defeat anyone, which opens up a vast space for him to operate. Moreover, feeling that little yet extremely domineering power within him, Ross was somewhat stirred. If it weren't for the timing not being right, he would have wanted to unleash and feel the power of Conqueror's hockey. Collecting himself, Ross smiled at Zephyr. Admiral Zephyr, consider this my first gift. In exchange, will you act against your principles for me just this once? What do you say to this deal? You know I know him. Zephyr frowned slightly. Admiral Zephyr, you strong ones never hide your emotions. Your killing intent is almost written on your face. Ross said with a smile. All right, I agree. Zephyr's expression cleared slightly as he readily agreed. Ross already had the authority to command him, and this would be part of his future duties. To act once when it's against principles provides him an excuse. Celestial dragons have their dark sides too, and Zephyr was somewhat curious about what darkness lurked within Ross. Zephyr was indifferent to such darkness now, as long as he could kill all the pirates, he was willing to sacrifice the same number of civilians. Since the death of his wife and child, and receiving daily death lists of former students since the Great Pirate Era, he was no longer a hero. In this damned world, he could no longer be anyone's hero. After Ross made his first move, he aimed to interfere in nearly every subsequent pirate auction. Of course, it wasn't to curry favor with Zephyr, it was merely to make Rosenward spend a bit more money. He couldn't rob Rosenward directly, but he could rob the auction house. 200 million. 400 million. Ross saying, are you out of money? Keep it coming. Ha ha. Rosenward's mocking voice echoed throughout the venue, but Ross paid him no mind, and instead wore an even broader smile. This was his 10th bid, and Rosenward had also bid 10 times. Each time Rosenward had doubled Ross' bid, buying slaves at prices of at least 4 to 500 million. Originally, these slaves were probably only worth around 100 million. The auctioneer and the person in charge wore smiles on their faces. As expected, it's great that our own kind are all fools. Ross chuckled softly, looking at Rosenward, as if he were a money-giving child. Unexpectedly participating in this auction not only solved Zephyr's issue, but also earned him a hefty profit. In this world, there are still many good people. Next, let us introduce our final auction item. With the auctioneers, shout, a line of women of varying ages was brought out. Most of them had beautiful faces and appeared to have not been subjected to any degrading work. Their previous living conditions should have been decent. Allow me to introduce this auction item. These people are all wives and daughters of naval officers and 2 Navy majors. At this announcement, the crowd erupted. Zephyr stood up, his face contorted with rage, ready to strike at the auctioneer. Of course, we would never dare sell the families of legitimate Navy officers. Those noble women could never be treated as slaves. Those officers and generals were Navy defectors, and their families were implicated and reduced to slave status, which led to this auction. Navy defectors? Zephyr's brows furrowed as he pondered where the recent defectors of the rank of major had come from. During the Great Pirate Era, due to dissatisfaction with the treatment from the Navy, many Navy personnel chose to defect. However, defectors at the major level were still extremely rare, let alone 2 of them. Please elaborate on the defection. Ross smiled, his voice overpowering the murmurs of the crowd. He was quite delighted to learn about a batch of Navy family slaves. With Rosenward endorsing Ross' celestial dragon identity, even though most were unwilling to listen, no one dared to speak up, and the place fell silent. The auctioneer dared not remain silent, but he didn't know much of the inside story and could only look pleadingly at the person in charge. I will explain this matter. The person in charge stepped onto the stage. Not long ago, Vice Admiral Harwell D. Sorrow defected, and during the defection, many Navy personnel out of old ties aided him, slowing down the Navy's efforts to capture the defectors. These actions by the Navy were discovered by the CP organization, and all those involved were sentenced to death. Their families lost the Navy's protection and were fortunate enough to end up with us. After hearing the person in charge explain this matter, Zephyr's expression changed unpredictably. He wanted to save these people, but didn't know what excuse to use. It was a fact that these people's husbands or fathers had defected from the Navy, and it was also true that they had assisted the Navy defectors. He was temporarily unaware of the adverse consequences. However, he couldn't just watch as the families of his former colleagues were sold as slaves. His wife and child had died at the hands of pirates, so he could understand the pain of families encountering such tragedies. Ross Saint. Zephyr's voice was hoarse, his eyes red as he looked at Ross. He usually never asked anyone for help, but today he was willing to plead with the celestial dragon before him for this group of strangers. Just right, I need some servants to clean the palace. Ross said with a light laugh, meeting Zephyr's relieved and grateful gaze, and shouted loudly, 1.5 billion. As soon as the voice rang out, the entire venue fell into silence. The celestial dragon had made a bid. Even if they had some extravagant thoughts in their minds, they could only let it go at that moment. Moreover, buying 20 or so not exceptionally beautiful slaves for 1.5 billion was entirely not worth it. Oomph. Rosenward snorted coldly, crossing his arms and turning away. He only had 9 billion berries left. He couldn't afford to compete. However, as long as he put on a dismissive demeanor, others wouldn't know he was out of money. They would merely think he was uninterested. Rosenward, you truly are a genius. Ultimately, this group of Navy families was smoothly acquired by Ross for 1.5 billion berries. Lord Ross, I owe you a personal favor. Zephyr exhaled slowly, and his gaze toward Ross carried a newfound respect. Remember this, though you've long avoided entanglement in trivial matters, as my CP0 agent you shall oversee the security and administration of my palace, until I appoint a suitable steward. Ross glanced sidelong at Zephyr. I've secured the people for you, but I keep no idle hands in my service. I shall not place you in difficulty. Zephyr bowed his head slightly, offering quiet reverence. He had long commanded thousands of unruly Navy recruits with absolute authority. Managing a mere group of Navy dependents posed no challenge whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the final lot of tonight's auction. The final item is no ordinary slave. It is a treasure of the Grand Line itself. Even knowing such a relic lay far beyond their reach, the assembled crowd fixed the auctioneer with fervent, burning eyes. Ross raised an eyebrow faintly. The Navy families were his own final arrangement. The rest held no further relevance to him. Undoubtedly, the auction house's director had added this treasure upon learning of Ross's and Rosward's arrival. A treasure of the Grand Line. The very name signaled a devil fruit. Yet which specific fruit remained unknown. Even Zephyr and Rosward now wore expressions of genuine interest. After all, devil fruits conferred powers of staggering diversity, some even possessing near-absolute capabilities. Correct, the final lot is a devil fruit. And more precisely, a paramecia-type devil fruit. The healing fruit. Starting bid 100 million berries. Bidding is now open. The healing fruit. Ross's face lit with delight as he gazed upon the emerald-hued spiraled fruit in the auctioneer's hand, his eyes shimmering with fierce, unmistakable hunger. The healing fruit ranked among the most formidable support-type devil fruits imaginable. Though it lacked the instantaneous wonderature of the Gomu Gomu no Mi or the innate regenerative prowess of certain mythical Zoan types, its capacity to cure disease and mend grievous physical trauma rendered it extraordinarily versatile across the world of pirates and marines. With no other healing-type devil fruit presently at his disposal, securing the healing fruit would at least guarantee a vital medical safeguard for the future. Lord Ross, this fruit's efficacy is extraordinary. Sensing Ross's growing fascination, Zephyr leaned in quietly. According to Navy records, its curative power ranks second only to the Ope no Mi, capable of fully restoring even Admirals' injuries and treating terminal illnesses and chronic afflictions. In short, it was a devil fruit of exceptional supportive utility, one whose therapeutic potency remained highly effective even against Admiralty afflictions. I am aware. Already well acquainted with its worth, Ross would allow no chance for it to slip away. 20 billion berries. Ross declared the sum without hesitation. A figure so overwhelming that even Rosward, who had never intended to compete, felt no urge to raise a counteroffer. Though Rosward privately fumed over the source of Ross's sudden fortune, he still trusted Ross would never resort to outright coercion or theft. Admiral Zephyr, use your Kinbunchiko haki to monitor the rear chamber. Ensure neither my personnel nor the fruit are substituted. Ross spoke calmly, issuing the instruction purely as precautionary measure. Understood, Lord Ross. Please simply call me Zephyr. Zephyr gave a gentle nod. In the brief span of a single auction, he had already come to respect Ross and tacitly embraced this new role. He did not know whether Ross could eradicate every pirate, but since even he himself had failed, he bore no right to demand perfection from another. Still, Ross's palpable disdain for piracy brought him quiet reassurance. So long as he stood beside Ross, eliminating more pirates was fulfillment enough. The Naval Academy could function without him. Other instructors would fill his place. He too wished to walk a different path. If Ross ascended to high office within the world government and wielded its full authority, perhaps true eradication of piracy might yet become possible. No sooner had the auction concluded than the aristocrats and wealthy merchants rushed frantically toward the exits. 2 celestial dragons sat within the hall. Watching the spectacle was tolerable, but lingering now risked instant annihilation should the two ever clash. Zephyr, several vermin have slipped into the crowd, and truth be told, I've yet to witness your strength. Ross watched several broad-shouldered, grim-faced figures flee through the throng, and a subtle predatory smile curved his lips. One glance told him these were no innocents. Yet pirates infiltrating a slave auction was hardly unprecedented. I shall deal with them immediately, Zephyr grinned, a flash of cold, ruthless intent sharpening his gaze. He had recognized those pirates the moment they entered. He'd planned to confront them later at his leisure. Now presented with the chance ahead of schedule, he would not let it pass. Whoosh! Zephyr's massive frame vanished from sight, reappearing instantly at the auction hall's entrance. Who are you? Clear the way at once. I am nobility of the kingdom of Inimurg. An aristocrat, failing to recognize Zephyr amid his panicked flight, barked in outrage. No, no, no. That man sat beside His Highness just moments ago. A nearby attendant urgently tugged the nobleman's sleeve, urging restraint. Zephyr frowned. but still out of ingrained naval habit prepared to grant the noble safe passage. Before he could speak, bang, a gunshot echoed. A crimson hole bloomed in the nobleman's skull, and he collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Rank elimination completed. Power 100. Special reward noble etiquette rank. Zephyr, henceforth eliminate anyone who impedes you. This authority is mine to grant. And those pirates, leave them alive. I shall execute them myself. Ross blew gently across the barrel's faint wisp of smoke, spun the pistol once with practiced flair, and holstered it at his waist. Were it not for his noble status, the man would barely merit a rank designation. Being granted a bullet from Ross's own hand was in fact a rare indulgence. Truth be told, the art of gunplay held a certain undeniable elegance. Those still present froze in stunned silence, watching Ross murder a nobleman with chilling nonchalance. Lord Ross, I understand completely. Zephyr studied Ross intently, committing his words to memory. The methods employed in the Celestial Dragon's orbit differed starkly from those of the Navy. All except a select few may depart. Zephyr spoke with quiet finality, and stepped aside, clearing half the exit path. At the sight of the newly opened corridor, the merchants and nobles needed no further prompting. They stampeded outward in terror. The pirates, realizing something had gone terribly awry, attempted to vanish into the fleeing crowd. But under Zephyr's watch, escape was impossible. Pirates, you will remain here. Boom. Zephyr shot through the crowd like a thunderclap, his towering frame moving with startling lethal grace. Each strike landed with surgical precision. A single punch sent each pirate crashing to the ground. Ross followed behind, unhurried, finishing off the fallen with methodical gunshots. Bang, bang, bang. Each report marked the extinguishing of a life. Drank elimination completed. Power 1000. Special reward martial arts drank. Drank elimination completed. Power 1000. Special reward firearms proficiency drank. Within moments, every merchant and noble had fled, leaving only the noble's corpse and 8 freshly slain pirate bodies strewn across the floor. The 8 pirates ranged from drank to a single crank. They yielded Ross a total of 170 experience points, and special rewards including 1 crank swordsmanship technique, 3 drank martial arts forms, 2 drank firearms techniques, and 1 additional drank swordsmanship technique. Alas, 10 identical rank abilities were required to synthesize a single higher tier 1. More righteous judgments would be necessary. My lord, please proceed to the back for the transaction. Your goods have been prepared. The auction manager bowed respectfully and guided Luasi toward the rear. He did not. You go look for the Time Longren. Has Luozawade already left? Luasi followed the manager and asked casually. He did not wish to meet other Time Longren right now. Given the power in his hands, outright killing was not an option. Letting that lot go disgust others is one thing. Staying among them too long only disgust yourself. That noble has already departed. The manager led Luasi to the back where the 4,100 million belly Luozawade had handed over still lay in crates heaped throughout the room in a spectacular display. Where are my things? Luasi scanned the back room. Aside from the devil fruit, the naval family's parcels and the gifts for Zifa had already arrived. I will fetch it at once. The manager hurriedly opened a crate and revealed a curative fruit. Not bad. Luasi accepted the box with a satisfied nod and carefully closed it, carrying it in his hands. Then in an instant he sprang into action. He drew a pistol from his back, pressed it to the manager's temple, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Blood sprayed, the manager's head burst open. Drank kill completed. Strength 1000. Special reward drank body technique. You bastard! How dare you think me inferior to Luozawade? Do I owe you any mercy? His voice thundered through the back room, drawing the attention of many slave market employees. When they saw the manager's skull blown apart and Luasi covered in blood, fear spread across their faces. These were Time Longren. Even if they were killed, few would lift a finger to avenge them. Who is the overall head of your slave auction house? If I do not receive an explanation today, I will raise this place. Luasi wiped the blood from his hands with leisurely movements, his eyes cold as he swept the room. Zifa stood beside him, saying nothing, his expression placid. Zifa understood more clearly than anyone what Luasi intended and could only marvel at his ruthlessness. Beyond that, he had no other thoughts. If Luasi was not a good man, did that make the people of the slave market good? Since neither side was virtuous, Zifa decided to do his duty and nothing more. MMY Lord, the person in charge of our auction is Shiwahu Nuodison. He is a pirate with a 900 million bounty. The auction host approached, face drawn and tearful. Who would have imagined such chaos today? With the manager dead, the host now stood as the highest authority present. In the past, merely invoking the owner of the auction would be enough to cow petty troublemakers. But the troublemaker here was a Time Longren. He did not dare. Have him come and speak to me in person, Luasi said coldly. 900 million bounty. Barely stronger than Bigernika, an ant before a Time Longren. My lord Shiwu Nuodisen is not here. The host stammered, explaining that Nuodisen was still in the New World and could not possibly arrive so quickly. Moreover, he had never handled such affairs before. Bang. E-rank crushing completed. Strength 100. Special reward, E-rank sliding kneel. The pistol barked again in the cramped space, but Luasi exhaled a plume of smoke and did not even look at the host as he collapsed. An E-rank. Zifa, contact the Navy and have this place shut down. Understood. Zifa lifted an eyebrow, his gaze toward Luasi warming with a touch of favor. Seizing the largest slave auction on Xiangbidi Chuandao was hardly a grueling task. The spoils and belly alone might cover the Navy's monthly expenses. Xiangbidi Chuandao sits nearest to Malikiea and is a favored resort of Tianlongren and the world's nobility. To operate a slave market here implied enormous daily profits and powerful backing. The Navy used to look the other way, but with Luosis orders they could act as they pleased. Zifa immediately contacted Kong through the Den Den Mushi. Hello, this is Navy headquarters. I am Kong. This is CP0 instructor Zifa. The slave auction on Sabaody Island number. After a brief explanation of his plan and what he needed from the Navy, Zifa left the rest to Kong, who understood the choice as soon as he heard it. Though somewhat regretting Zifa's departure, Kong felt that the gains from raiding the slave market might make Zifa's alignment with St. Luasi no bad thing. If this happened a few more times, the Navy could even expand. Understood. He'll dispatch Admiral Bolisolinho at once to handle this matter. Kong made a swift decision, sending the fastest admiral to the scene first, and then dispatching the main force. Zifa will leave this to you. 3 days from now, bring my money to Malikiea to report. Luasi took the crate containing the devil fruit, issued his single instruction, and sauntered away. There was Navy to close the matter. Lingering here would be a waste of time. He might as well seek other amusements. As he stepped out of the auction hall of St. Luasi, may I ask what your plans are next? Zanny, overall rating A. The female CP0 was named Zanny, a bodyguard Luasi had borrowed from his family to protect him after leaving the Holy Land. Zanny had been raised by the Jijiluoxia family as a death-bound retainer. She wore silver hair at shoulder length, a delicate face, and full curves. At her looks and strength were both top tier. Most crucially, Zanny was a devil fruit user. She had eaten a rare mythical zoan. Devil fruit, zoan, mythical type succubus form. The succubus fruit could perceive others' true emotions and through charm twist their thoughts. The latter effect could be resisted by Haki, so it was not unbeatable. But the emotion-sensing ability coupled with Zanny's observation Haki was nearly like hearing the feelings of all things. With such power, she need not fear betrayal from subordinates. Knowing Zanny's abilities, Luasi had once wanted to eliminate Satan to win her exclusive loyalty. Since he could not kill Satan now, he would have to find another way. After all, once someone was brought close, solutions multiplied. He'll wander about, stay by my side, Luasi said and strode toward the bustling quarter. He was not wearing the Celestial Dragon's distinctive attire, so most passers-by did not react strongly to him. Yet because Zanny accompanied him, even those who did not recognize CP0 saw her guard-like bearing and knew Luasi was an untouchable noble, keeping a respectful distance. Luasi suddenly halted, his interest piqued by a slave-selling shop. In the display window stood a blonde woman poised and statuesque, a blue vest clinging to her voluptuous figure. Her beauty and curves were extraordinary. Shadela, overall rating E. A bit familiar. Is she someone from the original story? Luasi wondered, his gaze lingering on her. He felt he had some impression of the woman, but could not place it precisely. Regardless, whoever Shadela was, he intended to take her home today. An E-rated strength he had never yet bested. What would it cost to take you away? To be displayed in the window meant she was among the shop's best stock. Such prized wares were usually sold to the highest bidder. Sir, I already have an appointment. Someone agreed to buy me. Shadela wore a blissful smile that almost stung Luasi. Sold as a slave and still so naive. An appointment. I don't recall any service for purchasing by reservation here. Ross asked calmly, questioning the slave's autonomy. Either this woman was truly reserved by some powerful figure, or she was simply too naive enough to believe that the slave shop would easily sell her off. Those displayed in the showcase are essentially the non-sale items of the slave shop, and the price tag is merely for show. Taizolo mentioned 3 years ago that he wanted to buy me. He should have saved enough money by now. After she spoke, the woman felt a sense of relief. Taizolo. A flicker of understanding crossed Ross' eyes. He realized who this woman was. Gilder Taizolo, the future owner of the gold fruit and the future Golden Emperor, is the wealthiest man aside from the world government. His rise to fortune was quite dramatic. He was originally a petty thief and gambler, but after encountering his white moonlight in the human trafficking market, he was transformed and worked hard to earn money solely for her freedom. Unfortunately, just as he was about to gather enough money to buy his white moonlight, the celestial dragons appeared and effortlessly took her away. From that moment on, Taizolo turned dark, believing that money could buy everything. He even stole Doflamingo's gold fruit, eventually becoming the future Golden Emperor step by step. Tragically, even though Taizolo became the Golden Emperor and one of the richest men in the world, he still could not buy revenge against the celestial dragons. If all goes well, the blonde beauty before him is Taizolo's white moonlight in the story Stella. She is indeed very beautiful. To be sought after by both the future strong and the celestial dragon, Stella undoubtedly possesses her unique charm. Apart from the excessive allure of her beauty, her golden silky hair, snow-white skin, and delicate aura evoke an impulse in others to possess her. No wonder such a woman could become the pillar of this. Stella didn't quite catch what Ross said, but his attire and demeanor along with the attendant beside him signaled that he was a guest deserving of respect. It's nothing new, I just want to make a bet with you. Customer, what kind of bet would you like to make? Facing Ross' ambiguous smile, a shiver ran down Stella's spine. But he was a distinguished guest, and Stella had to keep a smile on her face while serving him. How about betting on whether Taizolo can buy you? Ross smiled. Please, customer, don't make it difficult for him. I'm willing to go with you. Stella's expression changed drastically, realizing too late that she had misinterpreted Ross' intent. To her, Ross' words sounded like a threat, using Taizolo's life to force her to follow him. No, regardless of whether it's about him, you're coming with me today. However, before we leave, I want you to witness a good show. If the Taizolo you mentioned can buy you smoothly, without the slave shop intervening, then I will snatch you from him and teach him an unforgettable lesson. If Taizolo has the money but still cannot buy you, then you will leave with me in front of him, giving him an unforgettable memory. How about that? Upon hearing Ross' words, Stella fell silent. She ignored the part about being forcibly taken away, as she had heard such words too many times before. Precisely because she had heard it so often, she seemed to have overlooked many details. 3 years, she had been in the slave shop for a full 3 years. In those 3 years, with her beauty and charm, countless people had shown interest in her, including some powerful pirates and wealthy merchants. Yet none of these people had managed to take her away. Was it because they lacked money? Or was it that their strength was insufficient? Since it was neither, it must be her problem. Perhaps the slave shop never intended to sell her at all. What? After realizing all of this, pain etched itself across Stella's face. Why was it that she was captured as a slave far from home? Why was the so-called hope overshadowed by an unfathomable despair? Who will set her free? At this moment, even though Taizolo had yet to bring any money, she already knew the answer. It would inevitably be as Ross said. Even if Taizolo gathered enough money, he couldn't take her away. From the very beginning, she was never an ordinary commodity. At this moment, Stella felt a slight hatred toward her appearance. If she hadn't had this face, perhaps she wouldn't have caught the attention of human traffickers in the first place. Oh, Ross Holy. At that moment, a lazy voice came from beside her. Ross. Is that his name? Stella's thoughts stirred. But why add the honorific Holy? Before she could ponder further, she looked up and was met with a scene that left her in shock. The once bustling street had completely quieted down. A celestial dragon clad in a protective suit walked down the street, and the people around him knelt in submission. In the entire area, aside from the noble celestial dragon, only she, Ross, and Ross' attendant remained standing. Moreover, the earlier voice had come from that celestial dragon. Holy. Stella seemed to realize something, her breath quickening as her gaze toward Ross turned fearful. The customer who had just spoken with her turned out to be a celestial dragon. Remembering the infamous reputation of the celestial dragons and Ross' undeniable tone, Stella's heart was thrown into turmoil. Holy Philemon. In the face of the newcomer, Ross simply nodded, slightly acknowledging him. Topman Philemon, one of those celestial dragons who lies between being a freeloader and an elite, neither here nor there. Had it not been for his grandfather, the 5 elders Topman, virtually, he wouldn't differ much from Ross. Previously, Ross was basically on the same level as him. Holy Topman Philemon, comprehensive rating A. I just heard Holy Rosward mention you. I'll take my leave. When you return to the Holy Land, let's compete in slave trading. I hope you can find some good slaves this time. Philemon laughed heartily, casting only a glance at Stella before withdrawing his gaze and continuing deeper into the slave market. Though Stella's appearance and charm were somewhat enticing to him, he was a noble celestial dragon and a descendant of the 5 elders, so how could he publicly compete with another celestial dragon for a female slave? A mere female slave was not worth his effort. After Philemon moved away, the street remained eerily silent. One celestial dragon left, but there was still another celestial dragon present. So I'm not the only blonde. Ross, somewhat disappointed, withdrew his gaze. He thought he was the only blonde celestial dragon in Taizolo's story, but it turned out there was another. But then again, if Ross hadn't awakened his memories, he wouldn't have come to Sabaody Archipelago recently. Noble sir. Stella cautiously glanced at Ross. In the presence of a celestial dragon, she didn't even dare to breathe, let alone act as naturally as before. Just maintain the same attitude as before, or I might have to kill you. Ross snapped back to reality, slightly raising an eyebrow and giving Stella a meaningful look. All right, customer. Stella immediately straightened up, kneeling on the display platform, her body tense, clearly unable to relax as naturally as she had at the beginning. Ross smiled lightly, not intentionally trying to make things difficult for Stella. Rather, it was precisely because Stella appeared so much like a victim that he was even more tempted to bully her. Stella. The sudden shout was very conspicuous on the quiet street. Taizolo. Stella exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hand as she gazed at the green-haired youth rushing towards her. Even though she knew Taizolo could never buy her, the 3 years of companionship were real, and she still felt grateful to him. Taizolo. Gilder Taizolo, overall rating E-class. Ross glanced at him and immediately lost interest. Even though he was a character in the story, his rating was unexpectedly low before he had grown, which was even worse than Stella's. Perhaps only those related to the main plot could have a higher evaluation before they became prominent. Stella, I'm here. I've gathered enough money to buy you. Taizolo exclaimed excitedly, completely unaware of what had just happened, only focused on the thought of buying Stella. Today he finally had enough money to buy Stella. Stella, I'm going to handle the paperwork right now. Taizolo spoke with excitement, his mind solely occupied with the idea of purchasing Stella, completely oblivious to Ross' presence and Stella's slightly unpleasant expression. No need, Stella suddenly said. Huh, Stella, what's wrong? Taizolo finally noticed something was off with Stella and hurriedly stepped forward to inquire with concern. I've already been bought by this gentleman, you're too late. Stella looked at Taizolo with an utterly cold gaze, as if gazing at a stranger. Why? Didn't we agree on this? Taizolo froze, unable to believe that the gentle and encouraging Stella would say such a thing. Damn it, did I come too late? For some reason, clearly he loved her so much. Why did she have to make that expression? Agree. That was just your one-sided wish. Stella pretended to be disgusted and turned her head away just in time to meet Ross' intrigued and encouraging gaze, causing her heart to flutter. She was a kind person. Even after being kidnapped by traffickers and kept in a glass case for 3 years as a spectacle, she still wanted to believe in the goodness of humanity. If Taizolo could turn over a new leaf, she genuinely felt happy. But that was enough. Keeping her distance was the most correct and safest choice. Stella, are you saying all this was a lie? Did you always see me as a tool to gain your freedom? Answer me. Taizolo, unaware of Stella's feelings, repeatedly questioned her. Stella's change in temperament could only mean that after regaining her freedom, she had lost her value to him. Just as he had been excited before, he now felt utterly dejected. He had not expected that Stella was such a scheming person. That's right. Stella's eyes held a trace of reluctance, but she still took all the blame on herself. This way the noble celestial dragon beside her would not blame Taizolo. Not at all. Ross suddenly interrupted Stella, speaking slowly. She said that to save you. Otherwise you would have had to leave here horizontally today. He extended his hand towards the glass case where Stella was. Zanny, standing nearby, understood and punched through the outer wall of the glass case, pulling Stella out. Zanny had been selected from a young age and received the best training. Her strength was not on par with Jernica. Breaking the glass case without harming Stella was too easy for her. Before Stella could steady herself on the ground, Ross had already pulled her into his embrace. Suddenly falling into a warm embrace, Stella's face turned red. You're talking nonsense. Taizolo's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he glared fiercely at the shy Stella. Seeing Stella held in someone else's arms displaying such an intimate expression, his heart shattered completely. Moreover, the filter through which he viewed Stella was also completely broken. Tisk, is that what made you angry? Ross clicked his tongue in disinterest, but he had no high expectations of Taizolo. After all, a street punk who gambled and stole was not likely to achieve much before undergoing a transformation. Moreover, Ross glanced quietly at Zanny, who was standing nearby. The allure of the demon fruit did not only emanate after transforming. If Zanny wanted, she could instantly turn Taizolo into a lovesick fool. She wouldn't even need to do anything. Simply standing next to Stella could shatter Taizolo's filter and awaken his negative emotions. Taizolo, he didn't lie to you. Just go from now on, we will be strangers. Stella pursed her lips, but dared not go against Ross' words. She did not know why Ross was speaking up for her, but Taizolo's furious demeanor truly frightened her. Isn't it better for everyone to part on good terms? Strangers. Fine, fine. Stella, my Stella, is already dead. Taizolo screamed, suddenly pulling out a short knife from behind and lunging at Stella's neck. The unexpected attack completely startled Stella. She shrank into Ross' embrace, her mind blank, unable to conceive of such a scene occurring. Slap. Zanny swiftly stepped in front of Stella, grabbing Taizolo's attacking hand and twisting it violently. Aunt. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the short knife fell from Taizolo's hand, and his right hand was twisted into a shape resembling a pretzel by Zanny. Attacking a celestial dragon is a death sentence. Zanny spoke coldly, ready to kill Taizolo. Stop. Ross' urgent shout made Zanny halt her actions, but she still kicked Taizolo in the stomach, sending him flying to the ground, unable to get back up. Forget it for Stella Sake, considering he didn't intend to kill me, I'll let him off this time. Ross glanced at the nearly stunned Stella and pinched her pale face, bringing her back to her senses. But even after regaining her senses, Stella remained silent, nestled in Ross' embrace, not even glancing at Taizolo again. Let's go, we've had a fruitful day, time to return to the Holy Land. Ross had no intention of killing Taizolo, it was not worth it. Taizolo posed no threat. Killing him would only yield an E-class reward, it was better to nurture him before killing him, turning it into an A-class reward. Ross was quite looking forward to Taizolo's growth. If he could grow a bit faster, that would be even better. Ignoring the nearly lifeless Taizolo, Ross held the docile Stella in his arms and slowly walked out of the market. As he left, the onlookers acted as if they had not seen anything. After all, he was a noble celestial dragon. It was already remarkable that he had not killed anyone, and no one dared to obstruct him. Once Ross departed, the manager of the slave shop came out to clean up the scene, and Taizolo was dragged away to prevent him from affecting the business. Inside the slave shop, Torpol stood by the window watching Ross' departing figure, holding a snail phone resembling Doflamingo. Young master, our best merchandise was taken away by the celestial dragon. Fufufu being taken by the celestial dragon is a good thing. We can advertise that our slaves are valued by the celestial dragon. Young master, there's one more thing. The Navy has sealed the slave auction house, and this matter is also related to the celestial dragon. Fufufu, it was only a matter of time. A bunch of useless people dared to earn money from the celestial dragon without their backing. Once the slave shop stabilizes, you should return to the North Sea. Forget about the slave auction house. Let them fight and scramble. By the time we have the strength to go to the Sabaody archipelago, the slave auction house will have to change its surname to Don Quixote. Young master, you will surely become the king of the sea. In the sacred land of Mary Geos, Stella panted heavily, sweat dripping continuously to the ground. At this moment, moving even a finger felt like a tremendous effort. Not bad, your physique is quite decent, Ross said, gently stroking Stella's hair. A smile remained on his lips, especially as he noticed the blood on the ground, which made him even happier. He had not expected that the slave shop would take such good care of Stella, probably treating her as their showcase. Fortunately, he had arrived in time, becoming a fated person. Ross effortlessly picked Stella up, her body felt light and supple in his arms. Stella was already tall, standing over 180 centimeters, her figure slender and her presence commanding. However, in front of Ross, who towered over 2 meters, she suddenly appeared petite, like a gentle little cat nestled in the arms of a giant, looking particularly weak and endearing. A woman who was satisfied with the process, Ross was always willing to offer tenderness afterward. Holding Stella, he sat on the 10-meter bed that had just been delivered, allowing her to lean against him. Stella, have you met the owner of that slave shop? He asked. I've met him a few times, Stella replied, her words punctuated by gasps. Due to her inexperience and Ross' prolonged activities, she was still struggling to regain her breath. He's a tall, thin man covered in slime. I heard the manager call him Torpol. Stella shared, almost revealing everything she knew. Having spent so long at the slave shop, she was already aware that her future fate was entirely linked to the master who had purchased her. Being a slave to a celestial dragon had its benefits and drawbacks. She lacked the wisdom and ability to contemplate these matters, only wishing to serve Ross well. Since realizing that freedom was a luxury for someone like her, merely surviving had become her only hope. Torpol. So it's him. I was wondering who had such grand ambitions. Ross raised an eyebrow, beginning to understand. Torpol was an officer under Don Quixote Doflamingo, and in the future, nearly half of the slave industry in the Sabaody archipelago would be connected to Doflamingo. But that was more than a decade away. He hadn't expected Doflamingo to already be laying plans in the Sabaody archipelago. However, considering Doflamingo's ruthless nature, such actions were not surprising. Ross actually admired Doflamingo. His cunning and intellect were impressive. Had it not been for Luffy's interference, he would have done quite well. It's a pity that this world relied on strength and lineage. Doflamingo had a good background, but unfortunate parents who caused his identity as a celestial dragon to be erased. With Doflamingo's talent paired with a relatively weak devil fruit like the string fruit, he could only sit as a Shichibukai and find a subsidiary nation to rule, but becoming an emperor was utterly impossible. However, during this period, Doflamingo could still make use of his resources. At least his connections were solid. Ross held Stella close, pondering the possibility of collaborating with Doflamingo. Celestial dragons could possess almost everything in the world, but they relied on the channels of the world government. Once the Gorosei or took those away, the celestial dragons would become sheep waiting to be slaughtered, and Ross did not wish to live such a constrained life. Having become a celestial dragon, he couldn't be worse off than the other emperors who started as pirates. He needed both power and influence. The road ahead was long and arduous. 3 days later, Ross was practicing his swordsmanship. The system provided only skills and physique, when to use which technique still depended on his own understanding. He wouldn't rely solely on the system, and any improvement he could achieve on his own was valuable. At this moment, Stella rushed and dressed in a smart secretary outfit, her figure accentuated by a fitted black skirt. Master CP0 Instructor Zifa requests an audience, Stella said, bowing respectfully with a hint of nervousness in her tone. Her long legs clad in stockings were strikingly beautiful. The tight design of her secretary outfit highlighted her ample curves as if they could burst free from the clothing at any moment. "Let him in," Ross said, his face lighting up at the news of Zifa's arrival. He stood up and casually patted Stella's shoulder. After changing environments, Stella appeared even more charming than when they first met, exuding an indescribable allure. Previously at the slave shop, Stella could only secure basic life support. But here with Ross, she could have the best of everything. "Yes, master." Stella's gaze towards Ross was filled with warmth as she hurriedly left the palace. In these 3 days, she had basically become Ross' messenger and had tried on various outfits which she could never have imagined before. This life was already better than her most desired existence. She would cherish her current life and appreciate Ross' care for her. Soon Stella entered with Zifa, followed by about 10 women struggling to drag several large boxes. "Put the things down and stand aside," Zifa said casually. The women hurriedly put down the boxes and obediently stood aside, their every movement betraying their nervousness. They were the families of the Marines Ross had purchased, now serving as cleaning staff in Ross Palace. "Here are 5 billion berries, and I brought the people as well," Zifa stated. Wearing a white suit from CP0, Zifa did not show too much deference towards Ross, speaking in a normal tone. Ross didn't mind either, and no matter how high the status of a celestial dragon, it only worked with those who obeyed the rules. Power was the foundation of respect. Just leave it there. The Navy should have gained quite a bit this time, right? Just the Roseward deal had cost 1 billion berries, and the Navy had managed to gather 900 million for him, indicating they had profited more. Around 3 billion berries in cash, mainly various slaves. If handed over to the world government, they could probably be worth 4 billion berries, Zifa stated calmly. Zifa spoke about slaves without any sense of guilt. Ross had previously been a bit confused and worried about potential conflicts with the Navy regarding this matter, but after sorting through his memories, he had no such concerns. The Navy represented justice, but Zifa surely had a sense of justice in his heart. However, in this world, the moral standards were indeed quite low. In a world where strength determined everything, discussing equality was a joke. In almost everyone's perception, the slave trade was something everyone encountered from birth. There was no notion of justice or injustice, just as working for a boss was completely normal. Such recognition had existed for over hundreds of years. The justice most Navy personnel believed in was merely about combating pirates, preventing large-scale slaughter and pillaging, and consolidating the world government's rule rather than combating human traffickers or building a harmonious society. This is akin to how ancient officials would manage murder and arson, but ignore ordinary people purchasing concubines or servants. Standing among these pirates, Ross felt he was quite the moral exemplary. With the arrival of Zifa, Ross was finally able to undergo system training. Zifa was the most outstanding instructor in the Navy, not to mention that he had now become a CP0 instructor, having learned the CP0 training system. One must realize that the CP0 training program could transform Lucci into a vice admiral in just 2 years, and Kaku could probably even hold his own against Jack. By this calculation, the CP0 training program is somewhat inferior to Teacher Kai's crash course, but much better than those offered by Rayleigh and Garp. With such an excellent teaching staff, along with unlimited access to training resources, even an ordinary person could quickly become a powerhouse. Ross already had a foundation provided by the system, and his growth rate became even more rapid. Just 1 month of practical training allowed Ross to surpass mere statistics, truly possessing the combat power of a brigadier general. This level of strength certainly isn't considered strong, but it is sufficient for self-preservation. "Master, that fruit still hasn't been approved." Stella stood beside Ross, somewhat dejected. After a month of nurturing and care, she had fully blossomed, her beauty multiplied several times compared to before. Moreover, as time passed, Ross became increasingly adept at using her, casually rewarding Stella with the healing fruit. After obtaining the healing fruit, Stella could not only provide Ross with medical assistance during training, but at night, she could also heal herself using the fruit, allowing Ross to explore more possibilities. In any case, Ross felt that this fruit was definitely worth it. If it hasn't been approved, so be it. That group of old fogies is deliberately blocking me. Let's see if we can achieve some results with this demon-slaying order. Ross sneered a couple of times. The feeling of being blocked from resources was quite unpleasant. While browsing the world government's treasury, he spotted a fruit he was particularly fond of. Having recently killed quite a few capable individuals, he could basically confirm that special rewards would not yield abilities. At most, he could only directly obtain a devil fruit from killing. Given this, if he wanted to get a fruit for himself, he still had to rely on the world government. Unfortunately, the fruit he desired was too powerful, and even his grandfather did not agree to give it to him, let alone the other 5 elders. Even the celestial dragons must prove their strength before being granted powerful fruits recognized by the 5 elders. St. Ross Sakazuki has arrived. The demon-slaying order is ready, we are just waiting for you to lead the team. At this moment Zifa entered the palace looking gravely at Ross. The demon-slaying order from O'Hara had been completely prepared, just waiting for Ross to set out. I understand. Zifa Zanny, I entrust my safety to you this time. No problem. Zifa responded readily. As you command. Zanny slightly bowed her head, her eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Ross nodded in satisfaction, leisurely rising from the sofa and stretching out his arms. Stella, being very understanding, walked behind him and deftly undid his clothing. Ross barely moved while standing. In just a minute, Stella skillfully dressed him in a well-tailored black suit, carefully draping over him a white cloak emblazoned with the world government's emblem. Master, everything is ready for you. Stella spoke softly as she tenderly adjusted Ross' collar, ensuring every detail was spotless. Once finished, she slightly bowed and stepped aside. Since everything is ready, let's set out. Ross laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Stella's slender waist and striding towards the palace exit. Zifa and Zanny followed closely behind him, one on each side. The geography of the pirate world is quite peculiar, with Red Line and the Grand Line intersecting to divide the 4 seas into distinct regions, forming the current world structure. The Grand Line itself is also split by the Red Line into a front half and a back half, with the Navy headquarters located in the front half, while the New World is the collective term for the back half. The Grand Line and the 4 seas are connected through the calm belt, where not only is there no wind to fill sails, but also numerous gigantic sea kings reside, making it impossible for ordinary ships to pass through. Thus, if one wishes to reach the 4 seas without traversing the calm belt, there are only 2 fastest routes: navigate upstream from the starting point of the Grand Line, reverse mountain back to the 4 seas. Alternatively, one can take the artificially created route through the Red Line, which directly connects the 4 seas to the front and back segments of the Grand Line. On the Red Line, the Holy Land Marineford is the only city serving as the headquarters of the world government. This means that the entire Red Line is under the direct control of the world government, and this artificially created route can only be used with the world government's permission. As a celestial dragon, Ross, with the Navy being a subordinate organization of the world government, naturally has the qualification to use this route. At the port of Marineford, Ross met Sakazuki and his fleet of vice admirals. Commander. Sakazuki, a towering man over 3 meters tall wearing a navy cap, exuded a scorching heat wave just by standing there. Sakazuki didn't care about Ross' identity as a celestial dragon. He merely nodded and referred to Ross by his position in the demon-slaying order. At just over 30 years old, he was in the prime of his strength and energy. The world government and Navy had already regarded him as a candidate for the next admiral. Let's board the ship. Ross nodded blandly, showing no intention of engaging in further conversation with Sakazuki. Sakazuki was a pure hawk within the Navy. As long as he could achieve his goal of eliminating pirates, he would not mind sacrificing a large number of civilians. Such a person has no personal feelings. Even if you are close to him, if you obstruct his path, he will eliminate you. Conversely, there is no need to form a strong emotional bond with him. As long as you can assist him in eradicating pirates, he will be your best ally. Sakazuki was a decisive person. As soon as they boarded the ship, the warship set sail towards the West Sea. At their speed, they would likely reach O'Hara in 4 days. In the command room of the warship, Ross sat in the main seat with Stella and the female CP0 standing behind him, while Zifa and Sakazuki sat on either side below. He didn't bring many attendants this time aside from Stella, who took care of his daily life. The only personnel protecting him were Zifa and 1 CP0. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, tell me the specific details of the demon-slaying order. Previously, Ross had not participated in the internal discussions of the demon-slaying order. He only knew that its target was to destroy O'Hara. The Navy clearly only intended to use him as a scapegoat, not requiring his involvement in the specifics. Now that he was on the ship, he naturally wanted to hear the details. This operation is commanded by St. Ross, with former Admiral Zifa as the deputy commander, along with Vice Admirals Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kazan, and Fire Mountain participating. The goal is to completely destroy O'Hara, where the Tree of Knowledge resides, while also erasing all historians and informants who might know the secrets of the world government. Sakazuki spoke without any expression, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if destroying an island and killing everyone on it were merely trivial matters akin to crushing ants. Zifa, Kuzan, Borsalino, Sakazuki, Fire Mountain. Hearing the lineup for this demon-slaying order, Ross couldn't help but feel a sigh of admiration within. With 4 admirals and a future seasoned vice admiral, this lineup could easily wipe out Whitebeard. However, he understood that this demon-slaying order was essentially a large-scale test of obedience. Only by passing this test would Sakazuki and Kazan qualify to become admirals. In this era, which had not yet spiraled into chaos, the key to becoming an admiral was still loyalty to the world government. But it was likely that the world government did not anticipate that the one seemingly most active in this event was actually a hidden double agent. The purge order this time will be coordinated by Admiral Sakazuki. I shall appear only when necessary. Roos nodded toward Sakazuki, signaling his stance. He had merely come to amuse himself, and incidentally to recruit 2 targets he found particularly promising. As for O'Hara, he cared not at all. Those historians were not merely studying history, they were probing the world government's most forbidden truths. Regardless of what that history entailed, it remained a subject expressly banned by the world government. To pursue such research in secret was tantamount to treason. No regime, be it benevolent or ruthless, could tolerate such a group's existence. The only distinction lay in whether suppression would be subtle or severe. After brief instructions to Sakazuki, Roos departed the command chamber with Stella and CP0. He left Zephyr behind to oversee the handover with Sakazuki. Having pledged his cooperation to the Navy, Roos intended to carry out this purge order meticulously. It would after all count as no small achievement for him. Among the celestial dragons, one could hardly claim elite status without having raised an island, or even a nation. And as for claiming that particular devil fruit, utterly unthinkable. Commander. The moment Roos stepped out of the command chamber, a man and a woman hurried forward and saluted him crisply. I am Shizo. I am Kaji. They announced their names with palpable tension. Shizo's face paled noticeably, while Kaji remained comparatively composed. Learning that a celestial dragon had personally requested their presence aboard ship would unsettle anyone, especially 2 fresh graduates of Zephyr's elite training camp, neither yet considered candidates for admiral. In terms of raw strength, they held only the rank of rear admiral within the Marine headquarters. Even standing silently, Zenny radiated such overwhelming pressure that it dwarfed them utterly. And if even their own instructor Zephyr had yielded, how could 2 minor figures like themselves possibly resist? Enter one at a time. I leave it to you to decide who goes first. With that, he led Stella and Zenny into the cabin assigned to him by Sakazuki. 2 decades later, both Shizo and Kaji would rise, through sheer merit and the Navy's rigorous cultivation, to become admiral candidates. To attain such individuals were already deemed formidable across the Grand Line. While rear admirals abounded, those ascending to the tier of first mates or admiral candidates remained exceedingly rare. Only a few dozen per generation ever reached such heights. Having achieved such prowess solely through the Navy's system, Shizo and Kaji represented exceptional talent. With even modest investment from Roos, their ascension to true strength would be swift. Such promising prospects were precisely the kind Roos intended to secure, by persuasion, coercion, or any means necessary. Knock, 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 knock. Shizo and Kaji. Roos showed no surprise at seeing Shizo enter first. He simply studied her with quiet appraisal. Shizo possessed a striking figure, taller than Roos by a slight margin, her long, slender legs stretching over 1.8 meters, taut and elegant from years of disciplined training. A delicate spider tattoo adorned her left thigh, lending her an air of quiet allure. Her peached-in dress clung loosely, revealing generous swaths of fair skin and a deep, arresting cleavage. Did you volunteer to enter first, or was it decided after discussion? Roos sat relaxed in his chair, watching her with keen, amused interest. I volunteered. No discussion with Kaji. Shizo drew a slow, steadying breath, striving to calm her nerves. Before her stood a celestial dragon, one who could end her life on a whim. Complacency was fatal. Having heard whispers of their nature as a naval elite, she had braced herself for the worst before even knocking. If Roos attempted coercion, she would resist, with force. Even Zenny's suffocating aura would not deter her. Some principles transcended life itself. Let's talk. Take any seat you like, Roos said with a gentle smile, gesturing to the chair beside him. His demeanor unsettled her further. It bore little resemblance to the tyrant she'd imagined. Afraid I'll devour you? Roos teased. No, not at all. Shizo shook her head vigorously and sank into the seat farthest from him, eyes lowered, avoiding the sight of him playfully teasing Stella. His casual, aristocratic indulgence fit her preconceptions of celestial dragons, but his gentleness baffled her. Wasn't a celestial dragon meant to be otherwise? Tell me about yourself. Ever since Zephyr became a CP0 instructor, I've kept watch on your cohort. You're from Wano country, aren't you? Roos asked. Her wariness hindered meaningful engagement. There were many ways to win a woman's trust, but breaking her will was the crudest and often the swiftest. Should subtler methods fail, Roos would not hesitate to assume that role. Shizo's current strength fell short of a Marine headquarters vice admiral's, yet the female CP0 behind him could subdue her effortlessly. That was precisely why Roos had brought her along. Yes. Shizo gave a soft nod. Her origins were no secret. I never lived in Wano myself. My family hails from there, so my customs and habits reflect its influence. You're a swordsman. Roughly what level have you attained, Sword Saint? Roos glanced at the blade at her waist. In the world of pirates, any edged weapon qualified its wielder as a swordsman, or even a sword saint, if skill warranted. Yet hers was no Kikoku, the famed blade among the 21 great swords, but merely a standard-issue naval officer's longsword. 3 years ago, I mastered Iron Cut, a modest qualification for sword saint status. Still, I remain far beneath the great sword. Shizuo answered earnestly. Roos's questions evoked memories of her interview with Zephyr's aide before entering the elite training camp, simple, direct, and devoid of intimidation. That familiarity combined with the ease of his inquiries gradually eased her tension. Do you aspire to become a sword saint? Yes, I aim to achieve it within 5 years. She replied honestly. A devil fruit could accelerate that path. Have you considered acquiring one? I harbor no strong preference, though a fine fruit would be welcome. Failing that, I trust my sword alone. Female warriors are physically disadvantaged. What's your view? Though few in number, formidable women do exist. I believe diligent effort will secure my place among them. Indeed, I already surpass Kaji and my male peers in strength. The training camp focuses primarily on the 6 powers. How proficient are you? The 6 powers. I excel in Soru Tekai Moon Walk and Renkyaku. But Shurgan and Iron Body remain beyond me. Your Iron Body is undeveloped to protect your physique. Does Iron Body harden muscle? Well, prolonged practice may cause some stiffening. But that's certainly not why mine remains weak. After chatting with Ji Yuan for nearly half an hour, Ross had a general understanding of Ji Yuan's situation, which also allowed Ji Yuan to relax completely. Reading the material and hearing it from the person involved are fundamentally different. Currently, Ji Yuan's strength is comparable to that of pirates with a bounty of 100 to 200 million. She has a good grasp of the Navy's 6 powers with both observation haki and armament haki in the early stages of awakening, and she has just mastered the flying slash technique. At just 20 years old, Ji Yuan's future looks promising. With sufficient resources, she could hope to achieve a rank strength within 1 to 2 years. If she had a powerful devil fruit, this speed could be even faster. Going further up would not be a realm attainable by talent and hard work alone. Without an external aid, every step forward would require a life-and-death battle against top-tier powerhouses to have a chance to advance. How is your relationship with Kaiji? Ross suddenly asked. It's just okay. Although he is my only opponent in the training camp, I don't think anyone would like a sleazy guy who harasses them every day. Upon mentioning Kaiji, Ji Yuan's face revealed an unmistakable dislike. From the moment she encountered Kaiji, he had been relentlessly pursuing her. Just before Ross came out of the command room, Kaiji had once again proposed to her. This shameless behavior, despite their mediocre relationship, had thoroughly annoyed Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan. Hearing Ross suddenly mention her name, Ji Yuan's previously relaxed body instinctively tensed up. Here it comes. Although she didn't know why Ross was willing to chat with her after talking for so long, it was time to get to the point. Ross' willingness to talk made her less nervous than at the beginning, already leaving her with a good impression of him. If there were no excessive demands, Ji Yuan felt she would not refuse. I will give you 3 choices. Please go ahead. Ji Yuan's delicate face slightly tightened, and she straightened her posture slightly. Knowing she still had choices, Ji Yuan instinctively let out a breath of relief. The first option: you continue to serve in the Navy. I remember the Navy headquarters assigned you to General Crane's ship for training and experience. If you choose this path after the demon-slaying order, her warship should encounter an accident. If nothing goes wrong, only General Crane will survive. Ross' calm words caused Ji Yuan's face to turn pale immediately. This statement had made it clear that she would no longer be able to serve in the Navy in the future. If she continued as a Navy officer, not only would she meet her demise at sea, but all of General Crane's subordinates would also have to accompany her to the grave. She had not even reported to General Crane yet. Although there were no strong feelings involved, she would never willingly participate in a situation where she was destined to die and take others down with her. After all, it is the Celestial Dragons. At this moment, Ji Yuan's heart was devoid of any hope. Just hearing the first option, she knew the subsequent choices would also be fraught with difficulties. The second option, Ross continued, his voice steady, is to become my exclusive CP0. In terms of growth, you will be held to the standard of a normal CP0. However, this choice carries risks. I can tell you directly, I will also give Kaiji 3 choices. If he chooses the first 2, then you and he will be fine. But at the same time, I will offer you a 3rd choice. Your 3rd option is to become my woman, and his 3rd option is to submit to me and serve my commands. If he chooses the 3rd option while you choose the 2nd one, then I am sorry, his priority will be above yours. If he makes certain requests, I will not provide protection for you, and some things you do not wish to happen may become reality. I choose the 3rd option. Ji Yuan pressed her lips together, but stated firmly. Ross had laid the threat bare, and it was a threat she could not refuse. Choosing the first option would lead to a dead end. If she chose the second option, becoming CP0 wasn't unacceptable, but if Kaiji chose the third option, then Ross might very well leave her in Kaiji's hands. Just imagining that scenario made Ji Yuan feel uneasy. Compared to that, she would rather accept Ross. After all, in terms of identity, speech, and appearance, Ross was far superior to the short, chubby, and sleazy Kaiji. If Ross hadn't given her so many choices, she would have never accepted the third option. But when faced with several worse possibilities, Ji Yuan found that the choice of becoming Ross woman wasn't as bad as she initially thought. At least Ross was different from the celestial dragons she had imagined, and from any angle, she felt it was an elevation in status, not a loss. Ji Yuan comforted herself in her heart, her long legs slightly together, appearing extremely tense. Since you've made your choice, let me see your sincerity. Ross smiled, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing the visibly conflicted Ji Yuan. He was not in a hurry since Ji Yuan had agreed. He believed she would follow through. It was merely a matter of waiting. Rather than using force to coerce, he preferred to use power to pressure people, making them willingly agree. Just half an hour of conversation had made Ross understand how to win Ji Yuan over. From Ji Yuan's manner of speaking, it was clear that she was a very innocent person. Her daily life revolved solely around training to become stronger and practicing swordsmanship. The only emotional experience she had encountered was the fervent pursuit by Kaiji, which definitely could not be considered a normal experience. Confronted with Ji Yuan, who only had these experiences, Ross actually did not need to do much. He just had to use conversation to break through her biases against the celestial dragons and then lay out the current situation clearly for her. Once she chose from the options he provided, she would inevitably lean towards the conclusion Ross desired. The key lies in the three choices Ross offered. It seemed he presented three options, but in reality, he only wanted the last one. If he had only given Ji Yuan the last option, she would inevitably develop a sense of rebellion, and there might be a chance that negotiations would fall through. However, by providing three choices, Ji Yuan's Navy experience would instinctively lead her to choose one of the three options instead of negotiating outside of them. In this case, Ji Yuan would almost certainly choose the last one. If Ji Yuan still chose the second option under these circumstances, it would either prove that she trusted Kaiji's character or that in her heart, he was still inferior to Kaiji. Regardless of which, Ross would not show mercy. After having forcibly tasted the sweetness, he would send Ji Yuan to hell. 2 future vice admirals are valuable, but there are many future powerhouses yet to rise. Ross truly does not lack 1 or 2. Is it here? Ji Yuan hesitated, her hand, which was gripping her clothes, unconsciously loosened. Since she agreed to the third option, she actually knew what would happen. She was solely focused on becoming stronger, but being 20 years old did not mean she was ignorant of matters between men and women. She had also fantasized about what kind of person she might share her future with, but she never imagined it would turn out to be a celestial dragon. Is it not okay here? Ross asked in confusion, as if unaware of Ji Yuan's concerns. But Ji Yuan pressed her lips together, her gaze involuntarily darting towards Stella and the female CP0. How could one do such things with others present? Is there a problem? Ross frowned and asked, seemingly unable to comprehend Ji Yuan's meaning. He was willing to trust her, but he wouldn't joke with his own life. At least with Zanny present, if Ji Yuan erupted into violence, she could be swiftly subdued, which was also his assurance. All right. Ji Yuan opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. This was her first time dealing with such a situation, and she had never envisioned such a scene. Perhaps for celestial dragons, such scenes were the norm. Let's begin. While Ziyuan was still lost in thought, Ross had already stood up. Since Ziyuan had agreed, it was time for him to take the initiative. Completion of Clevel defeat. Strength 10,000 special reward observation. Hockey Clevel. Hearing the pleasant system notification, a subtle smile appeared on Ross' lips. In particular, his observation Hockey could sense that Gigi was still lingering at the door. Those long legs of 1.8 meters. When running, her speed was indeed much faster. Outside the room, Gigi heard the sounds of laughter coming from within and quietly clenched her fists, but ultimately let her arms drop in despair. After her expression changed several times, she silently chose to leave. An hour later, Stella and Zanny walked out of the room, closing the door behind Ross. Based on the feedback from the fruit, Ziyuan showed no signs of killing. Ross leisurely leaned against the headboard, gently holding Ziyuan in his arms. He sensed that Ziyuan had basically accepted him. Ross lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, feeling thoroughly refreshed. In his past life, he hadn't even known a girl of 1.8 meters, yet now he could experience Ziyuan's long legs. Being a celestial dragon truly led one into temptation. Once this demon-slaying order ends, I will prepare a great knife for you, the 21st work, and let Zephyr continue to be your instructor until your strength reaches its peak. After he finished speaking, Ross could noticeably feel Ziyuan relax a bit more. He had always believed in fusion. Without having fused, how could there be any heartfelt connection? Once fused, forming a heartfelt connection became a simple matter, especially afterward. By the way, if you could choose one fruit you desire, which one would it be? As long as it enhances my strength, that's enough. To have her purity taken away so easily by Ross, especially on their first meeting, left her feeling extremely anxious and lacking any sense of security. Now that Ross was willing to discuss the future with her and the benefits he would provide, it at least indicated that Ross truly cared for her, and that was enough. Which do you prefer, natural type or zone type fruits? Ross asked. Ziyuan was the first proactive future powerhouse, and he certainly wouldn't treat her lightly. In the future, Ziyuan might just be his greatest safeguard. In his heart, Ross had already thought of two powerful fruits, one natural type and one zone type. Although these two fruits were not in his possession, he knew where to find them and was likely able to obtain them. There's actually a zone type devil fruit. Hearing that there was a zone type available, Ziyuan couldn't help but exclaim. Although she had said before in front of Ross that female powerhouses could also have a place in the sea. Those women were all without exception born as monstrous existences and mostly born strong. In the Navy, cases of women becoming admirals were extremely rare, the last occurrence being 100 years ago. Ziyuan knew her physical talent was inferior to that of true monsters, and the only thing she could rely on was her decent swordsmanship talent paired with a good physical fitness, which gave her hope of touching the threshold of the admiral level in the future. However, if she could consume the zone-type devil fruit, her physical abilities would no longer be her shortcoming, and she was confident that she could rise among the strong within 2 years. There is indeed a zone-type fruit, but the situation is still uncertain. After the demon-slaying order, you should go check it out yourself. Ross nodded slightly. Many fruits were currently unclaimed, and there were several zone-type fruits, some of which he knew the general area where they appeared. The one he mentioned to Ziyuan was the bat fruit zone-type vampire form. Since this world had the red Count Barillic Ladefield, it certainly had the vampire fruit. This fruit, given to the already top-tier powerhouse Ladefield, only retained the effects of eternal youth and infinite recovery, which didn't mean it was wasted potential, but rather that it was not utilized to its fullest. Ladefield was already a powerhouse on par with Whitebeard Roger. Having an additional vampire fruit wouldn't let him surpass that. However, if it were given to Ziyuan relying on the infinite recovery effect of the vampire fruit, she would be able to cultivate into a top powerhouse not inferior to Ladefield, which would indeed be maximizing its potential. Moreover, Ross was also quite looking forward to the awakening of the vampire fruit. By harvesting lifespan through absorption, one could maintain eternal youth, which was nearly equivalent to immortality. If it awakened, would this ability be able to affect others? If the vampire fruit could grant immortality, then Ross' other longevity plans could be postponed. Thus, Ross was quite looking forward to this fruit and would not allow others to lay their hands on it. If it weren't for the more attractive fruit in the world government's treasury, he would certainly have consumed it himself. But even if he didn't consume it himself, Ross would still give it to his trusted subordinate. Currently, the best choice was Ziyuan, who was in his arms. Once he fully trained Ziyuan, he would have a true admiral-level powerhouse at his disposal, and unlike Zephyr, who had formed view, Ziyuan was still a blank canvas easily colored by him. A zone-type fruit. Master, I will work hard. Ziyuan tightened her grip on Ross' arm, feeling somewhat fortunate about her choice. If she hadn't been so proactive and decisive, such a treasure would never have come her way. A stronger zone-type fruit could easily cultivate an admiral, which was a boost even stronger than a natural-type fruit. You don't need to address me the same way as them. Oh, publicly, you will be my first wife. Ross spoke calmly. Since he decided to let Ziyuan consume the vampire fruit, he would certainly give her the highest status. It was not a big deal for a celestial dragon to marry a commoner. Some celestial dragons even had dozens of wives. The main reason was that the offspring of celestial dragons and commoners were not considered true celestial dragons. They could only claim to have celestial dragon blood. Many world nobles in Mariewa had half celestial dragon blood in their ancestry, and over time that bloodline gradually evolved into the main force governing the world government. However, Ross did not care about this. If Ziyuan bore him an heir, he would definitely cultivate them according to the standards of celestial dragon elites. A wife, huh? Ziyuan was unaware of these details. Just hearing that Ross wanted to marry her as his first wife was enough to envelop her in warmth. The celestial dragon who was high above could elevate her from being a slightly higher subordinate. This was the best ending she had fantasized about. Little did she expect that Ross would give her so much more than she had imagined. This outcome didn't seem bad. Perhaps her choice was the right one. When Ross and Ziyuan finished their intimate moments and emerged from the cabin, they quickly received news about Jiaji. It was reported that Jiaji had left the warship an hour ago and was currently missing, causing Ziyuan to furrow her brows slightly. Saint Ross, I will go and eliminate him. She was well aware of why Jiaji had left. The soundproofing of the cabin was average, and since Jiaji had been waiting outside, it was not difficult for him to overhear something. Since she had chosen Ross and Jiaji had chosen to leave, it had already indicated that they were enemies. Let him go as long as he doesn't leave the Navy, spare his life. Or are you not confident that you can be stronger than him under my command? Since Shuan had entrusted herself to him, Jiaji had become less significant. Jiaji and Shuan were the most outstanding cadets in this session of the Zephyr training camp, and they were significantly ahead of other students. Only the two of them had been granted the rank of Brigadier General immediately upon graduation. Without Jiaji as a comparison, how could his goodness towards Shuan stand out even more? I will be stronger than him. If he stands in your way, I will personally kill him. Shuan's face radiated confidence. She was not inferior to Jiaji. If she had Ross as her backing and still could not surpass Jiaji, she might as well serve as a star for Ross. 3 days later, the warship was getting closer to O'Hara, and other Vice Admiral ships gradually joined them as they sailed grandly towards O'Hara. Master, aren't you afraid the people of O'Hara will run away? On the deck, Stella gazed at the naval formations on either side and was puzzled as to why the people of O'Hara did not flee. Shiwan, you answer this question. Ross smiled and shook his head, handing the responsibility of answering to Shiwan. If escaping from the Demon Suppression Order was so easy, it would not be called a taboo on the seas. Stella, running away is not an option. Shiwan gently shook her head. She was part of the Navy system. Although she had not participated in the Demon Suppression Order, she had studied related cases. First, the information about the Demon Suppression Order is only disseminated among the Navy and high-level officials of the world government. People in those areas have no way of receiving the news in advance. Secondly, the fleets executing the Demon Suppression Order only gather the day before arriving at their destination, which normally does not give the local people any time to react. Even if they wanted to evacuate civilians, they would have to wait until the Navy completely surrounded them and eliminated all local armed forces. Finally, the Demon Suppression Order is a synchronized action between the world government and the Navy. The Navy carries out the destruction operation, while the world government is responsible for deploying CP organizations to infiltrate in advance to facilitate the execution of the Demon Suppression Order. Shiwan had only vaguely known this point before, but in recent days she had gained a clearer understanding. After she dedicated herself to Ross, the liaison tasks with the world government that Ross had originally handled were transferred to her. In recent days, CP9 Commander Spandane reported the situation in O'Hara to her daily, so she was well informed about it. CP Cypher POL is a secret intelligence agency under the judicial island of the world government, with only CP1 CP8 being the 8 different divisions responsible for investigating all affairs in the world. In reality, the CP organization also includes CP9 and CP0, 2 violent agencies directly under the world government. Simply put, CP9 is above the CP organization, while CP0 is above CP9. In Ross' position, he could command all personnel from CP1 to CP9, and even some from CP0 had to heed his orders. Currently, Shuan was equivalent to his spokesperson in CP0, with a status slightly lower than Zephyr's. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull footsteps approached, and Akainu and Zephyr appeared on the deck. Is there something you need? Ross glanced at the two, surprised to see them both coming to find him. St. Ross, we just received intelligence that the defected Vice Admiral Jaguar D. Saul has appeared in O'Hara and allegedly revealed the plan of the Demon Suppression Order in advance. Saul, that name seems familiar, Ross said with a smile, turning his gaze towards Zephyr. He had already been informed of this news by CP9 a few days ago, while the Navy had received the news much later. He was aware of Saul's renowned reputation, but in this Demon Suppression Order, he was merely a minor character. Ross was curious about Saul's relationship with him that led the two to seek him out. Ross had a clear impression of this Demon Suppression Order. After all, it was part of Robin's recollections. When Robin was 8 years old, the world government discovered that Robin's mother and the scholars of O'Hara were researching the true history, thus launching the Demon Suppression Order to destroy the entire island. Saul was the first Navy officer to discover the whereabouts of Robin's mother, Alvia, and he had participated multiple times in capturing and investigating historical ships. Discontent with the higher-ups of the Navy, he released Alvia and refused to execute the Demon Suppression Order. Afterwards, the Navy attempted to capture Saul, but he managed to escape, though he was severely injured, and drifted to O'Hara. Ultimately, under Kazan's mercy, both Saul and Robin survived, while only Alvia and the scholars of O'Hara were completely annihilated. The original plan for the Demon Suppression Order was to be executed by Vice Admiral Saul, but he not only let the wanted criminal Nico Alvia go, but also chose to defect. St. Ross, the naval families in your palace are all implicated by Saul. Zephyr had no feelings for Saul. He understood that most navies found it hard to accept an order like the Demon Suppression Order. However, because the defection affected a large number of other navies, leading to their families being destroyed, this result still made Zephyr feel somewhat uncomfortable. Hence, he had no good feelings towards Saul. He respected Saul's courage in refusing to execute the Demon Suppression Order, but he also despised Saul's actions that harmed others. One cannot act impulsively. In the end, they must pay for their actions. Perhaps it was because he saw his own reflection in Saul that Zephyr's feelings toward him were so complicated. At that time, he too had shown mercy by not killing, allowing some pirates to act recklessly, which ultimately harmed his wife and children. People like Saul might be better off being fewer in number. That fool has no idea how many lives his foolish actions will cost, Akainu snorted coldly. His evaluation of Saul was simple, foolish, and naive. It was pure misfortune for his colleagues. The execution of the demon suppression order was originally unnecessary. The root cause was Saul letting Alvio escape, which led the higher-ups to decide to destroy O'Hara to eliminate the Scholar's base and proceed with the capture one by one. Moreover, in chaotic times, strict measures must be applied. Saul's kind-hearted actions would not only fail to deter evil, but would only make others see the Navy as weak, leading to more pirates flooding into the seas. Only by making everyone aware that the only fate for pirates is death, and that defying the world government leads to death, will the number of pirates in the world gradually decrease. What do you need me to do? Ross remained non-committal and inquired about the purpose of their visit. He withheld his judgment on Saul's kindness. As long as it does not drag him down, he still hopes for more good people in this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know who to point his gun at. Admiral Kong wants to know how you plan to deal with Saul, Akainu stated bluntly. Akainu was well aware of what Kong was thinking. They were worried that if they directly killed Saul, it would make the Dove faction within the Navy uneasy. However, in Akainu's view, it would be best if all those Dove faction idiots died in battle against pirates, and that Kong the squishy admiral should hurry and get replaced by the hardline Sengoku. At this time, Sengoku was the true hawkish highest commander advocating for justice reigning supreme. How does Vice Admiral Akainu wish to handle this? Akainu could see through Ross' thoughts, and it was clear that Ross could easily discern Kong's intentions as well. If it were said directly, Ross wouldn't mind. But if they wanted to play mind games, he certainly wouldn't take the fall for it. My intention is simple: eliminate Soro with the most resolute force possible, to send an unambiguous warning to every officer within the Marines, deterring any future thoughts of betrayal. Sakazuki spoke coldly and without mercy. After Soro's defection, the Marines who aided his escape were dealt with personally by Sakazuki himself. Traitors must die. I find Admiral Sakazuki's proposal sound. Feel free to voice your views boldly. Roth smiled in response. He admired Sakazuki's forthrightness above all else. With Sakazuki charging ahead as vanguard, Roth was content to stand behind him, raising the banner and rallying the troops. Were it not for Sakazuki's unwavering devotion to both the Marines and the pirates, Roth might have even attempted to poach him. Recall Sakazuki's relentless ferocity during the Summit War. Then contrast it with the half-hearted lethargy of others. Any commanding officer would wholeheartedly wish for more subordinates who commit themselves so utterly. I shall convey my stance directly to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Sakazuki affirmed solemnly. He understood Roth's intent perfectly, and having a celestial dragon backing him brought nothing but advantage. His sole obsession was eradicating every pirate. So long as Roth stood firmly behind him, Sakazuki would gladly elevate Roth to the Five Elders. Absolute justice shall pass final judgment upon all pirates. Then I shall await your success with keen interest. Roth nodded with a gentle smile, watching Sakazuki turn and depart. Both he and Sengoku are using you. Zephyr stood beside Roth, his expression complex as he offered this quiet warning. Using me merely confirms that I still hold some value. Surely that is no bad thing. Roth smiled faintly. Clearly his recent efforts had not been in vain. At least Zephyr now considered his interests worth safeguarding. As for being used, so long as tangible benefits accrued, reputation held no weight whatsoever. A celestial dragon and a good reputation. The pairing defies reason. The very juxtaposition strikes any rational mind as absurd. You understand this well enough. Sakazuki's brand of justice borders on extremism. He cares only for outcomes. The means may provoke grave complications. Zephyr cautioned. If justice were not extreme, could it truly be called justice at all? Roth countered with a wry smile, adding without hesitation, besides, his justice remains insufficiently extreme. The most radical among them would press their fists against my own temple, not aim them at pirates. You refer to Dragon. After his desertion from the Marines, he indeed voiced reckless rhetoric and founded something called the Revolutionary Army. His ideological foundations have clearly fractured. Zephyr shook his head. What is your assessment of Dragon? Roth asked, intrigued. This was the first time he'd heard a Marine officer speak openly about the Revolutionary Army, and Dragon in particular. He wished earnestly to hear Zephyr's perspective. You are surely aware of his lineage. His father is Garp. During his years in the Marines, we groomed him as the next Fleet Admiral. Yet after witnessing several stark confrontations between nobles and commoners, he began questioning the very notion of justice upheld within the Marines. In his view, the so-called justice enforced under today's brutal order is no justice at all. The Marines are not its embodiment, but rather accomplices to the world government, and its allied forces. Thus he resigned. Out of respect for Garp, the Marines never publicly acknowledged his departure, only observing him discreetly to prevent unforeseen contingencies. Following Roger's death and the dawn of the great pirate era, Dragon seized the moment to establish the Revolutionary Army. A high-level meeting was convened within the Marines upon its founding. I attended myself. Zephyr's gaze softened with quiet recollection as he spoke deliberately. The Revolutionary Army, freedom and valor embodied in name alone, led by Dragon aspiring to eradicate all injustice and usher true liberty into the world. Is such a principle flawed? Liberty, what a noble word. Roth scoffed. Childish idealism, Zephyr replied, shaking his head. Even the darkest order surpasses the chaos born of absolute freedom. On matters of order, Zephyr's conviction had never wavered. Not even the world government's gravest failures could eclipse in his eyes the sheer superiority of structured governance over illusory, global liberty. Indeed, Roth fully concurred. People are not equal, nor will they ever behave uniformly even granted universal liberty. Unfettered global freedom would inevitably plunge the world into a new dark age, until inevitably ambition would rise again, forging oppressive hierarchies and systems anew. Utopian fantasies, universal self-discipline, world harmony, remain impossible so long as human desire persists. Millennia of recorded history have already borne witness to this immutable truth. Even if a paragon of absolute virtue were to emerge upon his death, history would simply resume its familiar course. What passes for equality under sainthood is in essence benevolent despotism. Still, Roth yearned to hear Zephyr's deeper reflections. His views represented a significant current within the Marines, offering invaluable insight. Your Holiness Roth, are you acquainted with the status of non-aligned nations? Zephyr asked in turn. Not intimately. I know only that they fall outside the world government's jurisdiction, pay no heavenly tribute, and receive no protection from the Marines. Roth shook his head. His knowledge remained superficial, merely that the world government periodically singled out one such nation to make a public example. Yet despite such warnings, non-aligned nations continued to sprout like mushrooms after rain, some isolated and lawless by geography, others outright realms beyond the reach of law. I have visited several non-aligned nations. Chaos reigns there unchecked, strength alone dictates sovereignty. Zephyr drifted into memory, speaking slowly. After 8 centuries of the world government's expansion, nearly every nation possessing even rudimentary order has been absorbed into the alliance. Only fragmented, turbulent microstates, or islands steeped in disorder, remain outside its fold, along with those shaped by uniquely hostile terrain. I once journeyed to a region called Latte Town, a non-aligned settlement nestled on Latte Island in the South Blue. Located on the fringes of the South Blue, it housed roughly 10,000 residents, largely governed by pirates or warlords. Its inhabitants could hardly be described as suffering. In fact, many thrived. Annually, each resident averaged earnings of 1 million belly. A faint sardonic curl touched Zephyr's lips. 1 million belly, even in Sabaody Archipelago that constituted elite income. They engage in illicit trade, Roth stated with certainty. Such prosperity among ordinary citizens could only stem from a legal enterprise, a norm across non-aligned territories. Indeed, even allied nations partook in similar commerce. Hypocrisy wore no borders. Latte Town marketed itself as a tourist haven and capital of liberty, drawing countless visitors annually from allied nations. In truth, it trafficked in human beings. Zephyr gave a soft, contemptuous snort. Human trafficking? Is that illegal? Kizaru asked, puzzled. It was her first encounter with the notion. Hadn't Sabaody Archipelago long hosted numerous slave markets? Trading slaves is not unlawful, but abducting and trafficking citizens of allied nations is strictly prohibited, Roth observed calmly. The world government's legal framework was in truth deeply paradoxical. Robbery, homicide, abduction, all carried formal penalties. Yet laws rarely bound the nobility, and each allied nation retained its own autonomous statutes. Yet one provision remained universal: abduction was criminal, while slave trading was not. Do not ask, because the answer is always the same. Slaves hail exclusively from non-aligned nations. Allied states report no missing persons. Cling to that fiction and the provenance of every slave becomes legally unassailable. Truly, Kizaru recoiled in disbelief. The world government's jurisprudence struck her as absurdly permissive, offering traffickers. Thus emerged places like Latte Town, lawless enclaves that annually devised new schemes, deception or coercion, to lure or seize people, then rebrand them as Latte Town residents before selling them worldwide. The slave trade in Sabaody Archipelago represents only the curated premium tier. The real frontline lies in non-aligned zones like Latte Town, and in the rampant fleets of slaver ships operating unchecked across the seas. Strike a deal with them, and even nobles can be retroactively rewritten as voluntary renunciants. fabricated histories of noble abdication and allegiance to Latte Town complete with official documentation. Zephyr exhaled sharply through his nose, his disapproval unmistakable. What does this have to do with order? Surely Latte Town is a product born of insufficient order. Jiun voiced her question. Having grown familiar with Ross over the past few days, she knew he did not require a mere echo. Doubts could be raised freely. That is, in what we observe now is already a constrained reality. Were all restraints lifted, the far grimmer chaos witnessed in the New World would become the most probable outcome. Zephyr nodded patiently as he explained. Among his students, Jiun was unquestionably among the most exceptional. Until now, his teachings had focused solely on cultivating strength, but now that they served under Ross, it was time to impart principles, not just power. It is precisely because order remains incomplete that Latte Town emerged, and yet it is also because order still exists that the entire world has not become another Latte Town. Jiun gave a gentle nod, grasping Zephyr's meaning. The consequence of absolute freedom would be a world wholly transformed into Latte Town. No pretext required, only the raw law of the jungle. Thus, even flawed order remains preferable to unrestrained liberty. But then, why not perfect that order? The moment the words left her lips, Jiun realized she had posed a profoundly naive question. This was the age of pirates. Lawless seas teemed with marauders. Even flawless laws would crumble without universal adherence. Even if slave trading were outlawed, so long as demand persisted, pirates and traffickers would endure. My thinking was too shallow, she murmured, shaking her head. To enforce a more perfect order, one must first eradicate pirates and traffickers. Jiun shook her head. Why do you believe the current order is imperfect? Ross asked, suddenly his gaze glinting with quiet amusement. Oh, if maritime slave trade resembles this, ought it not be abolished entirely? At the very least, civilians of allied nations should remain untouched. Jiun spoke in genuine bewilderment. She sensed her reasoning was flawed, but could not yet discern where it faltered. Beside her, Zephyr's eyes flickered faintly. He chose silence. Some thoughts are best kept unspoken. Given his position, even a single word might yield only harm, never benefit. Jiun first understand what order truly signifies. Ross shook his head. The order we discuss refers to the global framework upheld by the world government, the very foundation upon which its stability rests. Precisely, Jiun affirmed. Then, since we speak of the world government, two questions arise. First, how does the world government maintain its stability? Second, what kind of order does the world government require? Are these not the same thing? Jiun frowned, lost. No, they differ fundamentally. The former concerns the cost the world government must bear to sustain stability, the latter the authority it gains once stability is achieved. Ross smiled faintly. Cost and authority. Zephyr murmured, his expression thoughtful. He now understood Ross's intent. The world government seeks stability among allied nations, thus slave trading is illegal within their borders. Yet both the world government and the nobility of allied nations rely upon slaves, so inevitably a loophole persists: slave trading outside allied territories. In essence, so long as those in power desire slaves, slavery will endure, regardless of pirates or traffickers. Even under a new regime, the change would merely be nominal. Slaves might be renamed retainers, or even employees, while performing the same servile functions. Jiun grasped only fragments, yet she began to comprehend the present order was in fact complete. A stable equilibrium forged over 8 centuries of world government rule. What if Dragon sought not freedom through resistance, but instead aimed to forge a new order? Zephyr asked abruptly. His observation hockey flared to its utmost, ensuring no eavesdropper lurked nearby. His question addressed not only Dragon, but himself and Ross as well. He was certain his current musings aligned precisely with Ross's expectations. Ross's intent, he surmised, was for him to think it through independently. Alas, he would disappoint that expectation. Already adrift in uncertainty, he now craved only answers. Forge a new order. Ross chuckled softly. Unlike Zephyr, he harbored no overwrought speculation. Whether answered directly or uncovered through reflection, clarity alone served his purpose. Zephyr, if someone claimed Dragon sought to become an admiral by defeating you, what would be your first reaction? On what grounds? Zephyr retorted instinctively. Dragon possessed talent and strength, yes, but he was still no match for Zephyr. Exactly, on what grounds? Ross smiled, turning the question back. Yes, on what grounds? Zephyr fell silent. Even at his peak, Dragon would struggle immensely to overcome Zephyr, let alone dismantle the Navy and the world government entirely. To build a new order demands toppling the old. Even if the Navy stood aside, swayed by Dragon's vision, the world government's own might would suffice to crush the world outright. Zephyr had spent time in Marineford. Through Ross's influence and Satan's tacit approval, he had glimpsed many of the world government's deepest secrets. Marineford alone housed over 100 rear admirals, power enough to sweep across the globe unchallenged. As for those surpassing Rear Admiral rank, the world government held fewer still, yet Zephyr believed their numbers would still exceed those of the strongest maritime warlords even in direct confrontation. This was the world government's true depth, and why pirates could only cling to survival in the New World. Yet pondering that immense power, Zephyr naturally recalled another matter. Holy Knight Ross. Do pirates' existence in the New World itself constitute part of the established order? The New World is merely the latter half of the Grand Line, its total area less than half that of the Red Line, and its climate and terrain are exceptionally hostile. Its value is minimal, and it hosts the highest concentration of non-allied states. Correct. Ross spoke calmly. He had in fact studied this matter thoroughly. His curiosity had long been piqued with such overwhelming strength. Why would the world government tolerate pirates at all? Yet after brief investigation, Ross had understood. Indeed, the New World is barren. Zephyr confirmed. If the New World is barren, then banishing ambitious separatist strongmen there, allowing the world to witness their capabilities, becomes not only logical but inevitable. Ross smiled. The world government knew full well its own rule was wretched, especially given the celestial dragon's privileges. Still, it was undeniably superior to the alternative. For the New World ruled de facto by pirate warlords proved far worse. Compared to the world government, these so-called pirates possessed neither administrative capacity nor legitimacy. Their domains suffered far more grievously than any allied nation. Such stark contrast ironically burnished the world government's image. Confining admirals to the New World thus proved far more cost-effective than eliminating them outright. Unless confronted with a reckless fool like Rox, the world government simply had no interest in the New World's affairs. Seeing the grave expressions on Ziyuan and Zepha's faces, Ross said nothing more and simply turned to walk into the cabin. He had said all that needed to be said. To win the loyalty of his subordinates, mere benefits and emotions were not enough. The most crucial aspect was to align their goals with his own, making them feel that they were striving for the same objective. This is why it is said that faith is the ultimate essence of loyalty. If he had the capability to spread faith, Ross would have attempted to establish a religious dominion, but unfortunately, he lacked such abilities, so it remained merely a thought. Since faith could not be relied upon, he would have to depend on a secondary common goal. At present, Zepha and Ziyuan had no thoughts of their own, merely adhering to a simplistic notion of order. What Ross needed to do was to equate their aspirations for the future with the order he wished to create. To put it simply, he would continuously paint a picture of dreams, persistently brainwashing Zepha and Ziyuan. Although Ross had not put these ideas into practice, he had seen enough of the world. No matter how dire another world might be, its society was still more advanced than the slave system of the pirate world. Through subtle guidance, even when the Revolutionary Army's ideology spread, Ziyuan and Zepha would not be confused, but would firmly stand by his side. A day passed swiftly. During this time, Borsalino and Sabo visited Ross' warship, meeting him briefly and getting acquainted. Borsalino was rated S, while Sabo was only rated B. Up until now, Kazan was the only one Ross had not met. Kazan had been on his own ship these days, completely ignoring Ross' existence. As long as Ross did not summon him, he would not take the initiative to visit. From Kazan's actions, Ross could discern the current mindset of the Navy's peace faction. They avoided conflict and kept their distance. The peace faction believed they were upholding justice rather than serving the world government. Such naive and innocent ideals, they were good people. However, in any world, good people were often the ones who suffered the most. The sea breeze gently blew as Ross stood at the bow of the warship, gazing into the distance. In the distance, an island was gradually coming into view, its towering tree becoming faintly discernible. Behind him, Ziyuan and Zepha stood straight in their CP0 white suits. O'Hara, the holy land of historians. The tree of knowledge, which has survived for 5,000 years, is indeed magnificent. Ross lifted his head, gazing at the enormous tree that nearly covered the entire island, a hint of awe in his eyes. O'Hara was not small in size. It could accommodate nearly 100,000 people if packed tightly. However, the single tree of knowledge occupied nearly half of O'Hara, especially its extremely lush canopy resembling a vast shade that cast a shadow over half the island. It's a pity that today it will become history. Sakazuki walked to the bow, his tone devoid of emotion. He did not care about the 5,000-year-old relic. He would pursue whatever he deemed right to the end. What does the plan entail? I remember something about evacuating the civilians. Ross looked at Sakazuki, knowing that with his support, Sakazuki was the true commander of this extermination order. The headquarters demands the evacuation of civilians, killing all the historians first, and only after everyone has been evacuated will we destroy the Tree of Knowledge. Sakazuki crossed his arms, showing his dissatisfaction with the headquarters' orders. In his view, those people were far too merciful. If one dared to study the forbidden knowledge, they must be prepared to face death. Those civilians living near the Tree of Knowledge were likely in contact with the historians, most likely providing them assistance, and among them there could be hidden historians as well. Justice is not absolute, it leads to absolute injustice. Since this is the headquarters decision, let's proceed as such. I will accompany you to the island. But to be honest, I have more faith in Vice Admiral Sakazuki becoming the Admiral. If you become Admiral, those historians would dare not research recklessly. Perhaps this extermination order would not even take place. Ross' seemingly casual remark made Sakazuki's eyes flicker. Becoming Admiral was something he secretly desired as well. However, within the Navy, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, contact me if there are any developments. CP9 will report to me. If interesting individuals are discovered on the island, I want join you. Ross waved to Sakazuki. His visit to O'Hara was mainly to satisfy his collecting obsession. The fate of O'Hara and the historians was not in his consideration. Understood. Sakazuki rarely bowed to Ross, appearing to give a normal farewell to his superior, yet actually expressing a shift in his attitude towards Ross. A slight smile appeared on Ross' lips as he took a couple of steps forward. Zanny instinctively lowered her body, allowing Ross to step onto her back. O'Hara had a harbor, but as they were about to execute the extermination order, the warship would not dock at the harbor, but would be ready to provide artillery coverage in the shallow waters. To reach the island, they would need to cross approximately 1 kilometer of sea. He had just begun learning the moonwalk and had not yet unlocked relevant skills, making it difficult to easily traverse this distance. If he swam over, it would be too damaging to his image. However, who cares when he is a celestial dragon? Once Ross steadied himself, Zanny's back sprouted a pair of demonic wings, and a heart-shaped demon tail extended from the end. The slender demon tail quickly wrapped around Ross' waist, ensuring his body remained stable in the air. After doing this, Zanny flapped her demonic wings and soared into the sky with Ross. Ziyuan and Zepha, seeing this, executed their moonwalks on either side of Zanny, following her closely. The safety of Ross' life was far more important than the entire O'Hara. If anything were to happen to Ross and O'Hara, all the Navy personnel executing the extermination order would be implicated. Ross stood on Zanny's back and quickly reached the shallows of O'Hara. Your Highness, let me be your transport for the rest of the journey. Zanny said respectfully. There's no need for transport, I'm not slow, and the situation over there isn't urgent. Ross shook his head and stepped down from Zanny. Although riding her was quite pleasant, he did not intend to treat her like a mount. After spending some time together, Ross had a rough understanding of Zanny's character. As long as there were orders, Zanny would strive to do her best. However, Zanny's greatest wish was to receive fewer orders each day. Ross could not refrain from giving orders to Zanny, as that would contradict his original intention. But it was fine to give her some leeway. Yes. Zanny quietly retreated behind Ross, her observation haki expanding outward, vigilantly alert to the surroundings. Her task was to protect Ross. Even if she wished for a more relaxed daily life, she would still strive to accomplish every task perfectly. Ziyuan, where are they located? Upon hearing Ross' inquiry, Ziyuan immediately reported, according to the information from Spandam, Nico Alvia is at the Tree of Knowledge while Nico Robin is at Sabo's hideout. Let's first go to Sabo's hideout. Ross, with Sabo's strength, he may pose a threat to you. Ziyuan frowned slightly. With me here, what can a mere Sabo do? Zepha snorted, completely unconcerned about Sabo. Regardless of being a giant vice admiral, he was not in the same league as him. Every time he thought of the former Navy families within Ross Palace, Zepha felt an urge to beat Sabo into submission. He could complain about the extermination order, but betrayal is betrayal. Why drag so many colleagues down with him? After dragging down so many colleagues, it would be acceptable if he had done something meaningful, but instead he had not accomplished anything and had come to O'Hara to seek death. It would have been better to betray them during the extermination order. After all this, what did the Navy personnel who helped Sabo become? One need not fear individuals with thoughts, one should fear the foolish. Zepha truly understood the meaning of this saying. Today he would personally clear the way for the Navy. After walking for 5 minutes, Ross and the others suddenly came to a halt. Teacher Zephyr and Commander. In front of them, a tall naval figure suddenly appeared. Kazan. Zephyr's eyes narrowed slightly as he uttered the name, instinctively stepping forward to block Ross' path. Kazan, hands in his pockets, registered Zephyr's movement with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The heroic teacher he once respected was now completely different. When he was being taught, it was right after Zephyr's wife and son had been murdered. At that time, Teacher Zephyr still seemed like a steadfast hero in Kazan's eyes. As time passed, the beloved Teacher Zephyr disappeared, replaced by the CP0 Zephyr in a white suit. Now for Kazan, only Karp, the teacher who guided him after graduating from training camp, remained. Kazan never glanced at Ross, gazing deeply at Zephyr before choosing to turn and leave gracefully. Saint Ross. Zanny quietly approached Ross and whispered a question. Disrespecting the celestial dragons in the ideology instilled in her since childhood was equally a capital offense. Lieutenant Kazan. Just as Kazan's figure was about to vanish, Ross suddenly spoke. Looking at Kazan's slightly halted figure, Ross spoke calmly. I order you to return to the warship and prepare to destroy the Tree of Knowledge. Commander, I have an order from headquarters to deal with the naval traitor Haguard. Zoro. Kazan did not look back, continuing to walk forward. But just as he took a step, he was forced to stop. Teacher Zephyr, are you going to stop me from carrying out the orders from headquarters? He slightly raised his head, looking at Zephyr, standing in front of him, emanating a chill. Kazan comprehensive rating S. 10 years ago, he wouldn't have been able to take a single punch from Zephyr. But 10 years have passed, and his ice is no less sharp than Zephyr's fist. The Navy's duty is to obey commands. I remember teaching you that. Zephyr's brow furrowed slightly. He felt neither affection nor animosity towards Kazan. Among the students he taught, Kazan was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding. However, Kazan's overly lazy personality truly displeased him, just as he also disliked Borsalino. Teacher Zephyr, am I not obeying orders? Almost simultaneously, Zanny appeared at his right side, holding a phone bug in the shape of a marshal. Kazan obeys Zephyr and St. Ross orders. This is the command issued by headquarters. Hearing the empty voice, Kazan sighed, received. After saying that, he still showed no intention of turning around, but walked left along a path made of ice. Even though he ignored Ross, he still followed Ross' orders. St. Ross, please allow me to take action. Zanny returned to Ross' side, respectfully handing over the hung-up phone bug. You are still not his match. As long as he does not defect from the Navy, he poses no threat to me, Ross said lightly, and continued walking towards Robin. Kazan's appearance was merely a small episode. His identity as a celestial dragon predetermined his conflict with the Navy, such as Carp and Kazan. In the eyes of that group of Navy men who could not tolerate any sand, the celestial dragons were also targets to be dealt with. However, with the main conflict being pirates, the celestial dragons and the world government were not in a hurry to address them. Because of Kazan and Carp's combat power, the world government would also tacitly allow their existence. As long as they do not betray the world government, their thoughts are not important. However, Ross knew full well that Kazan would eventually betray the Navy. If it weren't for his insufficient strength, he would have wanted to leave him behind right then and there. Strength. Zephyr and Shiwan watched Ross continue forward, their expressions differing, yet they quietly followed behind him. Through Kazan's matter, Zephyr also roughly understood Ross' firmness and attitude towards justice. Since he chose the path of exterminating pirates through the world government, he did not intend to change it. Unless Ross truly fails otherwise, he plans to observe further. Shiwan was more naive. Previously, she only knew that the celestial dragons could not be offended. If they did not meet the demands of the celestial dragons, it would be difficult not to die. But all that was hearsay. Kazan's example was right in front of her. Convincing a freshly graduated naval elite like her was normal, but Ross easily made Kazan submit, giving her an eye-opening experience. Kazan's current status in the Navy ranked within the top 5, yet such a person could only yield to Ross' orders. Unavoidably, Shiwan felt fortunate for her choice. At least she would not suffer unnecessary misfortunes. Of course, the main reason for her changed attitude was that Ross not only had a noble identity, but also an astounding strength. During every training session, Ross' physical strength surpassed hers significantly, even able to train alongside Stella. Judging from appearance, strength, talent, identity, and ability, Ross was undoubtedly among the top men she had ever seen. To reach Ross' average level, other men would have to be at least 20 years older than him. Every time she thought of this, Shiwan felt like Cinderella, thinking she had climbed too high by being with Ross. The group did not move slowly and quickly arrived at Zoro's hideout. It was in fact a small bay beneath a cliff. Zoro, a giant weighing dozens of meters, was concealed within, appearing less conspicuous. Ross' arrival immediately alerted Zoro. General Zephyr. Upon seeing Zephyr's face, despair flashed across Zoro's features. Knowing he had drifted to O'Hara was already distressing enough. He never expected to run into a general. General. Zoro, is he the highest combat power of the Navy? A cute little girl with black hair sat in Zoro's giant hand, curiously observing Ross and the others. Haguard. Zoro, Nico, Robin, that's correct, right? Ross stood at the forefront of the group, leisurely gazing at the combination of the large and small figures. Haguard. Zoro, comprehensive rating, A. Nico, Robin, comprehensive rating. Even though they were plot characters, if they hadn't matured, their ratings were still shockingly low. Ross sighed, inwardly losing interest in Robin immediately. He didn't forge copper, he was fond of the Robin from 20 years later, having no interest in the present-day Robin. That's right, who are you? Are you here to capture us? Zoro stood up, his towering figure exuded an unmatched oppressive aura. Since learning he had arrived at O'Hara and inadvertently discovering Robin's identity, he already knew what would happen. However, he never expected this day to come so soon. Nico, Robin, the world government has issued a wanted notice for your mother. Do you know where she is? Ross ignored Saul and focused his attention on Robin. Saul's fate was already sealed, and he had no interest in the meat on the chopping block. Ed, why is there a wanted notice for Mom? I don't know where she is. No, I won't tell you where Mom is. Robin looked at Ross with suspicion, already considering him and his companions as villains. I'm not asking since you don't know. I'll kindly tell you that she is currently on this island. So can you guess what she is doing? Ross gazed at Robin with a smile clearly lacking the demonic aura of Zanny, yet somehow appearing even more devilish. Mom has come back. Robin's initial focus was on the fact that Alvia had returned, but she quickly realized the gravity of the situation and glared angrily at Ross. You can't use me to lure Mom out. Oh, so you think Alvia returned to look for you? Ross chuckled lightly, shaking his head vigorously. No, she didn't come back to find you. To her, you are far less important than what she is currently doing. Impossible, you're lying. Robin stared fiercely at Ross. When she was 2, Alvia abandoned her in O'Hara, leaving her to be raised by her uncle's family. At that time, only Dr. Clover had shown her kindness. Everyone else from her uncle's family to the neighbors despised her. She didn't know why, but felt wronged in her heart. Thankfully, Dr. Clover taught her history and was a friend of her mother, sharing many stories about her. So even though she rarely saw her mother, she still held a deep admiration for Alvia, believing that her mother was simply too busy to pay her any attention. Stop talking. Saul realized what Ross was trying to say and shouted to stop him, placing Robin behind him on the mound. His massive fists clenched, his gaze fixed on Ross. Why shouldn't I say? Since Alvia herself thinks her daughter is less important than history, shouldn't outsiders be allowed to say it too? Ross calmly looked at Saul and directly voiced it. Even if Ross considered himself not a good person, he still looked down upon the parents in the pirate world. In the pirate world, none of the biological fathers acted like decent human beings, and as long as the mother didn't die giving birth, she was mostly inhumane. To leave a 2-year-old daughter in the care of her uncle's family for years without a word, solely fixated on researching history. Was this something a mother could do? If one truly didn't care about their descendants, they shouldn't have given birth in the first place. No, Mom is definitely not like that. Robin stubbornly looked at Ross, completely disbelieving his words. Dr. Clover had told her that her mother was the best woman in the world for her busy studying history, only to unveil the unknown mysteries and bring the lost secrets to light. This was a great undertaking. That's enough. Saul gritted his teeth, his massive fist suddenly swinging towards Ross. He could not tolerate Ross defaming a mother in front of her underage daughter. All mothers love their children. They are all great. Boom. Saul's swinging fist was easily blocked by Zifa's punch. Despite the vast difference in size, Zifa's smaller fist forcefully pushed back Saul's enormous fist. It seems those historians are truly not good people. Zifa stood in front of Ross, frowning with pity as he looked at Robin. Having spent over a month with Ross, he knew that Ross almost never told such lies in public. Parents who could make even a celestial dragon like Ross feel there was something wrong must be worse than he had imagined. While Zifa was blocking the attack, Zanny had already appeared on Saul's shoulder. What a hassle, can't you just die already? Zanny sighed lightly, instantly transforming into her succubus form, her slender tail, laced with armament hockey, fiercely striking Saul on the neck. Boom! Saul's giant body was surprisingly flung away by this tail strike, crashing into a nearby rock and causing countless fragments to fall, shaking the ground. Saul! Robin cried out, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. But the tremors caused by Saul being struck made it difficult for her to stand, and she had to rely on the powers of the Hana no Mi to avoid falling. I'm here to help you, I can help you. Robin helplessly shouted, desperately using the powers of her Hana no Mi, numerous small hands appearing beside Saul, trying to pull him up. Her face was flushed from exertion. She had done her utmost, but still couldn't move Saul's. Ross' voice suddenly rang in Robin's ears, startling her into instinctively retreating, stumbling, and sitting down on the ground. You. Robin looked at Ross in terror. Clearly they had just been on that mountain peak. How could he move so quickly? Little one, don't cry, or you won't have any tears left later. Ross smiled gently as he took Robin's little hand, pulling her up and even extending his hand to kindly pat the dust off her. Another choice. Could it be? Jiun stood next to Ross, his strange gaze sweeping between Ross and Robin. Could it be? It shouldn't be. Although they had only gotten close for a few days, she was quite confident that Ross only liked older women. All right, it's time for you to make a choice. Ross slightly lowered himself to meet the panicked Robin's gaze, speaking slowly. I'm giving you a choice to choose between Saul and your mother. If you choose Saul, I can spare his life, but in exchange, I will kill your mother. Conversely, if you choose your mother, I will spare her life, but will kill Saul. All right, the choice has been given to you. Make your selection. I'll only give you 5 minutes. If you run out of time, I'll take it as a forfeit and kill both. Now the 5-minute countdown begins. Ross said as he pulled out a timer, setting it for 5 minutes and hitting start. This world doesn't have advanced technology, but some simple machinery exists along with plenty of black technology. Behind Ross, Jiun looked at Robin with pity. As expected, she thought correctly. Ross was a celestial dragon with a twisted sense of humor. Such a choice for a girl was indeed too cruel. However, Gun kept these thoughts to himself, saying nothing more. Both Alvia and Saul were on the wanted list and were still key targets to protect. It was merely exchanging assured death for one life and one death. If one of them could survive, it would indeed be Ross, showing kindness towards them. After all, only a celestial dragon like Ross could allow someone to leave O'Hara alive under such circumstances. However, this young girl had become a victim of Ross' twisted humor. Don't choose anything. Robin, ignore him. Zoro's booming voice reverberated relentlessly thick with fury. Zenny stopped. Fury contorting his features, Zoro hurled his massive iron fist down upon Zenny with devastating force. Too slow. Giants rely solely on innate physical prowess. Against peers of equal cultivation, you stand no chance whatsoever. Zenny made no attempt to meet Zoro heat, and in the blink of an eye she slipped past his swinging fist as if gliding through mist. Even at the peak of his strength, Zoro would have been utterly outmatched by Zenny's speed, let alone now when he had only just recovered from injury and received no proper nourishment for days, leaving him grievously weakened. Such debilitation posed little disadvantage against devil fruit users, but for giants whose power stemmed entirely from their bodies the gap was insurmountable. In his current state, even Shiryu or Rosh could subdue Zoro without effort. Shryak. Zenny darted ceaselessly around Zoro's flanks, each flicker of motion carving a fresh wound across his flesh, spraying crimson arcs into the air. Within moments, Zoro was drenched head-to-toe in blood before collapsing heavily to the ground. 3 minutes remain. Rosh glanced coolly at the fallen giant and allowed himself a satisfied smile. Truly, such grim tasks were best entrusted to CP0 agents. He had never intended to assign this duty to Shiryu or to Zephyr. Shiryu still required refinement. As for Zephyr, killing posed no moral obstacle, but prolonged torment stirred deep aversion within him. Turning back, Rosh observed Robin paralyzed with terror and shook his head faintly in mild disappointment. Even an 80-year-old historian remained at heart simply an 80-year-old girl. Since you cannot decide, allow me to spare you the burden. As he spoke, Rosh concealed his hands behind his back for a moment, then brought them forward, both clenched into fists held before Robin. One of my hands holds a leaf. Choose correctly, and you save Zoro. Choose the empty hand, and your mother lives. Simple enough. Your turn. Watching Robin's wide, trembling eyes fixate on his hands, Rosh gave a soft chuckle. Oh, and do hurry. Only 90 seconds remain. Robin tensed further at his words, her small face tightened, her gaze darting frantically between his two fists. She stood now on the precipice of total collapse. Yet Zoro's broken form lay stark before her, compelling her to choose. Otherwise, both her mother and Zoro truly might die. Left to her own judgment, she could not bear to sacrifice either, not even for the woman she loved most. But Rosh had offered her a reprieve, a choice left to chance. No matter the outcome, it would not be her will, not truly hers. Perhaps that illusion would grant her some measure of peace. And yet, Zoro had saved her mother's life. How could she abandon him to save Alvia? 30 seconds remaining. The warning jolted Robin upright. She blurted out desperately, I choose your right hand. Your right hand. Your right hand, you say, oi. Rosh chuckled softly, deliberately raising his right hand close to his chest and parting his fingers just enough to reveal a sliver of green shadow. Seems there's a hint of a leaf silhouette here. Alas, your mother is doomed to die by my hand. But fear not, it shall be swift. A single stroke, and all will be over. Robin's pupils contracted violently, horror flooded her face as she screamed. No, 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 no. I choose my mother. I choose my mother. She could not endure the thought of her mother's death, not when it hinged upon her own decision. You chose my right hand. Once chosen, there is no turning back. A faint smile lingered on Rosh's lips as he watched Robin's composure unravel. Suddenly he extended his right hand toward her, palm up, and slowly unfurled his fingers. Look, you chose wisely. There is no leaf here. Congratulations, you have saved your mother. By the name of Jagalushia Rosh, celestial dragon of the holy lineage, I swear Nico Alvia shall depart this island alive. Saved? Seeing the hollow palm before her, Robin felt overwhelming, dizzying relief, so profound that her legs gave way and she crumpled helplessly onto the ground. She did not doubt Rosh's word. As the youngest historian in recorded history, Robin understood the weight of a celestial dragon's oath. No one dared mock such a name. Well then, since young Robin has made her choice, it is time I enacted her other selection. Rosh spoke with serene amusement and lightly clapped his hands. Zenny instantly understood. She stepped forward, ready to end Zoro's suffering. At that moment, Zephyr flashed into view beside the fallen giant. Let me handle this. He had witnessed everything unfold and chosen not to intervene until now. At 50 years old, he had long since passed the age of watching mere process. Rosh's cruelty was a matter of personal disposition, not a threat to the greater order. The Navy housed many brutal men, yet they reserved their violence for pirates. So long as Rosh walked the path Zephyr accepted, any flaws along the way could be overlooked. So long as his cruelty spared the Navy, and spared Zephyr's former students, that was enough. Zoro, you are a good man. Yet sometimes kindness expressed in the wrong form yields consequences more terrible than malice itself. Zephyr approached Zoro calmly, delivering those final words before slowly raising his fist. In that instant his knuckles shimmered with armament hockey. Upon the Grand Line, Zephyr bore 2 titles, one the Admiral, who spares no one, the other Black Arm Zephyr. Black denoted his mastery of armament hockey, Arm reflected his peerless martial artistry. That epithet alone testified to his unparalleled command of haki-infused physical combat. Zephyr Admiral, you are a demon who nurtures evil. Zoro glared at Zephyr, but only a hoarse croak escaped his throat. He was utterly spent. Deprived of sustenance on O'Hara, his body barely recovered, his strength reduced to less than 1/10 of its prime. Against Zenny he had been effortlessly overwhelmed. Against Zephyr the disparity was absolute. Yet still, no warrior of the giant clan lies down to die. Rule war. Robin, live on. You are kind-hearted. You will find companions worthy of you. With a final earth-shaking roar, Zoro strained to lift half his body and drove his fist toward Zephyr with desperate might. Shriek. A sickening sound of flesh and bone giving way echoed sharply. Zoro's punch froze midair. A gaping cavity pierced the center of his right fist and continued straight through his heart, hollowing it into vacuum. Through the ruin of his chest one could glimpse the distant blue sky. Blood spattered Zephyr's uniform as he withdrew his fist expressionless, then turned and strode calmly toward Rosh. Zephyr, even with his heart shattered, Zoro's indomitable giant physiology granted him one last breath. His final cry tore from his throat. His fist swung again. Bang! A gunshot cracked the air. Rosh lowered his platinum pistol, cold and indifferent. A ragged crimson hole bloomed in Zoro's left eye socket. That shot extinguished the last spark of life within him. Tum! The heavy final thud of his colossal frame hitting the earth reverberated like thunder. Mission A-Class execution completed. Power 500000. Special reward Elbaf gun, Hegemon strike. Absorbing the reward, Rosh found himself unexpectedly intrigued by the new technique now etched into his consciousness. An A-Class reward proved astonishing, granting him a signature giant clan technique. Whether wielded with bludgeon or blade, this martial art unleashed shockwaves capable of piercing even a 100-meter Sea King in an instant. Moreover, Host Rosh, Power 715132100C, Fleet Junior Admiral. A single A-Class boon had elevated him nearly to the rank of Fleet Vice Admiral. By the conclusion of this buster call, he would possess sufficient strength to act independently, no longer requiring Zenny's presence to ensure success. Sauron. Robin's cry, filled with sorrow, echoed throughout the bay. She knew that Sauron had died perishing because of her choice. At this moment Robin dared not look back at Sauron's corpse. She simply turned away, weeping uncontrollably. Do you feel the fragility of life now, eh? Ross bent down, gently scooping up the weeping Robin and resting her on his shoulder. With his current height, Robin had more than enough room to sit comfortably. He was not afraid that Robin would pose any threat to him. Given his current physique, it was impossible for Robin to break through his defenses. She was entirely a harmless little girl. Whoa. Robin merely pressed her lips together, tears streaming down her cheeks. She did not agree with Ross' words, but dared not refute him. She was afraid. Afraid that if Ross became displeased, he would kill her mother too. If she could not even protect her own mother, wouldn't Sauron's sacrifice be in vain? Robin, do you still remember my name? Ross led Robin step by step toward the direction of Sauron's death. I remember Jaegor Lucia Ross. Robin nodded vigorously, covering her eyes with her hands. She had already seen the fallen Sauron the giant, who would comfort her with his unique laughter. Dead. Very good, remember this name and imprint it in your heart. Ross gazed calmly at Sauron's corpse. His tone, though gentle, carried an unsettling chill as he spoke. I can easily kill those whom others cannot. I can effortlessly resolve problems that others cannot. Everything in this world depends on whether I wish to do so or not. Your choice this time has brought me joy. As a favor, you may freely designate someone or pose a question. As long as it piques my interest, I will grant you the corresponding future you desire. Take a good look at the corpse before you, Nico. Robin. This is the consequence of your choice, the fate of being my enemy. Robin did not know when she had lowered her hands from her eyes, staring blankly at Sauron's corpse. The poor girl. Ji Yuan stood beside Ross's gaze toward Robin, filled with pity. At her age, how could she understand what power meant, what it meant to be strong? But at this moment, Ross had forcibly broken through her defenses with his actions, implanting a seed named Jaegor Lucia Ross in her heart. The fear this seed brought her might be difficult for Robin to comprehend at present, but in the future it would undoubtedly take root and blossom into her greatest shadow. Ji Yuan had actually seen quite a few children like this. Those whose homes were destroyed by pirates, the few survivors, all bore similar psychological states. Most of these individuals would grow up to become extreme. Either they would plunge into darkness themselves or resist darkness with extremism. It is said that Sakazuki watched helplessly as his hometown and family were slaughtered by pirates when he was young, which led to his current personality. But regardless, this girl named Nico Robin would never lead a life like an ordinary girl in the future. Ji Yuan silently withdrew his gaze, retracting his thoughts. She was willing to join the Navy, which actually meant she was a kind person. However, regarding Robin's matter, she had considered speaking up, but ultimately did not know what to say. Without Ross, Robin's identity, along with her experiences of helping Sauron these days, would have led to death being her final destination. Even if she survived by chance, O'Hara would inevitably be destroyed, and she would no longer be able to live as a simple girl. So what more could she say? Perhaps there are matters higher than life itself, but simply surviving in this world is already an immense fortune. If blame is to be assigned, it should be to Robin's irresponsible mother. Knowing the consequences of studying taboo knowledge, she still pushed herself, her family, and even her hometown into the abyss when she had no power. Let's go. Ross noticed that Robin was gradually stopping her crying, and her gaze towards Sauron was becoming more peaceful. He knew he had succeeded. His identity within the world government inevitably placed him in opposition to this group of historians. Given this, why not let Robin completely darken and become the greatest fear within her heart? There are many ways to like and possess. Ross was not bound by form, only focused on the final outcome. Allowing Robin to continue sitting on his shoulder, Ross stepped toward the all-knowing tree. Now it was time to wrap things up. While on the way to the all-knowing tree, Ross suddenly received a call from Sakazuki. What is it? There is a historian who... Sakazuki's cold voice came through. Surrender. Ross raised an eyebrow. This term was quite fresh in the pirate world. After considering the distance, Ross replied directly, I am not far from there. Control him, and those in the know, I will handle the rest. You first take charge of arranging for the other civilians to evacuate. Understood. Sakazuki quickly hung up the phone, beginning to act according to Ross' instructions. Had it not been for Ross' command, he would have chosen to kill all those in the know, even executing all civilians to protect the Navy's reputation. But since Ross wanted to come in person, he would not interfere. Ji Yuan informed Spandam to control all the individuals. We will arrive shortly. Yes. Ji Yuan nodded in agreement and began to contact Spandam via Den Den Mushi. She was also quite curious about the suddenly surrendering historian. Having originally hidden on the escape ship, it was rare to see someone seeking death like this. The group was very close to the port, arriving in just 5 minutes. Sakazuki had long been waiting, and upon seeing Ross arrive, nodded at him. Sauron has been executed. Sakazuki, shall we make a bet? Upon meeting Ross, did not first look at the surrendering individual. Instead, he focused on Sakazuki. Compared to Sakazuki, this rank prize, the historian, was nothing to be ignored. How do you want to bet? Sakazuki frowned slightly. He did not like gambling, but if he could gain corresponding benefits, he did not mind playing with Ross. Let's bet on whether anyone will come to collect Sauron's body. Ross said with a smile. Collect his body? Does he have any accomplices? Sakazuki's expression turned murderous. Accomplices of a traitor are undoubtedly a group of scoundrels. They all deserve to die. Of course not, I'm only referring to the Navy colleagues. Do you think anyone among them would go? Ross inquired. Impossible, this Navy does not have such fools. The figure of Kuzan flashed through Sakazuki's mind, but he still firmly provided his response. Then how about this? If anyone from the Navy goes to collect Sauron's body, it counts as my win. Otherwise you lose. How about that? Ross smiled. With just one bet, Ross was confident in achieving the reward for defeating. The strength defeat reward was equivalent to an rank kill reward, and his strength was sufficient for a leap forward. Sure. Sakazuki nodded without hesitation, agreeing to Ross' wager. It was a matter of dignity as a Marine. If the Marines were to collect the body of the traitor Sauron, it would be a laughingstock for them. Delightful. Ross smiled even more broadly, saying the stakes aren't high. If I lose after this demon-slaying order, I will recommend you to the 5 elders as the new Marine Admiral replacing Zephyr. Upon hearing this bet, a flicker of excitement flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. Just this recommendation could save him years of qualification. Even if he couldn't achieve it all at once, he could leverage the combat achievements from this demon-slaying order to become a candidate for Admiral ahead of time. Once he became a candidate, everything else would be set in stone. It was just a matter of time. If you lose the requirement, isn't high, publicly admit that you are inferior to me and give yourself a punch. How about that for a wager? Ross tailored a wager for Sakazuki, referencing his previous experience defeating Jernica. As for the outcome, he never thought he would lose. Given Kazan's character, he wouldn't possibly miss taking a last look at Sauron. If Kazan truly didn't go, then Ross had misjudged his sense of justice. One could only say that the Marines had no benevolent individuals from top to bottom. All right, I will go and wait by Sauron's body. Sakazuki decisively agreed, showing no hesitation. If he won, it would be a huge profit. Even if he lost, he would only lose some face. Just having the Marines collect the body of a traitor was enough to embarrass him. This wager was hardly a big deal. Besides, Sakazuki never believed that face had any real value. He turned and headed towards Sauron's hiding place. There would be subsequent handling by Borsalino, so he didn't need to worry. He just wanted to see if any Marines would engage in such foolish acts before the demon-slaying order took effect. As soon as Sakazuki walked away, Zephyr, who had been silent all along, suddenly said, "Based on my understanding of Kazan, he will definitely go." "So does that mean Major General Sakazuki is destined to lose this wager?" Shiwan asked curiously. From the moment the bet was made, he has already lost, Zephyr sighed, shaking his head. Huh. Shiwan was puzzled. Zephyr glanced at his foolish student, but patiently explained, regardless of the outcome, Sakazuki will be marked by Ross Saint. For Sakazuki, this serves as both a protective umbrella and a restricting shackle. So that's how it is. Shiwan wasn't a fool. With just a hint from Zephyr, she understood. Even if Ross Saint lost, the act of recommending Sakazuki as a Marine Admiral to the Five Elders would leave Sakazuki with no way to retreat within the Marines. A general endorsed by the Celestial Dragons would already have his background established. If Sakazuki lost, and publicly stated that he was inferior to Ross Saint, wouldn't that be an open declaration of submission? In either case, the outcome would be the same. Thinking of this, Shiwan looked at Ross with a mixture of admiration and fear. Thankfully, he was on her side, otherwise she would truly worry about being schemed against. Wait, it seems she has already been schemed into being on his side. Thinking this, Shiwan's expression stiffened slightly as she lowered her head, feeling a bit dejected and withdrawn. All right, let's see the main focus of our visit this time. Ross was unconcerned about the conversation behind him. His mood was excellent. The wager wasn't just about marking Sakazuki, it was primarily about the rewards gained from defeating Sakazuki. Just this opportunity could likely allow him to instantly break through to be ranked possessing the strength of a rear admiral. In high spirits, Ross led Shiwan to the controlled historian, Ross Saint. Upon seeing Ross' figure, the surrounding Marines all bowed and saluted him. If it weren't for having seen it so often these days, Ross would dislike seeing the same people kneeling every day. Normally, this group of Marines would need to kneel to greet him. Ross merely nodded slightly, signaling the Marines to rise, and then his gaze fell on the encircled crowd. The crowd was clearly divided into two circles. One large circle had dozens of individuals varying in age and gender, all dressed as commoners. They should be the informed parties. The other circle contained only a few people, a nervous elderly couple, a pair of young handsome men and beautiful women, and finally a girl about 10 years old. Ross noticed that the overall appearance in the pirate world was quite decent, and at least the young couple stood out remarkably. The woman was as beautiful as a flower with a curvaceous figure. The man was tall and robust with a determined and unyielding expression. These should be the self-surrendering historian and their related family members. Are you the one who has surrendered? Ross examined the young couple, and grating information appeared before his eyes. Doyle Lena overall rating G, Doyle Veyron overall rating D. Upon seeing Veyron's rating, Ross immediately focused his gaze on him. From his perception, he could tell that Veyron didn't possess high strength, at most slightly stronger than an ordinary Marine. Such a level could only warrant a D, at best not a D rating. The remaining rating likely represented Veyron's reputation in the historian community. He was still a well-known historian and probably on the wanted list. Ross Saint. I am Doyle Veyron, a historian from O'Hara specializing in historical studies. Veyron stepped forward in front of his family and knelt on one knee to salute Ross. As a historian, Veyron immediately recognized Ross' identity upon hearing the suffix of his name. Uncle Veyron. Robin exclaimed, clearly recognizing Veyron. However, Veyron didn't spare Robin a glance, acting as if he didn't know her. Only they as historians knew that Robin was also one of their own. Whether this celestial dragon was aware of Robin's identity didn't matter. It shouldn't be up to him to speak on it. Veyron. Ross murmured the name not because he had any impression of it, but because. Ross Saint. Shiwan leaned closer to Ross' ear, understanding, and explained Veyron is on the wanted list with a bounty of 20 million. His reputation at sea is not lower than that of all the unknown as the informed one of history, but the appearance on the wanted notice is somewhat different, looking more ordinary. Is this your true appearance? Without Ross needing to command, a prepared Marine nearby handed over Veyron's wanted notice. Ross compared Veyron's current handsome appearance with the ordinary visage on the wanted notice and indeed found a significant difference, explaining why others hadn't recognized him. Indeed, when out and about, one must always be prepared. Your Highness may not recognize my true appearance, but you should recognize this mark. Saying this, Veyron extended his right hand, revealing the mark of the tree of all-knowing on his arm. Shiwan continued to add in Ross' ear, the wanted notice did indeed state that Veron has a tattoo of the Tree of All-Knowing on his right arm. Just this tattoo was enough to prove Veron's identity. Not to mention that Robin had also called out his identity. Robin had no time to conspire, and given her current mood, she wouldn't think too much if his identity was already clear. However, Ross was genuinely curious about why Veron chose to surrender. Since no Marines knew Veron's true appearance, he could likely get away with it this time without needing to endanger his family. He could still see that Veron valued his family greatly. Under non-essential circumstances, he would never put his family in danger. My lord, we can testify that Wei Luan is indeed the historical informant. We have known him since childhood. Yes, I can attest to that too. My lord, this matter has nothing to do with us. Can we leave? Indeed, I had no idea Wei Luan had infiltrated the group. He was wearing a mask before, otherwise I would have reported him. It's unjust. The nearby commoners, hearing the conversation, immediately began to point fingers at Wei Luan. They did not want to be implicated. They were just commoners wanting to live peacefully. Silence them and take them away. Ross waved his hand, and the nearby sailors immediately acted, driving the commoners away, leaving only Ross and a few others along with the Doyle family. After clearing the area, Ross looked at Wei Luan with a smirk. This is why you turned yourself in, isn't it? I study history. Most commoners are just a mob. Wei Luan nodded helplessly, bitterly saying, I can evade the Navy, but I can't hide my identity from my fellow countrymen. They truly know who I am. That's true. Ross nodded slightly in agreement. In times of crisis, even family can be unreliable. How could a mere group of fellow countrymen be trustworthy? Previously, Wei Luan could pose as a distant relative of the Doyle family, but before boarding the escape ship, he had to remove his disguise. If the countrymen reported him, his cover would be blown. Such matters do not require a gamble. To survive smoothly, normal people would choose to report, otherwise, if discovered, everyone on the ship could perish. Then why attempt it in the first place? I remember you were on the run before. If you didn't return, you might have been able to escape. I study history. Those who abandon their families in history never end well. Wei Luan smiled as he glanced around at his family, the ones he could never bear to part with. He knew very well that under the current wanted circumstances, his family could not survive. Even if they did, they would become bait to lure him. If he did not show himself, soon his entire family would perish. For this reason alone, he had to return. Not to protect the historical truth of O'Hara, but to safeguard his family. As a man, aren't you afraid of being implicated? Ross smiled and inquired. Although I study history, to say I'm not afraid would be self-deception. I am not just afraid. I became even more terrified upon hearing the prince's name. Wei Luan laughed heartily. While he spoke of fear, there was no hint of cowardice in his demeanor. You truly are unafraid of death. Ross chuckled. This historical informant was indeed intriguing and quite to his taste. My lord, only if I die can my family live. Wei Luan smiled, his gentle gaze fixed on his worried family members. From the moment he began studying the historical texts, he knew this day would come. However, he could not resist his curiosity and ended up harming his family. For this, he could only atone with his life. Are all historians like you? Ross discerned Wei Luan's resolve to die, and his gaze held a hint of respect. A man willing to die for his family is certainly a real man. I study history, but taught me to understand reason. Unfortunately, due to this damnable curiosity, I still erred. Wei Luan replied solemnly. They'll give you a chance. Ross drew out a platinum pistol from his waist and held it out to Wei Luan. Kill those commoners, or kill one of your family members, and the rest, including you, will live. Moreover, I promise you that in the future you can still study the historical texts to satisfy your curiosity. Ross enjoyed watching people struggle and liked giving others opportunities. This time, he did not swear an oath in the name of his family. If Wei Luan killed the commoners, he would let him live, but there would be no future opportunity to study the historical texts. If Wei Luan killed his family member, not only would he not allow him to study the historical texts, but he would also turn him into a slave, tossing him into the fighting pits of the celestial dragons. If Wei Luan refused, he would be more than willing to keep his promise. Can I exchange for another promise from your highness? Wei Luan picked up the gun and suddenly looked up. You truly are unafraid of death. Ross retorted. I study history and speak you are worth this price. Ross sighed as he took the gun from Wei Luan. He already knew what the other party intended to do. I ask your highness to treat my family kindly. Wei Luan looked fixedly at Ross. He understood the meaning behind each of Ross' choices. But as a historian, he also had his own pride. Granted. Ross gently sighed and nodded solemnly at Wei Luan. Thereupon he turned and walked out step by step. Bang! A gunshot rang out behind him, immediately followed by a chaotic outcry, Daddy! Wei Luan! Wei Luan! Uncle Wei Luan! Among them were Robin's cries and her weeping. Wei Luan was also someone who treated her very well. He never expected that he would choose to commit suicide for his family. At this moment, Robin thought of herself. She had also chosen to abandon Sabo for her mother. The difference was that she chose to kill others while Wei Luan chose to take his own life. Perhaps she should have committed suicide back then. Robin's heart was filled with regret. Wei Lun's suicide had a profound impact on her. It turned out that Ross' choices could be made this way as well. Ross chose not to engage with the commotion, but walked forward slowly. Moments later, Ziyuan appeared by his side, respectfully handing back the platinum pistol. Seeing Ross take the gun, Ziyuan then asked with pursed lips, "Must that Wei Lun die?" "There is never a must for death, he knows how to survive." Ross glanced at Zan, speaking slowly. "However, for some people certain things are more important than life." "More important than life?" Ziyuan's eyes flickered, a hint of melancholy appearing in his gaze. "All right, there will be plenty of time for you to think when we return. Now, we should go meet the other scholars and see if they possess this kind of courage." "Ross, how should we handle the Doyle family?" As they walked down the road, a nearby naval major, though frightened, still stepped forward to inquire. "Have them board my warship, then arrange them in the naval family area. As for Wei Lun's body, consult his family and deal with it according to their wishes." Ross replied indifferently, "Understood." The naval major, upon receiving the order, immediately left in haste. Upon hearing Ross' instructions, Zephyr and Ziyuan's gazes toward Ross changed significantly. They could accept Ross' malice, but also admired his heroic act of protecting his family. Ross was willing to grant dignity to the deceased, surpassing most celestial dragons and nobles. "Don't move." Under the tree of all-knowing, Spandam led a group of CP9, gathering all the historians together. Most historians were trembling, huddled on the ground with their heads in their arms, not daring to move. It wasn't that they lacked courage, rather those with courage had already fallen in pools of blood. Watching the fallen scholars nearby, the remaining historians trembled even more. Of course, not everyone was like these scholars. Dr. Clover stood before the scholars, her gaze fixed fiercely on Spandam. Beside her, Alvia stood with pursed lips, also glaring angrily at CP9. If looks could kill, Spandam would have been dead thousands of times by now. But unfortunately, a glare cannot kill. They were merely a group of powerless scholars. "Don't you dare look at me with those eyes. If it weren't for the prince's orders, I would have long since executed you, evil scum." Spandam disdainfully surveyed the crowd, not taking them seriously at all. "You have no power, yet you daily shout about researching the lost history. Where do you find the audacity? You are the evil scum. What is wrong with our research of that period in history? History belongs to everyone. To reveal all truths is the hope of all people in the world." Alvia retorted passionately. "Huh, the hope of all people in the world." Spandam looked at Alvia as if she were a fool. "Have you lost your mind researching history? Who is it that hopes for the world's everyone? I certainly do not, and the world government has explicitly prohibited it. That is the hope of all people in the world. The world government is wrong. Ooh, I want to speak with the 5 elders. Dr. Clover said solemnly. You think you are worthy?" Spandam said dismissively. "If it weren't for Ross' orders to spare these two, he would have already dealt with them. Commander, a formidable force is approaching. Just their presence indicates we might not stand a chance." A CP9 in black hurried to Spandam's side, whispering in his ear, "Not an enemy. It should be the prince arriving. Prepare to welcome him." Upon hearing the CP9's words, Spandam realized. He excitedly watched the approaching figures, shouting with enthusiasm, "CP9 Commander Spandam along with CP9 members welcome St. Ross." The moment his voice rang out, all CP9 members, as if rehearsed, knelt down towards St. Ross. This display by CP9 left Alvia and Dr. Clover speechless. The name of the saint could only signify the arrival of a celestial dragon. They never expected that the extermination order from O'Hara could actually attract a celestial dragon. In the distance, Ross and his companions leisurely approached the range of the tree of all-knowing. Though they appeared relaxed, their speed was remarkably swift. In just a few seconds, they transformed from mere black dots to right in front of Spandam. "Holy Ross!" Facing the tall and handsome figure of Ross, Spandam slid down to his knees, leaving a long mark on the ground until he was kneeling before Ross. "I am Spandam, the commander of CP9, the most loyal servant of the celestial dragons. It is truly a blessing to witness your grandeur today." Such flattery and exaggerated actions drew strange looks from everyone. Even those from CP9, who were also kneeling in homage to Ross, couldn't help but wish to distance themselves from their commander. Everyone knew the nature of the celestial dragons. Even when forced to serve them, they tried to keep their distance, maintaining a superficial respect. Is it only you, Spandam, who knows how to flatter? Yet they finally realized how someone completely lacking in strength like Spandam managed to become the commander of CP9. What an opportunity! As everyone's attention was drawn towards Ross and Spandam, Olivia's eyes flashed, and she immediately took action. She dashed towards the tree of all-knowing. Before returning, she was already aware that O'Hara was about to face the Demon Slaughter Order, but she never expected the Navy to arrive so quickly, leaving no chance for them to escape. Olivia feared not death, but she dreaded that all her efforts would be in vain. Even if she were to perish, she intended to hide the translated historical texts, leaving them for future generations to unveil the secrets the world government sought to conceal. Where are you going? Suddenly, a lazy voice from Zani rang out. Before Olivia could run 2 steps, she felt a heavy blow to her abdomen, causing her to stumble forward. Before she could hit the ground, she suddenly felt pain in her back, and she was forcefully lifted. As the scenery around her shifted abruptly, Olivia realized she had fallen at someone's feet. After Xana's abrupt action, she lacked the strength to rise, and could only struggle to lift her head. From her vantage point, she could just meet Ross' handsome face. "Nico, Olivia, I have wanted to meet you for a long time," Ross said with a smile, his gaze roaming over Olivia. Nico Olivia overall rating C. Olivia had long, beautiful silver hair, slightly tanned skin, a voluptuous figure, slender. In terms of appearance and figure, Olivia could only be considered above average, not even comparable to Guion or Stella. Yet Olivia possessed a scholarly aura, a rare quality in the pirate world, which genuinely stirred Ross' interest. Someone like her should be more enjoyable to bully, right? Holy Ross. Olivia pursed her lips, despair lurking deep in her eyes. As a historian, she knew all too well what kind of people the celestial dragons were. They had never been good since ancient times. Ruling the world for 800 years, they had committed countless atrocities. "Holy Ross, you promised to spare my mother." A tender yet stubborn voice rang out, startling Olivia. "Robin." She looked incredulously towards Ross's shoulder, shocked to see her daughter Robin sitting atop a celestial dragon. In that moment, countless curiosities and speculations overwhelmed her, causing her heart to spiral into chaos. "I said I would spare her life, but the only condition is that she must never study the historical texts again. If she is discovered again, there will be no mercy," Ross replied with a smile. He had too many ways to deal with a weak woman like Olivia, and he wasn't in the least bit anxious. "No, studying the historical texts is my lifelong ambition. You villains would go so far as to enact the demon slaughter order to cover up that history. I absolutely refuse to bow to you." Olivia gazed defiantly at Ross, not caring about her own life. In her view, no matter what deal Robin had struck with Ross, it did not affect her resolute stance at this moment. As a mother, Robin held a significant place in her heart. However, this importance was relative. When compared to the historical texts, it became insignificant. "Mom," Robin shouted anxiously. To save Olivia, she had even sacrificed Saul. What? Why doesn't her mother understand? Studying the historical texts, is it not more important than life? Your resolve is quite firm, but if I remember correctly, your research is all within the tree of all-knowing, right? Ross smiled and gave Spandane a knowing glance. The sycophant King Spandane understood immediately, quickly rising to his feet and grabbing a large stack of documents from a nearby CP9 member. "Holy Ross. This is the evidence of their research on the historical texts." "Excellent." Ross received the large stack of manuscripts with satisfaction, his opinion of Spandane rising considerably. He began to understand why the Emperor favored sycophants. With the efficiency of this group of flatterers, which Emperor would not appreciate them? "Do you want it?" Ross could clearly feel Olivia's breath quickening as she gazed at the documents in his hand. The contents of these documents were the culmination of all the historians of O'Hara's research. Many of the contents were things even Olivia had not fully seen. "Oh, by the way, there's someone who should know all about this," Ross said as he drew a platinum pistol from his waist. Bang. "No!" Olivia screamed in terror. "Grandpa Clover!" Robin cried. "Doctor! Doctor!" The historians shouted in panic. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dr. Clover fell to the ground with a blood hole in his head. Without any strength, there was no way he could resist Ross' shot. Level kill completed. Strength 100000. Special reward, ancient language level. This reward is truly remarkable. Ross nodded in satisfaction as he put away the platinum pistol. From the moment he laid eyes on Dr. Clover, he knew he had to eliminate him. As an authority on world history, even without any strength, his status still warranted a B rating. Ross couldn't bear to let anyone else kill such a valuable source of experience. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge related to ancient texts flooded Ross' mind. He could now confidently say that his ability to interpret historical texts surpassed even that of future Robin. Why did you kill Grandpa Clover?" Robin pulled at Ross' hair, crying helplessly. Dr. Clover had always been the kindest person to her, undoubtedly one of her closest kin after Olivia. Saul was dead, and Uncle Veyron was dead. Now Grandpa Clover was dead too. Yet no matter how hard she tried to, Ross, it felt no different than a tickle. "Robin." Ross looked at Robin calmly, his tone cold as he said, "I never promised you to spare Dr. Clover's life." "Ah." Robin stopped crying, frightened by a single glance from Ross. Even without using Conqueror's Haki, the mere presence of it grants extraordinary power to an ordinary person with just a gesture or a glance. "All right, Olivia, let's return to our previous topic." Ross held up the stack of documents in his left hand, speaking slowly. "If you wish to continue your research on the historical text, I agree." "Really?" Hearing she could still live and continue her research with Alvia, her eyes immediately sparkled. Dr. Clover was already dead and could never be revived. For those who were still alive, their only option was to help Dr. Clover fulfill his wishes by continuing the research of the historical text and revealing the lost century to the world. The history of the entire world has a gap of 100 years. 900 years ago, the pirate world was still in chaos. It was only 800 years ago that the world government was established, slowly bringing order to the pirate world, a situation that persists to this day. Any scholar studying history would be intrigued by the century-long gap. What kind of history could be sealed away by the world government, and why is research on it forbidden? In their view, history belongs to everyone in this world, and the world government should not prevent people from seeking the truth. With such thoughts, countless individuals have come forward, leading to the present-day O'Hara. Born and raised in such an environment, Alvia had long regarded the research and revelation of that historical period as her faith. No matter the cost, she was determined to unveil that history. It's simple. I have so many sheets of paper here, each representing a life from O'Hara. For every person you kill, I will give you a sheet of paper. If you can obtain all the papers, I will allow you to study that history. Ross said playfully. How can you guarantee you will keep your promise? Alvia asked. If this could grant her the power to uncover the truth, she was willing to make this trade. She would carry on with the will of all those who had died. I promise in the name of the Jaguarushia family. Ross said calmly. You should know what this surname represents. Yes, it belongs to one of the current 5 elders. Alvia nodded gently. As a historian, she was well aware of the significance of this name. Even the celestial dragons would not dare to violate a promise made under their surname. If word got out, Ross would surely be stripped of his title by the celestial dragons. She was a clever person. At least with her current value, she wasn't enough for Ross to make an exchange 110. Get on with it. There are a total of 39 documents. This gun has 8 bullets. 1 has just been used, leaving 7, and I'll give you 4 magazines, which is just the right amount. Ross handed the platinum pistol to Alvia, not the slightest bit worried about her suddenly turning on him. Not to mention that beside him stood a Vice Admiral-level Zephyr and a Warlord-level Zanny. Even this little gun's bullets wouldn't break through his defenses without the application of hockey. Host Ross Power 8-151-326-00000. See Rear Admiral overall rating A. Relying on status. When out skills: Conquerors Hockey, Busashoka Hockey, B. Ancient Language, B. Swordsmanship, C. Marksmanship, C. Body Technique, C. Now he at least had a clever physique. Ordinary firearms were ineffective against him. I'm sorry. Alvia took the gun, suddenly unable to bear it, and shouted. Immediately. Bang. She pulled the trigger, and a historian squatting on the ground fell over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alvia helplessly cried out, her eyes filled with reluctance and sorrow. But her actions were not slow in the least. Each gunshot represented a life lost. Uncle Oka. No. Aunt Mena. Mom, stop. Don't kill Grandpa mode. Robin watched as her mother personally killed the scholars who once taught her, already in tears and unable to speak. Compared to Alvia, whom she rarely met, it was these scholars who had accompanied her more. It was also because of the acceptance from these scholars that she was motivated to study history, becoming an official scholar at the age of 8. But now, those uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas who had treated her well were being slaughtered by her mother. No, by Alvia. Why? Why could Uncle Waylon choose to commit suicide for his family, while her mother had to take such an extreme path? Is studying the historical text truly that important? Important enough that Alvia, already having saved herself, would still choose to personally kill those who treated her well. Clearly everyone said that Alvia was a kind person. Someone save them. Robin cried out helplessly while the other onlookers silently watched this scene. Her mother Alvia kept saying sorry as she carried out the slaughter. Even when blood splattered on her face, she felt no issue with it. Daughter Robin continuously urged her to stop, but Alvia acted as if she couldn't hear, still raising her gun to shoot. Some historians attempted to flee, but they were surrounded by a group of CP9, anyone who dared to run would be kicked back by the nearby CP9, landing right in front of Alvia, becoming the next lamb to be slaughtered. Save them. Ross calmly watched Alvia's massacre. Indeed, not all historians were like Waylon. Among them, Alvia was probably the most obsessed with history. Ross suddenly turned his head, smiling as he pinched Robin's cheek. Since you feel that way, I'll give you a chance to save them. Instantly, Robin's vacant eyes lit up, looking at Ross with surprise. Ross clapped his hands, stopping Alvia from continuing her killing. Alvia's arms dropped, staring blankly at Ross. From the first shot fired, her heart had already died. St. Ross, have I completed it? You killed 24, you still need 15 more, it's not enough. Ross shook his head, glancing at the dwindling crowd, his voice low but audible to all. There aren't many left. I'll count each one as 2 for you, but I won't stop them from resisting. Oh right, whoever kills you today can leave alive, but they must acknowledge the mistake of O'Hara's research into forbidden history as representatives of O'Hara. Those willing to accept can begin to resist. If not, just wait for death peacefully. Ross, didn't you promise to let Alvia leave alive? What I promised you was that the Navy and world government would not intervene, but if her companions attack, I cannot help it. Moreover, this is the path your mother chose herself. Ross gently shook his head, ignoring Robin's pleas. If you don't witness the deepest darkness, how can you fully embrace the darkness yourself? One day you will find your own companions. After being betrayed by your own mother, will you still believe in so-called companions and redemption? Roth, thank you. Alvia glared at Roth with seething. How could she not know? Roth was deliberately provoking them into turning on one another. Yet the consequences he described were utterly horrifying. Should anyone become the sole survivor of O'Hara and publicly confess and repent for O'Hara's sins, then everything they had striven for over these years would vanish into nothingness. Worse still, what then was the act of having just slain her own comrades? There was no turning back now. Despair flooded Alvia's heart. She knew the moment her first shot rang out, retreat ceased to exist. Roth's words had torn away even the tattered shreds of dignity she had left, laying bare the raw, brutal choice of life itself. Alvia did not know whether anyone would resist, but she knew this: if she hesitated now, even for the split second it took to reload, she might be overwhelmed by the surging crowd. No, she had already sacrificed too much. No, she would not allow such an ending. A feverish, deranged ferocity flashed in Alvia's eyes as she raised her pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed again, not merely claiming the life of a historian, but jolting the remaining 6 from their stupor. To passively await death held no terror for them. The gunshot lasted but an instant, and death itself was but a breath. But to watch comrades fall one by one before their very eyes, to see them slaughtered by the very people they cherished most, that slow gnawing torment, that suffocating despair corroded the historians' souls without respite. Their fallen comrades lay motionless beside them. How could they resist Roth's temptation any longer? To live, this alone remained their last desperate hope. Alvia, you demon! A burly male historian roared and lunged toward her. The others, still standing, surged forward in unison, charging at Alvia. Bang! 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 3 gunshots. 3 male historians collapsed. Yet Alvia's pistol was now empty. The 2 remained. Alvia pressed her lips tight, raised her platinum pistol, and slammed it hard against the head of the sole male historian. After years navigating the seas, she retained at least some combat prowess. At the very least, she was stronger than an ordinary person, though that strength remained painfully limited. Even Alvia. Robin landed silently upon the ground, frozen. Her beloved mother, devoted to deciphering the poneglyphs, was now locked in brutal street brawl-style combat with fellow historians. In that instant, the idealized image of her mother, carefully crafted by Dr. Clover and the other historians, shattered completely. Her mother was not so noble after all. In truth, she bore little distinction from Uncle's family, the very ones who had once tormented Robin. The sole difference, perhaps, was that her mother would never raise a hand against her, as Uncle's family had done repeatedly. Slap! After 1 minute of desperate grappling, Alvia emerged victorious. Or rather, under the watchful eyes of numerous powerful figures, her victory was inevitable. Trembling, Alvia staggered upright, wiped blood from the corner of her mouth, ignored her wounds, and fixed her gaze unblinking upon Roth. Roth, Saint, you promised me. You swore it. I did indeed make that promise, Roth replied calmly. But tell me, how many have you killed so far? He paused, then asked. 7. Then by my terms that counts as 14. 14. Alvia's face abruptly froze. Yes, 14. She was still one. Having reached this point, how could she possibly accept falling short by just 1? Others? Are there truly any others left on O'Hara? Roth turned toward Spandine, as if posing a simple routine question. Spandine, ever perceptive, instantly understood and responded without hesitation. Reporting to Roth, Saint, all remaining civilians of O'Hara have evacuated aboard refugee vessels. At this moment, only those present remain on O'Hara. Whether or not the rabble had truly fled mattered little. This was what needed to be said now. Others might not grasp Roth Saint's game, but Spandine certainly did. Damn it. Even among the celestial dragons, Roth Saint ranked among the most ruthless. Yet such thoughts dared not cross Spandine's lips. Inwardly, he had already resolved to treat Roth as his own father. To wield such authority while bearing the status of a celestial dragon, Spandine dared harbor no further scheming. He had far too few lives to squander. Gone. Alvia's mind went blank. Her arms fell limp, and the platinum pistol gripped so tightly until now slipped from her fingers. Zenny materialized beside her, snatching the pistol midair before it struck the ground, and in the blink of an eye reappeared at Roth's side, presenting it reverently with both hands. Roth smoothly reloaded the magazine, then handed the pistol back to Zenny. She nodded, raised the weapon, and stepped beside Alvia. I have granted you leniency. Each life counts as 2. Think carefully. Roth spoke with quiet composure. Impossible. This is utterly impossible. I know you never intended to let me continue studying the poneglyphs. Olvia cried out agitated. Two scholars of history, yet the gulf between them was immense. Had it been Velan, he would likely have grasped Roth's intent before even pulling the trigger. Of course, if it had been Velan, Roth would never have issued such a demand in the first place. I am not so base as that. What I declare I ensure can be fulfilled, Roth said, calm and detached. Enough, for now reflect. Let neither rage nor hatred cloud your judgment. You hold no power to choose. Either carry it through, kill the final person, or I shall take you away and you will remain forever in Marijoa, never again touching the poneglyphs. No, let me think. Olvia clenched her jaw, her mind racing furiously. She felt like a gambler who had lost 38 rounds, yet now stood before the 39th knowing with absolute certainty it would be a win, and that victory would yield tenfold the sum she had lost across all prior bets. At this juncture, who would walk away? O'Hara's people. O'Hara's people. Yes, she herself was from O'Hara. But she could not kill herself. Such an act would render everything that came before utterly meaningless. Calm down. Calm down. Olvia forced herself to steady her breath, yet her gaze remained locked on Roth. Suddenly she saw him crouch, gently smile faintly, and stroke Robin's hair. Robin. Having witnessed so many deaths, she must be heartbroken. Only now did Olvia realize she had slaughtered every last historian before her daughter's very eyes. O'Hara. O'Hara. Olvia's stare fixed upon Robin grew hollow, her lips moving only to whisper the name over and over. Yes, she was from O'Hara, and so was Robin. Robin. She was the key to breaking this deadlock, the very pivot Roth had hinted at. Yet, why Robin, of all people? What are you going to do? Robin shouted in terror. The soothing words of Ross only added to her fear, and comparing them with what Wei Luan had done and her mother's actions, she found herself on the brink of collapse. Now she suddenly noticed that Olvia had picked up the gun again, and this time Olvia aimed the gun at her. Seeing this scene, Shurjin and Zai Fa's pupils constricted. Although they had some misgivings about Ross' actions, these people ultimately had to be killed. It was just a matter of how. They had thought that Ross was using faith to coerce an ordinary woman into falling. But now, judging by Olvia's actions, it was clear that she was not a historian standing firm in her beliefs. She was simply a madwoman. No matter how important that history was, could it really be more important than one's own flesh and blood? Aiming a gun at her own daughter was something they could hardly fathom. If they had felt regret over Wei Lun's suicide, they now felt that Olvia truly deserved to die. Indeed, those who study such forbidden histories are rarely normal. Olvia, have you gone mad? Robin cried out in despair, not because she was being threatened at gunpoint, but because she felt she had misallocated her trust. She had sacrificed so much for Olvia. Yet in the end, Olvia was actually aiming a gun at herself for the sake of studying history. Is studying history really that important? Robin, you don't understand. Olvia pursed her lips, her hand trembling as she held the gun, yet she did not waver in her aim. That is the culmination of everyone's efforts in O'Hara. Unveiling history, revealing the truth to everyone. That is the aspiration of... I'm sorry, Robin. As she looked at the weeping and distraught Robin, two streams of tears flowed down Olvia's cheeks. Olvia slowly closed her eyes, aimed at Robin's body, and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet shot forth. In that moment, Shurjin and Zai Fa wanted to take action, but under Ross' signal they ultimately held back. To an ordinary person, the bullet travels fast, but to a powerful being like Ross, it was merely a trivial speed. He casually shifted Robin's body. The bullet struck Robin in the abdomen, staining her body with a large patch of red. Even with the weakest bullet, it still inflicted significant harm on Robin due to the kinetic energy from the modified platinum handgun. Yet at that moment, the pain in her body was not the worst for Robin. The greatest pain was the death of her heart. Olvia had truly shot at her. If it hadn't been for Ross saving her, that shot could have pierced her heart. Olvia, I hate you. In the last moment before Robin lost consciousness, her gaze was fixed on Olvia, devoid of any feelings of affection or love for her mother, only filled with resentment. As a historian, Uncle Wei Luan could sacrifice himself for family, yet Olvia was willing to kill her. She was also a recognized historian, never having claimed that this history must be made public. Never. Olvia, I hate you. You will regret this. Take care of her. Ross gently picked up Robin and handed her to the approaching Shurjin. Shurjin sighed and glanced at the still-closed Olvia, his eyes filled with disdain. Such a woman is unworthy of being a mother. Taking Robin, Shurjin began emergency treatment. He had seen Ross' small gesture and understood that Ross did not want Robin to come to harm. Robin's injuries were actually not severe. They could hardly be deemed serious compared to the injuries she sustained during training camp. But this minor wound would be a lifelong memory for Robin. St. Ross, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Olvia collapsed weakly onto the ground, not daring to look at Robin, only casting a hopeful gaze towards Ross. Indeed, I am quite satisfied. Ross smiled as he stepped forward, standing before Alvia. He was more than pleased with Alvia's actions. How ruthless. To continue studying the history text, she was willing to kill her own daughter. It cannot be said that Alvia does not love Robin. It can only be said that her love does not surpass her dreams. If today Alvia had truly killed Robin, he had no doubt that Alvia would regret it every day. Yet at the same time, this woman would also become evil. Someone like her would have had a bright future in his past life. Unfortunately, in this world where strength is paramount, no matter how ruthless one's heart, without power it is all in vain. Ross bent down, gently stroking Alvia's silver hair, as if caressing a newly acquired pet. As his hand touched Alvia, he could distinctly feel the woman tremble for a moment, but it quickly ceased. Allowing his hand to gently caress her, allowing him to touch her. Having already killed her companions and daughter, Alvia had nothing left to lose aside from the historical text. Come, stand up, Ross said, gently wrapping his arms around Alvia and pulling her up from the ground. After experiencing such an ordeal, Alvia had no strength left. Just as Ross lifted her, she felt herself about to collapse again. In her panic, she instinctively leaned against Ross, as if seeking some form of support. After managing to stabilize herself, Alvia realized something and hurriedly tried to escape. But before she could act, she felt Ross' arms around her waist. In your current state, you cannot leave O'Hara. Alvia was silent. The recent slaughter, combined with her injuries and psychological trauma, truly rendered her unable to walk for a while. She no longer struggled. The moment Ross stroked her hair, Alvia thought of what might happen next, and the images flashed through her mind. Alvia thought she would be very angry. Yet surprisingly, the predominant emotion was indifference. A thought she could hardly believe, but it was her true inner feeling, and she was certain of it. Indeed, having already aimed a gun at her daughter, what else is there to struggle against? As long as it allows her to continue studying the historical text, nothing else matters. Take this. If you don't protect it well, I won't be able to produce a second copy. Ross' words rang in Alvia's ears, prompting her to extend her hand and take the stack of documents from him. Alvia held the documents as if they were treasures, tightly pressed against her chest. These documents were the lifelong efforts of her companions, ultimately exchanged for their lives. She must protect them. Let's go, Ross called out, holding Alvia in his arms as he started back along the path. Time had already been delayed long enough. They needed to prepare to witness a fireworks display. Zani and Zfa silently followed behind Ross, while Shurjin turned to glance at the all-knowing tree behind him before he caught up with the others while holding Robin. Spandine fell behind, watching Ross depart, then knelt down again. Farewell, Saint Ross. The direction you walk is forever the path our swords point towards. Saying this, he bowed toward the direction Ross had left, not rising again. Only when Ross disappeared from view did Spandine slowly stand. All right, everyone regroup. He waved his hand and ran toward the harbor. Behind him, while some CP9 cast scornful glances at him, many others felt genuine admiration for Spandine. Such a person deserves to be valued by his superiors. As Ross departed towards the Sakazuki's warship, Kazan ultimately could not resist, instructed his officer, and then entered O'Hara alone. He and Saul were good friends, both recognizing each other's sense of justice. Sending Saul off for the last time was the least he could do for his friend. Kazan's hands were buried in his pockets as he arrived at the bay where Saul was slain. The sunset's dying light helplessly spread across the shimmering water, unable to illuminate this tragedy-laden corner. The sea breeze carried a salty dampness mixed with an almost imperceptible sorrow, gently brushing against every inch of the space. Saul's massive body, several meters long, now lay lifeless in a shocking pool of blood. His fists were tightly clenched, seemingly still holding onto the defiant struggle of his life, while a gaping hole, where his heart once was, silently narrated the brutality of the fatal blow. His body bore countless scars, some deep, as if carved, others thin like whips, resembling the marks left by demons, chronicling the suffering he endured. Saul, even though he was mentally prepared, Kazan still let out a sigh, staring in bewilderment at his friend's corpse. Kazan's hand quietly touched Saul's body. A chilling cold radiated, and Saul's body began to freeze. In just a moment, Saul's body was completely encased in ice, shaped into a coffin by Kazan. Kazan silently gazed at the icy casket, his wrist twisting, conjuring a cluster of ice flowers in his hand. Holding the ice flowers, he gently placed them before the ice coffin. What wrong did the historians commit? They harmed no one, yet they faced the whip of the demon-slaying order. Since the world government is so powerful, why not expend efforts to eradicate pirates instead of deploying the already limited Navy resources in places like O'Hara? Is the Navy truly exercising justice? In this moment, Kazan felt lost. So you are here, Kazan. A hoarse voice rang out not far away, startling Kazan awake, and he turned back warily. When the observation hockey difference is not significant, it is difficult for one person to hide from another. Not to mention he had just been immersed in confusion. However, upon seeing the newcomer, Kuzan relaxed his guard. Sakazuki, what are you doing here? Of course I am here to await any potential traitors. Saul appearing in O'Hara cannot be mere coincidence. There must be an insider within the Navy colluding with him to stop the demon-slaying order. Sakazuki spoke blandly, concocting an extremely flimsy excuse. When he previously gambled with Ross, he had considered that Kazan might come, but he thought he would just take a quick look and not cause a ruckus. Unexpectedly, Kazan not only came, but also wanted to honor Saul, giving face to a traitor within the Navy. Such a heinous act. Oomph. Sakazuki's face darkened as he gathered scalding magma in his hands. Under Sakazuki's furious gaze, Kazan frowned slightly, feeling somewhat perplexed. Is it just Sakazuki who lacks humanity, or do all Navy officers lack humanity? Saul was once a rear admiral, and he had connections with a series of Navy generals. Even though Saul was deceased, honoring him here could hardly be deemed treasonous. Sakazuki, my intentions are similar to yours, but I have not discovered any other traitors. Kazan spoke flatly. He did not wish to argue with Sakazuki, who was simply a madman wanting to kill all pirates. It was essentially pointless to reason with such a lunatic. It's best that way. I will report the news of your presence here truthfully to Admiral Ross and Marshal Kong. Sakazuki deeply scrutinized Kazan. Even if Kazan was here, what of it? He had countless reasons to defend himself. They were now at the same rank, and he truly had no grounds to do anything to Kazan. But after this matter is reported, someone will handle Kazan. A lazy Navy officer like Kazan was basically akin to a pest in Sakazuki's eyes. Occupying a position without diligently fulfilling tasks, such individuals should be cast to the world government, not allowed to continue in the Navy. The Navy should hold a ruthless heart towards pirates and traitors. On the other side, Ross quickly returned to the ship. Just as he boarded, Stella approached him. Master, you're back. The newcomers need treatment. Heal them all, and don't miss the upcoming ceremony. Ross nodded slightly, handing Oviria, who was in his arms, to Stella. Upon hearing Ross' words, Oviria, she had thought Robin was dead, but Ross didn't want Robin to be buried there. He wanted her to bury her with her own hands, which was why he brought her back to the ship. To her astonishment, Robin was not dead. Great. First treat little Robin. Hearing Ross' instructions again, Stella hurried to the side of the shrine, using her fruit ability to begin treating Robin. Robin's injuries were not severe. After forcing out the bullet, in just a moment her wounds began to heal under the effect of the fruit ability. Seeing Robin's wounds gradually return to normal, Oviria felt a twinge of anxiety. She certainly did not wish for Robin to die. However, her previous actions had likely wounded Robin's heart deeply. It was probable that in the future Robin would not only refuse to recognize her, but might even want to kill her. In an instant, Oviria became anxious. Ross, can I ask you for a favor? Oviria looked pleadingly at Ross, gripping his right hand tightly, as if holding onto a lifeline. What is it? Speak up. Ross remained noncommittal. Even if Oviria pleaded. This request. Ross squinted slightly. Oviria's obsession with history seemed to have become an obsession. However, he could understand. Even without today's incident, Oviria had been obsessed with studying ancient history. It was just that she hadn't made such a firm choice without today's events. Now that she had made a choice, Oviria was willing to do anything for her historical research. I agree, Ross said flatly. Upon hearing Ross' agreement, Oviria relaxed, completely collapsing into his arms. Already injured from battle, she had been enduring the pain, but now she was utterly drained of strength. Yet a somewhat sickly smile remained on her face. Ross' words not only meant that he would temporarily shield her from Robin, but also indicated that he would truly keep his promise. As they left, but thankfully Ross was a trustworthy celestial dragon, daring to overlook taboos and allowing her to continue researching that segment of history. If she had met someone like him earlier, the demon-slaying order would not have happened, and the text of the Tree of All-Knowing could have been preserved. As long as. To satisfy Ross and let her continue her research. Whether sacrificing herself, a companion, or her daughter, it was all. Neither Alvia nor Robin was seriously injured. In just a short while, Stella completely healed the two of them. After their wounds were treated, Robin quickly regained consciousness. After experiencing the recent upheaval, she looked at Alvia with a cold gaze, faintly revealing animosity. Alvia pretended not to notice the gaze, simply hiding her body in Ross' embrace, afraid to meet Robin's eyes. She did not believe she had done anything wrong. However, she still felt guilty towards Robin. Ross did not pay attention to Alvia's small movements. In fact, he seemed to enjoy it, allowing her softness to rub against him continuously. Alvia, aside from her other traits, had a pretty good figure. Holding her in his arms gave one a sense of conquest. St. Ross. Before long, Sakazuki returned to the ship. Without Ross having to ask, just by looking at his grim face, one could roughly guess the outcome. Sakazuki did not waste any words. In front of everyone on the ship, he knelt on one knee before Ross and said solemnly, I, Vice Admiral Sakazuki of the Navy Headquarters, acknowledge that I am inferior to St. Ross. Saying this, he unhesitatingly raised his right fist, which instantly became enveloped in the color of armament haki. Sakazuki's greatest strength lay in his development of the Mago no Mi, but the power of the magma fruit would not harm him, thus hitting himself would be meaningless. Boom. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Sakazuki's right fist slammed heavily into his own abdomen. With this punch, the entire warship began to shake, and the sea behind Sakazuki surged with rolling waves. This was the full power of an admiral. Even the residual force from a single punch infused with armament haki could cause unparalleled destruction. Wow. Sakazuki was not in a good state either, as armament haki could break through the passive elementalization of Logia-type devil fruits, and the damage he received was very real. Moreover, he had not made any defensive moves. His full-powered strike was enough to inflict significant injury upon himself. Yet facing all this, Sakazuki did not even furrow his brow. Willing to bet, willing to lose, he could blame no one but himself. There were still too many pests in the Navy. S-Class defeat completed. Power 500000 Special Reward Armament Haki Grade A Stella. Ross' lips curled slightly, signaling Stella to come forward and treat him. Post Ross Power 1315132200000B Vice Admiral. This wave of rewards did not surprise Ross. After all, Sakazuki was an admiral-level figure. Even just obtaining the defeat reward was enough to be comparable to a giant vice admiral. The giant vice admiral held a relatively special status in the Navy, with strength slightly higher than elite vice admirals, but when facing opponents of the 7 warlords level, they were essentially completely overwhelmed. In terms of power rating, they were considered the weakest type A. This was mainly because the giant clan possessed exceptional physical gifts, but their techniques were too rough and blunt, only relying on their physical advantages against opponents of the same level. However, those who could reach the level of the 7 warlords or the vice admirals were all exceptionally powerful monsters. Faced with such skilled and physically powerful monsters, the giant vice admirals were at a significant disadvantage, as their massive bodies often created more vulnerabilities. Even some combat-experienced giant warriors could not match a normal 7 warlord. Yet there were still some exceptions. Relying on their racial advantages, many true vice admirals of the giant clan existed. Sakazuki. Ross looked at Sakazuki, who was being treated, and said, "After this incident, I will still propose to the Gorosei that you be appointed as an admiral in the Navy." "I have done nothing this time." Sakazuki shook his head in refusal. He was the one who lost the bet. He was not someone who could not afford to lose. This wager was proposed by Ross, and he could use it to claim this benefit. But now that he had lost, it was impossible to gain both advantages. That was also his principle. How could it be nothing? "There is still one last task to complete," Ross said meaningfully. "What do you mean?" Sakazuki's expression flickered as he glanced toward the eerily quiet O'Hara in the distance. All personnel on O'Hara had already evacuated, but without Ross' orders, no warship would fire first. How could the cannons of the warships compare to the strongest destructive power of a Logia-type fruit? Ross walked up beside Sakazuki and personally helped him up. "I will request the Gorosei to permit a worldwide live broadcast allowing the world to admire the might of the new Admiral of the Navy." "Understood." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. Ross' intention was already very clear. He wanted him to showcase his strength and destroy O'Hara with his individual might. If he revealed this during the global live broadcast, it would be enough to prove his strength to the world. The prestige he brought to the Navy alone would be enough to secure his position as a candidate for admiral. Moreover, it could be foreseen that his formal appointment as an admiral was not far off. Sakazuki declined Stella's further healing. A minor injury from a punch was not a significant issue for a monster like him. To kill a monster like him, even an equal would have to battle for 3 days and nights. Right now, all he wanted was to vent his frustrations. However, before that, he needed Ross to set the stage for him. Ross was also aware of this. Seeing Sakazuki's interest, he first waved away the surrounding people, leaving only him and Sakazuki. Then, right in front of Sakazuki, he contacted Saint Stan far away in Mariawa. "What is the situation?" As soon as the call was connected, a steady voice from Stan came through. "Grandfather, the matter has reached its conclusion. The historians Clover Vegapunk and others have all been eliminated, and the Navy trader Saul has also been personally killed by me. Only Alvia and her daughter remain, whom I have taken as slaves." Ross reported truthfully, only embellishing the identities of Alvia and her daughter. Only by treating these two as his slaves could he persuade the world government to lift the bounty on them. "Very good." Stan's voice conveyed satisfaction. Ross had done quite well this time. As for taking 2 historians as slaves, it posed a big problem for others, but it meant nothing to the Celestial Dragons. Could it be that Ross wanted to stage a rebellion? Among the Celestial Dragons, there were quite a few who were aware of that history. As long as it was not spread, it would not be a significant issue. "I am calling now to request a certain authority from you, grandfather." Ross brought up the main topic. What authority? The authority for a worldwide live broadcast. I propose that Vice Admiral Sakazuki showcase his strength and personally execute the extermination order to destroy O'Hara Island, demonstrating the might of the Navy and the world government. Ross did not mention the Admiral matter. Allowing Sakazuki to showcase his strength was already indicating that he was pushing him toward the Admiral position. Otherwise, there was no need for an ordinary Vice Admiral to display his strength. Stan, on the other end, pondered for a moment, seemingly communicating with someone. After a full minute, Stan provided a response, "Okay." Upon hearing this response, Sakazuki's face immediately lit up with joy. The Admiral position was secured. "Sakazuki, is there an image den mushy aboard the ship?" After hanging up, Ross turned to Sakazuki, whose spirit was visibly heightened. And he knew Sakazuki was eager. But this was no time for haste. With the audience not yet assembled, the actor's impatience served no purpose. "Yes, I'll fetch it immediately." And without another word, Sakazuki hurried away. This was his finest opportunity to step into the limelight, and he refused to let it slip away. And should he miss it, advancing to Admiral, how many decades does one life hold? Moments later, Sakazuki returned, cradling a yellow snail-shaped den mushi. Den mushies came in myriad forms: photographic, communicative, surveillance, eavesdropping, projection, and live broadcast variants. To conduct a live broadcast, one required the imaging function of a den mushi. An imaged den mushi transmitted visual feeds to specially calibrated screens across the world. Its broadcast radius could be precisely controlled and high. Ordinarily, basic imaged den mushies aired singing and dancing performances on global screens. And when major regional events occurred, more advanced units disseminated coverage accordingly. New World pirates likewise employed this technology to interface with civilians, akin to holding press conferences. Yet all such broadcasts remained confined to regional distribution. True worldwide live streaming remained impossible. Only the world government's highest-tier imaged den mushi possessed global transmission capability. And such devices had been monopolized by the world government since their inception. Indeed, one might argue that control over public discourse was cemented the very moment those screens were installed across the globe. In the sentencing of Gold Roger 2 years prior, and the forthcoming trial of Ace, had both been broadcast worldwide via this very system. Within moments, the system was fully calibrated. In Buzz, NAS, the image East Blue Goa Kingdom, the capital city. And what's going on? Wasn't that Miss Leia's concert just now? And what? Why are the Marines suddenly appearing? Where's this place? How did such a colossal tree appear in the frame? Murmur swelled, unrelenting, bewildered, as citizens gathered before the shifting screens throughout the capital. A man and woman strolling down the street also paused, drawn by the sudden change. Dragoon, what is that? And the woman stood barely 5 feet tall, her round eyes gleaming, black hair framing a smile that carried a faint, endearing absurdity. The Marines. That tree is the tree of knowledge on O'Hara. They intend to obliterate the island. Dragoon, nearing 30, bore crimson, tribal markings across his face. He had never imagined returning home would coincide with a Marine live broadcast. Originally, he'd planned to visit the ruins after O'Hara's annihilation, searching for whatever fragments might remain. And he had not anticipated the world government would stage a public execution. Yet Dragoon could do nothing but watch, his fists clenching unconsciously, then gently uncurling as the woman beside him softly enfolded them in her own. "Greetings, everyone." And on screen, Ross stood tall, clad in a sleek black suit draped in the world government's ceremonial cloak, a serene smile upon his lips. "I am Jigoro Shirshia Ross Saint, a celestial dragon." His declaration sent shockwaves across the globe. Some viewers instinctively dropped to their knees. Imaged-in screens were especially widespread among allied nations, and 8 centuries of world government propaganda had long etched the celestial dragon's image into collective consciousness. Particularly in the weakest of the 4 blues, even pirate crews watching the feed recoiled in involuntary dread. Only the most audacious rogues of the New World met the broadcast with sneers of contempt. By decree of the world government, those who research the forbidden history of the past century shall be executed without mercy. The scholars of O'Hara have violated this edict, and now lie slain. The list of the condemned includes NAS. The litany of names unfurled, most civilians stood paralyzed. Exactly the intended effect of this broadcast, and precisely why the 5 elders had granted their approval. Studying history was trivial. Defying the world government's ban was treasonous. And if anyone dared flout its laws with impunity, chaos would consume the world. Let pirates fester and compete in the New World. Let allied nations dutifully. Since Roger's death, the great age of pirates had dawned, and the world's judgment upon him had failed to deliver its intended deterrent effect. Thus, Ross's broadcast aimed to reassert the world government's unassailable authority, to restore unwavering faith among its allied nations. Simultaneously, Ross sought to consolidate personal prestige, elevating himself within the celestial dragon hierarchy as a prodigy worthy of cultivation and promotion. And this was the unspoken accord between Ross and the Five Elders. To achieve this, the broadcast's impact had to be flawless. In North, Blue Rizikana Island. In Fufufufu, a celestial dragon presiding personally, so even Roger's legacy has unsettled the world government. And Doflamingo laughed with brazen arrogance, his shadowed eyes, veiled behind dark lenses, locked unblinkingly onto Ross's image. Had it not been for that incident, he too would have been numbered among the celestial dragons, instead of laboring from nothing, rebuilding power inch by grueling inch. What inferiority marked him? Was he truly lesser than those hollow aristocrats, merely because his father grew weary of celestial privilege, stripping him of birthright along with it? Damn it, you wretched father. And on-screen, Ross continued calm and deliberate in, thus all malefactors who defied the world government's sovereign dignity have been eradicated. The buster call against O'Hara commences now. What is a buster call? And it's actually a buster call. And O'Hara is doomed. The buster call is the world government's ultimate annihilation directive. Once issued, naval bombardment alone can reduce an entire island to ashes. And across the globe, murmurs ignited, sparked solely by that single chilling term. And some trembled. Some fell silent. Some looked away, stricken with sorrow. Yet all shared one truth: none had ever witnessed a buster call firsthand. At that very moment, be they commoner, pirate, or noble, every soul held their breath, waiting to see what true unmitigated annihilation truly looked like. This buster call shall be executed by Admiral Candidate Sakazuki. In Sakazuki, commence the buster call. Sakazuki, execute the Demon Slayer order. Understood. Finally waiting for these words, Sakazuki's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't forgotten that Ross referred to his position as the Vice Admiral during the live broadcast. After all, it was the Demon Slayer order. If his identity were lower, it would raise doubts, so the Vice Admiral title was just right. Moreover, this identity was merely an unofficial title acknowledged by the Navy. There was no actual position, and even if Ross called him that, it wouldn't have any substantial impact. Now it was his turn to shine. Boom. In the eyes of the entire world, Sakazuki's legs transformed into magma, propelling him skyward. Just the display of his launch drew countless gasps from the civilians, as well as the attention of all pirates with bounties below 100 million. Meteor volcano. Sakazuki clenched his fists tightly, resembling two volcanoes. Sakazuki's fists suddenly morphed into two magma cannons, their immense power causing the very heavens to tremble. Boom boom. The thunderous roar echoed like rolling thunder, shaking every inch of air and resonating in the hearts of the spectators. Every second, hundreds of magma blasts shot from his fists like furious fire dragons, each blast the size of a basketball, hot and dazzling, streaking across the sky and leaving behind brilliant trails. These magma blasts did not immediately fall from the sky. Under Sakazuki's astonishing control, they seemed bound by invisible chains suspended in the air, creating a flowing ocean of magma. The magma slowly rotated in the air, weaving breathtaking patterns as dazzling as a meteor shower, yet carrying devastating power. In a normal battle, these magma blasts would have already been unleashed under Sakazuki's control. But this time, to achieve the best display effect, Sakazuki chose to accumulate energy first. With his current stamina, he could spray magma like this for an entire day. If anything was taxing, it was controlling the magma in the sky from falling. Ross stood quietly at the bow of the ship, admiring the fiery clouds in the sky. Just the grandeur of this scene was enough to leave the viewers in awe. As the magma spread over a radius of 100 meters above the Tree of Knowledge, the civilians gazed with awe, while pirates with bounties in the tens of millions displayed fear. When the magma expanded to 500 meters, pirates with bounties of 100 million showed signs of trepidation. When the magma reached 1,000 meters, the notorious pirates of the New World displayed seriousness. At the same time, upon learning that the world government was live streaming the Demon Slayer order, many began to gather around the screens to witness this hard-won spectacle. Even several rulers of the New World, after hearing the news of the Demon Slayer order, joined in with a mindset of entertainment. At this moment, the ocean of magma had expanded to about 2,000 meters. The ocean of magma now filled the sky, resembling a natural disaster. Seeing this scene, both Dragon and Whitebeard, who were watching the live stream, could not help but display serious expressions. They did not feel they were incapable of defeating him, but the sheer force of the natural disaster displayed was such that even if they won, their nearby allies would perish. Only lone wolves like Red Count or pirates like Big Mom, who did not care about their comrades, could remain calm in the face of Sakazuki's display. Boom. When the ocean of magma accumulated to 2,500 meters, 2 hours had already passed. At this moment, everyone was fixated on the live broadcast. Many were betting on what level Sakazuki's move could reach. Only a few strong individuals could guess that Sakazuki was nearing his limit. If Sakazuki could continue to expand, he would be on par with Whitebeard, which was inherently impossible. However, after witnessing Sakazuki's display, no one doubted his admiral-level strength, at most considering he was still a bit behind Whitebeard and others. Sakazuki's eyes revealed a hint of strain. This level was about his limit. Yet, even so, the ocean of magma had completely covered the Tree of Knowledge. Meteor strike, Sakazuki bellowed. With this command, the ocean of magma in the sky seemed to be pulled by an invisible force beginning to tilt slowly. The suspended magma, like rage-filled meteors breaking free from their restraints, fell towards O'Hara with world-destroying power. The magma flowed down from the sky like molten lava during a volcanic eruption, slicing through the air with a heat capable of melting everything and boundless might, heading straight for O'Hara. The entire island seemed submerged in a sea of fire with nowhere to escape, nowhere to hide. Sakazuki's power was fully displayed at this moment. The magma flow was like the fury of nature. Wherever it passed, be it solid rock or lush trees, everything was instantly melted away. The colossal Tree of Knowledge at the center of O'Hara was the first to bear the brunt. The magma crashed down on its trunk and branches like a torrential storm, instantly consuming it. The massive body of the Tree of Knowledge appeared so fragile under the ravages of the magma, as if it were merely a plaything under Sakazuki's power. The trunk crackled as it was burned by the magma, and the leaves quickly withered in the scorching heat, turning into wisps of green smoke. If the Tree of Knowledge suffered so, one could only imagine the buildings on the island, which were almost instantly reduced to ashes under the torrent of magma. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning, and the magma's suffocating heat felt as if the entire world had been engulfed by Sakazuki's flames. On the nearest warship, Ross and the others could feel a wave of scorching heat wash over them. The expressions of everyone on the ship varied. Ross squinted slightly, quietly admiring the grand fireworks before him. While he was amazed by Sakazuki's strength, he believed that one day he too would reach this level. Moreover, the fruit he chose might even have a greater effect than Sakazuki's. Zifa appeared the calmest among them. Although he hadn't seen Sakazuki make a move in a long time, he had previously estimated Sakazuki's potential. Seeing Sakazuki's current strength, Zifa's eyes held a hint of satisfaction. Ji Yuan, Zanny, and Stella quietly observed, their eyes filled with reverence for the strong. Even Zanny and Ji Yuan were witnessing an admiral-level display for the first time. If they were to face off Onionon, they would be no match for an admiral-level powerhouse. Olivia and Robin's expressions were the most complex. Watching what was burning was their hometown. Flames blazed fiercely, turning the entire island into a desolate wasteland. This catastrophic scene spread across the world through live broadcasts, and at that moment, there were still phone bugs recording, waiting for further dissemination. Ordinary people watching O'Hara turn into a hellscape wore expressions of shock. So terrifying. Is this what a Marine Admiral is like? They say that if you provoke the celestial dragons, the Marines will dispatch an admiral. Mom, I don't want to be a pirate anymore. I want to go home and become a... Not just ordinary people were discussing, but pirates from all over. In their understanding, no creature could possibly be so strong. Yet the Marines casually dispatched a candidate admiral who was already this formidable. It is worth noting that above the candidate admirals, there are active admirals and the fleet admiral. This means that such monsters exist within the Marines, and there is more than one. Gulalala. On an island in the New World, the Whitebeard pirates currently resting just happened to witness Sakazuki demonstrating his power. In front of the screen, the tall and robust Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Old man, why are you laughing? Marco, the punk-haired blonde youth beside Whitebeard, asked curiously. Even he was frightened by Sakazuki's power. The Whitebeard pirates have always benchmarked themselves against the Marines, and Whitebeard was surely on par with the fleet admiral. Thus, their captains were meant to be compared to the Marine admirals. Marco, who is now the captain of the 4th Division and the ship's doctor, was left with a vacancy after the 2nd Division captain left the crew. They were still unaware that Zephyr had retired to CP0, and based on their understanding of the Marines, it should have been him benchmarking against Sakazuki. After witnessing Sakazuki's performance today, Marco felt a chill in his heart. The Marines' little brats have grown up. The future seas will be even more interesting. Whitebeard wore a proud smile on his face. He was still the peak powerhouse with golden long hair, far from his twilight years. After the capture of Roger and the Golden Lion, the Whitebeard pirates had already become the most powerful pirate crew on the seas. Even though Kazuki Oden had left, there were still 2 powerful companions in the crew, and Marco and others were rapidly growing with a promising future ahead. With such a strong foundation plus Whitebeard's desire to protect his comrades, how could he fear the Marines' might? Old man is still so imposing. Marco, seeing Whitebeard's imposing demeanor, instinctively raised his head. After all, he was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Even if he is not as strong as Sakazuki now, there is no guarantee that he cannot defeat him in the future. Similar conversations occurred in various corners of the New World. The New World, now thrown into chaos after the capture of the Golden Lion and the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, was in complete disarray. Now seeing the Marine Admiral showcase his power, they felt even more anxious. Without becoming the king among pirates, they wouldn't even qualify to clash with the Marines. If they did not want to be constrained by the Marines, they had to carve out a bloody path, first becoming legendary pirates before they could even think about these matters. Boom. The Tree of Knowledge was completely burnt to ashes with the entire island billowing thick smoke. Sakazuki slowly lowered his arms, standing in the air and gently gasping for breath. The full exertion just now had consumed most of his strength to the point that his Justice Cloak was completely burned away. Maintaining the magma without harming his clothes was already his limit. The image of the Marines could not afford to be tarnished. Buzz. Sakazuki descended from the sky, landing in front of Ross. Since Ross had given him both face and substance, he would also extend due respect in return. Under the gaze of the audience from the World Live broadcast, after landing, Sakazuki decisively knelt on one knee before Ross. "Saint Ross, I have completed your orders." "Not bad." Ross smiled slightly. After this incident, as long as his stance remained unchanged, Sakazuki would become his solid ally in the future. He took off the world government cloak he was wearing and walked up to Sakazuki, draping the cloak over him. "Get up, Admiral Sakazuki." "Yes." With Ross' assistance, Sakazuki slowly stood up. Compared to the Justice Cloak, Ross' world government cloak was much more exquisite, and Sakazuki's upright figure was accentuated, exuding an even more imposing presence. The cloak swayed gently in the wind, yet did nothing to diminish the killing intent surrounding him, instead adding an air of inviolable authority. Meanwhile, the audiences around the world changed their gaze towards Ross entirely. Previously, they only knew that provoking, now they understood completely. Provoking the celestial dragons equated to calling forth Sakazuki, which meant the annihilation of O'Hara, equating to their certain death. And Saint Ross, in everyone's eyes, had become a remarkably noble figure among the celestial dragons. O'Hara had been destroyed, but the shock it left behind was still spreading outward. A day later, after the slaughter order ended, 5 warships dispersed once again. Kuzan, Borisolino, and Akainu would remain in the west. Since Sakazuki's reputation, after this incident, Kong understood the world government's intentions and subsequently proposed to the 5 elders to promote Sakazuki to admiral. In light of Sakazuki's performance, the 5 elders agreed to Kong's resolution, preparing to confer the rank of Marine Admiral upon Sakazuki in a month, specifically to oversee the new world. The sharpest sword, of course, should be used for external display. "Ji Yuan, you should go to sleep, ancient town." In the cabin, Ross embraced Ji Yuan, his voice tinged with a hint of laziness. Since he had promised Ji Yuan, he was bound to fulfill it. The new world is filled with strong individuals, but also the hidden lines of CP0. With the support of the world government, it is sufficient to operate in the new world. After all, although it seems that strong individuals abound, there are true in such remote places like Sleep Ancient Town. Having a few strong individuals on par with Ji Yuan would be quite fortunate. Understood. Ji Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, fully aware of the implications of Ross' words. With this mythical beast fruit, it was equivalent to obtaining a ticket to the level of admiral. This opportunity she absolutely would not miss. Watching Ziyuan depart, Luasi finally stepped out of the cabin. He had spent the entire previous day at Ziyuan's side. The others lingered nearby at all times. Yuan could be gone for hours. Those 1.8-meter-long legs of hers were something he particularly admired. Moreover, Luos's attitude towards Ziyuan was entirely different from his attitude toward the rest. In this chaotic world, Ziyuan was one who could genuinely aid him by his side. Compared to that, people like Shadela and Aoiya were only marginally better than she knew. Of course, after these days of companionship, Luasi had grown especially fond of Shadela. Barring the unexpected, he would keep her at his side. "Master." Shadela greeted him with a radiant smile. Even after they didn't make a scene yesterday, did they? Luasi did not break his stride, allowing Shadela to drape a cloak over his shoulders. With his constitution, he need not fear the bite of weather. But not fearing the cold did not mean he approved of Shadela's attentions. No, Luobin stuck to Zanny's side the whole time, nagging her to teach her body techniques. Aoiya holed herself up in her cabin studying documents and didn't even come out to eat. Shadela reported, bowing as the 2 spheres she held trembled twice, nearly slipping from her arms. Ziyuan handled the CP side of affairs, since he had left temporarily. Matters concerning him had been placed in Zanny's hands for the time being. Shadela oversaw his daily needs, and when Luasi spoke, she knew precisely what he meant. "Word from the Holy Land has arrived. Your dedicated travel vessel is ready. It employs the world government's newest technologies driven by mechanical power, and the hull is lined with sea stone, so it can cross the calm belt with ease." Shadela spoke with detail. Her greatest responsibility indeed lay with Luos's ship. "Excellent. Well, switch vessels when we return to the Holy Land." Luasi nodded in satisfaction. He would be traveling frequently. It was impossible to rely solely on Navy ships. In a world 9/10 water, how could one not possess a ship of one's own? His demands were modest. A large liner like the one Taizulo plans for the future would suit him well. Yet, so earlier he had instructed Shandora to secure a temporary vessel to tide him over. A ship capable of freely traversing the calm belt would suffice for the short term. After leaving the cabin, Luasi had no intention of seeking out Zifa or Sakasiji. Those two were, as one might expect, either cultivating or handling official business. He had no interest in watching men fuss about. Luobin had been assigned to Zanny's cabin, and it became Luos's first stop. Sir Luasi. Zanny saw Luasi enter. For once there was a flash of panic in her tone. She still held a white strapless top, her movements stiff with surprise. Under Luos's approving gaze, she hastily dealt with the garment and slipped into the white suit that lay beside her. Observation is an active ability. Keeping it engaged drains a great deal of mental energy, so no one leaves it on constantly. Moreover, aboard the warship, Zanny had let her guard down and did not expect anyone to intrude besides Luasi, so she was taken unawares. Yet Zanny maintained a composed expression. Once dressed, she bowed her head and stood before Luasi. He had been instilled in her from childhood as the person to whom she must be loyal. Whatever he did, she would accept. If Luasi would grant her a few days' leave, it would be even better. Sir Luasi, do you have any orders? Zanny bowed slightly. If she were to assume her succubus form now, her tail would no doubt betray her agitation with an involuntary wag. Nothing in particular. Where is Luobin? Luasi shook his head. To be presented, he had not expected it. Zanny's figure surpassed even Shadala's. He could not fathom how she moved so swiftly beneath such burdens. Previously, Zanny had been constrained, which led him to underestimate her. Luobin overexerted her fruit power yesterday and is still resting. Zanny did not shrink from Luos's gaze. She led him to the farthest bed in the cabin, as if to rouse Luobin at once. Not so fast. Luasi stopped her and glanced at the curled child. Did she ask you yesterday to teach her body techniques? Yes, but without your permission, I would not teach her those. So she practiced the flower fruit all day, hoping to increase her strength, Zanny said with a slight nod. That is only natural, Luasi replied. After the upheaval, people invariably seek to strengthen themselves. And the person who hurt Luobin most was Aoia, which would only sharpen Luobin's hunger for power. Yet Luobin's physical gifts and her fruit power are not well suited to combat. Given her potential, even pouring in resources without regard for cost would at best raise her to the level of an elite mid-ranking officer. The pirate world thrives on bloodlines and innate talent. The only true wildcard is the fruit. Absent those advantages, short of some miraculous system falling from the sky, one cannot hope to become a true powerhouse. All talk of famed masters is likewise hollow. If illustrious teachers were the key, the Navy and the world government would boast 10 times as many strong figures. Since Luobin wishes to grow stronger, you will be responsible for training her. Arrange the specifics yourself. Understood. Zanny answered earnestly. Any order from Luasi, she would carry out. From childhood, she had been indoctrinated to be loyal to the Galaxia family. Since Luasi belonged to that family, he was the one entitled to her loyalty. As for the other members of the Galaxia family, Zanny harbored her own private thoughts. The beliefs instilled in her from youth left no room for betraying the family. But exactly which person she should serve, no one had told her that. For Zanny, now remaining at Luos's side felt far preferable to serving under Satan on missions. Zanny could sense that most of the time Luasi, in the Holy Land, she was ostensibly a person, but in truth a weapon. She had lived that life for more than 20 years and had grown used to it. Is it not normal for masters not to regard their slaves as people? At least her circumstances were better than those of many other slaves. Yet by Luos's side, she felt an unintentional respect that stirred ripples across her cold heart. Not only members of the Galaxia family deserved her whole devotion. Zanny firmly believed that Luasi would become the most honored among that family in the future. As Ross and Zanny were chatting, the phone bug on the table rang. This was the phone bug Ross used to communicate with CP, which had previously been managed by Shirguan and just returned to Zanny yesterday. You should answer it. Ross casually gestured, and Zanny walked over to the phone bug and connected it. This is Zanny from CP0, responsible for St. Ross. Lady Zanny, the woman St. Ross is looking for, has been found on Battleira Island. Currently, she is in a pregnant state and needs to be brought back to the Holy Land. A respectful voice came through the phone bug. Found her, and she's still alive. Ross showed a hint of joy on his face and walked directly to the phone bug. This is St. Ross. I will immediately head to your island. From now on, gather the best doctors nearby to ensure that the woman's health does not deteriorate. Also, do not disclose any information regarding the world government or myself. Understood. Upon hearing Ross' voice, the simulated figure of the phone bug visibly showed signs of panic, but quickly turned respectful again. Very well. After hanging, even if it means having someone push from behind, we must reach the Holy Land as quickly as possible. Yes. Stella hurriedly ran out of the cabin upon hearing Ross' command. Ross had never been this eager before, and the urgency he displayed indicated that it was indeed a significant matter that could not be delayed. St. Ross, it normally takes 3 days for the warship to travel from the Holy Land to Battleira Island. Seizing the moment while Ross was speaking, Zanny had already taken out the nautical chart and spread it on the table. The world government possessed the most complete nautical charts, and as a celestial dragon, Ross certainly had access to the most comprehensive version. The distances on the nautical chart were measured accurately, with very little margin for error. Battleira Island was located in the South Sea, and to reach it from their current location in the West Sea, the fastest route was still to cross the Red Earth continent via the artificial sea route of the Holy Land. 3 days. That's a bit long. Ross shook his head as he now raced against time. He initially thought that if he found the woman, it would only be a corpse. There was no way she could still be alive. However, unexpectedly, perhaps influenced by sending someone to search for her in the South Sea, the woman had stubbornly held on for 22 months. That woman could collapse at any moment. Given his current means, without exposing himself to the world government, he could only rely on Stella's devil fruit ability to save her. This was truly a race against time. Delaying even a day could result in her death, possibly leading to a double tragedy. But if he could save both mother and child, he would undoubtedly gain a loyal strength powerhouse in the future. Even if she was raised freely, she could reach the level of the 7 warlords by the age of 20, which would be considered a waste for his bloodline. If she were trained under him with the right preparations for a mythical Zoan fruit, she could definitely take down Blackbeard's head in 20 years. This time Ross would also attempt to do what Whitebeard loved to do. Notify the Holy Land to prepare 20 physically fit slaves who can swim, ensuring they have no devil fruit powers. At the same time, mobilize all devil fruit users with flight capabilities from the world government. Ross said calmly. Yes. Zanny understood what Ross intended to do and immediately began to contact the Holy Land. Boom. Suddenly the ship shook violently. Then a tremendous thrust came from behind the ship, causing the entire warship to tilt slightly. From the outside, one could see that the warship had already taken in its sails and was racing forward at an incredible speed. Due to the excessive speed, the entire ship was almost floating above the sea, with only the rear of the ship still in the water. At the rear of the ship, Zephyr was bare-chested, lifting the warship with both hands, his legs moving at a speed that left behind shadowy afterimages. With each kick, the speed of the warship increased even further. The acceleration of the warship caused Robin to tumble off the ship. Fortunately, Ross was nearby and caught the collar of her shirt, otherwise she would have crashed into the cabin door. What happened? Robin felt disoriented as the world spun around her. The warship has accelerated and will reach the Holy Land at the fastest speed. As Ross spoke, he pulled Robin out of the cabin. Even with the ship tilted at nearly 45 degrees, it felt like walking on level ground for him, which was the benefit of strength. Looking at the entire tilted ship, Robin's eyes were filled with confusion. She found it hard to imagine how the warship could be made to move at such a speed. Especially after exiting the cabin and seeing the enormous wave created at the rear due to the intense movement, Robin couldn't help but gasp in awe. St. Ross, is that a person? Robin pointed with trembling fingers. Zephyr was once a Marine Admiral stronger than Sakaski. Ross explained calmly, walking step by step towards the rear of the ship. What he said wasn't entirely false. Zephyr was proficient in physical combat and hockey, which countered Logia-type users well. In terms of equal rank, Sakaski was indeed slightly inferior to Zephyr. However, Sakaski was still on the... Ross walked to the rear of the ship and voluntarily explained to Zephyr. He could have chosen not to explain, but since Zephyr was pushing the ship without hesitation, he felt it necessary to say a few words. Since it's to save someone, then I have no problem at all. Zephyr responded while pushing the ship with all his might. Pushing the ship was purely a matter of physical strength, which did not consume much for Zephyr. If he controlled his strength, well, he could push for 3 days and nights. At the previous speed, it would take us another 3 days to reach the Holy Land. Zephyr, estimate your strength. After reaching the Holy Land, others will take care of the rest of the journey. You can just rest well. Ross pondered for a moment and said, the physical strength of an admiral was not comparable to other ranks. At his current strength, he could exhaust himself in 1 hour at this speed. But with Zephyr, it was hard to gauge. Perhaps for him this speed was just like playing. I understand. After hearing this, Zephyr increased the speed of his legs, and Ross could clearly feel that the speed had increased by at least 30. Their current speed was at least 4 times faster than before. At this speed, they would reach the Holy Land in less than a day. After that, they would switch ships and continue on, estimating they could reach Battleira Island within 2 days. This speed was already the limit they could achieve at present. One could only hope that this speed would be enough to save the person. After having explained the matters, Ross did not continue to disturb Zephyr, taking Robin away from the stern of the ship. The soldiers on the ship were slightly flustered, but they were all accustomed to the temperament of Sakazuki, who was known for his explosive nature. Finding a secluded corner, Ross set Robin down, but still held onto her arm, saying, "Hold onto the railing tightly. I don't want you to accidentally fall off." "Ah, okay." Robin quickly extended her hands to grasp the railing. The warship was moving at a high speed, and with the entire ship tilted, her small frame could easily be thrown off if she wasn't careful. "O'Hara has perished. What do you plan to do next?" Ross asked directly, without treating Robin like an 80-year-old child. Though Robin was young, she had experienced the vicissitudes of life and was not inferior to Alvia as a historian. "Can you let me go? Yourself, or you and Alvia?" Ross asked with a hint of a smile. "I." Robin hesitated, thinking of Alvia's actions. Her gaze finally became resolute. "Just myself." "Just yourself?" Ross laughed as he ruffled Robin's hair. "Do you have any relatives at sea?" "No." "What skills do you have to support yourself?" "I can read history," Robin said softly. "But not everywhere appreciates storytellers, and knowing history is different from telling stories." Ross shook his head with a laugh, ignoring Robin's disappointed expression, and pressed on, "Do you have the strength to protect yourself? You're not a citizen of a member nation. Most non-member country I." Robin was rendered speechless. How could she protect herself? With her current fruit ability, she couldn't even defeat Alvia, let alone the pirates that were everywhere. Now she felt that her thoughts were somewhat naive. Indeed, even if Ross let her go, could she really take care of herself? Looking at Robin, who was lost in confusion, Ross quietly smiled and asked, "Why do you want to leave?" "I want to get away from Alvia," Robin replied without hesitation. She didn't dare to say she hated Ross. In fact, her feelings toward him were quite complicated. Clearly knowing that Ross was the root cause of it all, yet from Ross' perspective it seemed he hadn't done anything wrong. Alvia and her group of historians were indeed mad, and it's no wonder the world government executed a demon-slaying order against O'Hara. She learned yesterday that the civilians of O'Hara had evacuated, and only the historians had perished. Moreover, the world government hadn't killed anyone. Only Ross had killed Dr. Clover and Saul, the two people closest to her. Even if Ross was acting under orders and had treated her decently, Robin still found it hard to forgive him for now. As for the others, they were all killed by Alvia. To study the true history, Alvia had gone mad. Escape from Alvia, and then what? Let her continue researching the true history. Ross raised an eyebrow. Why is she so obsessed with the true history? Robin's expression darkened. If that madwoman Alvia continued her research on the true history, wouldn't all those historians have died in vain? Robin did not expect Ross to do anything, as she had nothing left to offer as a bargaining chip, and this was something Ross had promised Alvia. To her, Ross, after all, in a critical moment, she was the one who had insisted on saving Alvia, which led to Saul's death. Saul could have lived if she had chosen to save him at that time. Robin thought dejectedly, her mind a jumble. With her knowledge and experience, she couldn't handle too much information, especially after just experiencing such a huge upheaval. Why the obsession with true history? Ross looked at Robin with amusement. "You're the youngest historian who understands ancient languages. Why are you asking me this question? I want to ask you too. Why study something forbidden when there are so many other things to explore? How did you know I understood ancient languages?" Robin didn't hear the latter part of the sentence. Just knowing that Ross knew she was a historian made her tremble in fear. Ross and the others had not hidden their conversations from her. She knew perfectly well that the world government had issued bounties for all historians from O'Hara who understood ancient languages. "Do you think you hid it well?" Ross chuckled, shaking his head. He placed his hand on Robin's head and said earnestly, "Robin, you must remember, in this world, only things not known by others can be called secrets. As long as a second person knows, it will eventually become common knowledge." "I see." Robin pondered. Dr. Clover always said their research was very secretive and wouldn't be known by the world government. "But it's still about strength," Robin muttered. The power Sakazuki displayed yesterday made her vividly imagine certain possibilities. Unfortunately, O'Hara could never have a powerhouse to rival Sakazuki. "You still haven't answered my question, why study the true history?" Ross pressed on. Chatting with Robin was always a light-hearted affair. He didn't have to think too much. He had always liked Robin, and now that he had the chance to raise her since childhood, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Grandpa Clover said that the 100 years are a blank history, and the duty of historians is to unravel all the historical blanks. Robin repeated, pursing her lips. She did not understand the significance of unraveling the blanks. She merely remembered this as a rule for historians. But the outcome of O'Hara proved that Dr. Clover was wrong. "What do you think?" Ross countered. Robin was a very intelligent person. Even though she was still young, after experiencing so much, she would surely have her own thoughts. What he needed to do was simply guide her. Even if Robin truly turned to a hint of determination flashed in Robin's eyes. She didn't harbor much wariness toward Ross. After all, it would be far too easy for him to kill her. In fact, she wanted to know whether her thoughts were correct. Especially after everything she experienced yesterday, it completely altered her previous views. St. Ross, I believe history never has blanks or truths. Only those who survive have the right to record history. And the history we see is also the history they recorded. Trying to restore the so-called blank 100 years is fundamentally meaningless. A most intriguing perspective. Ross glanced at Robin, a faint trace of astonishment flickering across his expression. Even he had not anticipated that a single blow would align Robin's thinking so closely with Doflamingo's. Doflamingo's words, "Does justice always prevail?" Of course it does, because only the victors define justice, had left an indelible impression upon many. Robin's current line of thought, that history is written solely by the victors, already elevated her far beyond ordinary historians in the world of pirates. How do you imagine the world government will record the history of O'Hara? Ross, deeply intrigued by Robin's emergent insight, seized the moment to deepen her conviction. How will it be recorded? Robin asked instinctively, though the answer had already formed in her mind. In the year 1500 of the Void Century, historians of O'Hara violated the world government's ban and attempted to falsify. All conspirators were executed as rebels by the world government, and their stronghold, O'Hara, was erased by Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. Ross was not speculating. This outcome was self-evident, and the official account had already been drafted awaiting formal entry into the world government's historical archives. Hearing this, Robin fell silent. After a long pause, a new glint of contemplation surfaced in her eyes. "Holy Lord Ross, I wish to strike a bargain with you." She could no longer bear watching Alvia pursue historical texts with serene detachment. She craved Alvia's retribution, her final shattering despair. To achieve that, she would willingly sacrifice herself. Robin did not know Ross's true intentions toward her, but repeated encounters had emboldened her. Each time serious matters arose, Ross offered her choices or proposed bargains. Whatever. Speak. Ross's interest quickened. Robin's resolve had crystallized faster than he'd anticipated. He'd expected years before she broached this subject. He wondered only whether her proposal matched his own conjecture. "I wish to forge the poneglyphs, to fabricate a history." Robin met his gaze with unwavering seriousness. To crush Alvia utterly, one must first grant her boundless hope. She knew Alvia's research into the poneglyphs unfolded under constant surveillance, by both Ross and the world government. If so, then let she compose the text. "What is your price?" Ross remained impassive. "I have memorized every poneglyph fragment ever archived in O'Hara. Every conclusion its scholars reached resides within my mind." Robin tapped her temple, a chilling edge of madness threading through her smile. "I will craft with meticulous artistry a historical narrative perfect." Her sole demand that Alvia learn, only after public revelation, that the history she unveiled was wholly fabricated. This, she believed, would deliver the most devastating blow. Alvia had slaughtered those closest to her for the sake of the poneglyphs. What right did she have to live unscathed? If history alone mattered to her, then Robin would obliterate it entirely. "It is insufficient," Ross replied coolly. Truth be told, Robin's proposition would undoubtedly captivate the five elders, but held little value for him. He could accomplish it all himself. Her offer lacked the one thing he truly desired. At his quiet dismissal, Robin pressed her lips together. They gazed at each other in prolonged silence. At last her eyes dimmed. "For Alvia's sake." As she uttered those words, Robin seemed to exhale every ounce of strength. Had Ross not steadied her, she might have tumbled into the sea. The celestial dragon's brand, the mark of absolute enslavement. To wear it on one's face was to surrender one's life irrevocably to the celestial dragons, and now to Ross. No need to brand your face. Such beauty would be tragically marred. Ross gently stroked Robin's hair, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. "I shall inscribe the exclusive celestial dragon brand of the Jaya family upon your arm. From the moment it is etched, you are my personal maid." "Understood." Robin's face paled, hollowed by despair. "When you've decided, seek Stella. As for the poneglyphs, we shall discuss them in detail upon my return from the South Blue." "Yes." And only after Ross vanished. The previous day, while practicing her abilities, she had contemplated countless scenarios in which Ross spared her life, even dreaming of them. Her submission as his slave was merely one among many calculated possibilities. So be it. Becoming Ross's servant had in truth always lain within her expectations. Both Alvia and Ross were her enemies, unforgotten, unrelenting. She bore no grudge against Ross for manipulating Alvia. Had he not done so, another would have, and sooner or later Alvia would have cast her aside for the sake of the poneglyphs. What she truly loathed was Ross's murder of Dr. Clover and his slaughter of Saul. Once she exacted vengeance upon Alvia, Ross would be next. Inside the cabin, Ross walked toward Alvia's quarters, a serene smile lingering on his lips. "Still too inexperienced. Your feigned despair mirrored almost exactly the expression you wore when pretending subservience to me." Speech, gesture, posture. Even the subtlest shift in gaze may be mastered. Yet certain physiological reactions remain beyond conscious control, even your own. Robin, you resisted my touch far too strongly. A deeper, richer satisfaction bloomed across his face as he reflected upon it. A docile maid would hold no allure. What truly intrigued him was witnessing how she would attempt to avenge herself. Would she succumb first, or would her quest for vengeance reach its climax before she fell? Holy Lord Ross. Zane materialized beside him, having long since concluded her communication with the Holy Land. She had remained concealed during his exchange with Robin, obeying his silent directive to watch from the shadows. Did you sense it just now, eh? Ross asked, smiling faintly. Yes. Miss Nico. Robin directed 6 distinct surges of murderous intent toward you, each coinciding with mention of Alvia saturated with malice and hatred. Zane bowed her head slightly, delivering her report with flawless composure. As the Devil Fruit user, she possessed an innate ability to perceive emotions. Only those wielding supreme Haushiku or exceptionally refined Kinbunshika Haki could elude her perception. For someone like Robin, a girl whose innermost feelings she could read effortlessly even from 100 meters away, deception was impossible. After leaving Robin, Ross quickly arrived at Alvia's room. While he couldn't help him much in his career, they certainly brought him a lot of joy. Given his current status, fun and pleasure are far more valuable than any material enjoyment. Without bothering to knock, Ross pushed the door open directly. His gaze swept across the room and quickly locked onto Alvia at the desk. The room was in disarray due to the recent tremors of the ship. Bedding and chairs were strewn across the floor. However, Alvia showed no intention of tidying up, standing at the desk guarding the historical documents while reading. Even the sound of Ross opening the door failed to capture her attention. So engrossed. Ross Saint. Alvia was initially startled by the sudden voice, but relaxed upon realizing it was Ross. After securing the documents with a heavy object to prevent them from flying away, she leaned back against the chair, breathing heavily. She didn't even dare to change her posture, fearing it might alter Ross' mind. At this moment, she had no other thoughts, only a desire to thoroughly study the historical documents, seizing an opportunity when Ross and the others weren't paying attention to publicize them. This was the wish of all historians in O'Hara, and she had to fulfill it. To what extent have you researched the history of the current world government? Ross inquired. Alvia should be the most authoritative historian currently alive, who probably only the Oldtimers in the Holy Land knew more than her. He was quite interested in understanding the history of this world. However, he certainly couldn't learn it from the celestial dragons. He had realized they were either fools or riddlers. Even if he asked Satan, he probably wouldn't get any answers. Much of history had been sealed away, and only the 5 elders were qualified to know. I have a fair understanding, but what do you want to know, Ross Saint? Alvia felt some pain in her body, but tried to ignore Ross' movements, focusing her attention on what he was saying. If Ross enjoyed history, it was definitely good news for her. Tell me about the world history you know, starting with... Ross casually said. He didn't expect to hear any explosive news from Alvia. Knowing some small secrets would be good enough. All right. Alvia had hoped Ross liked history, as this would provide her with a better research environment. She completely relaxed her body and organized her thoughts before beginning. The history we know starts counting from the sea circle calendar, marking the beginning of the current world structure. 1,500 years ago, for unknown reasons, the world's foundation sank 200 meters, and the originally connected continents were split apart. This phenomenon continued for several decades, forming the current world pattern. We define the day when the world underwent a tremendous change as January 1 SD year 1 of the sea circle calendar. What about before the sea circle calendar? Ross asked with interest. He hadn't paid attention to such news before, as he wasn't a history enthusiast. A 200-meter drop in the foundation was no trivial matter. Before the sea circle calendar, it was known as the heavenly calendar. During that era, much history was submerged beneath the ocean, so I don't know much. According to the information collected by O'Hara, the peak period of the giant and fishman tribes should have been during that time. However, something unknown later caused these 2 tribes to withdraw from the historical stage. It is said that during the heavenly calendar period, most humans were slaves to various powerful races lacking any power to resist. It was also from the time of the world's upheaval that humanity fully became the main actors in the world, and the entire world entered an era of chaotic infighting among humans. During that era, each island was a human nation with various fleets expanding outward, while other races were overwhelmed by the creativity of humans. It truly was a grand era. Ross raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was a chaotic yet prosperous era, far more chaotic than the current era of great pirates, almost reaching a point where everyone was a soldier and everyone was a slave. Alvia nodded seriously, having already ignored Ross' subconscious movements. Every time she spoke of that period in history, she felt a surge of emotions. By the way, although I don't know how your family history is recorded according to the fragmented historical information we have, the Jagurushia family was first recorded in historical documents in the year 138 of the sea circle calendar. So early. Ross raised an eyebrow, signaling Olvia to continue. He had thought that the celestial dragon families had suddenly risen during the blank 100 years, but upon careful thought, it was impossible for all the heroes who united the strength of 20 nations to create the world government to have suddenly emerged. There must have been many established powers. Yes, there are records on Jagurushia Island. In the year 138 of the sea circle calendar, the kingdom of Jagurushia was established, and the first king was named Saren. At that time, the kingdom of Jagurushia was still very weak. It took 400 years of propagation and growth to become one of the strongest kingdoms in the South Sea. Then came the year 700 of the sea circle calendar, when the world government was officially established, and the Jagurushia family abandoned their ancestral land to become one of the celestial dragons. Olvia's eyes flickered. This was all known information. However, how the Jagurushia family became celestial dragons was not recorded in history. Before the establishment of the world government, the last recorded information about the Jagurushia family was in the year 583. The other celestial dragon families were similar. But why did the world government erase that history and prohibit anyone from researching it? What truly transpired during those 100 years? Ross showed an amused expression. He knew well what Olvia was thinking. She wanted to learn some news from him or pique his curiosity. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about it and had no intentions of investigating. However, the ancestral land of the Jagurushia family was indeed worth a visit. This is a world that values bloodlines. Perhaps he could find some treasures left by his ancestors. Olivia trembled as she sat on the bed, unable to move a single finger, her gaze towards Ross filled with a hint of terror. After Ross finished stacking the steel of the heart, she nearly lost herself entirely. Not bad, Ross nodded in satisfaction. He needed to show compassion to the others, but he had no such feelings for Olivia. If Olivia didn't cherish herself, why should he care? He could simply compensate her with a few historical tablets later. Nevertheless, Olivia's cooperation indeed provided him with an unparalleled experience. This experience even slightly surpassed the long legs of 1.8 meters from Guillaume. After all, he was a bit more restrained around Guillaume. As long as you're satisfied. Olivia forced a smile. She had long realized that such a day. I will head to the South Sea to deal with some matters, then visit the ancestral land of the Jagolia family. When I return, I will show you some historical tablets stored by the world government. Ross smiled, indifferent to the historical texts. He wasn't quite sure why the world government wanted to erase that period of history. Wasn't it just about Joy Boy? Ross couldn't quite understand whether the celestial dragons were concerned about losing power or afraid of Joy Boy's return. But there was no logic behind it. With the prophecy of Joy Boy's return spreading everywhere, the world government couldn't. In any case, the daily happenings in this world often defied logic, and Ross didn't ponder too deeply. Ultimately, it was a matter of strength and the hearts of people. As long as he had enough power, everyone in the world would be under his command. No matter who Joy Boy was, one person could not suppress the entire world. If he were truly that powerful, how could the world government have overthrown him? The things his ancestors could achieve, there was no reason he couldn't. Alright, he also had a system. Ross shook his body and walked out of the room, feeling completely refreshed. As for the small hand that had suddenly grown in the room, St. Ross. Ross inquired. He had just played for a long time and the warship was still being propelled forward at high speed, but the sun had already set. Estimating it had been about 7 or 8 hours since they began pushing the ship from Zephyr. We should arrive at the Holy Land in about 5 hours. Everything is ready on that side. You can board the ship and set off. We have prepared 20 slaves with a bounty of 100 million as well as 10 users of the flying fruit ability. Zanny reported meticulously, like a dutiful steward. Very well. And what about Battleira Island? Ross nodded in satisfaction. Having the identity of a celestial dragon made a difference. If he were an ordinary pirate, by the time they reached Battleira Island, that woman would probably be finished. And who knows, as soon as they arrived there, someone draped in a cloak of justice might come out and knock him away with a single punch. But now he wanted to see if that person dared to show up. The situation on Battleira Island is stable. That woman has already been diagnosed by the doctor. According to the doctor, she can hold on for at most 3 more. Moreover, there is a possibility of death if she gives birth, Zanny said respectfully. The news hasn't leaked out, has it? Ross narrowed his eyes. The doctor was sent by the family CP0, and the CP, who found that woman, has been executed by him, Zanny said softly. She didn't know what identity that woman held, but Ross valued her, and that was enough. Regardless of what, that's CP0. Ross didn't finish his sentence, but Zanny certainly understood his meaning. That CP0 is loyal to Saint Satan. I entered CP0 at the same time as him, and we have a bit of a connection. I've already asked him to keep it confidential for a short time. Before you arrive, based on my understanding of him, he will keep it a secret, but afterward he will definitely report everything to Saint Satan. Zanny explained. You can handle this matter. Even if it gets exposed to Saint Satan, I won't blame you. Ross smiled as he left this message and walked towards his cabin. They were about to arrive at the Holy Land, and he needed to head to the South Sea without delay. You want me to handle it? Saint Ross, you really trust me? Zanny said, her beautiful eyes shimmering her face, showing a lazy expression. Being trusted was a good thing, but she actually preferred to follow orders. Rather than receiving such high trust, it would be better to get a couple of days off. It seems Walter's strength is average. They'll find an opportunity to secretly kill him to avoid hindering his highness and adding new tasks for myself. Zephyr was as strong as a monster, and in the end he arrived at the Holy Land Marineford an hour ahead of schedule. This was merely the limit of the warship, not Zephyr's limit. When Zephyr disembarked, he was only slightly out of breath. Ross felt that Zephyr probably still had half of his stamina left. A general-level powerhouse truly was as strong as a monster. The speed of Ross and his team was swift. After declining Sakaski's company, he turned and boarded the special ship prepared for him by the world government. Zanny, the subsequent itinerary is in your hands. Glancing at the slaves and flying ability users on the deck, Ross didn't even look and took Stella back to the cabin. Robin and Olivia were unsuitable for the South Sea and were arranged to return to the palace. He had already reported this to Saint Satan beforehand, and since they had tacitly agreed, there would be no further issues. What a hassle. Instructor Zephyr, please rest for a while. Zanny nodded to Zephyr, who was standing nearby, and walked towards a group of slaves. In the blink, charming was a basic ability of a succubus. This outwardly manifesting ability had little effect on the strong, but mesmerizing a small Karami with a bounty of around 100 million was still quite easy. In just a moment, all eyes turned to Zanny with madness and obsession. Follow my orders. 2 shifts, 24 hours nonstop. Yes. A loud and synchronized voice rang out, and the slaves jumped into the sea like they had been injected with adrenaline, starting to swim while pushing the ship forward. These slaves certainly couldn't match Zephyr, but with 10 of them rotating in groups and 5 flying ability users pulling from the front, their speed was not slower than Zephyr pushing the ship. South Sea, Batalira Island. Inside a modest dwelling, Port Gasti, Rouge lay upon her bed, her abdomen swollen with child. Her delicate features, already soft and tender, now bore an unmistakable tension. To protect her unborn child from assassination, she had carried the pregnancy for a full 22 months. By the 20th month, when the Navy and the world government's intensified manhunts across the South Sea had begun to wane, she had nearly allowed herself to relax. Yet no one could have foreseen that a new detachment of Cypherpol agents would suddenly appear within her immediate vicinity, armed with precise descriptions of her appearance. That revelation jolted her heart into frantic vigilance and forced her to endure 2 more agonizing months. She could feel her body teetering at its absolute limit. Just days ago, she had even lapsed into unconsciousness. Rouge no longer knew whether she would survive childbirth. Never before had she regretted her choice so profoundly. At first it had been love for him, but as the life within her womb slowly stirred, grew, and pulsed with quiet vitality, a deep instinctive affection bloomed in her heart. This was her own flesh and blood, her creation, her miracle. Above all else, she longed for this child to enter the world unharmed and to grow up safe, sound, and whole. That wish, simple, sacred, singular, was now all she had left. Yesterday, a hushed voice spoke just outside her door, and she heard every word. The hunters said that if they failed to locate her by tomorrow, they would withdraw. She had not stepped outside, and dazed meals were delivered by a kind-hearted girl from next door. During the earlier wave of manhunts across the South Sea, she had survived precisely this way, so she saw no reason to believe she had been discovered now. Just one more day, and she could ask her neighbor to summon a midwife, entrusting both the birth and the infant's care to that gentle soul. Her neighbor was an elderly man of great kindness who had already taken in several orphans from the village, and who shared a warm, trusting bond with Rouge. That would be enough. As this thought settled over her, a serene smile softened her lips. But the smile vanished instantly, drowned beneath the sharp, sudden rapping at her door. Who is it? Rouge clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with terror fixed upon the entrance. At this hour her neighbor would never come calling. As for the rest of the islanders, they believed she had long since fled. None knew she still lingered here. How then could anyone possibly be at her door? Were these her pursuers? My apologies for the intrusion. A calm, resonant male voice came from beyond the threshold. Then the door swung inward, flooding the dim, shuttered room with blinding sunlight, forcing Rouge to squint. In anticipation of raids, she had sealed every window and door tight, drawn thick curtains to feign abandonment, making the house appear utterly deserted. Now for the first time it was being opened, not by kin nor friend, but by a stranger. Her pulse hammered violently. Footsteps echoed softly, halting beside her bed. Her eyes adjusted to the light, and her gaze fell upon the intruder. He was tall, strikingly handsome, like a prince from legend and nobleman carved from grace itself. He bore no resemblance to any man she had ever known. Even the crown prince of Battleira's sovereign kingdom paled beside his luminous presence. And the father of her child. At the thought, her heart tightened with bitter complexity. He had stormed into her life unbidden, imposed himself, then vanished without trace, leaving her alone with consequence. She could not judge him clearly. Without him, perhaps her years would not have been so desolate. Yet he was dead, fallen in spectacular, catastrophic fashion, and had dragged countless innocents into his ruin. Battleira Island had not always been this silent. When the great pirate era erupted, marauding pirates descended upon it, slaughtering half its people, especially the young women. Rouge knew them all. She had attended their weddings, stood beside them as bridesmaid more than once. When the pirates came, only ashes remained. Even second-hand accounts from neighbors filled her with suffocating sorrow, a grief that wrapped around her like a shroud. So perhaps what she felt for him was less love than fury, raw, unrelenting. Yet the child was blameless. All she wished, fervently, desperately, was for that child to draw breath and live. "May I ask who you are?" Unable to bear the silence any longer, Rouge broke the stillness, voice trembling. She had seen little of the world, not like him who had roamed its farthest corners. To her, this man, elegant, poised, aristocratic, was the very pinnacle of beauty and refinement. If he served the world government, he must surely be one of the celestial dragons themselves. Jigoro Rashia Rosu Cheyenne. That is my name. Rosu smiled faintly as he gave his title, and inwardly exhaled, "I have arrived, in time." His gaze lingered on Rouge, the pale, ethereal woman resting upon the bed, as he studied her. Her beauty was merely above average. Even her system-assigned rating stood at only G. Yet she radiated a profound maternal luminescence, an aura of quiet strength and tenderness that stirred something rare within him. Countless faces were beautiful, but few souls possessed such unwavering fortitude. This woman who had borne life for 22 months solely to shield her child. She alone warranted his deliberate journey. Port Gasti. Rouge, that is your name, is it not? Yes, honored Rosu Cheyenne. She replied, her voice thin with rising dread. Now certain he knew far more than he let on. She did not grasp the weight of Cheyenne, mistaking it for part of his given name. "Call me Rosu Cheyenne, or anything you prefer. Cheyenne is honorific enough, Lady Gol." Rosu held her gaze, then uttered her other title, quietly, deliberately. The Pirate King's true name was Gold. Roger. To address her as Lady Gol was declaration enough. "Please call me Rouge, sir. I wish never to hear that name again. Are you an agent of the world government?" Her body trembled, but in that instant a strange calm washed over her. So it is over. With that realization, every knot of tension dissolved. Resistance was meaningless now. From rumors alone, Rouge had wished, fervently, for the world government to eradicate Roger's entire bloodline. How much more so would they act knowing the truth? To rage at her, to execute her. That would be the world government's duty, its righteous course. It seems Roger never told you. Rosu watched her closely, reading the flinch at Roger's name, the palpable recoil, the desperate desire to sever all ties. By his reckoning, Rouge had spent less time with Roger than she had carrying his child. And after she conceived, Roger departed, freely, effortlessly, never waiting for the birth, never witnessing the chaos. He ignited the great pirate era itself. Such indifference might suit a titan of the sea, but for Rouge it meant relentless persecution, exile, and the unbearable torment of birthing under siege, silent, crushing burdens no one saw. Perhaps resentment had already taken root within her, quiet, unspoken, yet undeniable. Yet beneath this suffocating pressure, reflection was a luxury she could not afford. Survival, her child's survival, had become her soul-consuming obsession. "What should I know?" Lugio asked, pursing her lips, as she indeed had many questions to ask. Since it had come to this, it would be best to clarify matters with her child. Unfortunately, she might not have the chance to know whether her child was a boy or a girl. The world government was founded by 20 kings, and Jagor Lucia is one of them. Roger intentionally surrendered, not truly to atone for his life as a pirate, but to seize the opportunity of a public execution to unleash a feast belonging to pirates. The results of this feast must have reached the lattice ears. Surely many have died on the island because of those pirates. Ross smiled in response. Different people require different approaches. Lugio was not persecuted by the world government and lived as an ordinary person, so a normal conversation would suffice. Emotions between people often cannot be shared. Some might even think the oppressed are being overly sentimental. Moreover, Lugio was in fairly good spirits, allowing him some time to chat. Only Lugio had a strong desire to live, enabling Stella's healing fruit to function better. Stella was waiting just outside the door, and he wasn't worried about any accidents befalling Lugio. The healing fruit had a bug ability. By sacrificing one's own life force, it could. Fortunately, the life force lost from a single use would not be excessive, and the world government had many treasures that slightly increased vitality, which could still make up for it. In the future, once Ziyuan obtains that fruit and awakens, if he can transfer life force to others, it would achieve an eternal cycle. Stella treats diseases and injuries while Ziyuan supplies life force. Together, they would be equivalent to immortality. I have heard many people have died because of pirates, and quite a few were implicated due to that hunt. Lugio processed Ross' words, her gaze towards him changing. The 20 kings of the world government, although she had lived in the South Sea all her life, she had still heard some things. So are all celestial dragons like Ross. Even someone like her who the world government seems not so bad. Lugio had never experienced a better life. The world government had ruled for 800 years, and it seemed they hadn't been too terrible all this time. There had been occasional pirates before, but they hardly came to Batalala Island, so her life had been relatively peaceful. It was after Roger initiated the Great Pirate Era that the seas boiled, chaos erupted, and disaster. As for the world government's hunt, Lugio believed she was guilty. Were it not to protect her child, she would have long lost the face to live on. After all, during that turmoil, countless people were implicated by her. Those people should not have died. Speaking of that hunt, don't you think there is something wrong, madam? Ross gently inquired, his gaze fixed on Lugio's face, observing her expression. What do you mean? A look of confusion appeared on Lugio's face. She truly didn't understand what the problem was. This matter was not something you should have known. Ross sighed softly, a hint of pity in his expression. However, this matter has now been entrusted to me by the world government. I do not wish for innocent people to be implicated, nor do I want the wicked to die with smiles. It should be so. Lugio instinctively nodded, her palm tightly clenched. She did not know what Ross was referring to, but his demeanor filled her with an uneasy feeling. Even a normal person could realize that Ross was implying her situation. I want to ask one thing. Before Roger was executed, how many people in your understanding knew about his offspring? As Ross spoke, he made a gesture with his hand behind his back. Stella, who was waiting at the door, immediately understood, entered the room, closed the door, and stood by the bed like a maid ready to treat Lugio. Lugio could not afford any stimulation right now. Ross needed to be absolutely certain. Those in the know. Upon hearing Ross finally open up about the matter, Lugio felt even more relaxed. If the matter had not been made public, it would have always been a source of anxiety. Now that it was out in the open, it was just death. She had been prepared for that long ago. Only Ross questioned. Lugio did not refuse to answer, but instead thought carefully for a moment before shaking her head. I have never left Batalala Island, and no one knows Roger's identity. Only I know his identity. As for your question, I can say with certainty that none of the people I know are aware of the identity of the child in my womb. Lugio was sure of this. Perhaps then a new question arises. Ross looked at Lugio with even more pity in his eyes, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable, even lying down. This gaze of pity was something she had never encountered before. It felt a bit strange. What question? Lugio instinct. Since there are no informants around you, how did the world government learn that Roger had offspring? Ross' curious inquiry struck like a sudden thunderbolt, leaving Lugio stunned for a long time. Indeed, since there were no informants around her, there could not be any leaks. Logically, only she and Roger knew about this matter. Based on the results, the world government had conducted a hunt for Roger's bloodline and the scope. So why does the world government know about this? Lugio abruptly raised her head, her gaze fixated on Ross, her voice trembling slightly. Sir, please tell me the answer. Ross, being a celestial dragon, must know the full picture of this matter, otherwise he would not have been able to find her. Madam, you already have the answer in your heart, do you not? Ross retorted, his gaze towards Lugio, filled with pity. In this world, not a single biological father is a good person. Roger's mind was also flawed. Instead of entrusting his descendants to Riley and the others, he chose to entrust them to Carp. If this matter were not mentioned, no matter what the future holds, it must be better than the present. Did Roger reveal it? Why would he do such a thing? Lugio wore a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, perhaps Roger spoke without thinking, but just from his saying, "Everyone come find his treasure," it was clear he was a man without a filter. It turns out that her current predicament, along with the massacre of pregnant women and children in the South Sea by the Navy and the world government, all stemmed from Roger himself. Roger. Lugio clenched her fists tightly, her breath growing ragged with fury. Long before this moment, the bond between her and Roger had already withered, eroded by time and circumstance. Now learning that her suffering, and that of her unborn child, stemmed entirely from Roger's actions, a deep-seated hatred took root within her. To torment her was inconsequential. But her child was innocent. Anyone who dared threaten that life would face her unrelenting wrath. Until now, all her bitterness had been directed solely at the Marines and the world government. Yet she now realized they had merely reacted, passive instruments in motion only because Roger himself had chosen to betray the secret. Without his deliberate disclosure, none of this calamity would have unfolded. Roger, that child is yours too. Tears streamed unchecked down Lugio's cheeks. The crushing weight of misplaced trust plunged her into waves of despair. My lady, please calm yourself. Agitation may endanger the pregnancy. Ross sat gently beside the bed, his left hand enclosing hers, his right arm slipping tenderly around her shoulders, drawing her to rest against his chest. What ill intent could he possibly harbor? He sought only to carry truth forward. In this hour of shattering grief, Lugio needed nothing more than a steadfast presence. And so, he was unquestionably a good man. I'm sorry. I lost my composure. Lugio leaned against Ross's chest, tears falling freely. Yet even as pain raged, she knew her own survival was unlikely. All she prayed for was her child's life. Lord Ross was a man of virtue. He would surely grant her final plea. In Lugio's heart, Roger was Roger, she was herself, and the child was wholly separate. Roger's sins bore no stain upon the infant. Even blood ties meant nothing once Roger chose betrayal. The moment his secret escaped his lips, that bond dissolved. The child within her womb was hers alone. Her flesh, her legacy, nothing more. Stella. Ross felt Lugio tremble faintly in his arms, and sensing her fragility, cast a quiet, urgent glance toward Stella. Stella stepped forward swiftly, taking position beside the opposite edge of the bed, her hands settling gently over Lugio's swollen belly. Who are you? Though racked with pain and too weak to resist, Lugio fixed her gaze on Stella, tense, uncertain. She bears the healing fruit. You're nearing your limit. She can safeguard both mother and child, Ross murmured softly. My child truly can. Lugio caught the subtle hope beneath his words, lifting her tear-streaked face to meet his eyes, full of desperate, luminous yearning. If only she had met him first, how different everything might have been. Rest assured, hatred must not inherit bloodlines. Neither you nor your child bears any connection to Roger unless you choose to embrace his path and claim his legacy as your own. Ross spoke with soothing warmth, guiding her toward stillness. At this juncture, his resolve was absolute. Both mother and child would live. Only with Lugio's survival could Ace grow as intended, shaped, guided, and secured. Thank you. A profound release washed over Lugio. The taut string she'd held for so long finally snapped, not in collapse, but in surrender, voluntary and complete. Even if death awaited her, her child's survival was enough. A healing fruit user. Surely she could deliver this child born beyond the natural term. Master, please help me remove her garments. I must begin the delivery. Stella spoke up without delay, urging Ross to assist. Lately, she had trained rigorously under doctors from the Holy Land, mastering advanced obstetric knowledge. Understood. Ross extended his hand, pressing lightly upon the hem of Lugio's skirt, fabric yielding cleanly thread by thread. With his current strength, rending cloth without harming skin was effortless, graceful, precise, and utterly controlled. Ross had anticipated this very moment, ensuring Stella mastered such skills while standing ready himself. Thus success was all but certain. They labored tirelessly until nightfall. In Ross's arms lay a newborn infant. Lugio slept deeply. Her face, though pale, bore no trace of exhaustion. The healing fruit's power proved extraordinary. Lugio, moments from death's threshold, recovered nearly half her vitality instantly. Only residual depletion remained, easily replenished with time and care. Stella, you've done magnificently. Ross placed the sleeping infant beside Lugio, then lifted Stella, exhausted, slumped in her chair, and carried her gently toward the door. The toll had been steep. Drawing upon her own life force to heal demanded immense sacrifice. It's nothing. I'm overjoyed to have saved Sister Lugio. Though weariness shadowed her voice, Stella's smile remained radiant, genuine, tender, and unfeigned. Her compassion ran deep. Even without Ross's command, Lugio's plight alone would have stirred her to act. The vitality you've spent will be fully restored. I give you my word. Ross brushed his fingers through Stella's golden hair, tender as one stroking a trusting, drowsy kitten. Vacant houses nearby had long been claimed as temporary quarters. Leaving Lugio's dwelling, Ross carried Stella across the threshold into the residence directly opposite. Your Highness. Zinni opened the door, bowing with quiet reverence as she fell into step beside him. Since Ross had entrusted her with authority, her address had shifted, formal, devoted, unwavering. Is it resolved? Ross laid Stella down in her chamber, then turned to Zinni. It is. He never reached Sathon's saint. Only the dead keep secrets. Zinni spoke softly. Her loyalty absolute, her execution flawless. Ross nodded, satisfied. Zinni far surpassed Jernica in competence and discretion. Near Bartholomew Island, he encountered a retired Marine Admiral. Conflict erupted, and both perished together. Zinni remained impassive. Whose allegiance did the Admiral hold? Ross raised a brow. A retired Admiral. This was no minor arrangement. He attained the rank of Admiral, while Sung was still a Rear Admiral. He once mentored Vice Admiral Garp, teacher and friend alike. Zenny reported with deference. Though aged and diminished in strength, the Admiral had once been formidable, capable in a sudden assault of bringing down even Garp. Ross acknowledged the name with a slow nod, his gaze shifting toward Zephyr, seated quietly in the parlor. Without a fleet admiral's protection, Zephyr would never have dared set foot on Bartholomew Island. After a day's rest, Zephyr had regained most of his strength. Lord Ross, there's no need to watch me. His eyes opened, calm, unblinking, as if he'd heard every word exchanged between Zenny and Ross, unshielded and unhidden. Or perhaps, since stepping onto this island, he'd already divined Ross's purpose. He hadn't expected the Pirate King Roger to leave behind living blood. Nor had he imagined that members of the Marines themselves were complicit, knowingly concealing the truth. Roger was the architect of the great age of piracy, a monstrous instigator. Yet within the Navy's ranks, someone sought to shield his heir. Garp pursued Roger for decades. I suspect theirs was a bond forged in mutual respect. Zephyr spoke plainly. He and Garp shared decades of friendship, though he found Garp's irreverent demeanor increasingly grating. That careless, unruly spirit stood in stark contrast to Zephyr's unwavering ideal of justice. Friendship and principle were distinct. Zephyr understood this distinction perfectly. Let's not talk about Kapu for now. If he were to come to Batalira Island, his strength is slightly inferior to Kapu, but that does not mean Moreover, Kapu has no reason to fight him. Would he fight over the bloodline of Roger? If this news got out, it would only bring ridicule to the Navy. If it were just Ross and the others present, Kapu might indeed take action. As long as no one knows, this matter would not spread. But even if Kapu is stronger than him, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill him, giving enough time for others to send word. Kapu disregards the world government, and the world government overlooks him because of his strength. But if he truly dares to touch the bottom line of the world government, no matter the cost, death would be his only outcome. Since you've said that, I can rest assured now. Ross, may I ask how you plan to deal with that mother and child? Though he is a subordinate, with his strength, he could easily switch to another celestial dragon, and the world government wouldn't dare to do anything to him. So compared to others, he could speak a little more freely. Before Roger died, he even betrayed his own bloodline. From that moment on, that mother and child had nothing to do with him. Of course, if they wish to inherit what Roger left behind, I will show no mercy. Ross replied calmly. This was also what he told Rugio. Ace is a decent prospect, but only if he can be kept under control. No matter how divine the weapon, it must not harm its master. This is perfect. If needed, I can teach that child to walk the path of righteousness. But if his family were to commit evil, he would certainly not show mercy. Once he grows a bit more, I will leave his training to you. Ross nodded with a smile, signaling Zani to head straight to Rugio's house. He lacked the patience to train Ace. At most, he would provide some ideological guidance. With Zifa's assistance, that would be even better. 2 hours later, Rugio woke from her stupor. This was the best sleep she had in 2 years. For the past 2 years, pregnant with Roger's child, she had been living in constant fear, and as she suppressed her labor, the burden on her body only increased. She had worried that the child might face unforeseen circumstances, but the steadily strong heartbeat always reassured her. This was a well-behaved baby. Despite enduring so many hardships, it still persevered. If the baby could persist, what reason did she have to give up? Now everything was finally over. Rugio slowly opened her eyes, feeling the weakness in her body and the emptiness in her abdomen, jolting awake from her drowsy state. Where is the child? The child is right here. She didn't know why. Even though she had just met Ross today, he felt much more reliable than Roger. Perhaps it was because Roger chose to leave when she needed him the most, and Ross chose to stay by her side during her most desperate times, giving her hope. Sir. Rugio struggled to get up. Ross did not give her that opportunity, extending his hand to press her back onto the bed. What you need to do now is rest. I will take care of the child for the time being. I will have someone specifically look after him. Thank you. Rugio pursed her lips, feeling a long-lost warmth fill her heart. So this is what it feels like to be treated gently. She had never experienced it before. It's a boy. Does he have a name? Ross sat at the bedside, cradling the infant in his arms, creating a warm scene of a family of 3. He mentioned calling him Ace before, but I don't want to use that name. Mentioning Roger, a hint of resentment flickered in Rugio's eyes. All her suffering had almost entirely stemmed from Roger. If Roger hadn't leaked information, would she have had such a hard time in the past 2 years? How many innocent children and women in the South Sea would have suffered otherwise? Then let's name him this. Ace is the name of Roger's sword. Using this name to cut through the era he shaped would be a fitting conclusion, wouldn't it? Ross smiled, not intending to change Ace's name. Once the name Ace was mentioned, there would always be some people associating it with Roger. 20 years from now, he hoped Ace would completely end the era of pirates. The impact of that would far exceed what he could achieve himself. Moreover, with 20 years of accumulation, he should have the strength to contend with him. At that time, the balance of power would need to shift. Then let's call him Ace. After hearing Ross' words, Rugio agreed to the name. If Ace could truly achieve what Ross spoke of, then that conclusion would be the hardest for the deceased Roger to accept, wouldn't it? Sir Ross, why are you being so kind to us, mother and child? Having no more pain in her body, Rugio's thoughts began to wander. She did not understand why Ross would save her. At that moment, her condition was already at its worst. The moment she gave birth to Ace, she felt death beckoning. It was entirely thanks to Stella's rescue that she managed to survive. To wrestle back a life from the clutches of death, surely, it must require a tremendous cost. To be able to carry a child for 22 months, just to ensure he is born, you are truly great. Ross spoke softly, a smile ever present on his lips. You should not be implicated because of Roger. He is a villain who unleashed the world's evils while you are merely a mother wanting her child to live. Thank you for seeing me this way. Rugio did not know what else to say. The torment of the past 2 years seemed to vanish entirely because of Ross' words. Meeting Ross might be the reward for her perseverance over the past 2 years. All right, your body is not in good shape. Once you are well, I will slowly inform you of certain matters. For now, let me feed you. Your body needs to be replenished. Ross gently helped Rugio sit up, placing Ace in her arms, then took the rice porridge from Zani. Rugio tightened her embrace around Ace, her gaze instinctively scanning Zani. Stella had always been an exceptional woman, and now Zani appeared even more beautiful than Stella. No matter who it was, they were not someone she could compare to. For some reason, Rugio suddenly felt a surge of jealousy. Come, open your mouth. Hearing the gentle voice beside her, Rugio's face flushed instantly, and she obediently opened her mouth. Soon she felt the gentle rice porridge entering her mouth and finally came to her senses, rolling the porridge on her tongue before swallowing it. At that moment, she didn't even look at Ross. The earlier awkwardness had definitely been noticed. It was too embarrassing. Ross did not linger for long. After feeding, he left. He simply left Zani to take care of Rugio, and he was not in a hurry about the matters that followed. When a person's life is filled with individuals from a particular faction, even without deliberate brainwashing, that person will naturally align with them. The rumors from outsiders cannot compare to one's own first-hand experience. However, this requires making that person comfortable, otherwise it may backfire. In the following days, Ross completely relaxed. Every morning he practiced with Zafa on the beach, spent the afternoons reading at Rugio's home, and played games with Stella in the evenings, leading a remarkably fulfilling daily life. Even ordinary people in the pirate world have excellent physical conditions coupled with the finest care. By the 3rd day, Rugio was able to get out of bed and walk. By the 5th day, Rugio had completely recovered. After giving birth to Ace, Rugio seemed to emanate a gentle aura, even attracting Ross' occasional attention. Ross did not hide his nature as a celestial dragon. Of course, he was to be benevolent. However, this leisurely period came to an end on the 7th day. St. Ross Carp has arrived, coming to this island by swimming to avoid detection. Zafa pushed open the door, a hint of mockery in his expression. In just a few days, with Ross' identity and wealth, he could easily buy off everyone on Bartalara Island and provide each household with a regular den mushy. Even if Carp could evade the eyes of the world government, as soon as he set foot on this island, someone would report to him. Previously, he could only speculate. Now it could be confirmed. The renowned hero of the Navy, Carp, actually knows the whereabouts of Roger's offspring, preferring to watch the innocent suffer in the South Blue rather than reveal this secret. You are well acquainted with him. Do you think he would secretly take a glance or snatch the child away? Ross slowly stood up, his bones cracking loudly. Ross strength B, rear admiral combat skills, conquerors hockey, A armament hockey, A observation hockey, C swordsmanship, C gun skills, D hand-to-hand combat, C. During these days with Zafa as his sparring partner, he was able to fully unleash the strength he had gained. This strength might not be enough to face Carp, but under Carp's non-serious demeanor, he wouldn't be instantly defeated. That depends on what agreement he made with Roger. If they agreed to help take care of Ace with that guy's personality, he might very well make a move to snatch the child away. Zafa snorted coldly. He had never liked Carp's personality, and now he looked down on him even more. Although Roger is dead, the influence he left behind will continue to affect many. Such a person does not deserve sympathy. Moreover, he could be certain that Carp would not save Rugio. He only cares about Roger's offspring. Otherwise, Carp would have already found a way to rescue her, and would not have waited until now. Based on his understanding of Carp, it's likely that Carp is also conflicted. Conflicted about whether to save Roger's offspring. At that time, he was just an ordinary marine, impulsive in nature, and even now he hasn't changed. Zafa sneered. What happened back then? Ross asked with interest. He did not particularly like Carp. Carp holds to his own principles, yet upon reviewing his life's actions, it seems he has done everything, yet everything is filled with regret. At that time, a band of pirates occupied the palace of a member country and held hostages in 4 different locations. Crane, Sengoku, and Carp executed the mission to rescue the hostages together. Zafa recalled the past with a sigh. At that time, the world government decided to cover the palace with cannon fire and kill everyone. The Navy headquarters instructed us that we had only one chance to rescue. If we exceeded the time, cannon fire would cover the area directly. We four agreed to act simultaneously. What about you and Carp? Ross inquired. Sengoku and Crane's choices and outcomes were not surprising, but Zafe, at that time I wanted to be the behind-the-scenes hero, so I chose to launch a sneak attack and knock them out. Since Carp attracted many guards, my actions went particularly smoothly. Although I was eventually discovered, I managed to rescue the hostages just before they could use them as leverage. Zafe grinned. Now that he's old, reminiscing about those youthful days brings a bit of shame, but more so, it brings the joy of memories. On Carp's side, he unexpectedly chose to charge in recklessly. At that time, he caused quite a commotion, and Sengoku nearly died laughing. Afterwards, he even expressed his gratitude to Carp, thinking that Carp had intentionally drawn everyone's attention to allow our rescue to proceed smoothly. In reality, Carp never thought that far ahead. He simply believed that such a reckless charge could save everyone. The results were merely average. After a bloody battle, a total of 20 hostages were taken, and except for the most important prince, the rest were all killed. Looking at the mission's outcome, he saved the key individual and killed many pirates to avenge the deceased. However, I have never approved of his actions. In essence, he is merely a reckless fool, utterly unworthy of the title hero. Zafe snorted softly. The word hero is complex for him. Back then, he was quite similar to Carp, just slightly more intelligent, yet both were idealists. It was only after a personal tragedy, yet in his heart he still hopes for more heroes in this world, but certainly not heroes like Carp. But Carp is a hero of the Navy. Ross teased. You know better than I do how he earned that title of hero. Zafe's expression darkened further. If Carp had saved the Navy or rescued the crux is that Carp saved the celestial dragons of God Valley and teamed up with Roger's pirate crew to defeat the Rocks pirates, thus becoming a hero of the Navy. The value of this accomplishment is so high that he feels the term hero has been sullied. That is indeed heroic. Who could blame me for being a celestial dragon? Ross wore a smile. Opportunities to see Zafe in a difficult position were rare. Carp saved the celestial dragons, and the world government tacitly acknowledged him as a hero of the Navy, which shouldn't be a problem. That's true. I almost forgot you are also a celestial dragon. In everyday situations, Ross does not exhibit the repulsive behavior typical of other celestial dragons, only showing a hint of dark humor during missions. By the way, if Garp is a hothead, would he really strike during daylight? Ross walked to the window and gazed across at Rue's house. From his vantage point, he could see Rue cradling Ace by the window while Zinni rested on the sofa nearby. As if sensing his gaze, Rue lifted her head with faint curiosity, her eyes meeting his precisely. Upon spotting Ross watching her, Rue's face lit up with quiet delight. She raised Ace's tiny arm and waved gently in his direction, offering a soft, wordless greeting. Ross returned her smile and waved back in kind. Zephyr observed the exchange and felt an unmistakable dissonance. A celestial dragon engaging warmly with Roger's widow and child. It defied all logic, all precedent. Based on my understanding of him, he'd certainly act if I weren't present. But knowing I am, he'll first try to draw me away. Zephyr spoke plainly. Garp wouldn't dare seize the child openly in front of him, not unless he'd abandoned reason entirely and descended into outright folly. To snatch the child under Zephyr's very eyes would be no different from inscribing, "I intend to betray the Marines," upon one's own forehead. Even if he meant only to scout covertly, Garp would never appear so brazenly. Garp may disdain intricate strategy, preferring fists over finesse, but that doesn't mean he lacks awareness of boundaries. Otherwise, he'd have long since clashed irreparably with the celestial dragons. If that's the case, then we'll wait for nightfall. I've heard Garp rarely relies on observation hockey. Zephyr scoffed. His physical constitution surpasses even mine. His armament hockey leans heavily toward offense with minimal defensive application, and he wields Conqueror's hockey. His overall strength exceeds mine. But as for observation hockey, it might as well not exist for him. It seems observation hockey loses much of its utility at your level of power. Ross asked, intrigued. Observation hockey, one of the 3 forms of hockey, sharpened the 5 senses beyond natural limits, granting heightened perception, detecting life forces, reading emotional shifts, and even anticipating danger before it manifested. At its pinnacle, practitioners unlocked extraordinary abilities, foreseeing fragments of the future, discerning unspoken thoughts, or hearing the silent voices of all living things. It's not useless. Admirals themselves fall into distinct archetypes. Sakazuki and Borisolino, for instance, embody radical. Zephyr shook his head, speaking with quiet precision. Sakazuki's sheer physical resilience renders minor deficiencies in observation hockey irrelevant, even against peers. His overwhelming offense and defense compensate fully. But if Borisolino suffered the same shortfall, Sakazuki would exploit it instantly, landing a decisive, crippling blow. Observation hockey remains valuable, Yet once one's body can sustain relentless high-intensity exchanges at this tier, its predictive edge diminishes. Without exhausting attrition-based combat, an Admiral could throw punches continuously, rendering evasion meaningless. So against an opponent like Garp, maneuvering at speed holds little tactical value. Ross mused. Your Holiness Ross, I acknowledge your genius without reservation. Zephyr grinned. He'd sparred with Ross daily. The young man's capabilities were etched deeply into his memory. But for now, peak force and peak speed. Ross arched a brow. Precisely. Yet his velocity outstrips the reaction time of most practitioners' observation hockey. Even I cannot evade and counter simultaneously. Direct confrontation remains the optimal path. Were you to wield Borisolino's devil fruit and awaken it, you might consider sustained long-range attrition. Zephyr explained calmly. Garp was their hypothetical adversary. Clarity about his lethality was non-negotiable. He truly feared Ross might impulsively intervene in the battlefield between himself and Garp. Though Ross's strength rivaled that of several Marine vice-admirals, stepping onto an admiral's field of combat remained dangerously premature. Understood. Ross nodded lightly, no emotion clouding his expression. He'd attained his current power in less than 2 months by the strictest count. The Celestial Dragon's eventual downfall lay at least 22 years ahead. In that span, eliminating just one Class C pirate per day would suffice. This world held no scarcity, only abundance of people, of lives, of rising and falling powers. With the great age of pirates dawning, every fallen weed would be mourned. Night descended silently. Garp shivered faintly beneath his dark cloak as he emerged from a temporary cave shelter, striding toward the island settlement. He hadn't idled these past hours. Not only had he secured a vessel for departure, but he'd also dried his soaked black robe thoroughly. This mission demanded meticulous preparation. One might say half his lifetime's worth of cerebral effort had been expended solely on this operation. Before arriving, Garp had wrestled with doubt. He'd sworn to Roger to protect his child. Yet as a Marine safeguarding the offspring of the Pirate King sat uneasily within naval doctrine. But once ashore and informed Garp's, rumors rippled through the town. Some claimed the Celestial Dragon himself was Ace's true father. Hearing this, Garp's restraint shattered. Roger, Pirate King or not, was a man he'd long admired as a peer, a kindred spirit. The legacy of such a hero must never be sullied by Celestial Dragon corruption. He dared not imagine the tragedy of Ace, grown strong and proud, revealed as a mere lackey of the world nobles. Thus, the moment intelligence confirmed the rumors, Garp resolved to act that very night. Sees Ace vanish into the night. This is it. Cloaked in shadow, Garp stood before Rue's home. He considered his infiltration skill formidable. The maid tending Rue rested beside her bed. Ace lay peacefully nearby. As for Zephyr, never mind. His location mattered little. Crash! Garp's fist shattered the window pane into glittering shards. He surged forward with blinding speed, straight for Ace's cradle. Less than 5 meters separated the bedroom window from the infant's bed, just a single stride past Rue and the maid. Who? Zinni's voice cracked like thunder. In an instant, she shifted into her succubus form, the whip-like tail lashing toward Garp. Garp hadn't anticipated it. First, he dismissed the maid as powerless. Who among the capable would serve an ordinary woman like Rue? Second, he trusted his raw might. So long as Zephyr remained absent, he could escape. Twice over, thrice over. SHHHK? Her tail tore through his hood, revealing his broad, square-jawed face. Yet Garp moved faster still, already cradling the infant securely in his arms. Put Ace down. Rue jolted awake, shrieking. But if Garp had paused to read her expression, he'd have sensed something off. Her cry lacked genuine panic. It rang hollow, performative. Zinni materialized before him in a blur and struck. Garp ignored her entirely. One crushing blow sent her reeling backward. Then he vaulted through the broken window. A few swift, silent strides, and he dissolved into the night, vanishing from sight. As soon as Garp left, silence fell over the room. Lugio stared blankly at the crib, her expression shifting between gloom and brightness. Zanny, on the other hand, showed little emotion, stretched her back, and left the room towards the guest bedroom. Her overtime for the night had come to an end. It was time to rest. What? Lugio's negative emotions were on the verge of boiling over. The moment Garp revealed his face, she recognized him. He was the Navy officer Roger had often mentioned, the one she trusted the most, and he had even shown her a photograph. In retrospect, Roger wasn't just reminiscing with her, he was entrusting her with a legacy. So why would he entrust his child to a Navy officer? Was it because he thought she was unworthy, or that his pirate comrades would be hunted down? Lugio's face turned grim, her fists clenched tightly, and her hatred for Roger reached its peak. If it was for her life, she could care less. But for her child's life, and to have her child walk down a preordained path set by Roger the madman, she would not allow it. She would rather her child live as an ordinary person for life than follow the insane plans of Roger. At Battleira Island, a deserted coastline where wooden sailboats were docked, When Carp appeared here holding the infant, he suddenly halted in his tracks. He tightened his hold on the child and looked gravely at the figures not far away. Even without using observation hockey, he could see two clear silhouettes blocking his path to the wooden sailboat. Zifa. Carp let out a low growl. He did not expect that with Zifa's foolish mind, he could ambush him in advance. Carp, you've come. Zifa stretched his neck and stood in front of Carp, blocking his way. Get out of the way. Whether I move aside or not is not for me to decide, Zifa scoffed, stepping aside to reveal Ross behind him. They had long anticipated Carp's arrival at Battlera Island and had made thorough preparations. The child in Carp's arms was an orphan prepared by Ross long ago with black hair and a resemblance to Luggio, sent to Battlera Island through special channels of the CP organization. The plan was for Carp to take the child first while they obstructed him to make Carp cautious. Otherwise, once a battle broke out, Zifa could not guarantee Ross' safety. But as long as Carp held the child, even if he knew the child was not Roger's bloodline, Carp would not be able to unleash his full strength. If Carp were able to abandon the innocent, he would no longer be Carp. Although Zifa did not like Carp's character, he still acknowledged Carp's belief in justice. Celestial dragons. Carp looked at Ross' saintly face, his expression growing even grimmer. Put Ace down, and I will allow you to leave. No, Ross said flatly, his words carrying an undeniable tone. He was not like Luggio, an ordinary person who had never acted before. At least Carp could not detect any signs of acting in him. It's impossible. He is my grandson. Oh, I will take him away. Carp tightened his grip on the child and responded in a deep voice. If he had not been obstructed, he might have chosen to leave first and plan later. But now that Ace was in his grasp, how could he give up halfway? Your grandson. Ross and Zifa both looked puzzled. Oh, was he trying to fool them? And could such words be casually thrown around? Ha, Carp, if Roger's son is your grandson, are you saying Roger is your son or Luggio is your daughter? Zifa laughed loudly. He knew Carp wouldn't make excuses, but he didn't expect the excuse to be so poor. What are you talking about? Carp's face showed confusion, as if he were completely unaware. Who is Luggio? Roger has been dead for 2 years. How could his child just be born? Isn't it simple to test whether he is Roger's offspring? The world government had recently developed a new technology capable of comparing human genes to determine blood relations. Even for the deceased, as long as there were cells, they could be tested. Ross looked at Carp with interest, eager to hear what the other party had to say. He wasn't here to force Carp out of the Navy. As long as Carp remained within the Navy framework, he had plenty of ways to make him compromise with this matter. But if he truly forced Carp away, he would instead have to worry about Carp seeking revenge. Mainly because with his current strength and manpower, he was unable to keep Carp here. Carp fell into complete silence upon hearing Ross' words. He knew the result without needing a test. The child in his arms was undoubtedly Roger's bloodline. This was what Roger had told him. It could not be wrong. Moreover, after Roger's death, he had secretly come to Battlera Island and had seen Luggio once from the shadows, so he knew Ace was definitely Roger's orphan. This matter was also his fault. If he hadn't accidentally let it slip while discussing Roger's legacy on his ship, it wouldn't have triggered the subsequent chain reaction. Even after trying to cover it up, he could only stubbornly say that Roger had told him before his death that he had descendants, but he didn't know specifically who or where they were. It was also due to his mistake that the innocent people in the South Blue endured suffering after Roger's surrender. Possibly all the babies and pregnant women of Roger's bloodline were implicated. With matters reaching this point, how could Carp possibly hand over the child? If Ace was not taken away, then the innocent people in the South Blue would have died for nothing. Thinking of this, Carp decided to take the initiative. If you dare to make a move, I will destroy all the nearby ships. Zifa's words completely dispelled Carp's thoughts, making his expression even uglier. Humph. Zifa snorted coldly. Having known each other for decades, do I not know your mind? You can swim to the next island, but carrying a child, he will undoubtedly die. Carp fell silent. Just as Zifa said, without a boat, he would not be able to take Ace away. With that thought, Carp suddenly had an idea and turned his gaze towards Ross. As his gaze fell, he saw Ross cheerfully take out a Den Den Mushi. This Den Den Mushi can connect to my grandfather's Den Den Mushi, who is currently one of the 5 elders. Carp, you wouldn't want this matter to come to my grandfather's attention, would you? What do you want? I cannot hand Ace over to you. Carp gritted his teeth and said, choosing to give up pretense. He was too lazy to spin any more lies. As long as he did not hand Ace over, he would accept any harsh conditions. Otherwise, at worst, they would both perish together. He was now alone without any attachments. His son Dorag had grown up and no longer listened to him. He was too lazy to discipline him. Neither the Navy nor the pirates held any allure for him anymore. He had seen through this world. Achieving justice was simply impossible. All he could do was remain true to himself, refusing to yield even in death. I can let you go and keep it a secret, but I have 3 conditions. Ross raised 3 fingers, calm and unhurried. He knew that Carp would compromise. Or rather, Carp was someone who would compromise when he couldn't achieve something. Carp was determined to capture Roger, yet he only succeeded because Roger surrendered himself. His pursuit was merely for show, and when Roger turned himself in, he reminisced about old times as a friend and even promised to help take care of the next generation. Carp aimed to cultivate his son into an excellent Marine, but instead Dorag defected and founded the Revolutionary Army. He didn't personally go after Dorag, merely allowing him to be free. Carp clearly had his own principles and sense of justice. He refused to be promoted to Admiral out of disdain for the Celestial Dragons, which in itself was a form of compromise. Carp wanted to train Ace to be a Marine, but Ace, who despised Roger, still set out to become a pirate. After Ace became a pirate, Carp showed no intention of bringing him back, only regretting it after Ace was captured. Carp wished to cultivate Luffy as a Marine, but Luffy was determined to become the Pirate King. When they met again along the way, Carp still chose to let him be free. Aside from strength and reputation, hesitation, failure, and compromise defined the latter half of Carp's life. Based on this, Ross dared to conclude that Carp would also compromise this time. Go ahead and tell me. Carp's expression darkened, but with Zephyr present, he dared not take action. He couldn't kill Zephyr in a short time, so he couldn't ensure all witnesses would die. The only thing he could do now was to stake his life and exchange it with Ross. However, if he did that, it was uncertain whether he would survive, but Ace would undoubtedly die. Even the people on this island might end up as collateral damage. He could think of that, and it was clear he couldn't do such a thing. In either case, Ace's death was meaningless. Since Ross was willing to make demands as long as it allowed Ace and him to leave safely, what harm was there in compromising? After being in the Navy for so many years, had he not seen enough of the world government's evil? He had suppressed his anger each time, choosing to ignore it. The first condition is that you will assist me wholeheartedly 3 times in the future. Don't worry, the opponents will surely be villains, and it won't put you, the Marine hero, in a difficult position. Ross wiggled his index finger. No problem. Carp readily agreed. It was only natural for him to deal with villains. At this point, his expression had brightened considerably. At least Ross' demands seemed reasonable, not like he was deliberately making things difficult for him. The second condition is that you can take the child, but he must change his name to Gold. Jas. Ross raised 2 fingers and shook them before Carp. In the world of pirates, many things are a mix of truth and falsehood. He didn't care about Jas' future. If he became someone of interest, it would be fun. Oh, if he died young, there wouldn't be much regret. Life is long, and as a celestial dragon, one must learn to find some enjoyment. It's up to you. Carp's expression changed slightly, but he still agreed. He didn't want Jas to inherit the Gol surname, but upon reflection, naming him after Ace wasn't much different. There is more than one Gol. As long as Jas joins the Navy in the future, it shouldn't be a big problem. The third condition won't be difficult for you either. Jas was born under my watch. Although I was only interested in Luffy, I have at least cared for him for so many days. Ross paused momentarily. He spoke seemingly casually, but when he saw Carp's expression change to one of realization, he knew whether Carp was truly foolish or wise beyond belief. There was no need to let him overthink a simple explanation, which could lead to unforeseen changes in the plan. Even if Carp didn't believe his words, it didn't matter. Even if Carp knew Ace had been swapped, how could he possibly storm the Holy Land to do anything? Next, it was time for his favorite segment. Ross said unhurriedly. It was a rare opportunity to achieve an class defeat. He didn't want to miss it. An class defeat was equivalent to killing an class powerhouse. There are not many class powerhouses in the entire world. They either belong to the world government or hide in the New World. It's challenging to find targets to kill. After his multiple confirmations, the conditions for defeat were simply to spit blood and sustain an injury, along with verbally admitting defeat. Meeting the conditions was quite simple. Few celestial dragons really have a twisted sense of humor. Carp laughed heartily upon hearing this request. Previously, Akainu had knelt and admitted defeat, and this had been deliberately publicized within the world government, making it known among the upper echelons of the Navy. This was the result Ross wanted. Creating an image of someone who enjoyed powerful opponents admitting defeat would ensure that even when encountering strong foes, it wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. Perhaps later on, those powerful figures from the world government would seek him out to admit defeat. After all, he wouldn't be looking for just anyone to concede. 1 class defeat is worth 5 class defeats, 50 class defeats, or 500 class defeats. Rather than having class powerhouses line up to admit defeat, he preferred to only accept a class, and above, proactively seeking class to establish his reputation. Of course, if it's a hostile class, he would definitely crush them if he could. If he couldn't, then he would consider the defeat reward. Agreed. Once you finish, you can leave. If you don't agree, you know the consequences. Ross remained nonchalant. I don't care about these trivial names. Carp laughed heartily, holding Jas in one arm, while the other hand slammed onto his chest. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Carp didn't care, feeling as if he had merely been tickled. Such a strong individual wouldn't even flinch at serious injuries, let alone this minor wound. Then Carp knelt on both legs and said solemnly, "Holy Ross, today I have lost. Next time I will definitely not let you stop me." He spoke these words with sincerity. Being stopped by Ross and Zephyr this time truly meant he had lost. If Ross seized this point and directly informed the five elders, he wouldn't have even a sliver of a chance to turn the tables. However, losing this time did not mean he would lose next time. Carp stood up in silence, quickly carrying Jas past Zephyr and Ross rushing onto the prepared ship. He set sail alone, swiftly hoisting the sails. Class defeat completed. Strength 500000 Special Reward Marine 6 Styles. A class the Marine 6 Styles is quite a nice reward. Ross smiled as he watched Carp sail away until he vanished from sight. By the way, Zephyr, you checked the ship, and it seems there's only meat, alcohol, and fresh water. Do you think Carp might starve Jas? There is indeed that possibility, Zephyr said with an odd expression, but he should seek help from nearby islands. The closest island is less than a day's journey from here. I can only hope little Jas suffers a bit. I just hope Carp can act like a decent person and not let him starve to death. Ross smiled and turned to walk into the island. After claiming the biggest reward, there should still be a smaller reward waiting for him to collect. When Ross returned to Lugio's home, the lights were still bright. AIC had been brought back by Lugio from Stella, and at that moment Lugio was sitting beside the crib, still spiritedly waiting. The window broken by Carp had already been repaired by Stella, but the method of repair was creak. The door was pushed open by Ross. He glanced around the layout of the room and sat down next to Lugio. I apologize for startling you today. To resolve this once and for all, this is the best method. If it were just to stop Carp, the simplest method would have been to take Lugio and AIC back to the Holy Land early, but that way Ross would miss out on his strength defeat reward. Who knows when he would have another opportunity to defeat Carp. Given the current situation, this was the best outcome. Ross had long prepared a contingency plan. If Carp found the real AIC, he wouldn't have used the same speech he just had. Carp's concerns were far greater than his. In terms of strength, he couldn't temporarily suppress Carp, but as long as Carp remained on the side of order, he could never surpass him. It's already enough. Ooh, I am grateful to have you here. Lugio lowered her gaze, her tone revealing deep exhaustion. She didn't understand. Before giving birth to AIC, everyone avoided her. After giving birth to AIC, everyone flocked to her. What did they take her for, and what did they take AIC for? Lugio actually knew that Ross came because of AIC, otherwise as an ordinary woman, she would hardly be worthy of Ross' attention. But at least during this process, Ross chose to respect her. No one else, including Roger and Carp, had ever asked her. If it weren't for Ross, she would have already been dead. Ross could have waited until she died, and then taken AIC without needing to save her. That is Carp, isn't it? That's right, the Navy hero Carp, who was also a key figure in the pursuit of Roger, though he never managed to catch him. Ross nodded. As he pursued, he ended up becoming friends. Is this the so-called freedom and romance of pirates? Lugio's gaze swept over the broken window, revealing a hint of self-mockery. At least Roger had a keen eye for people. The Navy he was willing to entrust his child to, was willing to defy the codes of justice just to take AIC away, which spoke volumes. Pirates are like this. Many Navy personnel are similar. Their thought processes are beyond the understanding of normal people. The dumpster is their true home. Ross was unfazed. And what about you? Do you also want to take AIC away? Lugio focused her gaze on Ross, her eyes deep, and no one knew what she was thinking. Only I can protect him, keep him by your side as he grows up. You should be well aware of this. Ross showed no sign of retreat, meeting Lugio's gaze steadily. AIC was indeed a significant reason for his arrival. Otherwise, why would he rush here? I understand, so I only have two requests. Lugio's eyes flashed with a hint of dimness. Those without power ultimately cannot choose their fate, only waiting for fate to come knocking. The only consolation is that misfortune was delayed, just a step behind fortune. Let's hear them. Ross didn't mind discussing the conditions. With Lugio's perspective, she wouldn't come up with any excessive demands. He was confident that these days Lugio still held some affection for him. But people are not programmed in such a short time. How could he possibly sway a woman with a steadfast heart? If Lugio didn't have enough perseverance, she would not have been able to endure the pain of carrying a child for 22 months. Such a woman is to some extent a tough character. I want to stay by AIC's side until he comes of age. That is only right. Ross nodded in agreement. To become powerful, besides talent, character and temperament are also crucial. This divides into the ruthless path and the compassionate path. The ruthless path, the compassionate path become true death warriors are never brainwashed to eliminate emotions. It has always been a debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain, willing to brave fire and water only for you. A warrior perceives deep gratitude. Even if it means sacrificing life and brain, they would willingly do so. Cultivating a grateful person is far more valuable and easier than one without emotion. Lugio is the grace Ross prepared for AI. This request felt a bit presumptuous to her. After all, Ross was a celestial dragon and AIC was the illegitimate child of Pirate King Roger. It seemed impossible for Ross to agree. No problem from today onward AI, C will be known as Jagaluja D. Ace. However, he is not my offspring and cannot carry the name of the holy. Ross slightly nodded. He wasn't just simply adopting a son, he even bestowed a surname upon AIC. Just a surname, and he had the authority to decide. At that time, not all of Jagaluja's kin went to the holy. My lord, you are always so gentle. Sometimes I really don't know. When Ross easily agreed to the first request, Lugio didn't feel much, just relieved, thinking Ross was truly kind. But when Ross' kindness towards her and her son left Lugio truly unsure how to repay him. Wow. Suddenly AIC cried out, catching the attention of both. Lugio immediately stood up and walked to AIC's side. After a period of adaptation, she had long since become accustomed to AIC's presence, and with the help of Stella and others there had been no mistakes. When an infant cries suddenly, it's either hungry or needs to relieve themselves. Lugio first checked and confirmed that AIC's lower half was fine, immediately realizing AIC was hungry. After busying herself for a while, she seemed to forget Ross was beside her, or perhaps she treated him as Stella or Zanny. Usually when AIC cried, at least one of those two was nearby, so she had grown accustomed to having someone around. When AIC began to nurse, Lugio finally reacted. Don't look. Facing Ross' open gaze, her face flushed instantly. How could she be so careless? Should I wait outside for you? Ross joked. Okay. Lugio was about to speak, but remembering Ross had already seen, she shook her head and pressed her lips together. No need, let's just stay here. However, the entire process was under Ross' watchful eyes, making Lugio extremely uneasy. It wasn't until AIC fell into a deep sleep that Lugio gently placed him back in the crib. Faced with Ross' unabashed gaze, Lugio's mind went blank, and she instinctively raised her head, meeting Ross' eyes. Ross was momentarily taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face. Since Lugio had taken the initiative, how could he refuse? Without waiting for Lugio to react, Ross stepped forward and kissed her forehead. Then he slowly moved to the left, reaching Lugio's soft lips. Whoa. The first light of dawn spilled over the island of Battleira. In the past 3 days, in order to ensure Lugio's safety, Ross moved his residence closer to her, staying in the master bedroom every night to provide close protection. After 3 days, Ross and the others packed their belongings and prepared to leave. Lugio gently closed the door behind her, not casting another glance at the small building that held 20 years of her memories, and resolutely walked towards Ross, placing her hand in his outstretched palm. Behind her lay the past, a burden she no longer had to carry. What she held in her hand was a new future belonging to her. Set sail. Ross quickly returned to the ship with Lugio. Ace had already been properly taken care of by Stella, and everything was ready for their departure to the ancestral land of the Jagarushia family. As the ship slowly sailed away from the port, Ross found Lugio at the bow holding Ace. Is this your first time at sea? Is this the scenery that pirates yearn for? It doesn't seem special at all. Actually, the scenery at sea is not particularly special, like that pirate ship over there. Lugio peered into the distance, a playful smile curling her lips. A pirate ship had unexpectedly appeared on the surface of the sea ahead of them. Though it was called a pirate ship, it resembled a dilapidated wooden vessel flying a pirate flag. Such pirate crews passed by Battleira Island almost daily. The pirates aboard were even less formidable than the island's peacekeepers. As Lugio, it was just that the pressure of evading capture combined with constant pain had unconsciously suppressed her true nature. That's true, but it's also one of the joys of the sea. Ross chuckled lightly and turned to shout behind him, Zanny, give me a sword. Of course, your highness. Zanny's unique lazy voice came from behind her figure, appearing like a gust of wind beside them, holding a standard-issue naval sword. Your highness, is an ordinary long sword acceptable? The ship isn't equipped with weapons of higher grade. That's fine, Ross replied, taking the long sword and casually twirling it. He was in the mood to play. As the ship progressed, they drew closer to the pirate crew. The pirates attempted to steer away from them, but the ship was helmed by Zephyr, and Ross usually allowed him. Typically, Zephyr would take the lead himself, but now that they were leaving Battleira Island, Ross was keen to intervene. They were nearing the pirate ship, and its appearance became clear. It was a very small wooden sailboat with only 5 people aboard, both men and women, desperately trying to turn their ship to avoid the oncoming vessel. Knowing the symbols of the Navy and the world government was basic knowledge for being a pirate. If one didn't even recognize the world government's insignia on a ship, they would be mocked by their peers, even in death. Conqueror's Haki. A powerful shockwave erupted from the sword that Ross gripped tightly, akin to a raging dragon emerging from the sea. The shockwave, imbued with earth-shattering power, stirred up tumultuous waves on the sea, crashing toward the arrogant pirate ship not far away. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound of shattering, the standard naval sword in Ross' hand could not withstand such immense power, breaking into countless fragments that scattered into the sea. With this level of weaponry, unleashing a conqueror's Haki was already the limit. Boom! The shockwave swept directly towards the pirate ship with an unstoppable force. At that moment, the entire pirate ship seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand, utterly reduced to dust scattering in the sea breeze. The pirates aboard had no time to react before being engulfed by the shockwave. Their flesh and bones mixed together transformed into mottled raindrops that fell into the sea, merging with the ocean water. At that moment, the ocean appeared stained with blood, the air thick with the scent of iron. F-class kill completed. F-class kill completed. The ship showed no signs of slowing down as it passed through the debris of wood from the moment Ross launched the attack to the complete destruction of the pirate vessel. Even after they had sailed far away, Lu Jiao was still in shock from Ross' attack. Battleira Island lacked the world government screens, and given her special status, she could not watch the live broadcast from O'Hara. Lu Jiao had heard of the might of a marine admiral capable of single-handedly obliterating an island, but witnessing such formidable strength with her own eyes was truly a first. When Roger was still around, he had never displayed such high-level power in front of her. After all, she was just a weak girl. Could a person's strength really reach such heights? Once Ace grows a bit older, arrange training for him. By around 10 years old, he should be able to reach this level, Ross said with a smile once Lu Jiao came back to her senses. 10 years old to reach such a level? That's too exaggerated. Lu Jiao exclaimed. Not at all exaggerated. Some prodigies are born capable of such feats. If by 10 years old he can't take down a small pirate ship, then he truly lacks talent. Not everyone can achieve greatness through accumulation. Ross shook his head. The training systems of the Navy and the world government are completely different from the pirates who rely purely on luck. After systematic training, strength shows a stable rate of improvement from a young age, rarely exhibiting a steep rise. Such sudden improvement usually results from previously mingling in smaller circles and then undergoing systematic or advanced training, resulting in potential being realized. Of course, not everyone can fulfill their talent. Even if they possess conqueror's haki without encountering specific circumstances, they likely won't awaken it throughout their lives. Many talented individuals gradually fade into mediocrity in ordinary lives, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from the crowd. Now that Ace has become his adopted son, his treatment will surely be better than the laissez-faire education under Garp. With the addition of a mythical Zoan fruit in the future, he can be considered someone with great potential. Lu Jiao murmured to herself, feeling that in this moment she had truly grasped the reality of this world. Not quite. Ross smiled and shook his finger, correcting Lu Jiao's words. This is not the world of pirates, but rather another side of the world governed by the world government. The voyage proceeded smoothly thereafter. Although the era of great pirates had dawned, emboldening reckless upstarts to challenge world government vessels, pirate ships rarely even approached before meeting their end beneath the waves. Your Highness, we will arrive in 10 minutes. Shall I accompany you? Zenny approached Ross on deck, delivering her report with quiet precision. Staying by Ross's side, what is the situation on the island? Ross asked casually, his gaze calm and untroubled. His visit to this ancestral land had been a whim. No prior investigation had been conducted. An unexpected discovery would be welcome, but its absence would be equally acceptable. Your Highness, Jago-Luja Island spans 200,000 square kilometers and is currently governed by the Kingdom of Lanka. The Lankas were once vassals of our family, after our clan's migration to Mary Geos, they assumed stewardship of the island in our stead. Zenny spoke with deference. And what of this generation's monarch? Ross inquired idly. King Lanka Humphrey, 45 years of age, father to 17 sons and 21 daughters, wed to 42 consorts and master to over 1,200 slaves. These figures came effortlessly to memory, a skill meticulously honed by her family's training. He does not sound like a man of virtue. Ross let out a soft, wry laugh. Even for mere numbers alone, King Humphrey's depravity was unmistakable, who in earnest maintains 42 consorts and 1,200 slaves. Jago-Luja Island has a total population of 4 million and pays an annual sky tax of 400 billion belly, every coin funneled directly into the family treasury. In addition, the Lankan royal house and nobility collectively generate approximately 200 billion belly in annual revenues, and he added. To sustain their rule, the Lankas have indeed invested heavily. Ross smiled faintly. The sky tax alone exceeded the kingdom's entire earnings, a stark testament to the Lankas' desperate resolve to retain power. Among the allied nations, few impose such exorbitant levies, even half that sum marks a superpower or a maritime trade titan. As for whether 600 billion belly annually burdens the populace, such lamentations are unlikely to surface. However harsh life maybe people endure. Rebellion. It is unthinkable. Within the four seas, a single marine rear admiral can effortlessly suppress an entire nation. Unless one flees to the open sea, as a pirate waging guerrilla war seizing territory is tantamount to suicide. How many members does our family currently number? Ross asked suddenly. 51 in total, Satan Saint serves as head of the family. Your Highness stands second in succession. Zinni anticipated the question and continued without pause. Satan Saint requires 100 billion belly next year to fund scientific research and marine operations. The remainder flows into the family treasury. So, if I assume control of the Kingdom of Lanka, even preserving the status quo would yield an additional 500 billion belly annually. Ross raised an eyebrow. Drawing excessive funds from the family treasury would appear crass, and under Satan Saint's watchful eye such impropriety would not be tolerated. Yet if he first secured the Lankan kingdom and duly remitted Satan Saint's share descent from others would hold no weight. A realm under his direct sovereignty, its sky tax spent at his discretion, is both lawful and just. Within the world government's framework, the sky tax functions essentially as tribute from allied nations, part allocated to the celestial dragons' indulgences, part directed toward marine and governmental expenditures, all in service of maintaining global equilibrium. To Ross, the sky tax's oppression upon commoners was trivial. What truly mattered was the exploitative markup imposed by intermediaries. Presently, allied nations enjoy autonomy, yet their subjects must still pay taxes, sustaining royal courts and noble houses alike. Abolishing these nations in favor of regional administration, each overseen by world nobles appointed by the family, would benefit not only the world government, but also elevate the lives of ordinary people. You may understand it thus: per intelligence provided by the family, the combined wealth of the Lankan royal house and nobility totals approximately 1 trillion belly. Zinni paused briefly to verify the figure before offering it precisely. Whatever Ross chose to do, her duty remained singular: to obey. 1 trillion belly, that is no trifling sum. At an average value of 100,000 belly per person, it could purchase 1 million souls. Ross estimated aloud, a faint satisfied smile playing upon his lips. Few understood as deeply as he did population as wealth. Rare prodigies, those born once in 10,000, or even 1 in 100 million, are inevitable given sufficient demographic scale. Even if the Grand Line offers limited islands, its vastness remains profoundly underpopulated. Jago Luja Island alone covers 200,000 square kilometers. With modern infrastructure, it could comfortably support 30 million souls. Once saturation nears, expansion onto the Red Line awaits. Vast tracts ripe for cultivation. Many fruits wasted on combat would serve far better in civil construction. Buruburu. As Ross contemplated plausible pretexts for landing, his den mushy rang. He answered without hesitation. When the mollusk shell shifted to reveal Shuzo's visage, Ross's attention sharpened, just slightly. It had been some time since he last beheld those elegant 1.8-meter legs. Nostalgia flickered, faint but undeniable. Your Highness, I have obtained the fruit. Shuzo's voice carried fatigue and a husky timbre, prompting Ross to arch a brow. What occurred? Under normal circumstances, acquiring the fruit should have brought relief, if not elation. Her current demeanor betrayed neither. During my search, I encountered Kaido's poster boy king. Though I repelled him, my presence drew the full attention of the beast's pirates. Shuzo reported truthfully. Though her strength surpassed King's, slaying him remained beyond her present capability. The beast's pirates. Kaido, the future Yonko, a sovereign of the seas, already in strength powerhouse even now. Yet he currently lay dormant in Wano country. Until the death of Kazuki Oden, he would remain restrained. His ambitions muted, his fury banked. As for why he targeted Shuzo, only two explanations held weight. Either Kaido had heard rumors of a mythical Zoan fruit in Sleepy Town and dispatched King to investigate, or a particularly capable Zoan user had emerged there. Timing aligned, and Shuzo happened upon the confrontation. I shall contact Kaido directly. Since you have consumed the fruit, return to Mary Geos at once. Ross spoke calmly. The beast's pirates were still in their infancy, comparable perhaps to forces under his command, but dwarfed utterly by the world government's might. Yet, Kaido, Wano country, Seastone. At these words, a subtle ripple stirred within Ross's eyes. Wano country appeared expansive, and situated squarely in the New World, rich in seastone deposits. Whether developing livestock or mining, its potential seemed boundless. After hanging up the phone, Ross did not rush to find Kaido in person. Kaido was not at his peak yet. If his subordinates played around, it was one thing, but if he got personally involved, the situation would change drastically. As far as Ross knew, Kaido had recently reached an agreement with the world government to sell sea prism stones in exchange for berry supplies and Zoan-type devil fruits. However, pirates were fundamentally different from the Navy. A necessary show of force was still required. Zani, he called. Your Highness. Zani slightly bowed, having heard the contents of the phone call. Go get Kaido's den mushy and tell him I have 2 ancient Zoan fruits that I want to exchange for 2 people. Ross said casually. Don't you need specific details? Zani inquired. If there were specific details, it would mean Ross truly intended to trade. If not, it would merely be a temporary measure and preparations for hostility would surely follow. 1 saber-toothed tiger fruit and 1 snake-neck dragon fruit. Request 2 individuals from Kaido, one named Jin and the other Kazuki Oden, Ross continued. Understood. Zani nodded, not asking who Kazuki Oden was. Since Ross instructed her to handle it, she would do as told. If the exchange didn't work out, they would deal with it later. You can finish this within the next couple of days, but first get off the ship with me. Ross gazed toward the increasingly close port, his eyes narrowing slightly. At this point in time, Kazuki Oden was still alive, and he could plot in Wano. What Kaido could do, he certainly could do as well. However, the immediate priority was to secure the first base. The port had clearly been cleared long ago, and a large area had been vacated for Ross' ship to dock. The shore was filled with crowds seemingly eagerly awaiting the arrival of the celestial dragons. The welcoming ceremony is quite grand, Ross joked. The Jaguar Lucia Island was originally the ancestral land of their family, and he had notified them of his visit in advance. He had no interest in disguising himself and pretending in front of some fools. That was better to go straight for the power holders. I've experienced several such welcoming ceremonies. Those standing over there are more like actors hired by the kingdom than actual commoners. Zifa stood beside Ross, indifferently gazing at the distant port. As an admiral of the Navy, he had been to many allied nations, and the welcoming treatment he received was not much different from today. Over the years, the allied nations had long established a somewhat uniform reception process. After all, we are just temporary visitors. It would be good enough if they just put on a show. However, this could be used as a pretext. Ross chuckled lightly. The Lanka family must be eradicated, but it depended on what excuse to find. If the excuse was beneficial for future governance, that would be ideal. If none were available, using the reason that the king kneeled with his left foot first would suffice. There was no major issue with that. They were all celestial dragons. Not killing them would be the real problem. As the ship approached the port, pleasant welcoming music suddenly rang out. With this loud proclamation echoing through the port, the originally bustling dock fell into a sudden silence. The sea breeze seemed to stop blowing, and even the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Hundreds of thousands of citizens led by Humphrey knelt on the ground, like harvested wheat, their foreheads pressed against the ground, not daring to raise their heads to look directly at the massive ship slowly entering the port. Humphrey, that's the correct name, right? Ross' voice suddenly rang out beside Humphrey, and he and Zani appeared before him. Humphrey was a man about 5 meters tall, somewhat overweight, completely wrapped in luxurious royal garments that made him appear extremely bulky. You can call me whatever you like, esteemed your highness. Humphrey quickly crawled to Ross' feet, kissing his toes. Not long ago, Ross had done a live broadcast worldwide, and his overly handsome face had long been deeply ingrained in Humphrey's mind. The island they were standing on was named after Jaguar Lucia, and the celestial dragon who had just been remembered by the world bore the surname Jaguar Lucia. This was simply a golden thigh delivered to his doorstep. Let them get up. Oh, I don't like it when there are too many people. Just you come along. After Humphrey helped to polish his shoes to a gleaming shine, Ross stepped forward. At your command, your highness. Humphrey quickly stood up, waving off the surrounding nobles and leaving only a few attendants to clear the way. Today, the entire royal capital had been warned by him. The celestial dragon's arrival required them to behave, or they wouldn't need to wait for the celestial dragons to leave. Their homes would be raided that very day. Ross passed through the path cleared by the crowd, his gaze lingering on the surrounding commoners for just a moment before quickly retracting. The surrounding commoners were all dressed in brightly colored new clothes, each appearing well-groomed. It's no wonder Zifa said these people were actors. In the current environment of the pirate world, commoners simply could not achieve such a standard of living. The idea of commoners specifically coming to the port to welcome such figures is laughable. Believing that would be foolish. Even if an admiral from the Navy came, the commoners might not actively come to welcome him. He wasn't their savior, so why would they care about an unrelated big shot? Moreover, everyone knows the character of celestial dragons. Even ordinary people would know to steer clear who would willingly approach them. After Humphrey waved away the crowd, he followed Ross closely like a lackey, respectfully introducing. Your Highness, please this way. Your resting palace has already been prepared for you, and we have arranged for 20 of the kingdom's most beautiful maidens for your enjoyment. He then led Ross to the luxurious carriage that had been prepared long ago. Let's take a stroll in the city first. Ross glanced at the luxurious carriage. The steps weren't too high, and he could leap up easily, yet he still made no move. Humphrey was a clever man with quite a few of his own schemes, and he could easily see that. Schemes where fine greed was acceptable, but the key was to have strength. He would not leave such a vast Jaguar Lucia island in the hands of a bunch of fools. This was his future stronghold. You have the final say. Seeing Ross remain still, Humphrey immediately stood in front of him, bending over and prostrating on the ground. The surrounding commoners were all noble descendants. They knew what the celestial dragons were like. No matter how humble Humphrey acted, it would not affect the rule of the Lanka kingdom. As long as he didn't reveal any disgraceful behavior in front of those lowly commoners, Ross could do as he pleased. "Zani, you get on the carriage first." Ross smiled. As Zani stepped onto the carriage, he noticed Humphrey's expression darken slightly. Though the emotion passed quickly with his strength, he could easily capture it. "Humphrey, you are quite impressive," Ross casually praised, then stepped on Humphrey's back and sat in the carriage. As the carriage began to move, it marked the commencement of Ross' journey in Jagor Lucia. The capital of the Lanka Kingdom is named Lanka City, with the port located at the southernmost end of the city. Riding in a carriage, one can enjoy the scenery of Lanka City as they traverse the streets of the kingdom. Most these nations are often technologically backward with a very low degree of modernization. The carriage rolled over the newly oiled bluestone road as Ross pulled back the curtain to gaze outside. From Ross' perspective, Lanka City resembles a medieval setting. The streets are lined with low brick and stone houses, the mud walls recently repainted, and the corners where moss had been scraped off still seeping with moisture. Just a glance, and Ross could roughly guess that this must have been hastily prepared in response to his arrival. The streets within the city are impeccably clean, with only their carriage passing through, while numerous commoners line the road to offer their welcomes, creating a scene of prosperity and beauty. "Turn left." Humphrey hesitated, not out of fear of seeing anything unpleasant. After all, he was well aware of the character of the celestial dragon. The main concern is that the Lanka Kingdom has recently been unstable due to rampant piracy. They need to spend money to train a capable army, and they have just announced a tax increase, causing considerable discontent within the kingdom. He is not afraid of Ross seeing the plight of the commoners. He fears that Ross might be offended by some commoners' behavior, leading him to believe he is incapable of managing the Lanka Kingdom. If something were to happen to Ross within the kingdom, the Lanka family would face annihilation. "I am not consulting you." Ross glanced at Humphrey, who was driving, his cold gaze making Humphrey tremble involuntarily. Humphrey dared not say anything further and could only obediently drive the carriage. Even if they were jostled by commoners, they likely wouldn't suffer any consequences. But if he disobeyed Ross' wishes now, he would be in trouble. The carriage turned as Ross wished, entering an unplanned road. After traveling less than 100 meters, the scenery outside transformed drastically. Low, dilapidated stone buildings, a foul stench, and ragged homeless people nearly filled the narrow streets. "Your Highness, this is the slum of Lanka Kingdom. These are commoners. I fear they may offend your eyes." Humphrey spoke cautiously. "If they would offend my eyes, then why not dress them properly and tidy up the streets?" Ross replied nonchalantly. "Well, they are commoners, and even if given clothes, they would ruin them within days. Even if they were tidied up, they would soon become shabby again," Humphrey said stubbornly. These commoners, who could hardly create any value, were hardly better off than slaves. He shared similar views with other nobles, showing little concern for the lives of these commoners. "Oh, is that so? I do not believe it." Ross raised an eyebrow. Just a few exchanges were enough for him to pass a death sentence on Humphrey. Aside from being able to drive smoothly and maintain a facade, he was essentially useless. Since he cannot be of use, there is no need to waste any more time. After utilizing a useless person, one can simply discard them. Stop the carriage. Hearing, perhaps for Ross, it was merely a novel exploration. But if Ross were to learn the truth, would that not be deception? Was there any way left for him to survive? "Your Highness, it's too dirty here." Before Humphrey could finish his sentence, he was suddenly kicked by Zani, who appeared beside him, sending him tumbling to the ground, rolling twice due to inertia. The pain in his body made Humphrey cry out in agony. His body, untrained for a long time, could hardly withstand such a blow. On the other side, the carriage was quickly brought to a halt by Zani, positioned not far from where Humphrey lay on the ground. The unusual situation immediately drew the attention of many nearby. "Is that the king on the ground?" "Yes, he is the one who took my daughter, who ultimately died in the palace. Oh, I would recognize him even if he turned to ash." "Oh my, how could the king be lying on the ground? Isn't today the day the celestial dragons are coming? Why is the king here?" The surrounding whispers were like sharp swords, inflicting both mental and physical blows on Humphrey, who was already in pain. His disgraceful appearance was exposed before the commoners. An endless sense of humiliation and shame nearly engulfed Humphrey. Before he could sink further into the mire, a crisp sound of footsteps approached, finally stopping in front of him. "Your Highness is getting off the carriage." Zani's words sounded like a death sentence, completely shattering Humphrey's defenses. No, no, no. "Your Highness, I cannot lose my composure in front of the commoners." Humphrey looked pleadingly towards the figure in the carriage, his face a mask of desperation, hoping for forgiveness. He is the king of the Lanka Kingdom, and after serving the celestial dragons, he now finds himself in such a miserable state. Surely, considering his sincerity, he should be spared. "You can't let me lose my composure. Do you want me to lose it instead?" Ross' bland words nearly halted Humphrey's breathing. Feeling Zani's icy gaze, Humphrey knew he had no choice. It was either kneel or... "That is the celestial dragon. Even if he were to kill him, the world government would only impose a verbal reprimand at most. No, Ross would not care about any consequences. If he disagreed, he would lose his life. Like losing his soul, Humphrey slowly rose, crawling step by step to the side of the carriage under the strange gazes of the commoners. "Your Highness, please get off the carriage." As Humphrey's raspy voice rang out, Zanny, like an adept steward, stepped on Humphrey to open the carriage door under the watchful eyes of the crowd. After opening the door, Zanny smoothly stepped aside and respectfully said in a voice that was not loud yet clear to all, "Prince Jagarusha, King Humphrey claims this area is dirty and chaotic. Please continue to explore the scenery of this area with King Humphrey as your guide." Hearing Zanny's words, not to mention Humphrey's pale face, even the commoners' gazes towards Humphrey turned somewhat unfriendly. This is not a true slum. It is the closest area to the port where they are ordinary people working or trying to make a living at the port. The dirt and chaos are not their intent. Making a living is already difficult enough. Who would care about such trivial matters? Moreover, the dirty and chaotic streets have nothing to do with these workers and homeless people. It is the kingdom's failure to allocate funds to clean up, leaving this place in disarray. "All right, Humphrey, I trust you have no objections." Ross stepped out of the car, stepping on Humphrey's hefty back. Humphrey's body was quite robust, making the act of stepping on him feel no different than treading on solid ground. "I wouldn't dare." A look of despair hung on Humphrey's face. Ross' words were not up for negotiation, and he wouldn't dare utter a single objection. He had long heard of the dragon people's reckless arrogance, and today he had finally witnessed it. "Since you dare not, let us proceed." Ross pressed down on Humphrey's back, signaling him to move forward. He couldn't care less about whether Humphrey harbored grievances. To him, Humphrey was no different from an ordinary commoner. The only distinction was that commoners could potentially become his assets, while Humphrey merely hindered him from acquiring more. Had Humphrey truly won the people's hearts, he certainly would not behave this way. The evidence was clear. Humphrey had been crawling for quite some time, yet no one nearby showed pity for their king. With the ability to hear all sounds within a 200-meter radius thanks to his observation, Hockey Ross noted a considerable crowd gathered around. The whispers among them were laced with schadenfreude, indicative of the king's reputation. "Yes, your highness." Humphrey dared not disobey and could only crawl forward, resembling a massive zombie dragging itself along the street. Having always lived in luxury, Humphrey had never experienced anything like this, and in crawling he did not care for his back, causing his entire body to writhe. Yet Ross stood atop him as if he were on perfectly still ground, completely unaffected by Humphrey's movements. With his strength, maintaining balance was not difficult, though it consumed slightly more energy than walking would. But it was precisely this outcome that he desired. In this world, there are benevolent rulers, but without strength, they become mere prey, with everyone eager to take a bite. With strength, whether you are a benevolent or tyrannical ruler, no one would dare to rebel. However, once a new territory is seized, the policies of tyrants typically yield results faster than those of benevolent rulers, because those who dare to rebel are truly risking their lives. The port area is one of the fastest to spread news, and Humphrey, being ridden by Ross, was rapidly circulating with astonishing speed. By the time Humphrey had barely crawled down one street, the news had already spread throughout the port area, moving towards the royal capital and even other cities on the island. Some were delighted, others fearful, some terrified, some excited, while others reveled in his misfortune, and many engaged in heated discussions. Life's myriad forms played out in every corner of Jagarusha Island, and the crowd around Ross continued to grow. Especially when they realized Ross didn't mind them and occasionally nodded in greeting, even more commoners gathered around. Everyone wanted a glimpse of the dragon person, particularly the one who had recently broadcast the decree to slay demons. Moreover, they had just heard someone proclaim that this dragon person's surname was Jagarusha. This was the name of their island, and also the noble surname often mentioned by the Lanka kingdom when claiming legitimacy. Today they were witnessing the real deal, and he was riding their king. "Your Highness." As the crowd thickened, the despair on Humphrey's face deepened. He was left with a singular hope, praying that the sheer number of onlookers would displease Ross, leading him to kill everyone present. Humphrey remembered Ross had previously mentioned his dislike for crowds. At that moment, Humphrey felt fortunate to have notified everyone in the royal city in advance that after the dragon person's visit, rewards and punishments would be based on their behavior. Fortunately, these commoners knew they would be held accountable later, and their behavior was not excessively outrageous. At most, there were occasional bursts of laughter when he stumbled. Had they been maliciously taunting him, if Ross grew amused, he might well publicly deal with him. Being a mount for the dragon person was not such a disgrace. Such work was usually reserved for special slaves. Slaves? Slaves? For a moment, Humphrey's thoughts turned increasingly bleak. With both hands unable to steady himself, he crashed to the ground. Behind him, Ross staggered slightly from the unexpected fall, prompting gasps and warnings from the nearby commoners. If the dragon person fell here, they feared they would all meet their demise. However, because they dared not approach too closely, the commoners were merely watching from a distance, and even if they wanted to act as a cushion, it was already too late. Thud! Under everyone's gaze, Ross stumbled a couple of times, but ultimately lost his balance and fell off Humphrey. Before Ross hit the ground, Zani appeared beside him in an instant, kicking Humphrey aside, sending him crashing into a nearby stone house. Then Zani quickly caught Ross, ensuring he landed safely. In truth, Ross' strength meant he would have been perfectly fine. However, when it came to dealing with the king of a vassal state, it was necessary to find some pretext. With the audience gathered, a performance was still required. After a moment of thought, Ross decided to use his own identity as the basis for the narrative. Given the differing social context, the pretext must also shift. In a world dominated by the world government, oppressing the common people was hardly a valid excuse. Everyone did it. Rather, causing distress to a dragon person or an unexpected incident was a grave crime punishable by death. The dragon person being unexpectedly startled and CP0 instinctively acting to protect the dragon person, resulting in King Humphrey's accidental death. The script had reached its climax, and now it was just a matter of Ross drawing the curtain. Humphrey. Ross landed, casting a deliberately cold gaze at the fallen Humphrey. With his observation haki, he already sensed that Humphrey was nothing but a corpse. Zani was stronger than he, and a light kick was enough to take Humphrey's life. The surrounding commoners, upon hearing Ross' indifferent voice, instinctively took a few steps back, fearing for their own safety. If a dragon person encountered an incident, it would summon a marine admiral, and they certainly did not want to end up like O'Hara, scorched by magma. At this moment, the royal guard, who had been silently following behind, could no longer pretend not to see and hurried to Humphrey's side to assess the situation. The first to reach Humphrey's corpse was the captain of the guards, who squatted down and was instantly taken aback. King Humphrey was actually dead. Your Majesty has passed away. The captain's dazed voice instantly provoked an uproar among the commoners. No one had expected that Zani's seemingly hasty. The news of King Humphrey's death spread with remarkable swiftness. Everyone knew that the sky had fallen upon the Lanka kingdom. The common folk, upon hearing this news, were initially seized by panic. Yet on closer reflection, it became somewhat thought-provoking. This sky had already oppressed them, treating them as less than human. Now that it had fallen, it might not be such a bad thing after all. It all depended on the character of the newly appointed king. However, before the people of Lanka Kingdom could recover, an even more shocking piece of news broke the next day. The second prince of the Lanka Kingdom, along with 6 brothers, stealthily invaded Ross' palace at night, intent on killing Ross to avenge their father. That night, the flames illuminated the entire city of Lanka, waking most of the inhabitants, who rushed to the streets to ascertain the situation. They witnessed the disgraceful behavior of the second prince and the nobles almost firsthand. By the time the chaos brought by these individuals subsided, they were all bound to the execution platform, still shouting curses at the celestial dragons and Ross. The critical point was that they never regarded the common people as human, and in their words, they even blamed the commoners for not joining them. Naturally, this incited public outrage, and amid the crowd's cheers, Zani executed the second prince and all the nobles. Such a plot against the celestial dragons would not be easily overlooked. The navy stationed at Jijilo Luoxiao was swiftly mobilized, completely sealing off the noble districts. The execution ceremony lasted a full day and night. The spectators struggled to endure, with many changing shifts to watch. Meanwhile, during the raids on the nobles, an even more explosive piece of news emerged. On the day of King Humphrey's death, the eldest prince fled Lanka City, rallying nobles from other cities to prepare to resist Ross and reclaim the Jijilo Luoxiao island that belonged to the Lanka family. The actions of the eldest prince were doomed to fail, and all nobles involved in this matter faced confiscation and extermination. This cleansing operation ultimately covered 90 of the nobility, leaving only 10 of the lesser nobles in a state of anxiety, fearing that the executioner's blade would fall upon them any day. While Ross was busy with the confiscations, Kaido from Wano country also received news relayed by Zani. Waloyalu. After the call ended, Kaido burst into wild laughter, shaking the entire room. Jean, the celestial dragons are willing to exchange you, but they only offer an ancient fruit. Mr. Kaido, it was my impulsiveness. The young Jean, clad in black armor with black wings and white hair, knelt on one knee, his head bowed. Previously, he had received news of a pirate with a bounty of 300 million who possessed a Zoan-type ability. Just as he was about to recruit him, he happened to run into Jiuan, who was searching for the fruit. Ordinary people would avoid anyone dressed in CP0 attire, recognizing the danger. But Jean was different. His real name was Abel, a remnant of the Lunaria tribe. From birth, he had been a test subject for the world government and the celestial dragons, harboring nothing but hatred for them. Had it not been for Kaido being captured and imprisoned alongside him, he might still be in the laboratory or long since become a corpse. Upon encountering CP0 in the New World, He ultimately could not suppress his emotions and fought against Jiyuan and the servants of the Jijilo Luoxia family. At that time, Jiyuan had not yet acquired the fruit, and even though Jin faced many opponents, he maintained an advantage. However, killing was still a challenging task. This chase lasted for 10 days, during which he killed 3 members of the CP organization. After that, Jiyuan suddenly gained the fruit's ability, surpassing him in strength. However, realizing the futility of the situation, Jin chose to retreat and return to Wano country. As for his initial target, the Zoan-type user, he had long since perished in the conflict. Walloyulu. Kaido let out a boisterous laugh, slightly shifting his massive frame as he leaned back in his enormous chair, nonchalantly saying, "Jin, I told you I'd protect you. I won't let you be sent away again. One day we will overthrow the world government. But for now we need time." He had many subordinates, but Jin was his favorite. Whether in loyalty or ability, he valued Jin highly. Although his strength was still somewhat lacking, he would undoubtedly become his right-hand man in the future. "Mr. Kaido, should we agree to the other exchange? An ancient fruit could grant us another reliable companion. It's Kazuki Oden's woman, isn't it? For now it's best not to provoke him. Let's wait a bit longer and contact the world government asking for more time." Kaido grinned. He used to think highly of Kazuki Oden. But after using Wano as a threat, it was astonishing that Kazuki Oden didn't even consider resisting and would actually dance in public. That scene was absolutely cringeworthy. Initially, he thought Kazuki Oden would secretly gather strength. He even monitored him for quite a while. In the end, he discovered that Kazuki Oden harbored no other thoughts. He genuinely believed Kaido's words, thinking they would indeed leave Wano after 5 years. Such fools are truly rare. 3 years ago, while Kaido was not afraid of Oden, Wano was the latter's home turf. At that time, Kaido's pirate crew was not very strong, and a battle would surely result in heavy casualties. However, if they could build up strength for another 2 years, the hearts of the people in Wano would surely wane. By then, even if they breached the agreement, few would support Oden. Moreover, as their strengths waxed and waned, Kaido was confident of dominating Wano. He couldn't understand why the world government wanted Kazuki Oden. He speculated it was likely because Oden possessed the time. This fruit might be powerful, but it didn't impress Kaido. His dream was to create a pirate crew entirely composed of Zoan-type fruit users. Once he dealt with Oden, he would then negotiate with the world government, and he believed he could exchange for another ancient fruit. Walloyulu. Jin, tomorrow you will accompany me to see Prince Kazuki dance. One day we will make those high and mighty fools pay the price. Kaido's booming laughter echoed far and wide, and Jin's previously expressionless face finally broke into a smile after a long time. It is worth noting that until now the world government was still hunting him. Should they discover his whereabouts, regardless of life or death, whether captured or not, a bounty of 100 million berries awaited. The newborn dawn of the East rises as it always does. By the 10th time Ross witnessed the morning sun ascend, the entire Lanka kingdom had been thoroughly purged. In the palace, the queen and princess who had stayed overnight were carried away in body bags, while Ross finished washing up under the service of Stacy. "Your Highness." Zanny appeared beside him, her face bearing a hint of fatigue. The affairs of the Lanka kingdom had mostly been managed by her alone these days. Although Zephyr had more capability, it was largely in terms of military strength, and Ross had no intention of involving Zephyr in the management of affairs. Certain processes need not be made too clear to Zephyr. It suffices for him to see the end results. This has also become an unspoken understanding between Ross and Zephyr. As long as the outcome is favorable, Zephyr will choose to tacitly approve, even if it contradicts the justice he once adhered to. All he desires now is to bring an end to the pirates. "Is the cleansing complete?" Ross casually inquired as he stepped outside with Zanny and Stella following closely behind. "It is completed. A total of 42 noble families have been cleared, yielding assets worth 90 billion berries. This is just a preliminary estimate. The actual revenue should exceed 90 billion once all assets are sold. 90 billion berries at wholesale prices could buy about 1 million slaves, right?" Ross said with a smile. "Yes, but at this price it can only buy the most ordinary slaves. If you just need population, you could negotiate with those slave trading factions. 90 billion should be able to purchase 2 million. Zanny replied truthfully. "In this world there is no shortage of people. After thousands of years of breeding, as long as there is a slightly larger island, there are traces of humans or other races. Currently, there are less than 200 countries in the world government, while there are thousands of actual islands and nations. The non-member regions and islands are also major sources of slaves. Buying at this price is indeed cheap, but I have an even cheaper plan." Ross chuckled and shook his head. No matter when using money directly to buy is always the least cost-effective choice. Spending a little money to accomplish great things is the hallmark of a good method. "Have the screens in the other cities been set up?" Ross asked. The Jaguarusia Island comprises a total of 10 cities and 40 towns spread across 200 square kilometers, accommodating nearly 4 million people. According to his plan to achieve smooth communication of policies, 100 screens would be set up in each city and 100 in each town. This way, even if he were far away in the Holy Land, he could continue to exert influence over the island through real-time broadcasts. Everything is set up, but will you make an appearance today? Zanny nodded in agreement. Although she longed for a vacation, she was still highly efficient at work. Recently, Ross had summoned 100 Navy troops from the South Sea, along with countless supplies, all of which were being coordinated by her. Since everything is ready, let's make an appearance today to stabilize public sentiment. It is well known that I am a person who enjoys keeping a low profile. If it weren't for necessity, I wouldn't be willing to show my face. Ross joked, and both Zanny and Stella couldn't help but chuckle. The celestial dragons are already quite high profile, but among them Ross is undoubtedly the most ostentatious. When it comes to the most world-renowned celestial dragon, it is not the Gorosei, but Ross, who recently conducted a live broadcast of the demon-slaying order. However, the equipment was ready and they could broadcast at any time, but conveying the orders and gathering everyone on the island to the screens would still take some time. After having lunch made by Stella, Ross leisurely walked into a reception room. At the end of the reception room was a large screen displaying the situation in front of various screens on the island, and a transponder snail was placed on the table. This broadcast was not a worldwide transmission, but was limited to the scope of Jaguarusia Island. Your Highness, we are ready. Zanny slightly bowed, her exquisite curves unmistakably revealed. As she spoke, a crowd filled the front of every large screen on the island, showing various expressions, though a common sentiment of anxiety prevailed. Although the crowd Ross had cleared consisted only of nobles, with some wealthy merchants, at most ordinary people would still feel uneasy. If even the high and mighty nobles had been cleared, controlling them would be merely a matter of a single command. ZZZ. The pitch-black screen flickered a few times before the image gradually became clear. Under the gaze of nearly 80 of the island's population, Ross' figure appeared in the center of the screen. Good afternoon, everyone. Ross rested his elbows on the table, fingers interlocked, his young and handsome face unconsciously exuding an air of authority. Just looking at Ross on the screen, the island's populace instinctively fell silent, quietly awaiting his next words. My name is Jaguarusia, Ross. I believe you are not unfamiliar with me. The island beneath our feet bears the name of my family. 800 years ago, the Jaguarusia family was the sole ruler of this island. When the world government was established, we chose to leave, not abandoning our ancestral land, but for a greater purpose. The world government was formed by the original 20 kings, among whom only one renounced the glory of the celestial dragons, clinging to the ancestral land until today. For the stability of the world, the Jaguarusia family relocated to the Holy Land of Marineford. For the past 800 years since the establishment of the world government, the Jaguarusia family has been leading it forward. As of today, the head of the Jaguarusia family continues to hold a position among the Gorosei, maintaining the operations of the entire world government. Ross eloquently recounted the achievements of. Due to the death of Pirate King Roger, the world situation has become turbulent. I return to our ancestral land on behalf of the families while intending to provide protection for our homeland. The Lanka family, once vassals of the Jaguarusia family, were granted the authority to manage Jaguarusia Island by the family. Little did they expect, power blinded their eyes and led them to lose their sense of reverence. From today onward, the Lanka family is disqualified and the Lanka kingdom will be restructured as the Jagat district, directly controlled by the Jaguarusia family. I will serve as the first governor of the district, responsible for military, political, cultural, and economic affairs. After restructuring to a special district, the Jagat district will still enjoy all the privileges of a member state, and due to its direct affiliation with the family, will not have to pay them. The district's taxes will be redefined following the principle of rewarding the capable, encouraging commerce, industry, and agriculture. Ross sat calmly in the foremost position of the reception room, while the other members of the special district stood quietly beneath the screen, listening attentively. Though they could not fully comprehend Ross' words, what special district, what kingdom, it all felt. However, they had heard about the benefits. Firstly, they would not have to pay the heavenly gold. Secondly, they would still enjoy the rights of an affiliated nation with naval protection on the island. And since it is a direct special district under the Jaguarusia family, the level of security would be even higher. As for the slight taxes, they considered it a trivial matter. Taxes were often levied proportionally, while the heavenly gold was charged per person. In years of poor harvest, the former offered a glimmer of hope for survival, whereas the latter left no path for anyone to live. Thus, after Ross concluded his live broadcast, the people erupted in cheers. The anxiety before the broadcast vanished in that moment. The fall of the Lanka kingdom did not bring forth a new oppressor, but welcomed back the Jaguarusia family. The celestial dragons govern the sacred land, which does not require payment of the heavenly gold, where ordinary people equal world nobles. Ross governs Jagurushia Island. He is a celestial dragon, and Jagurushia Island also does not need to pay heavenly gold. Therefore, the sacred land equals Jagurushia Island. Therefore, the ordinary people of Jagurushia Island equal world nobles. Though this equation could only exist in their minds, just the thought of it made the sense of superiority swell within the island's residents. This was also the effect Ross aimed to achieve and would promote externally. Instead of spending 90 billion to buy slaves, it was better to spend 90 billion to buy ships opening trade routes from Jagurushia Island to the Four Seas specifically to bring people to him. This rate of population growth would be far more cost-effective than direct purchases. After the live broadcast concluded, Ross stood up and walked out while saying, "Zon Ni, in the next few days you will hand over your work. The officials sent by the world government have arrived, and then we will spend some time promoting a group from the island." "Understood, Your Highness." Zon and I slightly bowed. This was something they had discussed beforehand. After eliminating the nobles, someone had to manage the special district. They would first request a group of people from the world government, then begin assessing those on the island who wished to improve themselves. The assessment would initially be conducted through written exams with half related to ability and half tied to loyalty. During the exam, she would walk through the examination hall sensing the emotions of the candidates. Most people on the island were ordinary, and even those with strength were at best at the level of a lieutenant. Without the observation hockey, she could sense their emotions within 100 meters. After the initial screening, Ross would personally interview the town mayor and the city mayor. Those selected would become the first batch of administrators for the Jagurushia Special District, able to communicate directly with Ross. Ross also wanted to be a hands-off manager, but at this early stage of entrepreneurship, many things still required his involvement. This world had many powerful warriors, but there were very few managerial talents. The level of the five elders was not too different from that of Zon and I, to be honest. They had just seen more and formed a path dependency resulting in slightly higher efficiency. If it were up to Ross. Just thinking about it, he had never considered this matter. He only understood what constituted a good management model, but if he were to manage, he would probably be less effective than the five elders and Zon and I. At least they had genuinely managed before. Zon and I had even overseen a family training base for newcomers, which was far richer in practical experience than his. After the broadcast ended, Ross left the palace alone, heading towards Lanka City. Now called Jago City, he walked towards the back mountain. The Jagurushia Island was named after the family, and before the establishment of the world government, they had lived on this land for centuries. Like the Nefertari family in Alabasta, they also had a place of worship on the island. Ross Saint. Upon reaching the back mountain, the family members waiting there appeared and bowed to Ross. They might not know other members of the Jagurushia family, but they could not be unfamiliar with Satan and Ross. Ross glanced around. The leader of the group was of level strength, while the other five members were only of level combat power. This level of power would not rank high in the New World, but in the South Sea it was undoubtedly formidable. "I will go to pay respects to the ancestors. You do not need to follow me," Ross said as he entered the place of worship. The place of worship was located in a cave in the back mountain, and those guarding it were not allowed to enter. However, Ross was unsure if they had ever entered. He had come here simply because he had seen records about the place of worship while casually reviewing materials in the sacred land. According to the family's historical records, the Jagurushia kingdom had faced several crises, and during each crisis the reigning king entered the place of worship. Interesting, once the crisis passed, the water would slowly recede and the island would return to its former tranquility, but the kings who had entered the place of worship never returned. Hearing such an intriguing rumor, Ross naturally became interested in the place of worship. The pirate world had many miraculous abilities, but he did not know which category the place of worship belonged to. Regardless of which, it was the ability to raise towering water flows around an island of 2,000 square kilometers was incredible power, surpassing even level powerhouses. Perhaps only the three ancient weapons or even him possessed such great power. As he entered the cave where the place of worship was located, a cool breeze greeted him. The light gradually diminished as he moved deeper into the cave, and Ross could only rely on a torch for illumination. Looking up, he saw vibrant murals on the ceiling and walls of the passage, like a flowing historical scroll slowly unfolding before Ross. These murals were colorful and had smooth lines. Even after nearly 1,000 years, they had not faded. These murals were strikingly similar to those Ross had seen in ancient Egypt in his previous life, depicting the founding history of the Jagurushia family, filled with legendary and mythical elements. Ross did not rush to move forward, but carefully examined these murals, trying to capture more details from them. His understanding of the Jagurushia family came more from his past life memories and the sense of power and status he felt as a celestial dragon in this life. The stories behind the family he had only heard fragments from Olvia. Surely to become one of the 20 kings of the world government and control this world for a full 800 years, his family must possess some extraordinary qualities. Is it a legend or a fact? Ross slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering on a mural. In the first mural, a crowned king kneels before an altar on which rests a peculiar blue fruit with a spiral pattern. In the second mural, the king consumes the fruit and waves crash around him. In the third mural, the king floats above the altar surrounded by surging waves. The story of these 3 murals is quite understandable, telling of some family secret patterns he knows. But then the question arises. If the hundreds of feet of water flow barrier is the power of the fruit, then why haven't the powerful figures of the Jaegeru Sea consumed it, instead using it as a nuclear weapon? The origins of the devil fruit cannot be traced, but after many years in this world, some characteristics have been summarized. Each devil fruit only appears once at the same time, and only after the previous user dies does the devil fruit regenerate. The location of regeneration remains a mystery. Some appear on the nearest fruit, while others appear in fixed places varying widely. Considering that similar crises faced by his family have been resolved in similar ways, it indicates that the fruit reappears within the family's sphere of influence each time. But why do those kings who eat the fruit fail to leave the sacrificial ground? This poses a thought-provoking question. Indeed, many fruits have strong side effects, such as the poison fruit causing diarrhea or failing to awaken, with animal fruits turning into beasts, and so forth. However, the abilities gained from consuming the fruit can only be used once, and once used the person is gone. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Holding on to some expectation, Ross continued forward. About 5 minutes later, after traversing a long and deep passage, Ross finally stepped into a spacious and bright area. Though the space is located within the mountain, it strangely exudes a sense of tranquility and solemnity, as if isolated from the world, enjoying a serene detachment from the mundane. In the center, an ancient and massive altar stands majestically. Above the altar, a beam of soft light seeps down from a crack in the rock above like a guiding light from the heavens, gently illuminating the sacred object at the altar's center. A peculiar fruit with a blue spiral pattern. Ross recognized it at a glance. This was the fruit depicted in the mural, though he was uncertain of its ability. Patiently, Ross began to observe the surroundings of the altar. As he slowly approached, he could see names etched in ancient characters around the base of the altar. Jaegeru Sea Sailing. Jaegeru Sea Flick. Jaegeru Sea Talon. Ross softly read the names inscribed in ancient characters, each one belonging to an ancestor of the Jaegeru Sea. One must admit, O'Hara's acquisition of ancient script abilities is indeed useful even today. After a brief glance, Ross withdrew his gaze. These are the bones of those long deceased, and there is little need to remember them. Aside from historians and a few family members, most names have not been passed down. Perhaps even fewer people know of Joy Boy. Rather than immediately looking at the fruit, Ross turned his gaze to the right side of the altar. A massive stone tablet stood there, engraved with dense ancient characters. There really is a historical text. Although it cannot be considered a historical text, it should be a family record tablet. Ross chuckled softly as he walked toward the stone tablet. 800 years ago, when the world government was established to cover, records in ancient script have been nearly erased by the world government. Only a few stones forgotten in corners retain the ancient script that was once used. These stone tablets, standing before the stone tablet, Ross' gaze scanned the lines of ancient characters as he softly recited Jaegeru Sea. And a contract with the devil, nourished by the blood of descendants, wielding the great power of the sea, waiting for the one who masters the devil. The devil is named Mianjin Jian. Ross raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming peculiar. Mianjin Jian. This name shares the same origin as Nika. Nika means the spirit of the rubber tree, interpreted as the sun god. In ancient language translation, Mianjin Jian is even more direct. The sea god. If Ross remembers correctly, there is a fisherman named Dinadu Mianjin Jian in the Sun Pirate crew, a name that occupies 2 divine references. The Dinadu form is also a mythical beast fruit. The current user is in Wano country. Ross never expected that the ancestral fruit of the Jaegeru Sea family is actually related to the sea god. Everyone knows that the devil fruit has only 2 weaknesses: sea prism stone and the sea. A person who consumes a devil fruit immediately becomes unable to swim. So what is the situation with this Mianjin Jian fruit? As a sea god, it cannot possibly be unable to enter the sea. That would be too lowly. Ross' gaze fell on the blue fruit on the altar, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Based on the current naming of fruits combined with the information from the stone tablet, this fruit should be called human fruit, mythical beast type Mianjin Jian form. In terms of prestige, it should be on par with the Nika fruit, though the Nika fruit requires awakening to be seized by Nika. While consuming this fruit may pose a life-threatening risk. Thinking of this, Ross smiled meaningfully. Following this, he thoroughly explored the sacrificial ground, ensuring there were no oversights or other surprises. After the check, Ross decisively turned around and strode out, not even glancing back at the fruit on the altar. How amusing! He had finally become a celestial dragon, and he certainly wouldn't risk his life after just a couple of glances at the stone tablet. Not to mention there were ancestors who had perished trying. However, this does not mean Ross would give up on the fruit. Knowing that this fruit would consistently refresh at Jagurusi Island is particularly crucial, since he knows this fruit won't escape. What remains is a series of experiments. Once he is certain that there will be no problems, he can consume it later. Even if he ultimately chooses the fruit from the Holy Land, it wouldn't be a poor choice. Even if he opts not to take the fruit, Ross believes that relying on the system won't be lacking much, though it would mean missing out on a powerful ability. Although it is said that being strong does not necessarily depend on fruits, both physical techniques and swordsmanship have their limitations. Those powerful fruits are the real tools for clearing mobs and altering terrain. In comparison, the destructive range of human power is relatively limited. Moreover, since Monkey D. Luffy has a fruit, it indicates that the path of fruits is indeed the broad road. Additionally, Ross is somewhat envious of the various special abilities. As for the side effects of the Sea and Sea Prism Stone, those are secondary. In his memory, he hasn't encountered a powerful person who perished due to the Sea or Sea Prism Stone. After returning to the palace, Ross dialed Saint Satan's phone. Some things need not be concealed from the other party. At least for a long time. Blue. The phone bug connected, revealing the aged face of Saint Satan. What is it? Just hearing Saint Satan's serious voice, Ross knew it was not the time to talk. Saint Satan would only put on such a pretense when the 5 elders gathered. Because O'Hara was handled quite perfectly privately, Saint Satan treated him with much more leniency. I am at the ancestral land of the family, just finished worshipping the ancestors at the shrine. Grandpa, I see that your name is not engraved on the altar. Should I engrave both your name and mine? Ross did not mention the matter of the fruit, but he knew Saint Satan would understand his meaning. Apart from that fruit, there was nothing worthy of his scheming at the worship site. My accomplishments are not enough to have my name engraved above. If you want to have your name inscribed, then prove it to me, Saint Satan said flatly. After hearing this, Ross' lips slightly curled up. They were both riddlers, but he still understood. Saint Satan's meaning was simple. He could not bear the power of that fruit, but eating the fruit did not mean certain death. As long as one had strength, one could bear the power of the fruit. Moreover, if he could eat that fruit, he would undoubtedly become the next head of the Jagurushia family, and would likely inherit the position of the 5 elders in the future. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Saint Satan suddenly added. Even if you have someone engrave your name in the shrine now, if you are unqualified, it will soon revert to its original state. Then I must prove myself to Grandpa, Ross said with a smile as he hung up the phone bug. Saint Satan's last hint was crucial for him, affirming his previous speculation. As long as the wielder of the Mianjin fruit dies, the Mianjin fruit will reappear on the altar. This is what is meant by once unqualified, everything will revert to its original state. How captivating could such a special fruit's effect be? The next day, impatient Ross called Zephyr, who was guarding the ship, brought Stella along, and grabbed 3 labor slaves from those he had brought earlier, heading to the worship site together. You want them to eat that fruit? Zephyr looked at the blue devil fruit on the altar, casting a peculiar gaze at Ross. How could a devil fruit that appeared in the celestial dragon family's shrine be anything simple? Giving it to slaves to eat. Isn't that a waste? If that fruit is truly powerful, he could eat it himself. Just a little experiment. Ross smiled slightly casually, taking the blue devil fruit and tossing it to the slave giant standing at the front. These slaves were the ones brought from the Holy Land to push the ship for him, none of whom had eaten devil fruits, being D or even C grade powers, so it could be considered using them to the fullest. Eat it, and if you can survive, I will grant you a fortune, Ross said flatly. The slave giant showed joy upon hearing this, without any hesitation grabbing the devil fruit and taking a bite. After all, they were already slaves, and with the chance to eat a devil fruit, what could he possibly refuse? In just a few bites, he swallowed the fruit, which tasted terrible, yet he found a sense of enjoyment in it. Feel the power, Ross said calmly. Master, don't worry, I've seen others eat fruit. I can definitely handle it. The slave giant was excited. Ross remained non-committal. After eating the fruit, the person in front of him was already a dead man. Whether he could withstand it was not up to the other party. Buzz! A slight sound broke the surrounding silence. Immediately afterward, a strange force began to spread from the slave giant. Ross saw a large amount of water suddenly shoot out from the slave giant's body, wrapping him tightly, like a fountain forming a water sphere. At the same time, the slave giant's body also began to change. His feet gradually lifted off the ground, and his body slowly floated in the air, as if an invisible force was lifting him. His originally short black hair instantly turned white, and began to grow wildly, silver strands cascading down like a waterfall, quickly reaching his waist. And those eyes gradually became covered in silver, sparkling with a kind of mysterious light. During the transformation, the slave giant continuously emanated pressure. Even an ordinary person standing in front of him would feel an urge to prostrate. Stella was still being held back by Zephyr, otherwise she probably would have already. The slave giant's face revealed a look of pain. Water continued to gather around him, and the mountain was shaking violently. At this moment the phone bug rang timely, and after Ross answered he heard Xana's voice. Your Highness, water is rising outside Jagarushia Island about 10 meters. Understood, reassure the people, just say this is us testing the technology to protect the island. Report any situation to me at any time. After Ross hung up the phone, he looked at the slave giant with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the rising water flow was actually a passive effect of eating the fruit. But in order to attain truth, one must undergo multiple experiments and have those willing to sacrifice for science. Save. The slave giant, seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, looked pleadingly at Ross, but before he could finish speaking, he started choking on water, worsening his condition. Zephyr, what is his current state? Ross' eyes narrowed slightly. The current situation of the slave giant was very abnormal. With his strength, he shouldn't be trapped in water, even without the fruit. It's a typical case of a power user being restrained by seawater. I've seen this scene countless times and can't be mistaken. The suddenly appearing water should be seawater. Zephyr looked at the slave wrapped in seawater, his expression thoughtful. He began to understand why Ross had the slave eat that fruit. This was the first time he had seen a devil fruit user accompanied by seawater. Seawater inherently renders devil fruit users powerless, and in severe cases they can drown in water. Only those with extremely strong powers can mitigate this sense of powerlessness. But no matter how strong one's power, they cannot exert the fruit's abilities in this powerless state. Those who fall into the sea must prepare in advance to save themselves by releasing their fruit abilities to protect themselves or relying on physical skills or teammates. So it really is seawater. Ross' eyes narrowed. The devil fruit being accompanied by seawater was a bizarre combination he had never seen before. Without much thought, Ross' leg muscles rapidly contracted, swiftly kicking towards the giant. Buzz. The supersonic kick caused the air to compress, releasing a sharp slash wave, which was the gale kick from the Navy's 6 styles. This slash wave wasn't particularly strong, but it easily broke through the seawater, sending the giant flying. Did I save him? Ross squinted at the fallen giant, waiting for the result. He had a premonition that saving him wouldn't be that simple. Otherwise, this fruit would not have been hidden by the family. Thank you, Master. Wow. The burly man had not yet recovered from the previous crisis when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Whoosh. Water once again appeared around him, forming a sphere that enveloped him. The burly man wanted to struggle, but the feeling of helplessness when an ability user touched the seawater rendered him completely immobile. This seawater is quite tricky. If it continues to automatically adhere, then it's basically unsolvable. For a fruit ability user to utilize their powers, they must either detach from the seawater or undergo prolonged desensitization training. However, after consuming this fruit, there simply wasn't enough time for that. Zifa frowned deeply. To test his hypothesis, he boldly extended his hand through the seawater barrier and pulled the burly man out, try to control the water flow. After saying this in a deep voice, Zifa's arm suddenly enveloped in armament hockey, spreading towards the burly man. Having others assist with armament hockey to control the situation was a feasible plan he had come up with. Sir, I don't know how to control it. The burly man's face showed bitterness. He didn't even know where this water came from, let alone how to exert control over it. Moreover, he felt his stamina depleting at a terrifying rate. If the situation couldn't be changed, he feared that it wouldn't be long before he would be exhausted and die. Zifa ignored the burly man and was instead surprised to find that the seawater had actually penetrated the armament hockey, forcibly seeping out from the armament hockey is actually ineffective. Armament hockey can resist fruit abilities, but it doesn't nullify them. Ross shook his head, watching the burly man fall into deep thought. Master, my stamina is continuously depleting. I can't stop at this rate, I'll die very soon. Taking advantage of this moment, the burly man hurriedly shouted, his voice filled with terror. Facing death, no one could remain completely unperturbed, let alone a pirate slave who had succumbed to the fear of dying. Will stamina continue to deplete? Ross pondered, recalling the water flow layer on the outskirts of the island. It seemed that layer of water was consuming the burly man's stamina. However, the island spanned 2.0 square kilometers, with at least 2.0 kilometers on the outer edge. Creating a 10-meter-high water flow over such a vast area would quickly drain even a general's stamina, let alone someone like the burly man with only D-level strength. Is this a test from the fruit? Or a side effect of the fruit? Zifa, knock him out. With the limited information available, Ross felt it was best to continue experimenting. Zifa, already holding the burly man, knocked him out almost instantly. However, even with the burly man unconscious, the seawater continued to seep out, showing no signs of stopping. It seems this isn't a side effect of the fruit, it should be the fruit's peculiarity. Ross frowned slightly. The side effects wouldn't trigger after fainting. Only abilities similar to natural-type fruits that can elementalize would still activate after fainting. To confirm his thoughts, Ross also contacted Zany outside, confirming that the seawater barrier outside had not dissipated. This already indicated something. Bang! Ross raised his platinum pistol and shot the burly man in the forehead. Zifa frowned. He could intervene, but sensing Ross's intentions, he ultimately did nothing. Slap! The burly man's head exploded like a watermelon, but what burst forth was not elemental water, but a mixture of blood and brain matter. With just one shot, the burly man was dead. It seems there is no natural type ability. Zifa shook his head, regretfully showing little other emotion. After all, he had come to experiment with the fruit using a notorious pirate. This did not affect his sense of justice. However, it was indeed regrettable that such a special fruit disappeared with the burly man's death. This point is unclear for now, given that his strength isn't sufficient. Ross casually replied, his attention mostly focused on the recent system notification. Completed drank kill. Strength 1000 special reward Mayanjinjian fruit ability incomplete. Did it directly reward a fruit ability? This was the first time Ross had encountered such a situation. Generally, after completing a kill, the special reward was the skill the target was most proficient in. Previously, while grinding experience in the Holy Land, Ross had killed quite a few ability users. However, when killing ability users, most of the drops were fruit. He had never received a fruit ability before. Based on the burly man's performance earlier, Ross could only think of one possibility. Because the burly man had not received the recognition of the Mayanjinjian fruit, he could only obtain an incomplete power of the fruit. Even if it were another fruit, this would still not hold. The vast majority of fruits, even if not awakened, equate to having all their abilities. It's just a matter of how much is developed later. Ross gently closed his eyes, beginning to sense the fruit ability he had acquired. It was a faint yet very special power. Whoosh! The seawater that the burly man had just summoned fell to the ground, forming small puddles due to the ability user's death. Under Ross's manipulation, this seawater floated up, surrounding him. Ross Saint! Zifa shouted in a deep voice, striking the water flow apart. The seawater was the bizarre ability that had just come with the fruit. He couldn't let it get close to Ross. It's fine if this is a power that comes with my family. Ross casually fabricated a lie. Various races have different special abilities, which is quite normal in this world. That's good. Hearing this, Zifa also felt relieved. He was genuinely worried about Ross being entangled by that strange fruit ability. Having been in the Navy for many years and experienced countless battles, he had encountered many unpredictable fruits. On several occasions, he had almost fallen victim. If it weren't for his colleagues' support, he might have died long ago. Thus, even though Zifa disliked fruits and was unwilling to rely on their powers, he remained vigilant against these fruit abilities. Ross lightly waved his arm, gathering the seawater in front of him, morphing it into various shapes under his control. However, achieving fine manipulation was indeed challenging. When trying to condense a dragon head, a snake head appeared. Attempting to form a cube resulted in excessively rounded corners. These were all due to his insufficient control paired with a weak ability. However, this indirectly proved that the Mayanjinjian fruit truly had the ability to control seawater. Surprisingly, there was a fruit that could directly control seawater. This genuinely shocked Ross. The weakness of the devil fruit is seawater. Being able to control seawater is equivalent to restraining all fruit ability users. So could he now traverse the seas freely in the pirate world? Moreover, it seemed Ross had found a safe way to consume the fruit. Thinking of this, Ross slightly raised his head, his gaze filled with fervor as he looked at the altar. With the burly man's death, the once empty altar once again bore the new Mayanjinjian fruit. You eat this. Ross stepped onto the altar again, picked up the Mayanjinjian fruit, and tossed it to the tall, thin slave. This altar seems to have been specifically established for this fruit, precisely to utilize the fruit's rebirth. Master, can I not eat it? The thin man grimaced. He was hardly stronger than the previous burly man. Eating this fruit would only lead him to his demise, wouldn't it? A fruit that can infinitely reincarnate in the same place. That is indeed quite unique. Zifa was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Ross had the audacity to use such a precious fruit to feed a slave. It turns out it can infinitely reincarnate. However, he still did not view Ross' actions favorably. Before arriving, he already knew that this place was the sacrificial ground of the Jiangalusha family, meaning Ross' family had long discovered this fruit. After so many years, this fruit had still not been unearthed and remained dust-covered here, which is enough to illustrate the issue. Problems that had I'm not discussing this with you. Ross moved like a phantom, activating the Navy's 6 styles, shave instantly appearing beside the tall, thin man. He reached out, snatched the fruit from the man's hand, and forcefully grasped his chin, shoving the fruit into his mouth. With a gentle tap on the thin man's throat, most of the fruit flesh was forced down. One bite of the devil fruit can activate its powers, whether one eats more or not, the effects will be lost. After feeding the fruit to the thin man, Ross stepped back, allowing him to undergo the same transformation as the burly man, ultimately surrounded by a sphere of seawater. Splashed. Without rushing to kill, Ross gently raised his palm. The seawater surrounding the thin man seemed to be drawn in and swiftly converged into Ross' palm. Yet while the seawater was continuously siphoned away, the seawater around the thin man showed no signs of diminishing. Clearly, Ross' extraction speed was no match for the speed of new water generation. Still not working. Ross sighed in disappointment and waved his hand, dispersing the seawater. Zifa had just tested it, confirming it was indeed ordinary seawater. To be thorough, Ross once again thought of Zanny. Is there any change in the water flow circle compared to before? This time the water flow circle is estimated to be around 15 meters, much higher than before. There was a break in the middle lasting about 5 minutes, Zanny replied. The thin man was somewhat stronger than the burly man, with a comprehensive rating of at least C, capable of stirring up a water flow of around 15 meters, which is quite impressive. However, to stir up hundreds of meters of water that would require nearly 1,000 meters, isn't that too exaggerated? Thinking of the descriptions in family documents, Ross displayed a strange expression, even feeling an impulse to have Zifa consume the fruit. Finding a class or above slave is not simple. He likely would not have the opportunity to verify what strength would be necessary to achieve a water flow of hundreds of meters. Bang! With a gunshot, the thin man fell to the ground. Having obtained the desired answer, Ross naturally would not hold back any longer. Completion of class defeat. Power 10000. Special reward, Mianjin Jian fruit ability incomplete. As expected, the reward was still the incomplete fruit ability. Moreover, the two effects are stacked rather than accumulated. After consuming the reward, Ross could confidently conclude this. Previously receiving repeated rewards would not yield any new changes. It would only show an accumulation of points on the panel, requiring 10 skills of the same level to exchange for a higher level skill. And Ross could be certain that the reason was not that the thin man possessed C strength. Because this incomplete fruit ability is weaker than that of the burly man, it was purely a case of 1-1-2. Thus, Ross could determine that the acquisition of the incomplete fruit ability has nothing to do with the strength of its owner. However, being a female pirate in the vast sea and managing to reach a C rating, it was clear what kind of image that conveyed. Perhaps there are many exceptions, but the one before Ross was more manly than any man. What if the fruit reacts to gender? What if she is the chosen one? 2 hours later. Bang! Accompanied by the gunshot, the same prompt that appeared when the thin man died popped up. However, although the text describing the reward was identical, Ross sensed a significant difference this time. 1-1-1-10. Indeed, as the resistance time lengthened, the acquired incomplete fruit ability also became stronger accordingly. Having confirmed the plan, Ross directly instructed Zifa to leave. After all, his actions were not very human-like, so it was better not to do it in front of Zifa. However, Ross kept Stella behind, asking her to watch from a safe distance, holding a den mushy in case of unexpected situations. Afterward, Ross had Zanny arrange for the slaves to be brought over, monitored by the guardians of the sacrificial team. Upon hearing his command, they let the people in. With tasks to Zanny, where is St. Ross? As she looked at the port with only Zifa and Zanny welcoming her, Shizuka felt somewhat apprehensive. She felt that she hadn't completed her mission perfectly this time. Although she obtained the fruit, she also provoked Kaido and crucially lost a group of colleagues. Madam Shizuka, His Highness, is currently in seclusion for training and is at a critical moment, otherwise he would definitely come to greet you, Zanny explained. Ross had previously mentioned that he would grant Shizuka the title of first wife, so Zanny always referred to her this way. At first, Shizuka was quite unaccustomed to it. But after hearing it so many times in the den mushy, hearing it in person became somewhat numbing. Can I go see where His Highness Ross is in seclusion? Shizuka was somewhat surprised by Ross' diligence, but still wanted to meet him. After all, she had just enjoyed that feeling and had gone to find the fruit to elevate her strength. Now that she had finally returned with her powers significantly enhanced both physically and mentally, she was eager for Ross' affirmation. His Highness has not placed any restrictions, but you may see some unpleasant things, Zanny kindly reminded her. What kind of things, eh? Shizuka asked instinctively. Just before entering the port, she saw nearly 5 meters of water flow seemingly surrounding the entire Jingalusha Island. If it weren't for the decent ship she was on, it might have shattered while passing through the water flow. However, Shizuka thought this was likely a unique topography around the island. She had seen many such environments not long ago in the New World, so she didn't find it particularly special. However, when Zanny mentioned there would be unpleasant things, she suddenly recalled something. It's nothing much, just that the scene might be a bit gruesome. Zanny smiled, making a gap with her 2 fingers to indicate a small opening. In the past half-month, she had sent in nearly 100 people. From the initial 20 labor slaves to those nobles who were still temporarily detained and unprocessed, the time intervals for needing people had become increasingly shorter. A little bit of brutality, how could I possibly fear such things? On this trip to the New World, the number of people who died under her sword was countless. Why would she care about brutality? However, along the way, Ziyuan still mentally prepared herself. In her view, it was mostly Ross malicious. Those who often got bullied by Ross probably had some issues themselves. Along the way, Ziyuan also heard plenty of discussions among the commoners. Life is really good now, much better than when Humphrey was king. Indeed, we have to thank Governor Ross. Without him, how would we have such good days? You've repeated the title. Saint is a noble honorific. You should refer to him as Prince Ross or Saint Ross or Governor Ross. So you understand? He is the one who saved us from the heavenly gold, allowing us to hold our heads high as humans. I still want to call him Your Excellency Governor Ross. Haha, you all only express your admiration for Lord Ross verbally. I have his portrait hanging in my house. Wait, why do you have a portrait? Making portraits of celestial dragons is a serious crime. Haven't you heard Lady Zanny's press conference? The governor's office has dedicated shops selling portrait sculptures and other artistic representations of Lord Ross. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm going to buy one right now. With Ziyuan's strength, if she intentionally tried to listen, she could catch distant sounds even while just walking down the street. By focusing on the keyword Ross, Ziyuan heard quite a few fascinating pieces of information. This was the first time the commoners truly revered and worshipped celestial dragons as gods rather than fearing and being intimidated by them. Ziyuan felt that Ross was indeed breaking new ground. Moreover, she heard that Ross had exempted all residents of the Jagat district from the heavenly gold. Just this alone was a first in 800 years. Even the sense of justice in her heart was only this much. She hadn't chosen the wrong person. Ziyuan mentally prepared herself again. She could tell that the majority of the commoners genuinely admired Ross and were not just putting on an act. As she was getting closer, Ziyuan took a deep breath. She now felt that even if Ross were to perform a live sacrifice in the family's place of worship, she could still forgive him. If Ross did such a thing, he must have his reasons. No entry. As Ziyuan approached the entrance, the captain guarding the door blocked her path. I am Ziyuan, the wife of Saint Ross. Ziyuan stated her identity, one that Ross had bestowed upon her, which had already been reported to the Holy Land, and it counted as her official identity outside. Lady Ziyuan, please enter. Upon hearing Ziyuan's identity, the captain immediately knelt on one knee, his face filled with awe as he stepped aside. Before coming, their small team had to arrange for dozens of people to enter the cave in succession every day. After sending in a batch, they also had to go in and drag out the bodies. Just this job alone was enough to strain his mental state. Get up. Ziyuan nodded at him and walked into the cave. From the expression on the other person's face, she seemed to understand something. However, the specifics would have to wait until she saw them in person. With Ziyuan's speed, she quickly arrived at the place of worship. When she saw the scene before her, she paused for a moment. Huh, is this it? Ross was sitting on the steps of the altar and Stella was giving him a shoulder massage. In the adjacent spot, a person was enveloped in a water sphere with silver hair and silver eyes, seemingly using their fruit ability. She had mentally prepared for Ross to be the executioner, but instead, she saw him watching the ability user release their power. Although she had never seen anyone using water to envelop themselves, she hadn't encountered many ability users, so she didn't find it particularly surprising. Saint Ross, Ziyuan called out, and when Ross' gaze turned towards her, a brilliant and enchanting smile blossomed on her face. During these days of searching for fruits in the New World, Ross had been the most prominent figure in her mind. Although their initial encounter was somewhat unpleasant, the subsequent interactions left Ziyuan extremely satisfied. Long before obtaining the fruit, Ziyuan had decided to follow Ross to the very end. Ziyuan, you've returned. Ross smiled as he stood up, opening his arms. Ziyuan strode forward without hesitation, throwing herself into Ross' embrace. The two tightly held each other, inhaling the familiar scent on Ziyuan's body and feeling that familiar touch, which made Ross feel a bit hungry. Recently, in order to gain abilities, he had been living like an ascetic, only occasionally playing with Stella. Yet in his heart, it wasn't just her 1.8-meter-long legs and top-notch physique, it was also the comfortable feeling of being with Ziyuan. Although Stella and Lu Jiu were good, they were still too weak when facing him, and their average physique didn't allow Ross to fully enjoy himself. But Ziyuan was entirely different. She was a woman willing to act as a knight. After savoring the moment for a while, Ross finally released Ziyuan. Let's see your abilities. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Immediately, her entire body began to undergo a transformation. Her eyes gradually took on a deep shade of purple. Her skin became exceptionally pale, resembling the purest porcelain under the moonlight, exuding an inexplicable chill. At the same time, her pointed ears quietly perked up, her originally neat teeth became sharp and elongated, and her lips turned a luscious red, like a blooming rose carrying a hint of unintentional seduction, inviting deeper exploration. Behind her, a pair of pitch-black wings slowly unfurled. As the wings gently flapped, her figure seemed to become lighter, each movement emanating an elegance that did not belong to the mortal world, like a ghost dancing in the night sky, both chilling and enchanting. The vampire fruit has greatly enhanced my abilities, including Ziyuan comprehensive rating A. Since their last meeting, Ziyuan's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Before leaving, Ziyuan's strength was only C. Ross had heard that Ziyuan had made breakthroughs in combat, which meant that before consuming the fruit, her strength was roughly B. After consuming the vampire fruit, Ziyuan's strength had been raised a whole tier, putting her on par with Zanny and Soro. However, being of the same level does not imply equal strength. Paper strength does not equate to real combat power, and many factors can influence the outcome of a battle. Even at the same level, Ziyuan could not possibly be a match for Zanny, but she still had a chance of victory against Soro, as the vampire fruit specializes in dealing with heavy opponents like Soro. The enhancement from the phantom beast species primarily manifests in physique and special abilities. According to Ziyuan, her speed had nearly doubled, and she also possessed the ability to absorb blood to replenish her strength and vitality. With the ability to suck blood, as long as she could breach an opponent's defenses and obtain blood, theoretically, she could exhaust all her opponents to death. Ziyuan had never lacked fundamentals, but what she lacked was a strong physique and special abilities. Although Ziyuan also had monstrous-level physical talent, she still fell short compared to the likes of Sakazuki Zephyr and Garp, let alone compared to Big Mom and Kaido. Consuming the Phantom Beast fruit combined with Ziyuan's innate talent was enough to bridge the gap in talent with top-tier powerhouses. Very good. After listening to Ziyuan's account, Ross felt quite satisfied. The little cabbage he had nurtured was thriving. Do you need help? After explaining his own matters, Ziyuan inquired about Ross' cultivation. Previously, Zanny had mentioned that Ross was in closed-door training. She guessed he had paused his cultivation to wait for her arrival. I don't have much on my end, but there is a method that can help you enhance your strength, Ross said, slowly raising his palm. Splash. The seawater suddenly appeared from midair, surging towards Ziyuan. Ziyuan showed a look of confusion, but since it was Ross' ability controlling it, she did not resist and allowed the water to envelop her. However, the moment her body was washed by the water, Ziyuan realized something was amiss and instinctively exclaimed, "Is this seawater?" Before consuming the fruit, she had already prepared herself for the inability to enter the sea. After eating the fruit, she had specifically soaked in seawater before, and that sense of helplessness was very similar to now. Fortunately, her physique was not bad. Although her body was filled with this feeling of weakness, she was not reduced to kneeling on the ground and was still standing, though her body trembled involuntarily. If you can't hold on, just tell me. Stay in the water to adapt. It will increase your tolerance to seawater and seafloor stone. Ross controlled the seawater to wrap around Ziyuan, leaving only her head exposed. Generating and controlling seawater in a small area was one of his recent gains. As long as his stamina was sufficient, he could continuously generate seawater on land and manipulate it to confront his enemies. Although he didn't know the principle behind it, nor why the fruit's ability was able to generate seawater that countered its own power, he would eventually use it after the death of the 10th slave. Moreover, as he gained more fruit abilities, the efficiency of converting stamina to generate seawater also increased. When he first acquired this ability, even when exhausting his stamina, he could only generate 23 tons of seawater, and that was just the pure stamina cost of generating it. Though 23 tons sounds like a lot, 1 cubic meter of seawater weighs over a ton, thus 23 tons is merely 23 cubic meters, roughly enough to cover Ziyuan. After continuously absorbing for half a month, his ability to generate seawater increased almost exponentially. Now, if he exhausted his stamina, he could generate at least 100 tons of seawater. Although it was still just a small stream, he could barely use it in combat. Most importantly, as Ross continuously gained the Mayanjinjian fruit's power, his resistance to seawater improved. While his fruit ability came from the system, it was still affected by seawater and seafloor stone. When in a seawater environment, or when touching seafloor stone, he initially could not release his abilities. However, perhaps due to the incomplete fruit ability granted by the system, he himself was not affected. He did not. As his fruit ability improved, Ross gradually became capable of releasing his powers in seawater. Now he could almost utilize his abilities at 100 efficiency in seawater, and he could faintly sense a slight enhancement. In other words, the side effects of seawater against the devil fruit had little to no impact on him. Unfortunately, it was currently limited to seawater. The seafloor stone still posed a significant restraint on him, perhaps because seafloor stone was a solid substance. It weakened devil fruit powers more severely. When he touched seafloor stone, his ability was reduced to only 30. Ross slowly raised his palm with his palm, facing the noble tightly wrapped in seawater. Splash! In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and the water sphere began to rapidly shrink under Ross' control. The seawater was compressed by an invisible force, creating an airtight, super high-pressure environment. The color of the seawater deepened under the pressure, as if even light could not penetrate the sudden oppression. Crack, crack. Accompanied by a heart-stopping sound, the noble's body began to deform under the irresistible pressure. The noble's flesh gradually liquefied in this super high-pressure environment, dissolving into a dark red mist in the water. This was Ross' recent research on a lethal move. Although seawater itself had no direct lethality, controlling the seawater to continually shrink and create a high-pressure environment was enough to instantly kill enemies with weaker physiques. Unfortunately, this move was ineffective against powerful individuals. With the current Mayanjinjian fruit power he possessed, it temporarily could not affect strong opponents. A level kill completed. Strength 100 special reward Mayanjinjian fruit ability incomplete, it's maxed out. Ross glanced at the additional fruit ability on the panel, secretly sighing. Since the death of the first 10 individuals, his fruit ability had not increased. As for the last 2, they simply became labels to stack. He did not know how many he needed to stack to upgrade further. Moreover, with this incomplete ability, stacking it would likely not yield much strength. So now he had a choice before him. Ross looked up, his gaze landing on the regenerated Mayanjinjian fruit. Given his current situation, he should not be considered a true user of the fruit's ability. After all, since the Mayanjinjian fruit still existed, it indicated he had merely borrowed the system to steal the fruit's ability rather than truly becoming a fruit user. In other words, if he did not eat the Mayanjinjian fruit, he could choose to consume another fruit. Master. Stella, seeing Ross suddenly walk to the fruit, wore a hint of worry on her face. Previously, when Ross approached the fruit, he would always call someone in and force them to eat it. This was the first time Ross stood before the fruit himself. In the past half-month, Stella had seen too many people consume that fruit, but none could withstand it. They all died in the seawater that came with the fruit. It's fine. After waiting so long, it's time to make a decision. Ross smiled and picked up the fruit, signaling Stella to be at ease. He was more optimistic about this fruit in his hand than an ordinary phantom beast. With his current water control ability, plus an ordinary phantom beast fruit, it was highly likely not as effective as consuming a stronger fruit. In any world, when it comes to a martial system, specialization must be stronger than being a jack of all trades. Is this fruit dangerous, Ross? Ziyuan was also attracted by Ross' actions, her brows slightly furrowed. The fact that Stella showed such an expression, combined with the fact that the fruit suddenly appeared after that noble's death, was certainly suspicious. There is a bit of danger, but it's not significant. Ross shook his head slightly, took the fruit in his hand, and ultimately took a bite. The bitter taste exploded in his mouth. Even though Ross had anticipated it, he couldn't help but grimace. It was too terrible. Fortunately, the taste came quickly and left just as fast. Ross' body suddenly underwent a strange transformation, as if an invisible force lifted him up, and he slowly floated in midair, surrounded by an ethereal aura. His silver hair seemed to come to life, continuously growing and spreading like a galaxy, pouring down, shimmering with a faint glow. At the same time, his complexion grew paler, as if he had lost the color of mortal blood, yet gained a touch of divine purity. 2 silver dragon horns quietly extended from the top of his head, sharply defined. His eyes also changed, gleaming with a silver light that shone like stars, making it hard to gaze directly at them. At this moment, Ross seemed to transform into a deity, radiating an inviolable aura that inspired awe and an urge to worship. A thunderous roar erupted as waves surged violently beneath Ross' feet, the tumultuous sea crashing outward. Such a strong presence. Is this the Conqueror's Haki? Shiyuan's expression shifted slightly as she quickly lifted the dazed Stella, and in the blink of an eye they ascended to a higher position. Ordinary Conqueror's Haki had little effect on her, but the overpowering aura that Ross unconsciously unleashed after consuming the fruit gave her a sense of intimidation. Either Ross' Conqueror's Haki was exceptionally strong, or this fruit amplified its power. In either case, it meant that the fruit was terrifying. Ross' transformation continued as his aura steadily climbed, but Shiyuan could tell that Ross was stable and wouldn't encounter any major issues. This eased her mind a little. This fruit was far more potent than the phantom beast fruit she had consumed. Birubaru. The sound of the transponder snail suddenly rang out. Shiyuan located the source and retrieved it from Stella's chest. This is Shiyuan. This is Zani. How is His Highness? 100-meter giant wave suddenly surged outside the island, and the entire island has been sealed off. Zani said in a serious tone. Ross has just consumed the fruit and is currently in the adaptation phase. Everything is fine. Shiyuan glanced at Ross and provided her assessment. She hadn't seen how the others reacted after consuming the fruit, but judging by Ross' godlike appearance now, it didn't seem like there was any problem. Understood, Zifa, and I will head over to your side immediately. Thank you for your hard work. Zanny hurriedly ended the call, knowing they needed to check on the situation after Ross suddenly consumed the fruit. Shiwan placed the somewhat sluggish transponder snail back in its original position and fixed her gaze on Ross. Ross' transformation continued for a full hour. By the time Zifa and Zanny arrived, he was still in a dazed state. It resembles the awakening of a phantom beast fruit, but I've never seen a fruit that awakens immediately upon consumption, Zifa observed Ross and furrowed his brow to give his conclusion. His view was similar to Shiwan's. Ross was currently not in any danger, and he was in a phase of sensing the fruit's abilities. Other fruits often grant corresponding abilities upon consumption, which can then be gradually developed. The fruit Ross consumed seemed to inherently possess immense power, providing immediate combat capabilities upon consumption, Zifa speculated. Once the transformation is complete, will Ross have Zephysincious strength? Shiwan inquired curiously. Hard to say. Some fruits grant ordinary people immense strength upon consumption, and the one Ross consumed falls into this category, but such fruits often come with side effects or limitations. The side effects of this fruit could be astonishing, and it's possible that it could indeed elevate him to the level of a great general upon consumption, Zifa speculated. Though he had never seen a precedent of someone rising to the level of a general simply by consuming a fruit, he had also never encountered a fruit that could manipulate water. If he were present, he would likely advise Ross to proceed with caution and choose another fruit. Now that Ross had already consumed it, and there were no visible issues, he could only be inwardly astonished. Buzz! A ring of seawater radiated from boom. The high-pressure seawater crashed against the rock wall, causing the mountain to tremble, and sunlight streamed through in several places. Ross! Zifa was the first to notice that Ross was coming to, calling out to him. Zifa, I'm fine. Ross gently shook his head, moving forward as the ocean's push lifted him towards Zifa's position. This time he had struck it big. Let's leave for now, Shiwan. Come with me to test my abilities. Zanny, please have someone repair this area. Ross said. No problem. Zanny and Shiwan immediately agreed. Seeing that Ross was fine, Zifa felt relieved to leave. As for what abilities the fruit granted, he wasn't particularly interested. It was well known that he had little interest in fruits. Regardless of how powerful the seawater Ross controlled was, it couldn't be utilized against a martial artist like him who had no fruit. After handing Stella over to Zanny, Shiwan followed Ross away from the sacrificial site to a deserted beach. Since Ross could now independently control the fruit's abilities, the currents around Jager Lucia Island subsided, and the area surrounding the island returned to its previous calm. Ross, how should we test this? Shiwan asked eagerly. She had witnessed Ross consume the fruit and was seeing such a grand spectacle for the first time. It was easy to imagine just how powerful this fruit was. When she had consumed the vampire fruit before, it hadn't caused such a commotion. I will only use the fruit's abilities. You should attack me with all your might. Ross nodded slightly at Shiwan. After consuming the fruit, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Ross. Strength 52400070000, a 7 warlords level. Fruit human fruit phantom beast type Mianjin appearance not awakened. Fruit abilities: levitation, flight, control, C, manipulate water, hear, C, water perception, C, Z, water recovery, sky, lean, generate water, transform, god, phantom beast form. Combat skills: observation, hockey, S, conquerors, hockey, A, armament, hockey, A, nation dominance, navy, 6 styles, A, swordsmanship, C, marksmanship, D, martial arts, C. The phantom beast fruit brought Ross a comprehensive enhancement, most notably a significant boost in physical strength linked to his physique reaching the level of the 7 warlords. In addition, his Conqueror's Hockey and Observation Hockey received notable improvements. The increase in Conqueror's Hockey was minor, while Observation Hockey, due to the Hearsay ability, was elevated to an S rank. Ross' previously existing abilities had also increased more than tenfold. It is no exaggeration to say that even without the fruit's awakening, he was confident in matching a general-level opponent at C. Although he couldn't defeat his opponents thanks to the ability to recover continuously with C, even a general couldn't take him down. Be careful, Ross. Shiwan drew her newly acquired good knife from the New World, twisting her wrist to unleash a pink flying slash that cut through the air, heading straight for Ross. She had previously been able to perform a flying slash, but it required too much stamina, and she seldom used it in actual combat. With the vampire fruit, stamina was no longer a constraint for her. Come on. Ross chuckled lightly, extending his slender palm forward. In an instant, a massive amount of seawater appeared before him, converging into a 2-meter-wide, 1-meter deep water curtain barrier. Splash. Yet when the pink light struck the water curtain, it felt as if it had hit an indestructible barrier. Ultimately, Ross' water curtain barrier remained unyielding, and the flying slash only penetrated half a meter before completely disintegrating. Shiwan gazed at the water curtain and the relaxed Ross behind it, a hint of competitiveness flashing in her eyes. I'm going to get serious now, Ross. Before her words faded, Shuan's body suddenly transformed. Her vampire half-beast form activated in an instant. At the shoreline, Ziyuan beat her bat-like wings and swung the Liankuai Dao. 12 crimson-pink slashes fanned out like a blade-shaped gust, the steel cutting the air with a faint insectal hum. Jitao 12 slashes. Confronted with Ziyuan's razor-sharp assault, Luasi only smiled softly, spreading his arms as he drifted back. An invisible sea current rose beneath his feet, arresting Ziyuan's advance. Mayan Jinjian's fruit granted an innate buoyancy, but its body caught in a thin veil of seawater could move through the air with the expenditure of only a little strength. Boom! Ziyuan's cut easily pierced the watery barrier skimming beneath Luasi and reducing the cluster of rocks behind him into neat cubical fragments. Before the shattered coral had time to sink, a suddenly heaved wall of water consumed it. Wingbeats flashed again. Yuan's silhouette danced atop the crest and surged upriver toward Luasi, the Liankuai Dao thrusting like a torrential barrage. Jitao, sudden rain. Constrain the sea. Luasi lifted his right hand and made a grasping motion over the water. The sea behind him boiled, 100-meter-high curtain of water leaping up and surging at Ziyuan. Sliced. Ziyuan's form vanished in an instant. The water lashed out into empty air. When she reappeared, she was already above Luasi. Jitao, mountain collapse. Ziyuan raised the Liankuai Dao high. The blade was instantly shrouded in bending haki, and then she brought it down with crushing force. Against such an earth-shattering strike, Luasi only smiled faintly and crossed his arms in front of his chest. At once, countless currents surged up to block Ziyuan's path. With a thunderous impact, seawater splashed everywhere. Ziyuan broke through. Insufficient, Luasi laughed softly and spread haki over both hands as well. The clash of Liankuai Dao against arm haki meeting haki rang out like the meeting of hardened iron. Because of the earlier interference, Ziyuan's blow had long since lost much of its strength and could not wound Luasi. Yet the tremendous impact still slammed Luasi forcefully into the sea. Saint Luasi. Ziyuan's expression tightened. Her beautiful eyes flickered with anxiety. In her understanding, fruit users feared the sea. No matter that Luasi could manipulate it, she supposed the same would hold true. A towering water column suddenly erupted and wrapped her completely. Ziyuan had no time to react. This is it. The instant she entered the water, Ziyuan's face drained of color. After eating that fruit, Luasi was true. Swift as a streak, Luasi shot up through the pillar of water. His speed beneath the waves outpaced even that of a fisherman. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Ziyuan and scooped her limp and drained into his arms. Saint Luasi, I was too weak. I could not give you a proper fight. Ziyuan pressed her lips together and could not meet Luasi's eyes. She had lost so badly she felt she had no face to show anyone. Had she been defeated in a fair duel, Ziyuan would not have been so ashamed. But to be immobilized by the sea and lose her fighting ability, there should be no comparable humiliation among equals. You only just gained the fruit and have not adapted to fighting me yet. That's perfectly normal. Though slightly regretful at not testing his ability to the limit, Luasi had seen what he most wanted to see. Against fruit users, if he could drag the battlefield to the sea, victory was almost assured. His direct damage output was relatively low, so against monsters like Big Mom, he might struggle to break their defenses, and he still had to be cautious against masters of physical combat. Beyond those cases, nothing else posed a real problem. Tinghai and Hei's were the core of the Mayan Jinjian fruit. With Tinghai's ability, within 100 kilometers, any sound transmitted into the sea could be easily intercepted by him. Moreover, when fighting within the water, whatever moves an opponent made, Luasi could read in advance. The sea itself felled out the force for him. At the same time, so long as he fought in the sea, Hei's could draw strength from the water to replenish his stamina and slowly mend wounds. The sea never ran dry, so endurance became virtually boundless. Although absorption and recovery could not fully offset consumption, to create a no-cost loop, the world of pirates contained oceans in abundance. As soon as he dove into the sea, he could stand on unassailable ground. Luasi had no desire to spar further with Ziyuan. Carrying her, he returned to his quarters. Ziyuan had actually recovered on the way, but she remained quiet and did not get down. Back at home, Luasi, in high spirits, chose to enter seclusion immediately. Last time when they sparred, neither of them had a fruit. He had only won by a slight margin. This time both of them had eaten one. He intended to see who would still be standing at the end. Completed in a rank victory. Strength 50000. Special reward Kenbunshiku Hakie. After a day and a night of recovery, Ziyuan finally felt content. It proved true in a land battle, the sea god could not match a vampire. Vampires could drain the sea god's blood, but on land the sea god could not recuperate. By the third day, Luasi had reclaimed a victory through grueling training in the pool. In the water with the fruit's boost, even several more Ziyuans were no match for him. Toward the end of the 1500s, having fully stabilized the situation on Jai Galaxia Dao, and completely mastered the fruit's powers. Luffy set out for home. On a salting afternoon, Luffy stood on the wide deck of the homeward-bound ship. AC lay in Luffy's arms, squirming restlessly and making sounds of no discernible meaning. Perhaps he hasn't been aboard ship for a long time. He seems excited. Maybe his genes merely carry a longing for the sea. Luffy teased with a light laugh. Come on. If he truly inherited Roger's genes, little sister Luju would be miserable. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Because Luffy had been skirting matters with Hei's, she had been forced into a sisterly closeness with Luju these past days. Shared hatred breeds closeness. Their mutual cause had drawn them together. Loving the sea is not wrong. How one conducts oneself is another matter. If one grows wild, an untamed one inevitably picks up some vices. Luffy did not care for such judgments. He did not believe in fate, only in the truth held in his hands. Fair enough. Yuan covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, though she did not buy Luffy's smooth talk. By all accounts, Luffy had received the world's best education, but he was no saint. Enough. To business. You're usually training your sword now. You wouldn't simply come up to the deck to bother me. Luffy handed AC to Stacy, waiting nearby, his expression briefly more serious. After Yuan returned, she resumed handling matters for the CP side, shouldering part of Zanny's workload. Alas, Yuan was merely a warrior. She could handle simple intelligence tasks, but governing a nation was beyond her. Kaido claims he is being protected by Guan Yue Yutian of the Kazuki clan and asks us to give him more time. It seems he hopes to stall further, Yuan reported. Stall? He's been stalling me for half a year and still hasn't mentioned Jean. If he won't accept courtesy, then we will not blame ourselves for going to him directly. Luffy watched the red-soiled continent grow clearer on the horizon. His tone was calm, but resolute. When we reach the Holy Land, I will see the Wuloxing once, then we head straight for the Xian Shiji. Understood. Facing the famed Baisho Hai Zaytuan, Yuan harbored no fear. Instead, a sparkle of eager anticipation lit her eyes. In this age celebrated as the era of great pirates, the Navy's overall strength eclipsed any single pirate crew. Even the power Luffy now commanded was enough to leave her untroubled by Kaido's threats. This time she vowed to cut through Jin's flames and capture him alive as a slave gift to present to Luffy. Returning to the Holy Land, once more Ross brought back a much larger entourage this time compared to the last. Stepping onto the escalator powered by slaves, Ross and his companions slowly made their way from the port into the city. As soon as they entered the city, they were halted by someone. St. Ross, it has been a long time. The one who stopped Ross was a red-haired youth clad in luxurious military attire. Ross slightly raised his gaze and glanced at the newcomer, instantly losing interest. St. Shamrock, I have no desire to chat with you. Fagalandu Shamrock, the son of the supreme commander of the Divine Knights, St. Gringus, and the twin brother of the red-haired Shanks. In his memory, this peer of Ross, being a descendant of elite celestial dragons, was inevitably compared to him. Until this year, Shamrock was always regarded as the exemplary child of another family destined to be called an elite, fitting to inherit his father's legacy. In comparison, Ross had previously been seen as a useless glutton. However, this year the tables turned. Ross suddenly made a comeback, while Shamrock found himself somewhat out of place. Recently, you have been making quite a name for yourself in the lower realm, even more so than me, who has just joined the Divine Knights. Shamrock glared intently at Ross's hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. To him, Ross' accomplishments were nothing remarkable. What was the big deal about gaining fame in the lower realm? Any celestial dragon could achieve that. Just because of such trivial matters, his respected father had the audacity to praise Ross in front of him, which was utterly intolerable. So what? Ross looked at him with amusement, easily recognizing him as a giant infant. If someone were to cause trouble, he would surely respond with a heavy fist. However, if someone wished to act as a benefactor, he would certainly welcome it with open arms. The Heaven Hunt at the end of the year is set on St. Chaz Island in the North Sea. Oh, let's see who can kill the most. Shamrock decisively threw out the idea. Every 3 years, the celestial dragons hold a Heaven Hunt, selecting an island to hunt the indigenous people. If the number of natives is insufficient, they would release some slaves for entertainment. Every celestial dragon can participate, but usually only the stronger ones are keen to join each time. After clearing out all living beings on the island, the world government would deliver a devastating strike, ultimately erasing the island completely. The Heaven Hunt of 18 years coincided perfectly with the long-planned Rocks pirates. Carp gained fame by teaming up with Roger to kill Rocks in that battle, earning the title of Navy Hero. Moreover, Shamrock's father, St. Gringus, also rose to prominence in that battle and has since become the commander of the Divine Knights. The heavenly gold quota of the Fagalandu family for 3 years, Shamrock held his head high. The annual quota of heavenly gold for each family is related to the number and status of their elite celestial dragons. The Fagalandu family had... Ross raised an eyebrow. The Fegalandu family's annual heavenly gold is at least 300 billion berries, roughly equivalent to the tax revenue of a third-tier city in Ra's past life. It isn't too much to speak of, nor can it be considered good. After all, the productivity of the two worlds differs, the total Of course I can make the decision. A mere 100 billion berries. I'm just afraid you can't come up with it. Shamrock nearly laughed out loud. His father, St. Gringus, is the head of the Fegalandu family, and he has shown exceptional performance since childhood, being groomed as the future head. Now that he has entered the Divine Knights, he can certainly make this small decision. You said it was merely 100 billion berries. Oh, let's add a condition. One fruit of the phantom beast species, Ross said casually. You want to bet on the fruit from the Jagolu family's treasury? Shamrock became interested. What? Does your family treasury not have a treasure of the same rank? Ross countered. Of course we do. Shamrock's eyes lit up. The Cerberus fruit, also known as the Hellhound fruit, is indeed a fine fruit, but Shamrock had no intention of consuming it himself. In comparison, he preferred the golden crow fruit from the Jagolu family treasury. Deal. Ross raised an eyebrow, surprised that Shamrock would offer such good goods. Since the other party was sincerely offering, he naturally accepted it with a smile. Fegalandu's Shamrock comprehensive rating, A. Shamrock's A strength is likely genuine, but that's about it. After consuming the Mienjin fruit, his ability to clear out an area surpassed that of Shamrock. Given a bit of preparation time, he could easily annihilate an island. Then it settled. Shamrock, satisfied with Ross' agreement, left with a pleased expression. Let's move on. Ross continued walking forward. My lord, what is the Heaven Hunt? Lugia, who had been listening to their conversation, expressed curiosity about the Heaven Hunt. That is a wager of 100 billion berries and one fruit of the phantom beast species. Lugia didn't quite understand the value of the phantom beast fruit, but she knew that both Ross and Ji Yuan had phantom beast fruits, and Ross mentioned giving Ace one in the future, so she remembered the name. In her opinion, fruits of this level must be the best of the devil fruits. Not to mention there's also 100 billion involved. She had never imagined such a large sum of money in her life, as she could hardly count how many zeros were behind the one, yet it was being used as a wager by the two. This only piqued her curiosity about the Heaven Hunt even more. Not just her, but Stella and Ji Yuan were also intensely curious. Although they were closer to Ross and had heard much hidden information, they were still unaware of the details regarding the Heaven Hunt. The Heaven Hunt, huh? Zifa should know about it, right? Ross smiled, looking at Zifa, signaling him to explain. The Heaven Hunt. Zifa's expression became slightly serious as he sighed and said, since the establishment of the world government, the celestial dragons have held a grand meeting every 3 years, randomly selecting an island that is not part of the alliance to massacre the indigenous people there. If the number of natives is insufficient, they will also release some slaves onto the island for the participating celestial dragons to enjoy. Hiss. Just hearing the description, the other girls gasped. They had only heard of the celestial dragon's brutality before. Stella had seen it a few times in the Holy Land, but didn't feel it was any different from the nobles of other kingdoms. Now the ferocity of the celestial dragons was manifesting at this moment. The massacre of islands and extermination of species occurred every 3 years, which was beyond their imagination. Oh right, each participating celestial dragon can bring a subordinate, and the kills made by the subordinate also count. The first place in each slaughter can join the Order of the Divine Knights, but this is merely a symbolic reward and holds little significance. Ross smirked suddenly, saying something with a wicked sense of humor. Although it was a massacre, he felt no significant psychological burden. The islands that were chosen were originally the least cooperative regions among the non-member states of the world government. Since the stances differ, killing is the only solution. Righteousness may have its uses, but Ross believed more in tyranny. After all, this was a path practiced by countless individuals. In his previous life, the feudal dynasty that ruled the longest in history relied on this tactic to maintain control. During the initial invasion, if anyone resisted, they would massacre an entire city. In the end, it did not ignite the people's blood, but instead turned them into slaves. The lesson summarized by history is that one must either kill symbolically or be thorough in their killings. Ross had already become a celestial dragon. His reputation was already tarnished, so why bother with the pretense? Why is the quota for the Order of the Divine Knights a symbolic reward? Shiwan asked instinctively. After joining the celestial dragon system, she could better understand the significance of the Order of the Divine Knights. The Order of the Divine Knights is a group that only elite celestial dragons can join. Apart from elite celestial dragons, only those with close ties to elite celestial dragons can enter. If Ross joins the Order of the Divine Knights, then she and Zifa would likely also be able to join, enjoying the same status as ordinary celestial dragons. Because members of the Order of the Divine Knights can also participate in the Heavenly Hunt, Ross chuckled, there are many ways to join the Order of the Divine Knights. Apart from those seeking instant fame, most others have long applied through normal channels. Even those celestial dragons who seek instant fame are already predetermined members of the Order of the Divine Knights. It's just a formality. Now asking us ordinary people to compete with the elite, how could we possibly stand a chance? As soon as Ross finished speaking, everyone else looked at him with strange expressions. If someone like Ross is still considered ordinary, then what about the other celestial dragons? However, they truly didn't think the other celestial dragons were strong. That recent Shamrock was simply no match for Ross. This bet isn't so simple, is it? Zifa grinned, hitting upon the crux of the matter. If it were merely a common gamble for the next generation, why would it be played so grandly? The Navy, there are many skilled individuals within the Order of the Divine Knights. Since the Heavenly Hunt allows for bringing others along, Shamrock likely has significant destructive capabilities or subordinates. Quite normal, the resources of the world government are limited. Above the commander of the Order of the Divine Knights is the position of the 5 elders. Each of the 5 elders is a target for the Figueroa family. Back then my grandfather also rose up from being a commander, Ross shrugged. What else could it be but a clash determining the future of 2 families? Previously he was unambitious, but now that he has risen, he could threaten the interests of the Figueroa family, and Shamrock would certainly not stand idly by. Though $1 trillion may not cripple the upper-tier celestial dragon families, a few years of tight budgeting is certainly unavoidable. If this huge gamble ends in loss, not only will his future be regarded as a resource for the celestial dragons, but the position of the 5 elders of the Figueroa family will also be precarious. Unity against external threats is a major premise, but internal strife is often the main theme. So there are conflicts among the celestial dragons too. Lugio couldn't help but sigh. She had thought that the lofty celestial dragons would have no worries, but didn't expect there to be so many intricacies. However, they as commoners had no options, unlike Ross and the others who could oppress others. Where there are people, there is conflict. Who doesn't want to be the unique one? Ross chuckled lightly, showing indifference. Now that we are here, what's the point of not toppling those above us? High-grade cattle and horses aren't they still cattle and horses? Essentially, Ross and Luffy are of the same kind, both seeking unrestricted freedom. However, Ross' desires are much stronger, not as simple-minded as Luffy. Returning to the palace complex of the Jaguaruja family, Ross glanced at Jernica, who was standing at the door, and immediately knew he probably wouldn't be able to return to rest first. Stella, arrange a place for them. Anywhere around my palace is fine. I will go meet grandfather. Master, I will handle it. Stella smiled and bowed, continuing to lead the group deeper into the family. Before the O'Hara demon-slaying order, she had spent quite some time in the Jaguaruja palace complex, so she was familiar with the surroundings of Ross Palace. After 2 groups passed each other, Ross walked expressionlessly towards Jernica. Let's go. Jernica merely nodded lightly, leading the way in silence. The events that occurred over half a year ago in Ross Palace still left a psychological shadow on him. Originally, he had a bright future, but since that lesson from the Saint of Satan, all he could hear from CP0 were mockeries, making him afraid to speak, fearing that saying too much would lead to further mistakes. Now that he wasn't speaking, surely there wouldn't be any issues. Jernica led Ross all the way to the palace of the Saint of Satan, located at the core of the Jaguaruja family, much more luxurious than Ross Palace. Upon reaching the palace door, Jernica knelt on one knee. Saint of Satan, I have brought the Saint Ross. Ross ignored Jernica and strode straight into the palace. As soon as he stepped through the palace gates, the 2 CP0 guards immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully calling out, Saint Ross. Ross glanced at the 2 and suddenly said in surprise, so even the CP0 here must pay their respects when they see me. I thought only the ordinary CP0 had to do so. As soon as these words were spoken, the palace fell into silence. The 2 at the door instinctively looked towards Jernica. No wonder he was called the foolish Jernica. He actually dared to neglect the only 2 elite celestial dragons of the Jaguaruja family. Drag him out and punish him according to the rules. The Saint of Satan, seated within the palace, could naturally hear Ross' words and understood his meaning quite well. It was simply a matter of gaining prominence and wanting to establish authority. But young people, isn't it natural for them to be a bit showy? Ross is the hope for the family's future, and the Saint of Satan doesn't mind giving him this face. Moreover, Jernica truly deserved punishment. Jernica's eyes widened. He was bewildered as he was dragged away by the 2 guarding CP0, unable to comprehend even how— Wait, how can he be at fault for not saying anything? Whether he does or doesn't, whether he speaks or remains silent, he is wrong regardless. What should he do then? Is it really that difficult to be a CP0? Guys, please don't slap my face later. After the unrelated individuals exited, only Ross and Saint Satan remained in the palace. Saint Satan had no intention of standing up, merely observing Ross from behind the large desk. Neither of them seemed inclined to speak, first only scrutinizing each other. The palace was eerily silent, yet there were 2 invisible domineering auras subtly clashing and consuming one another. After a long while, Saint Satan finally averted his gaze. Age had made his eyes dry and weary from prolonged observation, unlike his younger days. Not enough yet, Saint Satan spoke lightly. Ross furrowed his brows slightly. He despised riddles more than anything. Once he could overpower this old man, he would be riddling every day. Such a simple matter could have been directly asked. Why the need to test with Jernica and play games of dominance? What about this? Ross snapped his fingers, summoning a wave that slowly lifted him, allowing him to hover in the air and look down at Saint Satan. You actually survived after consuming that fruit. Seeing Ross' transformation, Saint Satan abruptly stood up, shocked as he gazed at Ross. He thought that after his warning, Ross would not dare to take such risks for the sake of his life. Little did he expect that Ross would truly gamble with his life. That fruit, which symbolized the sea god, was something he never dared to even attempt in the past. Ross merely smiled, watching Saint Satan lose his composure. Even this old man had his moments. It was only natural that Saint Satan was unaware of his situation. Aside from the strange phenomena, when he consumed the fruit, he had never used it publicly, always practicing in safe locations with Ji Yuan or ZFA. Moreover, the celestial dragons held a certain arrogance, believing that the ocean beneath the Red Earth continent was the lower realm, unworthy of attention. Unless it involved fundamental matters of the world government, even the five elders would act similarly. Cough, cough. Saint Satan took a while to compose himself before slowly sitting down, supporting himself with his cane. The kingdom of Jaegerusha was established over 1,300 years ago, and the discovery of this fruit likely dates back over a millennium, indicating a profound understanding of it. Are you aware of the three ancient weapons? Saint Satan countered. Heavenly King, Underworld King, Sea King. Is this related? Ross showed interest. Not related. Upon hearing Saint Satan's nonchalant words, the youthful Ross felt his temper flare. What did he mean by not related? Do not rush. Saint Satan shook his head leisurely, adding, you should be able to sense that this fruit controls the authority of the sea. That's right. Ross nodded. He understood this point without needing Saint Satan to say it. The so-called sea kings are merely those who can command sea creatures far inferior to this fruit. What this fruit represents is the true sea god. 1,300 years ago, our ancestors made a conjecture. Saint Satan looked up at Ross, sighing softly. This world consists of three parts: the sky, the earth, and the ocean, each symbolizing three supreme deities. The sky god hangs above the sun, the earth god governs the land, and the ocean god resides in the ocean. Sounds like a myth. Ross feigned indifference, but internally he understood what Saint Satan was implying. Before coming here, his knowledge of the pirate world was limited to Luffy's journey to Egghead. Yet in this limited information, there was mention of the sun god Nika. It was clear without thinking that Luffy represented the sun god. Haha, to us modern people it indeed seems like a myth, but the ancestors back then experienced it firsthand. During the era of founding the nation, the end of the Earth's submergence was not far off. Saint Satan snorted lightly, his tone filled with sentiment. There are few records among humanity regarding that period, but the giants have documented it. In the first world on the earth, flames appeared. Humans, dominated by desire, touched the forbidden sun. The slaves prayed, and the sun god appeared. The earth god was furious, and along with the serpent of Inferno, shrouded the world in death and darkness. They could never meet again. It seems unrelated to the sea god. Ross appeared unconcerned, but firmly remembered this information. The sun god Nika had become an established fact. If one day the earth god, or the serpent of Inferno, truly appeared, he would not be surprised at all. In fact, if one day Sakazuki's fruit awakened, revealing that he was not the magma fruit, but rather the mythical beast fruit of the serpent of Inferno, Ross would find it perfectly reasonable. The sea god is recorded in the second world of the divine scriptures. In the void, breaths surged. The forest god sent forth demons. The fires of the sun spread continuously. The moonlight people had a dream. The sun people also had a dream, and humanity killed the sun to become gods. The ocean god was furious, and they could never meet again. As he recited this, Saint Satan's words were flat, but Ross could discern the disdain in his tone, as if he were a witness. Their Jaegerusha family was not merely witnesses, but participants. Ross felt a sense of admiration. The benefits of a long family history became evident. Perhaps one of their ancestors was a protagonist in history. The second world described circumstances that clearly related to the blank history of 800 years ago. Regardless of what transpired during that period, their Jaegerusha family emerged as victors. In the giants' understanding, it seems that slaying gods to ascend is considered a great act of rebellion, Ross implied. He spoke of the giants, but actually referred to the world government. Ross could not comprehend. If he were to slay a god and ascend, to him humanity slaying gods would always be a matter worthy of praise. Yet it seemed that aside from the people born in that nation, other races revered the gods, viewing the act of slaying gods as the most despicable betrayal, inevitably facing divine retribution. What do humans not deserve to become gods? Must it be through bloodline reincarnation to be considered divine? The giants' history is older than that of humanity, and due to their strength their footprints are all over the world. They arrogantly believe that humanity has usurped the authority of the gods to become the world's overlords. Saint Satan chuckled lightly. Then what are you afraid of? Ross raised his head, posing a soul-searching question. My family and I have never feared the gods that have perished, Saint Satan hinted. So it is like this, Ross scoffed. There are actually those who fear the return of the dead. 800 years truly feels like a dog's life. Speak cautiously. Bang. Saint Satan's cane struck the ground heavily, and the overwhelming aura of dominance enveloped the entire palace. Understood, I won't mention this again. Ross chuckled lightly, showing no signs of being affected by Saint Satan's imposing aura. Saint Satan had already told him enough to understand certain matters. The highest among the celestial dragons was not only his enemy, but also that of the Jaegerusha family. This was also the survival strategy of the Jaegerusha family. If their strength was insufficient, they would temporarily retreat, acting according to the will of the higher-ups. However, once they possessed power, it would be beyond the control of certain individuals. The Jaegerusha family had not slain gods for the first time.